At 11:56 in the evening, Cheng dragged his nearly broken body back to the old city district. He had just finished his part-time job at the hotel, still wearing the wrinkled white shirt, a splash of someone's champagne on his trouser cuffs, a small piece of cream stuck to his sole. He walked with an uneven gait, as if escaping from a wedding banquet battlefield. The rain had stopped, but the ground in the old city district was still wet. One street lamp was broken, leaving the alley half bright and half dark. Old cardboard boxes were piled in the corners, and the air was filled with a damp smell mixed with the lingering scent of cooking oil from the small restaurant downstairs. Cheng climbed the stairs while holding his lower back, muttering to himself, 18 tables of toast, 36 chairs, 5 trips to the champagne tower, 7 errands. I'm not a part-timer, I'm a durable consumable in the hotel. He lived on the 4th floor, no elevator. When he reached the door, he was so tired that he wished he could pay for the key in installments. Click, the door opened. The old house was pitch dark, with only a faint streetlight filtering into the living room through the window. Cheng fumbled for the switch on the wall, pressed it. Click, and the old ceiling lamp flickered twice before lighting up. 2 bedrooms and a living room, old decorations, the floor creaked with every step. On the wall hung an old photo of a family of 3, the father smiling honestly, the mother smiling gently, and little Cheng holding a sugar-coated hawthorn stick, looking triumphant, as if he had just won a world war. Cheng glanced at the photo and whispered from the doorway, "I'm home." Of course no one answered. He was long used to it. His parents had passed away early, and this old house was the only valuable thing they left him. While others were busy making dinner plans, playing games, and buying new clothes a week before school, Cheng was busy with part-time jobs, calculating money, and making up tuition fees. He placed a half bag of cold steamed buns on the table and opened his phone to check his balance. Bank card, 217. 36. WeChat, 42. 8. Alipay, 13. 5. Cheng stared at the numbers for 2 seconds, nodded, and said, "Great, rich in layers, poor and stable." He put his phone face down on the table and turned to take a shower. The water heater in the bathroom had a worse temper than his, sometimes scalding hot, sometimes freezing cold. Cheng shivered from the cold water, looked up at the water heater, and said solemnly, "Buddy, we're both old, but you can't go crazy first." After bathing, he changed into an old t-shirt and loose shorts, sat at the table, and started gnawing on a cold steamed bun. The bun was already hard. Biting into it felt like challenging the career of his teeth. Cheng chewed twice, his face twisted, and said, "Good heavens, the toughest leftover from the hotel." He had intended to look for the folder for the new semester, but his eyelids simply couldn't hold on. He had stood all day, carried, and ran his legs so sore they felt like not his own. "He'll look for it tomorrow," he said, then added to himself, "He'll definitely look tomorrow. If I don't, I'm a dog." 3 seconds later, he completely forgot about the folder and collapsed onto the bed. The bedroom in the old house was small, the bed against the wall, the curtains a bit old, the desk piled with several professional textbooks and half a pack of tissues. The window was not tightly closed, and the night wind sneaked in through the crack, gently swaying the curtains. Cheng closed his eyes, still calculating in his mind. He still had to work a few more days at the hotel before school started. The tuition balance was a bit short, and he needed to save for living expenses. Next semester, he would try to order less takeout. The 6 yuan rice with toppings on the 2nd floor of the school cafeteria could sustain him. If he could take on 2 more wedding banquets, maybe he could even buy himself a new pair of shoes. Thinking of the shoes, he smiled faintly in his drowsiness. But he hang in there a little longer. With that, he fell completely asleep. The room fell silent. Outside, raindrops dripped from the eaves, drip drop. The old clock on the wall struck 1:17 a.m. At that moment, the air in the bedroom suddenly trembled slightly. Without sound, without wind, without any warning. Above Cheng's headboard, a small black pill appeared out of thin air. It was only the size of a fingernail, round and smooth like a black pearl, with a faint glow shimmering on its surface. It hovered in midair, silent for 2 seconds, then, as if finally finding its target, gently descended. It fell right into Cheng's slightly open mouth. Cheng was sleeping soundly. Suddenly, having something in his mouth, he instinctively frowned. He swallowed dazedly. The pill dissolved upon entering his mouth. A sweet, clear taste slid down his throat like warm sugar water, like the scent of grass after rain. Half asleep, half awake, Cheng felt the taste was familiar, like the candy his mother would put in his mouth after coaxing him to take medicine when he was sick. He turned over, mumbling vaguely, "Mom, don't buy too expensive candy." His voice faded, and the bedroom fell silent again. But a few seconds later, Cheng's body suddenly trembled slightly. Not in pain. First, it was cold. A chill rose from his stomach, drilling through his blood vessels into his limbs, as if someone had stuffed a handful of crushed ice into the crevices of his bones. Cheng curled his shoulders in his sleep, instinctively pulling the quilt over. But as soon as the quilt was on, the cold suddenly turned to heat. It was as hot as a fireball exploding in his stomach, burning through his chest, waist, arms, and leg bones. Sweat beaded on his forehead, his brows furrowed tighter. Hot. No sooner had he said it than the heat turned to cold. He shivered so hard his teeth chattered. Then hot again. The alternation of cold and heat grew stronger each time. If at first it was like a fever, later it was like an unruly renovation crew living inside his body. One moment hammering bones with ice, the next roasting flesh with a furnace. In his sleep, Su Cheng gripped the bedsheet in agony, his knuckles whitening. His bones began to emit faint cracking sounds. His shoulders seemed to be slowly narrowed by invisible hands, his waist tightened by a force, his leg bones ached and numbed, and the blood under his skin felt as if it was being reorganized. Even more eerie, his originally slightly long and unkempt hair became gradually silky in the darkness, the ends quietly falling past his shoulders. Su Cheng wanted to wake up from the pain, but his eyelids felt as if pressed down by something unable to open. He could only curse in his dream. What's going on? Am I hallucinating from overwork? Have hotel capitalists evolved to exploit employees in dreams? The cold struck again. Su Cheng curled up, his whole body feeling like falling into an ice cave. The next second a surge of heat burst open so hot that he nearly bounced off the bed. Yet he still didn't wake up. The pill that had appeared from nowhere seemed to completely ignore his will, forcibly rewriting his body bit by bit. Bones and blood, skin, features, voice. Even the body structure he had known for 21 years was quietly replaced by another version in his sleep. 3:46 a.m. The alternation of cold and heat finally slowly stopped. The bedroom was left with only the rapid yet soft breathing of Su Cheng. The person on the bed was wrapped in the quilt with long hair spread on the pillow. A snow-white slender hand slipped out from under the blanket, the fingertips so beautiful they didn't look like they belonged to a male college student who used to carry plates and chairs. But Su Cheng didn't know yet. He was just tired. Tired as if an entire wedding banquet procession had rolled over him from head to toe. At 7:20 a.m. sunlight streamed into the room. Su Cheng was awakened by the need to pee. He opened his eyes groggily, his first reactions being a headache, sore back, weak legs, and a strange feeling in his throat. Damn. As soon as the voice came out, he didn't even hear it clearly, only felt his throat a bit hoarse. He got up from the bed with eyes still closed, his brain not yet booted up, dragging his steps toward the bathroom. But after just 2 steps, he felt something was wrong. His pants were ridiculously loose. His t-shirt was also ridiculously large. The slippers seemed like they would fly off his feet any moment. Su Cheng was so sleepy that he didn't think much, just assumed he was exhausted from last night. He wobbled into the bathroom, stood in front of the toilet, and lowered his head to take care of business. The next second, he reached down. Empty. Su Cheng froze. He looked down. He touched again. Still empty. Suddenly the air went silent. In the bathroom, only the sound of a dripping faucet could be heard. Drip. Drip. Su Cheng's eyes went from confusion to shock, then from shock to terror. 3 seconds later, he finally snapped, fully awake. A piercing scream shattered the morning of the old house. Where's my buddy? In the bathroom, Su Cheng froze into a statue. He lowered his head, his hands still suspended in midair, his eyes wide, as the plate of braised pork that was almost snatched up by the best men at the hotel kitchen last night. Nothing. Truly nothing. Not believing it, he reached out and touched again. Still nothing. Su Cheng's mind buzzed, and his whole body nearly ascended on the spot. Where's my brother? The shout startled even himself. Because the voice was wrong. It was not his original male college student voice, a little hoarse from staying up late, nor was it the worker's voice he used at the hotel yelling, "Sister Lu, it'll be right there." The sound that came out was sharp and floating, soft and trembling, like a girl who had just woken up and got startled into bristling. Su Cheng's mouth opened and closed. He covered his throat with his hand, his face full of terror. No, not possible. His brother was gone, and now his voice had betrayed him. What kind of cosmic gift package was this? He leaned against the wall, legs weak, trying to step back, but the slipper on his foot nearly flew off with a slap. Su Cheng looked down. The slipper was a size too big. No, it wasn't the slipper that was bigger. It was his feet that had become smaller. The old slippers that used to fit perfectly now hung loose, as if he had stolen someone else's shoes. His ankles were blindingly white, slender beyond belief, and the lines of his calves were wrong. Not at all the male college student legs that had run around hotel wedding banquets until nearly giving out. Su Cheng slowly raised his head and looked at the mirror above the sink. Then he froze. The person in the mirror was not him. At least not the Su Cheng he knew. In the mirror stood a disheveled young girl. She was wearing his old t-shirt, but the clothes were ridiculously large, the collar slipping to one side, revealing a pale collarbone. His originally medium-long hair now fell softly, draped against the sides of his face and shoulders, black, like freshly washed silk. Even more outrageous was the face. The skin was as white as if never exposed to the sun, eyes large and bright, the corners slightly red from just waking up, nose bridge, straight lips rosy. The whole face was so delicate it seemed out of place in this shabby bathroom. Su Cheng stared at the mirror, and the girl in the mirror stared back. The air was dead silent. After several seconds, Su Cheng slowly raised his hand. The girl in the mirror also raised her hand. He tilted his head to the left. She tilted her head to the left. He tilted his head to the right. She too tilted her head to the right. Su Cheng was silent for a moment, then extended 2 fingers and shakily made a peace sign. The girl in the mirror also made a peace sign. Su Cheng took a deep breath, his expression gradually breaking down. Excluding the possibility of a female ghost. A female ghost wouldn't be this cooperative. As he said this, his own voice stabbed him again. The voice was clear and soft with a hint of sleepy hoarseness. Pleasant to hear, but so pleasant that Su Cheng wanted to bang his head against the wall. He quickly covered his mouth, desperately lowering his voice. I am Su Cheng. But the sound that came out was still soft. I am Su Cheng. Still soft. Panicked, he pinched his throat and forced it down, squeezing out a hoarse, strange sound. I am Su Cheng. This time it sounded like a duck. Su Cheng was stunned for a moment. Then his eyes lit up. There was hope. Though ugly, it was safe. As long as I sound like a duck, no one will think I'm a girl. Just as a glimmer of hope arose, he looked down and saw his current body. Hope shattered into pieces instantly. The old t-shirt covered most of it, but the necessary curves were still there. The waist was so thin it seemed someone had secretly cinched it. The shoulders were narrower, the wrists white and delicate, the fingers long and beautiful. Even the nails had a faint pink glow. Su Cheng's face instantly turned red to the roots of his ears. Don't look, he said to himself. Su Cheng, have some self-respect. Even if it's your own body, you mustn't peek. After saying this, he felt the statement sounded even more absurd. If he couldn't look at his own body, what was he supposed to do? Live with his eyes closed. Su Cheng covered his face, spinning around in the bathroom twice. But his legs gave out, and he nearly hit the toilet. He quickly grabbed the sink and continued to collapse. Calm down. Must calm down. First, analyze the situation. 1. I was still male before I slept. 2. I might have been secretly attacked while sleeping. 3. I woke up and my brother was gone. For there's a ridiculously pretty girl in the mirror. Conclusion: the world has forcibly reset my character. As soon as this conclusion emerged, Su Cheng nearly blacked out. He refused to accept it. He turned and rushed back to the bedroom, flipping the blanket, flipping the pillow, looking under the bed, even checking under the slippers. Nothing. No medicine bottles. No instructions. No system prompt. Not even a white-bearded old man jumping out to say, "Young man, you have an extraordinary bone structure." Only a messy bedsheet and a long strand of hair fallen on the pillow. Su Cheng picked up the strand of hair, watching it hang down between his fingers, and fell into silence again. The hair was long and smooth, even carrying a faint fragrance. Not the smell of shampoo. Like the scent of rain-soaked grass mixed with a hint of sweetness. Su Cheng's expression was pained. Can't you have some male virtue? Who told you to be so fragrant? As he said this, his stomach suddenly growled. Su Cheng. Even at a time like this, his body still knew how to be hungry. But the cold buns he ate last night now terrified him. What if that was the problem? No, he hadn't touched anything strange last night. He showered, ate buns, went to bed, slept. Then woke up like this. The problem occurred during sleep. Su Cheng slowly raised his head, looking at the bedroom ceiling. So something crawled into my mouth while I was sleeping. As soon as he said this, he shivered. Too eerie. But even eerier was that he was still alive and had become pretty. Su Cheng walked to the edge of the bed, sat down, and ran his hands through his hair, messing it up. The smooth long hair was instantly tangled. He looked down at the floor, his eyes a little red. Not from emotion. From anger. Who did I offend? I'm just a poor student waiting for school to start during the day, working part-time at night, with just over 200 yuan in my bank account. I can't even afford milk tea. Why did you do this to me? I didn't ask to be born into a rich family. I didn't ask to win the lottery. I didn't ask to be 9 meters tall. Why did you turn me into a girl? The last sentence couldn't be held back, and the clear, soft female voice exploded in the bedroom. Su Cheng was startled by himself again. He quickly covered his mouth, practicing in a low voice. I am Su Cheng. No good, too soft. I am Su Cheng. Still soft. I am Su Cheng. This time it sounded like a duck. Su Cheng's eyes lit up, like finding the only usable brick in a ruin. Yes, that's it. He began practicing to the air. I have a cold. My voice is damaged. I got caught in the rain last night and had a fever. My vocal cords are split. I'm not a girl. I am Su Cheng. After practicing over a dozen times, he finally stabilized a hoarse, unpleasant duck-like voice that sounded as if a duck had its neck caught in a door. It was ugly, but ugly enough to reassure him. Su Cheng sat on the edge of the bed, catching his breath, when suddenly a more practical question came to mind. He had school starting next week. He had to go back to campus. He had to see classmates, teachers, roommates. Bank card, ID card, student ID. Everything bore the name Su Cheng. He couldn't just disappear, nor could he suddenly have a strange girl living in Su Cheng's home. So he had to disguise himself back. At least he had to look like a male college student on the outside. Thinking of this, Su Cheng suddenly stood up, but the t-shirt collar slipped a little again. He looked down, his face flushed crimson again, and quickly pulled the clothes up. Don't move. He warned the clothes. You are the last shred of dignity in my life. Su Cheng rushed to the wardrobe, and pulled out all his clothes. Loose sportswear, old hoodies, black trousers, and a few cheap t-shirts bought during freshman military training. All men's clothes, but now they were all a size too big on him. He put on the loosest sportswear set, then found a pair of pants with a drawstring tightening the waist cord so hard that it barely kept the pants from falling off. Next was the hair. This hair was too smooth. Smooth as if a soft focus filter had been applied. As long as it hung down, anyone would think something was off. Cheng gritted his teeth and grabbed a comb to mess it up. The moment the comb touched, he stopped again. No, combing it smooth would be worse. He directly used his hands to mess up the hair, grabbing it wildly, puffing it up, tangling it, until it resembled a bird's nest hit by a typhoon. The divine beauty in the mirror was instantly sealed by a third. Cheng's eyes lit up. It works. He continued to mess it up until the medium-long hair was a tangled mess with a strand sticking up in the front, and only then was he satisfied. Finally, glasses were missing. Cheng rummaged through the drawer for a long time, finally finding a pair of large black-rimmed plain glasses that his father had left behind. The frames were wide and very dorky, wearing them covered almost half his face. He used to think these glasses were too old-fashioned and never touched them. Now he held them with both hands like a life-saving artifact. Dad, from today on, this pair of glasses is the family's heirloom seal. Cheng put on the glasses. A strange thing happened. The lenses had no prescription, but the moment he put them on, the ridiculously pretty face in the mirror seemed to be covered by a layer of ordinary filter. Not that it became ugly, but that stunning refinement was suppressed. Paired with the messy hair, loose sportswear, and the duck-like voice he had just practiced, the person in the mirror no longer looked like a divine beauty, but a sloppy, thin, hoarse-voiced, messy-haired, ordinary male college student. Cheng was stunned. Then he almost burst into tears of joy. Dad, these glasses are something else. He turned around twice in front of the mirror, looking more and more convinced that he could still be saved. As long as he didn't take off the glasses, it was fine. As long as he didn't let his hair down, it was fine. As long as he didn't use his original voice, it was fine. As long as he covered his body a little better, he could still be Cheng. He wasn't completely done for. Just then Cheng looked down and saw his chest slightly lifting the sportswear. The smile on his face froze. One step remained. If this thing wasn't handled, running would become a disaster. Cheng rummaged through boxes and drawers, finally finding a roll of medical gauze left over from when he sprained his ankle playing basketball. He stood in front of the mirror holding the gauze, silent for a long time. Once he wrapped it, he would be admitting that his current body was truly no longer the original. But if he didn't wrap it, he couldn't even step out the door. Cheng closed his eyes, took a deep breath. Survival first. He'll pick up my dignity later. He gritted his teeth, just about to start when the phone on the bedroom desk suddenly lit up. A calendar reminder popped up on the screen. 7 days until Jiangda University registration. Below it was a hotel part-time shift reminder. Today at 2:40 p.m., Lijiang Hotel wedding banquet part-time job. Cheng stared at those two lines, gripping the gauze tighter and tighter. In the mirror, Cheng, wearing large black-rimmed glasses and a messy bird's nest head, also stared back at him. After a long while, he used that awful duck-like voice and said word by word, "Fine. Today let the world witness the last stubbornness of a male college student." Cheng stood before the mirror, clutching the roll of medical bandage for a full 3 minutes. The figure in the mirror stood for 3 minutes as well. A pair of large black-rimmed glasses perched on his nose, his hair a chaotic mess, as if he had just crawled out of a bird's nest, and a loose tracksuit draped over his body, finally managing to suppress much of that excessively beautiful face. Yet the problem remained a problem. The parts that needed covering were not covered. Cheng glanced down, then immediately looked up, his face flushed red, as if scalded by hot water. "Don't look. Cheng, you are a man with principles. Although this is your body, you can't be so careless." He closed his eyes and wrapped the bandage around his chest. The first loop was too loose. The second loop was as loose as if it wasn't there at all. For the third loop, Cheng gritted his teeth and pulled it tight. Hiss! He nearly collapsed to his knees on the spot. It hurt. Not the ordinary pain of flesh being squeezed, but a pain that was unfamiliar, shameful, and made his scalp tingle. Cheng leaned against the wall with one hand clutching the bandage and the other, tears nearly squeezed out. Who invented this thing? Come out and face the music. But no matter how much he cursed, his hands couldn't stop. He had to wrap it. He had to go out today, go to his part-time job at the hotel, and live like a normal male college student. He couldn't just waltz out with this body and have someone ask, "Miss, who are you looking for?" Only to reply, "A job." That image was too beautiful. Cheng almost wanted to jump out the window just thinking about it. He took a deep breath and encouraged himself in the mirror. "Calm down. Cheng, you are a man who has survived 18 tables of toast, 36 chairs, and 7 errands. A mere bandage is nothing." 5 minutes later, Cheng collapsed by the bedside, his face utterly numb. The bandage was indeed conquered, but it had nearly conquered him too. His chest was bound so tightly that breathing was more laborious than usual. Yet the effect was obvious. Once the tracksuit was on plus a loose gray jacket over it, those unwanted curves were finally forced down. Cheng checked himself over for a long time and only breathed a sigh of relief when he was sure it wouldn't be an obvious giveaway. Good. Dignity preserved by 30%. The remaining 70% would depend on his tough luck. He stood up and took 2 steps. The first step was okay. The second step was a bit tight. On the third step, he nearly tripped over his own slippers. Cheng looked down at the slippers, which were clearly a size too big, his eyes full of resentment. Even you betray me. He rummaged through everything and finally found a pair of old sneakers he had bought too small and been too lazy to return. They had been too tight back then, but now they fit perfectly. Cheng stared at the shoes on his feet, falling silent. Good news, the shoes fit. Bad news, his feet had really shrunk. He didn't want to dwell on that thought, and immediately shifted his focus, starting to check his full disguise. Hair must be messy. He faced the mirror and crazily tousled his medium-length hair upwards, making it fluffy and chaotic until every strand seemed to have its own rebellious life. The black hair, which had been as smooth as silk, was tortured into a bird's nest by him. Cheng nodded in satisfaction. Very good. Seal's strength increased by 20%. Next were the glasses. Once he put on the large black-rimmed glasses left by his father, that stunningly eye-catching feeling was immediately suppressed. It didn't disappear completely, but it was like a luminous pearl thrown into a shabby cloth sack. The light was still there, but others would only see the shabby sack at first glance. Cheng looked left and right in the mirror, growing more excited. Dad, these glasses of yours are a divine artifact. I didn't appreciate them before. From now on, they are my life. Finally, his voice. Cheng cleared his throat and spoke softly. I am Cheng. The voice that came out was unbearably soft. His scalp tingled, and he immediately pressed his throat to lower it. I am Cheng. This time it was a bit hoarser, but still not enough. Once more. I am Cheng. It sounded like a duck. Cheng's eyes lit up. Yes, that's it. He practiced in front of the mirror. I got caught in the rain last night. My throat is hoarse. Sorry, I have a cold. Don't look at me, I'm fine. Sister Lu, I can carry the chairs. I am a man. As soon as he said the last sentence, Cheng himself fell silent. The male college student in the mirror also fell silent. Large black-rimmed glasses. Bird's nest hair. Loose jacket. A voice like a crow. On anyone else, this combination would be called sloppy. On him, it was a cry for help. Cheng reached out and patted his reflection in the mirror, his tone heavy. Brother, from today on, our motto is to keep a low profile. You don't take off the glasses, I won't go crazy. You don't let your hair down, I won't jump off the building. After saying this, he added, of course jumping is out too. Falling from the 4th floor might not kill you, and the medical bills would be worse. Real-world problems always sting more than transformation. Cheng sat back on the bed, opened his phone's memo, and began writing today's survival rules. First, must not take off glasses. Second, must not let hair down. Third, must not speak in original voice. Fourth, must not run too fast, the bandage will strangle him. Fifth, must not be touched by others. Sixth, must not use public restrooms. When he wrote the 6th rule, his whole body froze again. Public restrooms. Those 4 words struck like lightning directly into his brain. If he went to his part-time job at the hotel today, what would he do about the restroom? Men's room. If he went in looking like this and ran into someone, it would be social death. Women's room. Even worse. Cheng covered his face and collapsed onto the bed. It's over. How is using the bathroom a boss battle in life? He lay on the bed for half a minute, then forced himself to sit up. Don't go to the restroom. Drink less water. Just drink less water today. After saying this, he looked at his lips. They were a bit dry. He gritted his teeth and pushed the water glass away. From now on, you and I are sworn enemies. After doing all this, Cheng finally had time to think about what exactly happened last night. He remembered coming home, showering, eating cold steamed buns, and falling asleep. He hadn't touched anything strange, opened any mechanisms, or had any mysterious old man visit him in a dream. But when he woke up, he had changed. It was unreasonable, unscientific, and more importantly, dishonorable. Cheng searched his entire bed, pillow sheets, corners under the bed, all checked. No medicine bottles, no notes, no strange symbols, no traces of black medicinal pills. He stood by the bed and looked up at the ceiling. You'd better hope I never find out who did this. Even though I can't beat you now, I hold grudges. After saying this, he felt the words lacked any threat. With this body now, forget fighting. Even wrapping bandages made him wince with pain until his eyes were red. The more Cheng thought about it, the more aggrieved he felt. But feeling aggrieved was useless. Crying was useless too. There was no one at home to help him. His bank card had no money, and the hospital wasn't a place he could just check into. The only thing he could do was muddle through today. He picked up his phone and opened the hotel part-time job group. There were many messages in the group, all about the schedule for today's wedding banquet. Gather at 2:40 p.m. All part-timers must report to the banquet hall for training. The wedding ceremony has added a last-minute procedure. Waitstaff must all be present. Cheng stared at the words must all be present and smiled bitterly. Even in this state, I still have to go to work. Indeed, as long as you're not dead, you can't escape the grind. He opened the front camera and checked his disguise again. The person on the screen no longer looked like the stunningly beautiful figure from the mirror last night. The large black-rimmed glasses covered his eyes, and half his face, the bird's nest hair, was chaotically unappealing. The loose jacket hid his figure, and his voice was a crow's caw the moment he spoke. Ordinary. Sloppy. Unnoticeable. Perfect. Cheng finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he didn't take off the glasses or let his hair down, he was Cheng. He stuffed his document bag, student ID and ID card copies into his backpack, charged his phone, and prepared to practice his walking posture before leaving. Then he discovered a new problem. His walk was wrong. Before, Cheng walked with long, confident strides, carrying the usual casual air of a male college student. Now this boat's center of gravity had changed. His waist was slimmer, his legs lighter. When he walked a bit faster, his movements became inexplicably light. Cheng immediately treated it as a major crisis. No, too floaty. An ordinary male college student can't be this floaty. He started practicing walking in his bedroom. First try, too light. Second try, too delicate. For the third try, he deliberately turned his feet outward a bit. His reflection instantly transformed from a mysterious beauty into a sloppy, unfocused male college student. Cheng's eyes lit up. That's the vibe. He practiced a few more rounds and finally found the feel. Shoulders slightly hunched. Steps a bit dragging. Hair a bit messy. Gaze a bit dead. Perfect. This was the standard state of a male college student during finals week. Cheng looked at the mirror, a strange confidence rising in his heart. Got this. As long as I'm sloppy enough, the world won't see my beauty. As soon as he said this, he paused. Beauty? Who was beautiful? He wasn't beautiful. He had just been forced into a troublesome shell. Cheng immediately warned his reflection in his crow-like voice, don't misunderstand. I'm not admitting you're good-looking. I'm just objectively assessing the enemy. The messy-haired male college student in the mirror stared back at him silently. Cheng nodded in satisfaction. Perfect. He looked punchable, but safe. Around noon, Cheng ate a simple meal. To avoid a restroom crisis, he only drank 2 sips of water and nearly choked on a dry steamed bun. I've sacrificed too much to survive. He pounded his chest while slinging his backpack over his shoulder. Before leaving, he returned to the mirror for one final check. Bandage secure. Jacket loose. Waistband tightened. Hair messy enough. Glasses absolutely must not remove. Crow voice online. Cheng took a deep breath and stuffed his house key into his pocket. Today was the first day after his transformation and the first time his male disguise would step outside. If he could get through today, he could continue being Cheng. If nothing went wrong, he could hold out until the semester started. If he could hold out until then, he could find a way to figure out what happened last night. Cheng reached out and grasped the doorknob. But the moment the door opened, a breeze from the stairwell blew in. The unruly strand of hair on his forehead was lifted by the wind, and the large black-rimmed glasses slid slightly down the bridge of his nose. Behind the lenses, the eyes that had been hidden were briefly revealed. Clear, beautiful, carrying a panic that hadn't yet been fully suppressed. Cheng's heart leaped, and he quickly pressed the glasses back into place. At the same second, the stairwell's motion sensor light clicked on with a bright flash. Outside the door, the empty corridor was illuminated a stark white. Cheng stood at the doorway, pressing his glasses firmly, his heart pounding wildly. He suddenly had a very strong premonition. These glasses must not fall off. If they did, he would be truly Cheng stood at his doorstep, pressing the large black-rimmed glasses firmly against the bridge of his nose. A draft from the stairwell swept through, nearly ruffling the messy tuft of hair on his forehead and almost sending his glasses sliding off. In that instant, his heart nearly stopped. It wasn't an exaggeration. It really almost stopped. He now understood that these glasses were no ordinary pair. They were his lifeline, the final seal of his identity as a male college student. Cheng warned himself in a raspy voice. The glasses must not fall, the hair must not be smoothed, and the voice must not soften. Whoever softens is a coward. After saying this, he looked down at himself. A baggy gray jacket, loose sweatpants, and upper body wrapped so tightly in bandages that even breathing required courtesy, and a pair of worn-out sneakers that finally fit him well. The overall effect was very plain, very ordinary, very much like a male college student. If one ignored the pain of being constricted under his jacket until he could barely breathe, this disguise could even score a perfect 100. Cheng took a deep breath, nearly choking from the bandages. Steady, he told himself. You're not a stunning beauty now, you're a broke male college student. A broke male college student has no good looks, only a negative balance. This thought calmed him down considerably. Indeed, poverty was the strongest seal of all. Cheng locked the door and walked downstairs with measured steps. He moved slowly, not to appear composed, but to avoid his pants slipping or his boat's unfamiliar center of gravity betraying him into some strange lightness. An ordinary male college student could not afford to be light on his feet. An ordinary male college student should walk like he just finished an all-night gaming session with his soul still in bed. So he deliberately hunched his shoulders, lowered his head, and dragged his steps. At the corner of the third floor, he glanced at his reflection in the stairwell window. The messy hair covered most of his forehead, and the large black-rimmed glasses rendered his eyes utterly unremarkable, paired with a posture that looked beaten down by life. He perfectly resembled an ordinary male college student crushed by tuition fees and part-time jobs before the semester even began. Cheng nodded with satisfaction. Good, he thought. This is more like me. No sooner had he spoken than he startled himself with his own raspy voice. It was terrible, terribly safe. He almost cried from the emotion. Reaching the ground floor, Cheng stood at the unit entrance, first surveying the outside. No familiar faces. Excellent. He pushed his glasses up and walked out with his head down. The old neighborhood was lively during the day, with vendors selling pancakes and soy milk and a few elderly men playing chess under a tree. When Cheng passed by before, no one gave him a second glance. Today was no different. The pancake vendor glanced at him and went back to his griddle. The chess players glanced at him and resumed their argument. A passing schoolchild ran by without even turning his head. After walking a dozen meters, Cheng's tense shoulders finally relaxed a little. It worked. It really worked. As long as he didn't take off his glasses and kept his hair messy, no one could see the big trouble hidden underneath. Just as he felt a surge of joy, the soy milk vendor auntie suddenly called out, "Young man, want some soy milk?" Young man. Those 3 words sounded like heavenly music. Cheng almost bowed to the auntie on the spot. He immediately replied in his raspy voice, "No thank you." The auntie paused, muttering, "That voice caught a cold, have you?" Cheng's eyes lit up. This was exactly what he was waiting for. "Yes, got caught in the rain last night. My throat's hoarse." The auntie nodded. Young people shouldn't push their luck with their health. Cheng nodded earnestly. You're right. He hurried off, afraid that if he said another word, the auntie would enthusiastically recommend throat lozenges. After leaving the residential area, Cheng felt much more at ease. First hurdle cleared. No one noticed. No one screamed. No one called out beautiful. His male college student identity was temporarily safe. The bus stop was not far from the neighborhood, and Cheng walked there with his head down all the way. Catching his reflection in a shop window, he couldn't help but glance twice. The person in the mirror no longer resembled the absurd her from the bathroom last night. Covered by the large black-rimmed glasses, sealed by the messy hair, and shrouded in loose clothes, the whole person looked drab and lifeless, like an unlucky student rushing to a part-time job before the semester starts. The more Cheng looked, the more reassured he felt, even a little proud. A genius, he thought. Impractically the Einstein of disguise. No sooner had he spoken than a gust of wind hit him head. The wind came suddenly, blowing the messy hair on his forehead aside. Cheng's expression changed instantly. Both hands flew up, one pressing his glasses, the other holding down his hair, moving as fast as if he were rescuing a critically ill relative. An elderly woman waiting nearby was startled by him. "Young man, what are you doing?" Cheng froze, slowly lowered his hands and forced calmness. "Nothing, my hair has its own ideas." The elderly woman looked at his tousled mop and nodded understandingly. "It certainly does have ideas." Cheng was speechless. "Thanks, that was a bit offensive." The bus arrived. Cheng boarded, paid the fare, and found a seat by the window. His movements were stiff as he sat down because the bandages were uncomfortably tight, and his waist felt unfamiliar and slender. No matter how he sat, it felt wrong. Before, any casual slump would have been perfect for a male college student. Now if he sat up too straight, his reflection in the mirror looked off. Cheng quickly leaned back, slumped his shoulders, and spread his legs slightly, striving to recapture that aura of an ordinary male college student who had no expectations from life. A middle-aged man across from him looked up and glanced his way. Cheng's heart tightened. The man stared for 2 seconds, then lowered his head to continue scrolling through short videos. Safe. Cheng breathed a sigh of relief. The bus headed towards the city center. Outside, the old neighborhood gradually gave way to commercial streets with brighter billboards and more people. Cheng looked at his reflection in the window and couldn't help but start reviewing. First, the large black-rimmed glasses were extremely useful. Second, the messy hair must stay fluffy, never smoothed down. Third, the raspy voice, though embarrassing, was a lifesaver. Fourth, the bandages were painful, but not wearing them would be worse. Fifth, he couldn't run, jump, bump into things, or be touched by anyone. The more he thought about it, the more he felt like he was playing a high-difficulty stealth game. Mission objective: pretend to still be Cheng. Penalty for failure: social death. Cheng rubbed his brow and muttered quietly, "Which male college student starts with hell mode?" A nearby child heard his voice, looked up at him, and then quietly moved closer to their mother. Cheng was speechless. Excellent. His raspy voice was so unpleasant it could scare children. That was also a form of security. 40 minutes later, they arrived at Lijiang Hotel. Cheng got off the bus, carefully checking his glasses, hair, and clothes. Only after confirming the seal was intact did he step through the hotel's back entrance. Once inside the employee passage, the familiar smells of disinfectant and food hit him. Yesterday he was still an ordinary poor male college student carrying trays and moving chairs here. Today he was still a poor male college student. But his internal version had been forcibly updated. Cheng walked to the employee sign-in area and picked up a pen to sign. As his hand reached out, he froze again. His hand had changed. Though partly covered by his sleeve, the exposed fingers were slender, fair, and long, nothing like those of someone who worked part-time manual labor all year round. Cheng's eyelid twitched. He immediately pulled his sleeve down, revealing only the tips of his fingers, and signed his name quickly. The handwriting was a bit shaky. He stared at the characters Cheng for a second, then deliberately made the final strokes even messier. Excellent. A male college student's handwriting ought to look like chicken scratch. Cheng. A voice came from behind him. It was Sister Lu. Cheng's back stiffened as he slowly turned around. Sister Lu stood at the employee passage entrance, looking him up and down with a frown. What's up with you today? Cheng's heart skipped a beat. Was it over? Was he found out? Had she figured it out? He forced calmness and spoke in his raspy voice. Sister Lu, what's the matter? Sister Lu was taken aback by his voice and recoiled slightly with a look of disgust. How did your voice get like this? Cheng immediately replied, got caught in the rain last night, caught a cold. Sister Lu frowned. Then why did you still come? Cheng put on a sincere face. I love my work. Sister Lu gave a cold laugh. Speak human. Cheng paused for 2 seconds. I need the money. Sister Lu was speechless. She clearly accepted the reason. After all, Cheng's lack of money was no secret among the hotel's part-timers. Sister Lu glanced at him again. Why is your hair even messier today? Cheng replied seriously, the cold caused a hairstyle malfunction. Sister Liu's mouth twitched. Can you be less cheeky? Yes. Go to the banquet hall. The wedding setup is urgent. Move chairs first, then arrange the table cards, and check the red carpet too. Hearing the words move chairs, Cheng's vision went dark. Move chairs. In his current state with bandages so tight that breathing was a struggle, could he really move chairs? Seeing him not move, Sister Lu squinted. What? Weren't you just saying you love your work? Cheng immediately straightened his back. Then the bandages nearly squeezed the life out of him. He forced himself to rasp out, I love it, I really love it. Sister Lu waved her hand dismissively. Get going then. Cheng turned and walked towards the banquet hall, his steps seemingly steady, but inwardly he was already crying. It was over. He had just left the tutorial zone and was already facing a boss. Right now even breathing was a luxury, let alone moving chairs. The banquet hall was already a hive of activity. Tablecloths were half laid out, table cards were not yet arranged, the red carpet was rolled up at the entrance, and champagne tower glasses were stacked on carts. Before Cheng would have found this scene merely troublesome, today every single chair seemed to be challenging him. He walked up to the pile of chairs and tried to lift one. Not bad. It wasn't as heavy as he imagined. Although his body had become lighter, his strength hadn't completely disappeared. It was just that the way he applied force felt unfamiliar. Gritting his teeth, Cheng moved the chair to its designated spot. First chair safe. Second chair safe. On the third chair, he made a slightly larger movement, and the bandages on his chest suddenly constricted. Cheng nearly dropped the chair. A passing part-timer glanced at him. Cheng, why is your face so pale? Cheng immediately lowered his head and said in his raspy voice, just a cold, feeling weak. The person nodded. Your voice is really scary, sounds like a duck that got run over by a car. Cheng was speechless. He forced out a smile. Thanks, it's my personal trademark. The person didn't think much of it and went back to their own work. Cheng breathed a sigh of relief and continued moving chairs. As he worked, he mentally kept a grudge. Laugh all you want. Laugh at my raspy voice now. You have no idea that this voice saved everyone's sanity in this room. After nearly half an hour of hard work, Cheng finally started to adapt. He found that as long as he didn't exert himself suddenly or make large movements, the disguise could hold. His messy hair hadn't fallen. His glasses hadn't slipped. His raspy voice was stable. The bandages were tight, but bearable. Just as he thought he might get through the day safely, Sister Lu suddenly called out from the entrance, Cheng. His heart leaped as he turned around. Yes. Sister Lu pointed at a cart nearby. Take this batch of table cards to the bride's lounge and ask if they need anything else. The bride's lounge. Cheng frowned. He had run such errands before, and normally there was no danger. But today was different. Today what he feared most was close contact with strangers. Especially a place like a lounge with bright lights, many mirrors, and many women. He instinctively wanted to refuse. But Sister Lu had already shoved a stack of delicate table cards into his arms. Hurry up, don't dawdle. Cheng held the cards and took a deep breath. Okay. He turned and walked deeper into the corridor. The closer he got to the bride's lounge, the stronger the smell of perfume and cosmetics became. The corridor walls were shiny like semi-transparent mirrors, casting a blurry reflection of him. Cheng kept his head down the whole way, his fingers firmly gripping his large black-rimmed glasses. Just as he reached the lounge door and was about to knock, a flustered female voice came from inside. The bridesmaid isn't here yet. Traffic jam. The wedding starts in 2 hours. Su Cheng's hand froze in midair. The next second the lounge door was flung open from inside. A tall figure rushed out in high heels, nearly colliding with him. Su Cheng instinctively dodged backward. The table cards in his arms scattered all over the floor with a crash. To make matters worse, the woman's elbow lightly brushed against the large black-rimmed glasses on his nose. The glasses slid down an inch. Su Cheng's pupils contracted sharply. It was over. The moment his glasses slid down, only 2 words remained in Su Cheng's mind. It's over. The world before him grew slightly clearer. Cheng Yu stood at the doorway wearing a pair of slender high heels and a champagne bridesmaid dress, her makeup exquisite, yet a murderous aura in her eyes that dared anyone to delay the wedding. She had been in a hurry to find someone when she nearly collided with Su Cheng, her elbow accidentally knocking his glasses askew. Place cards scattered across the floor. The corridor fell silent for a second. Su Cheng's first instinct wasn't to pick up the cards, but to raise his hand and adjust his glasses. His movement was as swift as if he were saving his own life. But Cheng Yu had already seen it. In that brief moment when the glasses slipped, she glimpsed the eyes behind the lenses. Clear. Beautiful. The corners tinged with a panicked flush. Those weren't the eyes of an ordinary male college student. Nor were they the eyes of the disheveled, raspy-voiced figure in a loose jacket before her, who looked like a temporary hotel worker. Cheng Yu narrowed her eyes. You? Su Cheng's scalp tingled, and he immediately bent down to pick up the place cards, keeping his face low. Sorry, I wasn't watching where I was going. They'll pick them up right away. His voice was low, and the raspy tone emerged as unpleasant as an old bellows being stepped on. Logically, such a voice should have dispelled any suspicion. But Cheng Yu didn't retreat. Instead, she bent down and stared at him. Are you a hotel temp? Su Cheng nodded vigorously. Yes, a temp. I move chairs, serve dishes, arrange place cards. Anything. Cheng Yu looked at his hands hidden in his sleeves. His fingers were excessively slender. Excessively pale. Though he had pulled his sleeves down low, his fingertips still peeked out as he picked up the cards. Cheng Yu's brow furrowed deeper. Why are your hands so slender? Su Cheng's heart skipped a beat. Here it comes. The Sharpied sister is scanning the hardware. Su Cheng, stay calm. Channel your inner Oscar winner. He kept his head down and spoke with utter sincerity in his raspy voice. Born with a small frame, can't gain weight, mainly because I'm poor. Cheng Yu fell silent. This excuse was too plain to refute immediately. Yet she didn't let him go. Look up. Su Cheng's hand paused mid-motion. Huh. Cheng Yu crossed her arms, her voice cold. I said look up. Cold sweat trickled down Su Cheng's back. Look up. Dare he? His glasses had just slipped, and his messy hair was tousled by the wind. If he looked up at the wrong angle, and Cheng Yu caught a glimpse of the concealed foundation, he wouldn't just be moving chairs today, he'd be moving himself straight to the crematorium. He immediately coughed, covering his mouth, and said in a strained voice, Sis, I've got a cold. I might pass it to you. Cheng Yu raised an eyebrow. What did you call me? Su Cheng froze. Damn, he spoke too fast. He quickly corrected himself. Beautiful, sis. Cheng Yu sneered. Don't get familiar. Su Cheng forced an awkward smile and continued picking up the cards. Then I'll call you ma'am. Shut up. Yes, ma'am. Cheng Yu was speechless. She was in a hurry. The bridesmaid was stuck in traffic. The wedding was in 2 hours. The bride Lin Wan was frantic in the lounge, and the MC had called 3 times. She had originally stepped out to find the hotel manager for a solution, but upon opening the door, she ran into this strange temp. He was dressed like a moldy potato. Yet when the glasses slipped, the eyes revealed were startlingly bright. Something was off. Cheng Yu's instincts were always sharp. She crouched down to pick up the last place card. Su Cheng reached for it at the same time. Their fingers touched. Su Cheng jerked his hand back as if shocked. Cheng Yu paused. She looked up at him. Alarms blared in Su Cheng's mind. Don't look at me. Don't use that domineering CEO interrogation gaze on me. I'm just a poor male college student who got scammed by a pill. Cheng Yu spoke slowly. What are you afraid of? Su Cheng immediately shook his head. I'm not afraid. Your hands are shaking. I'm cold. It's late August, and you're cold. The hotel AC is too strong. Cheng Yu stared at him. You're sweating on your forehead. Su Cheng paused for a second, his raspy voice even more sincere. Cold sweat. I have a cold. Cheng Yu chuckled softly. You've got quite the collection of ailments. Su Cheng wept inwardly. Sis, please. Go busy yourself with the wedding. Don't waste your detective skills on a temp like me. Just then a gentle yet urgent voice came from the lounge. Cheng Yu, did you find anyone? The MC is urging again. At the sound, Cheng Yu's scrutiny eased slightly. She turned back. No, the bridesmaid is still stuck in traffic. At least another hour. The person inside sighed softly. But the rehearsal is about to start. Missing one person will mess up the formation. Su Cheng kept his head down, picking up the last few cards, wanting only to escape. What did the wedding's missing bridesmaid have to do with him? He was a male college student. Male? Though the situation was a bit complicated now, principles couldn't be compromised. Su Cheng held out the cards. Ma'am, the place cards are delivered. They'll head back to the banquet hall to move chairs. He turned to leave. But as soon as he took a step, his collar was grabbed from behind. Su Cheng froze in place. Chen Yu's voice came from behind, laced with a hint of dangerous amusement. Wait. Su Cheng forced a dry laugh with his raspy voice. Ma'am, any other instructions? Chen Yu didn't let go. Instead, she circled around to face him, her gaze sweeping from his hair, glasses, shoulders to his waistline. Su Cheng's scalp crawled as he instinctively pulled his jacket tighter. Chen Yu's eyes narrowed slightly. That gesture was too guilty. Worse, his jacket was as loose as a sack, yet his waistline was still faintly visible. Slender. Too slender. Not like a boy's. Chen Yu suddenly reached out toward his glasses. Su Cheng's soul nearly fled in terror. He leaped back, clamping his hands over his glasses. Don't touch. The exclamation was too urgent, his raspy voice nearly cracking. Chen Yu's hand froze midair, her suspicion deepening. I just wanted to look at your glasses. Su Cheng's heart raced, but he kept up a brave front. These are my father's keepsake. Chen Yu paused. Su Cheng immediately started improvising. My father passed away early. These glasses have accompanied me for years. Wearing them every day feels like my dad is still with me. Beautiful sis, if you take them off, it'll hurt me deeply. He finished by lowering his head, trying to muster a hint of sorrow. Of course he used his raspy voice. The speech should have been touching, but delivered by him it sounded like a duck beaten by life mourning its father. Chen Yu fell silent. Lin Wan inside the lounge also fell silent. Su Cheng mentally applauded himself. Perfect. Pity card played successfully. Su Cheng, you are the rising star of acting in this old house. But the next second Chen Yu suddenly said, well, leave your father's keepsake for now. What about your hair? Su Cheng was stunned. Chen Yu reached out and grabbed a tuft of his messy hair. Every hair on Su Cheng's body stood on end. Ma'am. Chen Yu gently lifted it. A small strand of his deliberately disheveled mid-length hair fell loose. Without the chaotic support, it was as smooth as silk draping down his cheek. The air fell dead silent. Chen Yu's expression shifted. Lin Wan inside also saw it, her voice softening. Chen Yu's hair. Su Cheng's face turned pale. Damn it. The seal was leaking. He quickly grabbed the strand and messily ruffled it back onto his head. Naturally good hair. Chen Yu sneered. Naturally good hair, so you mess it up like a bird's nest. Su Cheng replied with utmost sincerity. I keep a low profile. Chen Yu, you're a guy and you keep a low profile by looking like this. Su Cheng's society has diverse aesthetics now. I respect the slob style. Chen Yu stared at him and suddenly asked, how old are you? 21. Height. Used to be 1.78 meters. Used to be. Su Cheng's heart skipped, and he quickly corrected himself. I mean rounding up 1.80 meters. Chen Yu's gaze dropped to his shoes. Your shoes don't fit. Su Cheng looked down. Damn. Though these old shoes fit for now, the shape was obviously too small, clashing with his claim of being 1.80 meters. He forced an explanation. My feet look small. Chen Yu nodded. Slender hands, slender waist, small feet. Su Cheng was speechless. How was this woman more thorough than an airport scanner? Chen Yu stepped closer and lowered her voice. Are you really a guy? Su Cheng bristled on the spot. I am. In his excitement, his voice nearly slipped out of its raspy tone, revealing a faint, clear softness at the end. Just a hint. But Chen Yu caught it. Her eyes lit up instantly. Not with surprise, but with the gleam of a hunter spotting a fox's tail. A chill ran down Su Cheng's spine. Not good. This sister had found a flaw. Chen Yu smiled. Your voice just changed. Su Cheng insisted. It cracked. It cracked quite nicely. You're imagining things. You're very nervous. I have social anxiety. You were just bantering quite smoothly. Intermittent social anxiety. Chen Yu nearly laughed in exasperation. She gave Su Cheng a once-over and suddenly turned to Lin Wan in the lounge. Wan, I think I've found a solution. Su Cheng's heart sank heavily. A solution? What solution? The wedding is missing a bridesmaid. Why are you looking at me? He quickly backed away. I can't. Chen Yu looked at him lazily. I haven't said what it is yet. Su Cheng said firmly, but my gut says no. Chen Yu chuckled softly. Your gut is quite sharp. Su Cheng turned to run. The next second Chen Yu grabbed his wrist. Her grip was steady and her strength was greater than it seemed. Su Cheng had been bound with bandages all morning and was already exhausted. He couldn't free himself. Ma'am, I still have chairs to move. Chen Yu tugged him toward the lounge. Someone else will move the chairs. I still have place cards to arrange. The cards have already been delivered. I have a cold. Perfect, you'll talk less. I'm a guy. Chen Yu paused, turned back, and smiled at him, cold yet beautiful. Which guy has such a slender waist, such long lashes, such smooth hair, and is afraid of having his glasses removed? Su Cheng froze completely. Lin Wan walked out of the lounge. She wore a pure white wedding gown, her makeup not yet fully set, her features gentle. The moment she saw Su Cheng, she also faltered. even with his disheveled hair, thick black-framed glasses, and loose jacket looking utterly drab. Yet the hidden beauty was like light concealed beneath tattered cloth. Not gone, merely suppressed. Lin Wan asked softly, Chen Yue, do you mean? Chen Yu dragged Su Cheng toward the dressing room. Go in and try it on. Su Cheng's pupils dilated in shock. Try it on. Try what on? He clung desperately to the doorframe, his raspy voice nearly breaking. I really am a guy. Chen Yu sneered. Like I do believe that. Lin Wan, seeing his struggle, coaxed gently, don't be afraid. We won't hurt you. We just need your help. Su Cheng was on the verge of tears. Sis, your words are scarier than Chen Yu's. What do you mean just need your help? If I help with this, my life might be over. Chen Yu reached out and pried his fingers off the doorframe. 1, 2, 3. Seeing the doorframe slipping away, Su Cheng was nearly in despair. The next moment, Chen Yu pulled him straight into the small changing room beside the lounge. The door slammed shut. Su Cheng leaned against the door, hands clamped over his thick black-framed glasses, his raspy voice trembling as if he were about to expire. I'm warning you. I really am a male college student. Chen Yu stood before him with her arms crossed, smiling dangerously. Fine. Then take off the glasses first and let your sister see what this male college student really looks like. In the changing room, the air was eerily silent. Su Cheng leaned against the door, pressing his large black-rimmed glasses firmly against his face, as if clinging to his last shred of dignity. Chen Yu stood before him, arms crossed, her gaze sweeping from his messy bird's nest of hair to his loose jacket, then to his wrists hidden beneath the sleeves. Her eyes were like a security scanner come to life. Su Cheng felt his scalp tingle under her scrutiny. He was doomed. This woman was no ordinary bridesmaid. She was a masquerade shredder. Chen Yu spoke slowly, take them off. Su Cheng's voice cracked as he stammered, take. What off? Chen Yu smirked. Don't play dumb. The glasses. Su Cheng shook his head frantically, his messy hair bouncing. No can do. They were my dad's. You already said that. Chen Yu nodded. Try another excuse. Su Cheng was left speechless. Lin Wan stood nearby, her wedding dress pooling on the floor, her features soft, and her gaze filled with concern as she looked at him. Chen Yue, don't scare him. Su Cheng nearly wept with gratitude. Sister, a kind soul, may your marriage be forever blessed. But the next second Lin Wan added softly, though he does seem a bit off. Su Cheng's illusion shattered. Chen Yu stepped closer and reached out. Su Cheng recoiled. Don't come near me. They'll call the cops. Chen Yu raised an eyebrow. And what will you say? That two bridesmaids are bullying a male college student in a changing room. Su Cheng puffed out his chest only to have the bandages squeeze the breath out of him. He forced out yes. Chen Yu sneered. Then why puff out your chest? Afraid I can't see you've wrapped something. Su Cheng froze. Lin Wan was also taken aback, her gaze involuntarily drifting to his jacket. Su Cheng's mind buzzed. She even spotted the bandages. Sister, you'd make a great detective. He yanked his jacket tighter, his voice nearly breaking. It's a back brace. I twisted it moving chairs last night. Chen Yu nodded. A back brace that goes up to your chest. Su Cheng was speechless. The room fell silent again. Lin Wan took a soft breath, her gaze softening as she looked at him. Do you have some trouble? Su Cheng was stunned. Trouble? He had plenty. Waking up to find his manhood gone, his body changed, his voice a traitor, and still having to haul chairs at a hotel in the afternoon. If that wasn't trouble, nothing was. But could he say that? No, that wasn't trouble, that was a catastrophe. Su Cheng lowered his head, playing dead. No, I'm just an ordinary male college student. Chen Yu laughed. An ordinary male college student who wraps himself up like a dumpling. Su Cheng insisted, it's personal style. An ordinary male college student afraid to take off his glasses. I'm nearsighted. These are plain lenses. I have psychological myopia. Chen Yu was speechless. Lin Wan couldn't help but chuckle softly. That laugh eased the tension a little. But Su Cheng panicked even more. Because Chen Yu, taking advantage of his distraction, suddenly grabbed his wrist. Su Cheng tried to dodge, but his body was lighter now, weaker, and the bandages restricted him. He couldn't escape. Chen Yu held his wrist with one hand and reached for his glasses with the other. Su Cheng exploded. Don't. His shout was too urgent, his cracked voice slipping the tail and revealing a hint of soft clarity. Just a hint. But in the small changing room it was unmistakable. Chen Yu stopped. Lin Wan was stunned too. Su Cheng's face went pale. His voice had slipped. The seal was leaking again. Chen Yu squinted. Was that you just now? Su Cheng immediately tried to cover with his raspy voice. No, my voice cracked. A pretty sweet crack. That's an illusion. You have a lot of illusions. She stopped wasting words, her fingers gripping the temple of his large black-rimmed glasses. Su Cheng pressed down desperately. Sister, give me a break. Hearing that, Chen Yu's smile turned more dangerous. Now you call me sister? Su Cheng launched into a sob story, his words tumbling out like a last train. My parents died early. I live alone in an old house. I have to work to save up tuition before school starts. I caught a cold in the rain last night, and today Sister Lu dragged me here to move chairs. I'm already miserable enough, beautiful sister, just let me go. Lin Wan's eyes softened instantly. She whispered, Chenyu. Chenyu glanced at Lin Wan, then back at Su Cheng. Hope flickered in Su Cheng's heart. It was working. Playing the victim was working. Su Cheng, you're the ultimate fragile flower of a male college student. But Chenyu suddenly said, if you're so miserable, why dress up like this? Su Cheng was speechless. Chenyu applied force. The moment the glasses came off, only one thought remained in Su Cheng's mind. This is the end. The large black-rimmed glasses left the bridge of his nose. The bright light of the changing room fell upon him. Su Cheng instinctively lowered his head, the messy mid-length hair, head tousled, covering half his face. But Chenyu had already raised her hand, caught the ends of his hair, and gently brushed them back. The hair had deliberately messed into a bird's nest, fell loose. His chaotic disguise seemed to tear open. Silky black hair slipped through her fingers, cascading down his pale cheeks. The face once hidden by glasses and messy hair was now mostly revealed. In the changing room, the air seemed to freeze. Chenyu was stunned. Lin Wan was stunned too. Su Cheng closed his eyes, his heart pounding so hard it felt like it would leap out of his throat. He dared not open them, because he knew how much trouble he was in now. Without the large black-rimmed glasses to hide it, that face was impossible to conceal. Even with his hair not fully down, even in his loose jacket, even before his voice completely broke, he could imagine the expressions on Chenyu and Lin Wan's faces. It was over. He was exposed. After a few seconds, Lin Wan spoke, softly, her voice gentle. You? Su Cheng's heart trembled. Chenyu finally snapped back, staring at Su Cheng's face, her tone unusually less sharp. You still say you're a man? Su Cheng's eyes flew open. They were bright panic, the corners reddened from urgency and embarrassment, making him look even more pitiful. Chenyu felt an inexplicable flutter in her chest. Lin Wan's heart melted completely. Was this an ordinary male college student? This was a breathtakingly beautiful girl. A girl who wrapped herself in loose clothes, wore ugly glasses, deliberately messed up her hair, and forced an unpleasant voice to survive. Lin Wan thought of what had said about losing his parents, living alone in an old house, working for tuition, and her eyes nearly stung with tears. She stepped forward, her voice so gentle it seemed afraid to startle him. Don't be afraid. We're not bad people. Su Cheng almost cried. Sister, I know you're not bad, but if you keep looking, you'll turn into bad news. He reached for his glasses. Give them back. Chenyu was faster, holding the glasses high. Su Cheng jumped, but couldn't reach them. The sudden movement made his jacket shift, revealing a hint of the shape suppressed by the bandages. Chenyu's eyes immediately dropped to it. Su Cheng instantly cowered, crossing his arms and stepping back. What are you looking at? Chenyu spoke slowly, at how long this ordinary male college student can keep bluffing. Su Cheng gritted his teeth. I am a man. What man looks like you? I'm naturally beautiful. A naturally beautiful male college student. Is that a problem? Society embraces diversity. And the bandages? Su Cheng was stuck. Lin Wan's gaze grew even more sympathetic. She asked softly, is it to protect yourself that you've been dressing as a boy? Su Cheng was taken aback. Huh, protect himself. Lin Wan thought it made perfect sense. Orphaned, living alone in an old house, so beautiful, with a strange voice, working odd jobs. A girl disguising herself as a boy for safety seemed entirely logical. Her eyes softened, even more filled with compassion. You must have had a hard time all these years. Su Cheng's brain short-circuited. Hard. Yes, but not the kind you're thinking. Chenyu slowly caught on, arms crossed, her tone still cold, but less sharp. So you've been cross-dressing as a woman? Su Cheng's pupils dilated. No, that's not it. I'm a man in drag. Wait, now I'm a woman in drag. No, forget it, I'm confused myself. Just as he was about to explain, Lin Wan stepped close and gently brushed aside the hair that had fallen over his face. Her touch was light, as if afraid to hurt him. Don't worry, Lin Wan said softly. The wedding really does need a bridesmaid today, but we won't force you. If you're unwilling, well, find another way. Hearing won't force you, Su Cheng's eyes lit up. I'm unwilling. The words slipped out without him suppressing his voice. A clear, soft voice rang through the room, pure as a little bell. All three fell silent. Su Cheng clapped a hand over his mouth. His real voice had slipped. Lin Wan's eyes reddened slightly. Such a beautiful voice. And had been forcing it into that awful rasp. She was more certain than ever. This child must have pushed himself to such extremes to hide who he was. Chenyu stared at Su Cheng for a long moment. That voice just now didn't sound like a damaged vocal cord. Su Cheng, already panicking, forced his voice back to its raspy state, struggling. It recovers sometimes. Your condition has great timing. A medical miracle. Chenyu laughed in exasperation. But Lin Wan gently took Su Cheng's hand. Su Cheng tensed. Her hand was warm, her tone tender. I want to ask why you live this way, or what you've been through. If you don't want to help today, we won't force you. Su Cheng was about to sigh in relief when Lin Wan added, but the wedding will be chaotic without one bridesmaid. Could you help me just this once? Su Cheng's heart sank. Here it was. The gentle knife. More terrifying than Qin Yu's sharp tongue. Qin Yu piled on. Don't worry, we'll find the dress. Someone will do your makeup. With that face, it won't take much effort. Su Cheng stepped back until his back hit the door. I'm not wearing a dress. Qin Yu raised an eyebrow. I didn't even mention a dress. Su Cheng was wary. What do bridesmaids wear if not dresses? Armor. You sure talk back a lot. Lin Wan chuckled softly, but quickly suppressed it, afraid to make him more nervous. Just help me get through the wedding. After it's over, you can leave however you want. Well, keep your secret too. The word secret made Su Cheng's heart stir. What he feared most was his secret being exposed. If Lin Wan and Qin Yu would really keep it, maybe today could still be salvaged. But the problem was the dress. It wasn't about clothes. It was about principles. Su Cheng gritted his teeth, his voice trembling. I really can't. Qin Yu glanced at the time, then walked to the clothes rack and unzipped the garment bag. Inside hung a pale pink bridesmaid dress. It wasn't over the top, but the fabric was light, the cut soft. Nothing about it matched Su Cheng's last shred of male college student pride. His vision went dark. No. If I put that on, my 21 years of straight male dignity will be cremated on the spot. He turned to run, but Qin Yu blocked the door as if she'd expected it. Lin Wan stood on the other side, gazing at him tenderly. One sharp-tongued, one gentle. One blocked the door, the other blocked his heart. Su Cheng was in despair. Qin Yu shook his large black-rimmed glasses, smiling dangerously. Will you help, eh? Su Cheng stared at the glasses, his eyes full of indignation. This is kidnapping. Yes, a wedding emergency kidnapping. Lin Wan said softly. If you truly don't want to, I won't force you. Su Cheng looked into her gentle, pleading eyes and felt a sharp pang in his chest. He was stubborn, scared, and loved to run away. But he couldn't stand it when someone asked him so earnestly. Especially when Lin Wan looked at him, as if he were someone who truly needed protection. After a long pause, Su Cheng forced out through gritted teeth, just this once. Lin Wan's eyes lit up. Really? Su Cheng held up one finger, his voice raspy. Just this once. And don't tell anyone, don't take pictures, don't laugh at me. Qin Yu said calmly. First two are fine, the third depends. Su Cheng was speechless. Qin Yu shoved the bridesmaid dress into his arms. Change. Su Cheng held the dress like a ticking pink bomb. He was trembling all over. Lin Wan gently pulled the curtain shut for him. Don't be afraid. We'll wait outside. The moment the curtain closed, Su Cheng looked down at the dress in his arms, then at the mirror, at his half-loose hair, red-rimmed eyes, and a face so beautiful it didn't look like his own. He closed his eyes in despair. Su Cheng, remember. This isn't cross-dressing. This is work. Yes, a high-level temp job for a wedding. Just then Qin Yu's voice drifted lazily from outside the curtain. By the way, you can't still call yourself Su Cheng while wearing a bridesmaid dress, can you? Su Cheng's heart leaped. Lin Wan also asked softly, what's your name? When you're a girl. Within the curtain, Su Cheng froze, clutching the pale pink bridesmaid dress. Outside, Lin Wan's voice remained gentle. What was your name? When you were a girl? Su Cheng's mind went blank. A name? What name? He had never had a girl's name. From birth until last night, he had always been Su Cheng. Male 21, a Jiangda University student, a part-time hotel worker with a bank balance of a few hundred yuan, and his greatest aspiration in life was getting his salary on time. And now, he wakes up to find his brotherhood gone, his voice betraying him, his glasses becoming his lifeline, and even his name needing to be fabricated on the spot. Calm down. Su Cheng, you need to calm down. He absolutely couldn't admit he had no female name now, or they'd keep suspecting him. Make one up. Quick, make one up. Su Cheng clutched the dress, his face flushed. Outside, Qin Yu lazily added salt to the wound. What? Is your girl name a secret too? Su Cheng's heart trembled. This woman was too sharp. Every word she said felt like a probe along the edges of his disguise. Su Cheng closed his eyes, frantically searching his brain. Su what? Su Tian. No, too sweet. Su Mei. No, sounded like a salon membership card. Su Xiaohua. Even worse, it sounded like a village dog's name. Su. His gaze suddenly fell upon a bottle of mineral water on the dressing table, visible through the curtain gap. On the bottle was a faintly printed character Shi, the brand name of the wedding's custom water. Su Cheng's eyes lit up. Su. He started, nearly forgetting to modulate his voice, then forced it back into a raspy tone. Su Shi. There was a moment of silence outside. Lin Wan softly repeated, Sushi. Su Cheng braced himself and said she as in the tide. After saying it, he was even taken aback himself. The name actually sounded quite smooth. Qin Yu chuckled softly outside. Sushi, that's much more pleasing to the eye than your current male college student disguise. Su Cheng's mouth twitched. Thanks, no compliments needed. I just borrowed a bottle of mineral water. Lin Wan's voice softened further. Cici, can sister call you that from now on? Cici. Su Cheng nearly got knocked over by that address. He was a 21-year-old straight man yesterday, still buddy-buddy with the kitchen staff, and today, he was Cici. Could this world have some basic logic? He wanted to refuse. But Lin Wan's voice was too gentle, as if she was afraid he'd shatter. Su Cheng opened his mouth, finally forcing out, whatever. Qin Yu immediately translated, meaning yes. Su Cheng. Would this woman die if she didn't speak? Outside the curtain, Lin once said softly, Cece, go ahead and change. Ask us if you get stuck. Su Cheng looked down at the bridesmaid dress in his arms, his expression like he was holding a pink bomb. He took a deep breath. This isn't women's clothing. This is a work uniform. Yes, a high-end temporary staff outfit for the wedding. Take it off right after wearing it. Whoever takes it seriously loses. He took off his jacket and carefully unwrapped the bandages. As the bandages loosened, he felt much lighter, but looking down at his current body almost made him want to die on the spot. Don't look, don't look. Blushing, he closed his eyes and began to change. The consequence of changing with his eyes closed was that he put the dress on backward. He couldn't find the zipper. The straps were wrong too. After struggling for a while, Su Cheng cursed quietly in frustration. How is this thing harder than calculus? Outside the curtain, Chen Yu's sharp ears caught it. What did you say? Su Cheng immediately replied in his raspy voice. I said this dress design is very cultured. Chen Yu stifled a laugh. The zipper is in the back. Su Cheng looked down. Sure enough. He was silent for 2 seconds, gritted his teeth, and turned the dress around. After finally getting it on, the zipper got stuck. He reached back to pull it up, struggling until his arm nearly cramped. Seriously, Su Cheng muttered in despair. Why did humanity invent back zippers? Isn't this anti-human design? Chen Yu's voice drifted over lazily. Need help? No. Su Cheng refused decisively. 3 seconds later, he pulled the curtain open a crack, revealing only half his face with an expression of utter despair. Help! Chen Yu crossed her arms and watched him. Lin Wan came over first, gently pulling the zipper up for him. Su Cheng was stiff as a board, his eyes fixed on the floor, his ears red enough to bleed. Seeing him tense up, Lin Wan's heart ached even more. She thought she had been disguised as a man for so long that she wasn't used to being close to anyone. She whispered, Don't be afraid, sister won't hurt you. Su Cheng's throat tightened. Sister, if you keep being this gentle, I'll really feel guilty. I'm not a pitiful sister, I'm just an unlucky college guy. After the zipper was done, Lin Wan stepped back. Chen Yu also looked up. The curtain was fully drawn open. In the changing room, Su Cheng stood there in the pale pink bridesmaid dress, hands stiffly gripping the hem, still wearing those large black-rimmed glasses, his hair a mess like a bird's nest. Logically, this look should be strange. But strangely enough, even with the glasses and messy hair, once the dress was on, the contours previously hidden by loose men's clothing suddenly softened. The pale pink made his skin look whiter, his shoulder and necklines clean, and his waist so slender it seemed one hand could encircle it. Those eyes behind the black-rimmed glasses, bright with shame and panic, seemed to hold water. Chen Yu was silent for 2 seconds, then suddenly spoke. And you call this a male college student? Su Cheng forced himself with his raspy voice. Temporary workers have freedom of dress too. Chen Yu stepped forward and snatched his glasses off. Su Cheng immediately reached for them. Give them back. Chen Yu didn't give him a chance. She casually brushed aside his tousled medium-length hair. The moment the soft black hair fell, the entire changing room seemed to hit a mute button. Lin Wan was stunned. Chen Yu was stunned too. If removing the glasses was just tearing open a corner of the seal, this was a complete release. The young girl stood under the light, long hair resting on her shoulders, the pale pink bridesmaid dress clinging to her slender waist. Her features were exquisitely beautiful, as if painted. The corners of her eyes slightly red, her lips naturally colored, her skin dazzlingly pale. Her face clearly screamed, I want to escape, yet she looked more like a pitiful thing bullied with nowhere to hide. Su Cheng felt numb under their stares. Don't look at me like that. The moment he spoke, his raspy voice cut a crack in the air. Chen Yu snapped back, her expression complex. Can you not ruin that face with that voice? Hey. Su Cheng gritted his teeth. It's my signature tone. Signature? Chen Yu sneered. So signature the MC would forget the script. But Lin Wan's eyes were slightly red. She walked up to Su Cheng and gently smoothed the stray hair on her shoulder. Cece, you don't have to keep hiding yourself like this. Su Cheng was so guilty he curled his toes. I'm not hiding. Chen Yu held up the large black-rimmed glasses. And what's this? Visual aid. Chen Yu pointed to the bandages he had removed earlier. And this? Protective gear. And the raspy voice. Personal hobby. Chen Yu chuckled. Sounds like a hobby that's hard on the throat. Su Cheng. He lost. When it came to sharp tongues, he was no match for Chen Yu for now. Watching him stubbornly deny everything, Lin Wan felt both pity and amusement. She brought a pair of low heels and knelt down to put them on him. Su Cheng was so startled he stepped back. I'll do it myself. Lin Wan looked at him gently. All right, you do it. Su Cheng sat on the chair, struggling to put the shoes on. The heels weren't high, but his new body wasn't used to them. He wobbled as soon as he stood up. Lin Wan immediately steadied him. Chen Yu raised an eyebrow. Can't walk in heels. Su Cheng braced himself. I usually stick to practical footwear. Clearly. Chen Yu glanced at his old sneakers. So practical you look ready to flee a disaster. Su Cheng wanted to retort, but wobbled again and had to swallow his words. Lin Wan stifled a laugh and helped him to the vanity table. When the makeup artist entered and saw Su Cheng's face, she froze at the door. This is the temporary bridesmaid. Cheng nodded calmly, yes. The makeup artist circled Su Cheng, her eyes growing brighter. This face barely needs any work. The base is incredible. Su Cheng's scalp tingled. Stop. Please stop. Every compliment chips away at my male college student dignity. The makeup artist picked up a puff, carefully pressed it on his face, trimmed his brows, swept on a touch of pale pink eyeshadow, and finished with a light lip gloss. The whole process took less than 10 minutes. But looking at himself in the mirror, Su Cheng's composure completely shattered. The person in the mirror no longer looked like Su Cheng forced into a dress. She was simply a stunningly beautiful bridesmaid. Innocent, lively, with a hint of forced grievance. Su Cheng stared at the mirror, speechless for a long time. Cheng Yu stood behind him and suddenly asked, still saying, "You're a man now?" Su Cheng closed his eyes, forcing out in his raspy voice, "Yes." "Cheng Yu, your mouth is really tough." Lin Wan chuckled softly, picked up a hair clip, and pinned his side hair back. "Cici looks beautiful today." Su Cheng's heart quivered. Cici. This name he had just made up on the spot, spoken in Lin Wan's gentle voice, made him momentarily unable to refute. He quickly lowered his head, stubbornly saying, "It's for work." Cheng Yu nodded, "Fine, for work. From now on you are Su, she the temporary bridesmaid. Remember, talk less, smile more, and don't scare the guests with that raspy voice." Su Cheng. Lin Wan bent down, looking seriously into his eyes. "Cici, thank you so much for today. After the wedding, let sister treat you to a meal, okay?" Su Cheng was about to say no, but his stomach betrayed him with a loud rumble. Gurgle. The changing room fell silent. Cheng Yu burst out laughing. Lin Wan couldn't help but smile, her gaze softening. "Hungry?" Su Cheng blushed, clinging to his last shred of dignity. "No," the dress growled. "Cheng Yu, that's a very polite dress." Su Cheng. He didn't want to live anymore. Just then someone knocked urgently on the door. "Miss Cheng." "Miss Lin. The MC is calling. The bridesmaid needs to go for the rehearsal." Cheng Yu put away her smile, picked up her clutch. "Let's go." Su Cheng immediately froze. "Go out now. Like this?" He instinctively looked for his large black-rimmed glasses. Cheng Yu saw right through him and stuffed the glasses into her own bag. Su Cheng's pupils dilated. "My glasses." Cheng Yu said calmly, "Bridesmaids don't wear these." Su Cheng panicked. "Then I'm not going." Cheng Yu smiled. "Too late." Lin Wan took his hand gently but firmly, pulling him up from the chair. "Cici, don't be afraid. Sister is with you." Su Cheng let her lead him to the door, his whole body stiff, as if he had just learned to walk. The door opened. The corridor light streamed in. Several staff members busy with their tasks looked up instinctively at the sound of the door. In an instant, everyone froze. Su Cheng stood at the door, the pale pink hem of the dress swaying gently, long hair falling over his shoulders, the corners of his eyes still carrying traces of unspent shame and panic. The entire corridor fell into a silence so deep you could hear a pin drop. The staff member at the front nearly dropped his walkie-talkie. Is this the new bridesmaid?" Cheng Yu hummed calmly in affirmation. Lin Wan gently squeezed Su Cheng's hand and introduced with a smile, "Her name is Su Shi. She's here to help me." Under the gaze of the entire corridor, Su Cheng's scalp crawled, and his face flushed so red it was about to smoke. He used every ounce of his willpower to stop himself from yelling him a man in his raspy voice. But just then, at the end of the corridor, the door to the wedding hall was pushed open. A tall, straight-backed figure stepped out. The man was impeccably dressed in a suit with cold, indifferent features and aura completely different from everyone else in the hotel. Seeing him, Cheng Yu raised an eyebrow slightly. "Gu Chun." Before Su Cheng's mind could react, Lin Wan whispered, "That's the groom's friend Gu Chun of the Gu family." Su Cheng looked up. Gu Chun at the end of the corridor also happened to look over. In the split second their eyes met, Gu Chun stopped in his tracks. Looking at Su Cheng, his eyes showed a clear, unmistakable daze for the first time. At the end of the corridor, Gu Chun halted. He had only come out to confirm the wedding arrangements. The groom's side had added an impromptu speech segment, and the MC couldn't find Cheng Yu, so he came personally. Just as he pushed open the banquet hall door, he saw a girl in a pale pink bridesmaid dress standing at the other end of the corridor. She was very quiet and very flustered. She stood beside Lin Wan and Cheng Yu, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, her skirt gently swaying. The light fell upon her face, illuminating her strikingly beautiful eyes, clear and bright, as if she had just been thrust out from somewhere and hadn't yet had time to conceal herself. Gu Chun had seen many beautiful people. At business banquets, brand cocktail parties, and the Gu family's own gatherings, there was never a shortage of meticulously dressed socialites. But this girl before him was different. She lacked that deliberate elegance, nor did she possess the composure of someone accustomed to social niceties. She was even a little disheveled, her fingers tightly clutching her skirt, her eyes screaming, "I want to run." Yet it was precisely this fluster that made her face seem purer. Like a little fox caught in the light, terrified, but trying hard to feign calm. Gu Chun didn't move for a moment. Su Cheng didn't move either. No, it was Sushi now. Although this name was hastily copied from the customized wedding water bottle, he had just been staring at Qin Yu and Lin. One had already forcefully stamped it with their approval through their actions. Under Gu Chen's gaze, Su Cheng felt his scalp tingle. What is he looking at? Why isn't he leaving? Gu Chun of the Gu Corporation, right? He doesn't sound like an ordinary passerby. People like him are obviously high class, and high class people have sharp eyes. What if he sees through me and realizes I'm a male college student? He instinctively wanted to push up his glasses. His hand had just lifted halfway when he remembered Qin Yu had taken his glasses. Su Cheng's heart sank on the spot. My seal. My imperial jade seal. Qin Yu, give me back my lifeline. Standing nearby, Qin Yu noticed his movement and shot him a warning look. Behave. Su Cheng had no choice but to retract his hand, switching to pinching his skirt instead. Gu Chen finally snapped out of it and walked over. His pace wasn't fast, but his presence was steady. His suit was perfectly tailored, his brows and eyes indifferent, his entire being on a completely different frequency from the busy hotel staff. The more Su Cheng watched, the more he wanted to hide behind Lin Wan. But the moment he moved half a step, Qin Yu reached out and pressed his back. Qin Yu lowered her voice, don't chicken out. Su Cheng squeezed out a breathy reply, I'm not. Your legs are shaking. It's the skirt shaking. The corner of Qin Yu's mouth twitched. You're really good at passing the buck. Lin Wan heard this and almost laughed, but afraid of making Su Cheng more nervous, she could only gently hold his hand. Cece, don't be afraid. Gu Chen isn't a bad person. Su Cheng cried inside. Sister, this kind of talk is always a dangerous omen. Bad guys never have bad guy written on their faces, and CEOs don't have CEO tattooed on their foreheads. Gu Chen had already walked up to them. His eyes first swept over Lin Wan, and he nodded politely. Miss Lin. Lin Wan smiled gently. President Gu. Gu Chen then looked at Qin Yu. The MC was looking for you. Qin Yu crossed her arms. I know. The bridesmaid issue is solved. As she spoke, she stepped half a pace to the side. Su Cheng was forced into Gu Chen's view. In that instant, he almost suffocated on the spot. Gu Chen's gaze fell on him. Su Cheng lowered his head, not daring to meet his eyes, staring only at his own skirt, desperately chanting in his mind, Imhotep. I'm part of the wedding backdrop. I'm air. Can't see me, can't see me. But how could Gu Chen not see him? Looking at the girl before him, his voice dropped slightly lower than before, and this is... Lin Wan was about to speak, but Qin Yu cut in first, her smile meaningful. The temporary bridesmaid Su Shi. Su Cheng's heart leaped violently. Hearing that name from someone else's mouth was even more terrifying than saying it himself. Gu Chen repeated softly, Su Shi. Su Cheng's scalp tightened. He used all his strength to avoid instinctively answering with a crisp here. Lin Wan gently squeezed his hand, signaling him to respond. Su Cheng had to look up, forcing out a smile so stiff it was cracking. He had intended to say hello in his husky voice. But Qin Yu had instructed him earlier, speak little, don't frighten the guests with that voice. Lin Wan was also watching him gently. Gu Chen was waiting for him to speak. Su Cheng was caught in a dilemma. Using his real voice was dangerous. Using his husky voice was even more dangerous. Saying nothing was impolite. Why was I forced into a life or death multiple choice question at a wedding? Finally, he could only say in a very light voice, hello. Just 2 words. Clear, soft, carrying a hint of forcibly suppressed nervousness. A flicker of change passed through Gu Chen's eyes. Su Cheng immediately regretted it. Damn it. My voice gave me away again. This Gu Chen won't remember it, will he? Gu Chen did remember it. The voice was very light, yet like a fine thread it gently grazed his heart. Looking at Su Shi, his originally indifferent brows softened by a fraction. Hello. Qin Yu witnessed this scene, and a playful glint appeared in her eyes. She had only been in a hurry to find a bridesmaid to fill in, and had casually grabbed a little fox full of secrets. She never expected that this little fox, just by appearing, had pinned down an ice-cube face like Gu Chen. Interesting. Far too interesting. Flustered by Gu Chen's stare, Su Cheng could only steel himself to lean closer to Lin Wan. Lin Wan, thinking he was shy, protectively shielded him a bit behind her. President Gu Cece is a bit nervous. It's her first time at an event like this. Cece. Hearing this address, Gu Chen glanced at Su Cheng again. Su Cheng's ears turned red. Not from shyness. From embarrassment. Stop calling me that. Stop calling me that. If you keep going, I'm afraid it'll actually develop a conditioned response. Qin Yu cleared her throat, steering the conversation back to business. Found her. Are we doing the rehearsal or not? Gu Chen withdrew his gaze. The MC is waiting. Qin Yu turned to look at Su Cheng. Let's go, Su Shi. Su Cheng's foot faltered. He still wasn't used to this name. Every time he heard it, it felt like someone else was being called. Qin Yu raised an eyebrow. I'm talking to you. Su Cheng gritted his teeth and whispered, got it. He forgot to modulate his voice for this one sentence, and it almost slipped back into his husky tone. Fortunately, his voice was low, so it only sounded a bit awkward. Qin Yu leaned close to his ear and warned softly, keep quiet. Su Cheng glared at her. Qin Yu laughed. Glaring at me is useless. Your glasses are in my bag. Su Cheng was instantly deflated. Lin Wan took his hand and led him into the banquet hall. Gu Chen lagged half a step behind, his gaze unconsciously drifting back to Su Cheng's retreating figure. The pale pink skirt swayed gently. The girl walked a bit stiffly, as if she wasn't used to wearing dresses. Her low heels were unsteady on the floor. Yet the more awkward she was, the more raw she seemed. Gu-chin suddenly spoke. She wasn't on the original bridesmaid list. Cheng Yu stopped in her tracks and turned back. President Gu has an excellent memory. I reviewed the wedding itinerary. Then you should also know that with one person missing now, the flow will be disrupted. Cheng Yu smiled. Sushi is here to save the day, not to be interrogated by you. Gu-chin looked at her, not angry, only saying calmly, I was just asking. Cheng Yu asking is fine. Don't scare her. Hearing this, Su Cheng was almost moved to tears. Even though you stole my glasses, forced me into a dress, and nearly shredded my disguise into 8 pieces. Right now this sentence, I will call you the Bodhisattva of sharp tongues. Gu-chan was silent for a moment, then his gaze fell on Su Cheng, and his voice dropped. Sorry. Su Cheng was stunned. He hadn't expected Gu-chin to apologize. And the man apologized sincerely without any condescending perfunctoriness. Su Cheng's heart grew even more chaotic. No, don't be so polite. If you were colder, I could still hate you with a clear conscience. Like this, it's so hard for me to act. He had no choice but to lower his head and shake it gently. No. It's nothing. This time his voice was even softer. Gu-chin's gaze lingered for a moment. Cheng Yu immediately stepped between them. Let's go. The doors to the banquet hall swung open. Inside, the lights were bright. The floral arrangements, red carpet, champagne tower, and main stage were all half set up. The MC stood before the stage holding the itinerary, sweating nervously on his forehead. Miss Cheng, you're finally here. Where's the bridesmaid? We can't arrange the positions if one is missing. Cheng Yu stepped aside here. The MC followed her hand. The next second his words got stuck in his throat. It wasn't just the MC. The staff arranging flowers nearby, the technician adjusting the sound system, and a few friends from the groom's side all instinctively looked over. Su Cheng stood at the entrance of the banquet hall, his pale pink skirt gently draping down his long hair, tidied by Lin Wan falling softly over his shoulders. Due to nervousness, the corners of his eyes were slightly red, his lips gently pressed together, making him look both well-behaved and flustered. The entire banquet hall fell silent for a moment. The MC asked instinctively, this is also a bridesmaid. Cheng Yu said calmly, temporary. The MC looked at Su Cheng, his eyes lighting up. Even temporary ones are this beautiful. Su Cheng, thank you very much. Your compliment cuts like a knife into my straight male dignity. He instinctively wanted to retort with his husky voice. Cheng Yu shot him a look. Su Cheng was forced to shut up. Unaware of his inner collapse, the MC immediately waved the itinerary. Come on, let's run through the positions first. The bride in the middle, bridesmaids on both sides. Miss Su stand at the third position on the left. Miss Su. Su Cheng's vision went dark. It's over. Even my professional title has been updated. Lin Wan took his hand and led him towards the red carpet. Cece, just follow your sister. Su Cheng nodded stiffly. The moment he stepped onto the red carpet, he felt his legs go weak. Although these low heels weren't high for Su Cheng, who had been transformed for less than a day, they were treacherous enough. He struggled to keep his balance, but as soon as he stood at his designated spot, the MC called out, bridesmaid procession, take 3 steps forward in time with the music. The music started. Su Cheng took the step. First step steady. Second step barely. Third step his heel tilted slightly. His body instantly lost balance. Su Cheng's pupils dilated in shock. Damn it. I'm going to fall flat on my face in front of everyone. No dress first onto the red carpet. Just as he was about to topple to the side, a hand steadily supported his arm. Gu-chan had somehow appeared beside him. His palms, separated only by the thin fabric of the bridesmaid dress sleeve, held Su Cheng firmly, his strength controlled and timely. Watch your step. His voice was low, falling right by Su Cheng's ear. Su Cheng froze. Gu-chan looked down at him. The distance between them was absurdly close. Su Cheng could even smell the faint, cool fragrance on him. And Gu-chan could clearly see his face so near. Because of the near fall, Su Cheng's eyes were tinged with a panicked, watery light, his lashes trembling slightly, like someone terrified, but stubbornly refusing to show weakness. Gu-chen's fingers tightened a little. Cheng Yu narrowed her eyes from a distance. Lin Wan was also taken aback. The moment Su Cheng came to his senses, he immediately tried to pull his hand back. But in his panic, his foot wobbled again. Gu-chen had to steady him once more. Now everyone in the hall was watching. Su Cheng's face was red enough to steam. He suppressed his voice and whispered, thank you. Gu-chen looked at him and suddenly asked, have you really never been to a wedding rehearsal before? Su Cheng's heart skipped a beat. What does that question mean? He quickly shook his head. Gu-chin looked into his eyes again, his voice very light, as if asking casually, then why do I feel like you look a little familiar? Then why do I feel you look familiar? Gu-chin's voice was soft as he asked this. But to Su Cheng it felt like a sudden blast from the wedding hall sound system. He froze in Gu-chin's arms, his low heels unsteady beneath him. His arm was still supported by Gu-chin, and he could even catch the faint, cool fragrance emanating from the other man. Gu-chin looked down at him, his gaze neither fierce nor oppressive. But it was far too earnest. earnest as if he sought an answer from Su Cheng's face. Alarms blared in Su Cheng's mind. Familiar. Familiar, my foot. Yesterday, I was a male college student with a messy nest of hair and a croaky voice. Today, I'm a hapless fool squeezed into a pale pink bridesmaid dress. In between, there's a thick, black-rimmed glasses, bandages, that mess of hair, and 21 years of my male college student dignity. And he still finds me familiar. Is Gu Chen's eyesight the latest high-definition scanner from Gus Corporation? Su Cheng tried to pull his hand back, but his foot slipped again. Gu Chen's hand steadied his arm, his voice lowering. Don't move. Steady yourself first. Su Cheng's face reddened even more. It wasn't shyness. It was sheer terror. The master of ceremonies, clutching his script, watched with gleaming eyes, as if eager to overlay this rehearsal with a romantic drama filter. Qin Yu stood nearby, arms crossed, her eyes narrowing. Lin Wan also watched, taking a half-step forward in concern. Su Cheng knew that staying silent would only make him more suspicious. He gritted his teeth, suppressed the croaky voice that threatened to erupt, and said in a light, soft tone, maybe. I just have a common face. As soon as he said it, he wanted to slap himself. Common face. With his reflection in the mirror, if that was a common face, then the common folk would have to file a lawsuit overnight. Gu Chen fell silent as expected. Qin Yu let out a light chuckle nearby. Su Cheng's scalp tightened. Laugh all you want. I know it's a terrible excuse. But at a time like this, having any excuse at all is a blessing. Gu Chen looked at him and repeated, common face. Su Cheng braced himself and nodded, trying hard to look like a naive little bridesmaid who hasn't seen much of the world. Yeah, I'm pretty ordinary. The air stilled for a moment. The master of ceremonies nearly dropped his script. Lin Wan lowered her head, stifling a laugh. Qin Yu's lips curved upward. Gu Chen's gaze lingered on his face for 2 seconds, as if he too was taken aback by the remark. Su Cheng felt a shiver run through him under that stare. Don't you dare question my ordinariness. As long as I don't admit it, I'm just a regular temp. Qin Yu finally sauntered over and drawled lazily, President Gu, if you keep staring, our little bridesmaid might just run off. Su Cheng nearly wept with gratitude. Sister Qin Yu, even though you snatched my glasses, forced me into a dress, and threatened me during rehearsal, right now you're a bodhisattva with a sharp tongue. Only then did Gu Chun release his grip and step back half a pace. Sorry. Su Cheng immediately withdrew his hand, as if he had just snatched his life back from a fire. He lowered his head and murmured, it's fine. Qin Yu leaned in close and whispered so only he could hear, that common face line of yours. Pretty gutsy for a lie. Su Cheng clenched his teeth and hissed back, shut up. Qin Yu's smile widened. Lin Wan approached and gently supported Su Cheng's other arm, asking softly, Cici, did you twist your ankle? The name Cici made Su Cheng's heart clench. Every time that name was called, he felt like his temporary alias was being bound with another layer of real name verification. He quickly shook his head. No, it's just the shoes. They're not used to them. Lin Wan looked at him with concern. After the rehearsal, I'll have someone bring you a more comfortable pair. Su Cheng nearly blurted out. No need, I'll just change back into men's clothes. But his survival instinct kicked in just in time, and he forced out a single word, thanks. Gu Chen stood nearby, his gaze falling on Su Cheng's face again. Su Cheng immediately looked down at the floor. The floor was beautiful. The red carpet was so red. The low heels were so treacherous. Anything was better than looking at Gu Chen. The master of ceremonies clapped his hands to save the situation. All right, that little mishap is over. Let's run through it again. Miss Su, you stand at the third spot on the left, follow Miss Lin 3 steps forward, then stop by the flower arch. Miss Su. Su Cheng's vision went dark. The address had been upgraded. From Su Cheng to Miss Su, it only took a bridesmaid dress and a group of ruthless sisters. Qin Yu saw him spacing out and gave him a gentle push. Miss Su, did you hear that? Su Cheng turned and glared at her. Qin Yu dangled the thick black-rimmed glasses in her hand. Su Cheng immediately shut his mouth. Fine. When you're under someone's roof and your glasses are in someone else's bag, you have to bow your head. The music started again. Su Cheng forced himself to follow Lin Wan forward. First step, steady. Second step, also steady. Third step, the heel, tried to rebel again, but this time he braced his ankle in advance and held steady. The master of ceremonies immediately praised. Yes, that's it. Miss Su, smile a little. Don't look so tense, bridesmaid. Su Cheng. Smile. It was a miracle he was still standing. But everyone was watching him, so he had no choice but to raise his head and force a stiff smile. The next moment the surroundings felt quiet. He had been looking down the whole time, and while he was pretty, it was like he was hidden in a shell. Now that he smiled, the hint of redness at the corners of his eyes hadn't faded, and his lips curved gently. His entire face seemed illuminated by the light, pure, yet carrying a hint of aggrieved urgency. The master of ceremonies stumbled over his words. Beside him, the sound technician's hand slipped, nearly switching the background music to the wrong track. A staff member muttered under their breath, this bridesmaid is way too beautiful. Su Cheng's smile froze on the spot. Don't compliment me. Please stop. Every compliment chips away at my male college student dignity. Cheng Yu watched him, her expression growing more intrigued. But Lin Wan's eyes were full of tenderness, like she was looking at a kitten that had finally dared to peek out from a corner. Gu Chen said nothing. He just looked at Su Cheng, his gaze deeper than before. Feeling that stare, Su Cheng immediately lowered his head and played dead. The rehearsal continued. Next came the bouquet positioning, the bridesmaid's exit route, and the ring handover simulation. The master of ceremonies brought an empty ring box and handed it to Su Cheng. Miss Su, you'll walk from here to President Gus' side and hand him the ring box. No need to speak. No need to speak. Those 4 words were like music to Su Cheng's ears. He nodded immediately. Gu Chen wasn't originally a groomsman, he was just standing in for the groom temporarily. But with his commanding presence, the whole process felt much more formal. Su Cheng held the empty ring box and walked forward with the music. He moved cautiously as if he were carrying not an empty box, but his precarious disguise. When he reached Gu Chen, he raised his hand and offered the box. Gu Chen reached out to take it. Their fingertips brushed lightly. Su Cheng nearly jerked his hand back as if burned. Gu Chen took the box steadily and said in a low voice, "Don't be nervous." Su Cheng's mouth was faster than his brain. "I'm not." He regretted it the moment he said it. It sounded too much like he was trying to bluff. Gu Chen looked at him, a faint hint of amusement in his eyes. Su Cheng grew even more annoyed. "What does mean? You don't believe me, do you?" "Good, because I don't believe myself either." The master of ceremonies was thoroughly satisfied, tapping his script. "Excellent. This part feels very natural. Miss Su's nervousness actually adds authenticity. Just follow this feeling during the formal ceremony." Su Cheng. That wasn't a feeling. That was pure survival instinct. They ran through the rehearsal 2 more times. Su Cheng felt more exhausted than if he had moved 30 chairs at the hotel. His heels ached, the dress constricted his waist, and the bandages around his chest made every breath feel like a negotiation with fate. Finally, the master of ceremonies called a halt. "All right, that's enough for the rehearsal. Bride and bridesmaid head to the dressing room for touch-ups. We'll start the formal ceremony in half an hour." Su Cheng nearly applauded on the spot. It was over. The rehearsal was over. He was still alive. He hadn't fallen, lost his glasses, scared the master of ceremonies with his croaky voice, or been exposed by Gu Chen. This was a milestone victory in the history of human disguise. Lin Wan helped him and asked softly, "Cici, can you still walk?" Su Cheng nodded yes. Cheng Yu cut in from the side. "You walk like you just learned how to use your legs." Su Cheng glared at her. "No one's going to think you're mute if you keep quiet." Cheng Yu raised an eyebrow, not acting coy anymore. Su Cheng immediately shut his mouth. Damn, he almost forgot his role again. Lin Wan stifled a laugh and gently patted his hand. "All right, let's head back to the dressing room first. You can sit for a bit." Su Cheng was led by Lin Wan toward the dressing room. Gu Chen stood where he was watching his retreating figure. Cheng Yu took a few steps, then suddenly turned back and said to Gu Chen with a knowing smile, "President Gu, the rehearsal's over. You should go to the groom's side now." Gu Chen withdrew his gaze and said flatly, Cheng Yu looked at him and added slowly, "Our Cici has a thin skin. Next time don't be so direct." Gu Chen was silent for half a second. "Sorry." Cheng Yu had only meant to jab at him casually, but when he actually apologized sincerely, her expression grew even more intrigued. "Just remember that." With that, she clicked her high heels and followed Lin Wan and Su Cheng. Once the dressing room door closed, Su Cheng collapsed onto the sofa like a puppet whose strings had been cut. As soon as he sat down, he reached out glasses. Cheng Yu casually set her bag aside and said calmly, "The formal ceremony hasn't started yet. You can't have them." Su Cheng nearly jumped up. "The rehearsal's over." Cheng Yu, the rehearsal being over doesn't mean the bridesmaid is off duty." Su Cheng was in despair. "I was only here to move chairs." Lin Wan poured him a glass of warm water and handed it to him gently. "Drink a little first. Your face was pale just now." Su Cheng took the glass and took a small sip. He had originally planned to drink less water to avoid bathroom trouble, but the rehearsal had been so tense that his throat was parched. The warm water soothed him a bit. Lin Wan knelt in front of him, adjusting his dress hem with a look of concern. "Are the shoes uncomfortable? Let me have someone bring another pair." Su Cheng quickly shook his head. "No need, don't bother." All he wanted now was to minimize any variables. If the shoes were changed again, what if something else went wrong? Cheng Yu leaned against the vanity, arms crossed, watching him. "What did you say to Gu Chen just now?" Su Cheng's heart tightened. "Nothing much. He said you looked familiar." "I said I have a common face." Cheng Yu was silent for 2 seconds as if trying not to laugh. "You've got some nerve." Su Cheng, resigned to his fate, retorted, "What else was I supposed to say? That I was a male college student last night and just transformed into this today?" The words were barely out before he nearly bit his tongue. Cheng Yu's eyes narrowed instantly. Lin Wan also looked up at him. Su Cheng's heart skipped a beat. Damn, he had slipped up. He quickly covered his croaky voice, coming out hoarse. "I mean, yesterday I was still dressed like a male college student moving chairs, and today I'm suddenly in a dress. The contrast is too much." Qin Yu stared at him for a few seconds. Sushi. Su Cheng froze. What? Qin Yu slowly approached, bending down to look into his eyes. The secrets you are hiding are more than I thought. Su Cheng's scalp tingled. Lin Wan gently pulled Qin Yu back. Don't scare her. Qin Yu straightened up, her tone flat. If I don't scare her, she'll fool us all. Su Cheng clutched his water glass, head bowed, saying nothing. But Lin Wan placed a small pastry in front of him. Eat a little first. The formal ceremony is about to start. After it's over, if you want to talk, you can. If not, that's fine too. Su Cheng looked up at her. Lin Wan smiled warmly. I promised you I'd keep your secret. Su Cheng's heart softened for a moment. He knew Lin Wan had misunderstood. But this kindness was real. Qin Yu's words were sharp, yet she had kept his glasses safely hidden, not letting anyone touch them. They had only known him for a few hours, but they were already protecting him in their own ways. Su Cheng lowered his eyes and said softly, thank you. This time his voice was very gentle. Not on purpose. He just couldn't help it. Qin Yu glanced at him and for once didn't retort. The dressing room fell into a brief silence. When the makeup artist came in for touch-ups, she marveled at Su Cheng's face 3 times, saying his foundation was too good, making him blush from his ears to his neck. Qin Yu remarked lazily from the side. They're complimenting you, so why do you look like you're being tortured? Su Cheng gritted his teeth. I'm not used to it. Lin Wan smiled and came to his rescue. CC is shy. Su Cheng felt a surge of indignation inside. I'm not shy. My male college student dignity is being publicly executed. Just then a staff member's voice came from outside the door. Miss Lin, Miss Qin, the bridesmaid party should prepare. The formal ceremony begins in 20 minutes. Su Cheng nearly dropped the pastry in his hand. The formal ceremony. It was finally here. Lin Wan stood up and adjusted her wedding dress. Qin Yu picked up her clutch and did a final check of the proceedings. Su Cheng sat on the sofa, took a deep breath, and tried to psych himself up. He had survived the rehearsal. He could survive the formal ceremony too. As long as he didn't fall, didn't speak, and didn't lose his glasses. All right, the glasses were still in Qin Yu's bag. He gave Qin Yu a baleful look. Qin Yu completely ignored his gaze and snapped her bag shut. Su Cheng. Great. The seal remained confiscated. The door opened and Lin Wan reached out her hand to him, saying gently, CC, let's go. Su Cheng looked at that hand, then at his own bridesmaid dress, and finally resigned himself to standing up. But just as he reached the door, the master of ceremonies' urgent voice came from outside. Wait. The bridesmaid positions have been adjusted. Miss Su's spot needs to move forward by 1. Su Cheng's steps faltered, and a sense of foreboding surged in his heart. Qin Yu frowned. Why? The master of ceremonies wiped his sweat and said, the main photographer said Miss Su is too photogenic to be wasted in the back. For the formal entrance, let her stand at the first position on the bride's left. Su Cheng's vision went dark. The first position on the left. That was one of the most conspicuous spots in the entire venue. He instinctively stepped back half a pace. Qin Yu looked at him, and Lin Wan looked at him too. Su Cheng's lips moved, and his voice came out strained. Is it too late for me to run away now, eh? Is it still not too late for me to run away now, eh? Su Cheng said this with utter seriousness. So serious that Qin Yu was silent for a full second. Lin Wan watched him, looking as if his soul was about to flee his body, and couldn't help but curve her eyes, coaxing him softly. Sissy, don't be afraid. It's just moving your position a little forward. Su Cheng turned his head stiffly to look at her. A little. He held up one finger, his voice nearly trembling. Sister, the first seat on the left. Do you call that a little? That's the golden seat for public execution. Qin Yu crossed her arms, adding salt to the wound slowly. The head cameraman says you're photogenic. Su Cheng nearly fell to his knees on the spot. I am not photogenic. Qin Yu raised an eyebrow. The cameraman has the final say. He's mistaken. Is everyone mistaken? Su Cheng choked, held his breath for a long time, and finally squeezed out. It's a lighting scam. Qin Yu laughed. Sushi, your mouth is really tough. Su Cheng's heart jolted again upon hearing the name Sushi. This name had only just been born, yet it was already being spoken with increasing ease. So easily that even he himself was starting to get scared. No, must not get used to it. Sushi was just a temporary account. Su Cheng was the real identity. I am just a male college student temporarily wearing a bridesmaid dress for work. Thinking this, Su Cheng immediately puffed out his chest, then was choked by the corset to the point of nearly passing out on the spot. No, must not get used to it. Sushi was just a temporary account. Su Cheng was the real identity. I am just a male college student temporarily wearing a bridesmaid dress for work. Thinking this, Su Cheng immediately puffed out his chest, then was choked by the corset to the point of nearly passing. Qin Yu patted her hand back. No. Why, oi? If you put on those glasses, the makeup we just finished will be ruined. Let it be ruined. I wasn't here to walk the red carpet anyway. Qin Yu smiled dangerously. You are now. Su Cheng. He wanted to resist, but the glasses were in Qin Yu's hands. The dress was on his body, and Lin Wan was looking at him with that gentle counting on you CC gaze. Su Cheng's will to resist was instantly drained to critical health. Lin Wan walked over and gently took his hand, Cece, I'm really troubling you today. When the ceremony is over, your sister will take you back to the dressing room to change, okay? Su Cheng looked at Lin Wan. Her bridal makeup was exquisite, her wedding dress pure white, but her eyes held genuine apology and concern. That fleeting thought of running away was instantly suppressed again. She's begging me like this. Wouldn't it be a bit inhuman to run now? Wait, I'm just a male college student. Since when did I start considering whether I'm human? Su Cheng's mind was a tangled mess. Finally, he could only grit his teeth and nod, just standing for a while. Lin Wan's eyes lit up. Just a while. Qin Yu chimed in from the side. You also need to enter, stand through the ceremony, hand over the bouquet, and pose for photos. Su Cheng turned to look at her, his gaze resentful. If you don't speak, no one will mistake you for heir. Qin Yu said calmly. I'm afraid you have a misunderstanding about the wedding process. Su Cheng, I have a misunderstanding about life itself right now. A staff member urged from the doorway. Miss Lin, the bridesmaid group, should get ready. The lighting is almost finished debugging. Lin Wan acknowledged, then turned to Su Cheng, gently tidying the long hair that fell over his shoulder. Su Cheng froze completely. He could clearly feel the sensation of the strands falling onto his shoulder, impossibly soft. Before, when he dressed as a man, he had medium-long hair, but it was mostly because he was too lazy to cut it, and no one thought twice when he tousled it into a bird's nest. But now this hair cascading down was like a traitor specifically sabotaging him. Lin Wan's fingers gently brushed through the ends, her gaze incredibly soft. Cece, your hair is really beautiful. Su Cheng's face reddened to the point of steaming, but he retorted stubbornly, it grew by itself. It has nothing to do with me. Qin Yu couldn't help but laugh. So your face grew by itself too. Su Cheng immediately replied, right, natural, can't help it. Qin Yu, give you one compliment, and you're already getting cocky. Su Cheng, I'm just being forced to acknowledge objective facts. Lin Wan finally laughed out loud. The tense atmosphere in the dressing room was somewhat dispelled by his stubborn retorts. The makeup artist came over to touch up Lin Wan's lipstick, then casually checked Su Cheng's makeup. The moment she looked, her eyes lit up again. Miss Su, your skin condition is amazing. You walked for so long during the rehearsal, and your makeup barely budged. Su Cheng smiled politely, crying on the inside. Stop complimenting me. If you keep going, you'll really start wondering if I'm suited for a career change to being a bridesmaid. The makeup artist asked again, would you like a little more lip color? The formal ceremony lights are strong, a lighter shade might get washed out. No. Su Cheng refused too quickly, his voice nearly cracking. Qin Yu immediately looked at him. Su Cheng's heart tightened, and he quickly lowered his voice to salvage the situation. I mean, this is fine. Qin Yu walked over, pinched his chin, and looked. Su Cheng's whole body stiffened. What are you doing? Qin Yu looked for 2 seconds, then let go. It is enough. Any more would be too flashy. Su Cheng breathed a sigh of relief. Qin Yu added another line. It's already flashy enough as it is. Su Cheng. He should have known. This woman just can't feel comfortable without needling him. Suddenly a snippet of music played from outside, the sound check before the formal entrance. Hearing that wedding march, Su Cheng's heart began to pound wildly. He wasn't afraid of moving chairs, carrying trays, or being scolded by Sister Lu. But he was afraid of being stared at by an entire banquet hall full of people. Especially now, wearing a dress, without glasses, named Su Shi, and forced into the first seat to the bride's left. This wasn't just social death. This was the deluxe package of social death. A staff member pushed the door open and spoke quickly. All bridesmaids line up outside. The formal ceremony starts in 5 minutes. The bride is in the center. Miss Su stands to the bride's immediate left, Miss Qin to the immediate right. The rest of you follow the rehearsal list order. Hearing his designated position, Su Cheng's vision darkened again. He turned to look at Qin Yu, his eyes screaming for rescue. But Qin Yu only calmly pushed him towards the door. Let's go. My legs are weak. Then walk slowly. My feet hurt. They'll get you different shoes after the ceremony. I want to go back to moving chairs. Qin Yu smiled. Too late. The chairs have already been moved by someone else. Su Cheng was utterly despondent. Oh, chairs. I have never missed you all so much. In the corridor, the bridesmaids were already lined up. When the other bridesmaids saw Su Cheng come out, their gazes couldn't help but drift to his face. Someone whispered, is she the temporary one? I was stunned watching her during the rehearsal. She's so pretty. Is she the bride's sister? I haven't seen her before. Must be a friend. Su Cheng's scalp crawled as he tried his best to shrink himself. But the more he wanted to be Loki, the less he succeeded. With the light pink dress, flowing hair, a face unobscured by large black-rimmed glasses, and the slight redness at the corners of his eyes from tension, he was impossible to hide standing among the crowd. Qin Yu saw him trying to curl into a ball, and said quietly, straighten your back. Su Cheng whispered back, standing straight makes me more conspicuous. You're conspicuous, hunched over too. Then should I squat? Qin Yu shot him a look, you dare. Su Cheng shut his mouth. Lin Wan, standing in the middle, heard their bickering, and couldn't help turning back to smile. Cece, don't be afraid. Just follow me when it's time. Su Cheng nodded, His voice was very obedient. so obedient that he wanted to punch himself. Su-chung, get a grip. You're a male college student. You can't be tamed by a dress and a few sisters coaxing you. Just as he was psyching himself up, the door to the banquet hall ahead opened a crack. Light spilled out from inside along with the lively murmur of voices. The guests were all seated. The master of ceremonies was warming up the crowd on stage. Distinguished guests, dear friends, and family, welcome to today's wedding ceremony. Hearing the applause from inside, Su Cheng's heart raced even more. Gu Chun was sitting in there. During the rehearsal, Gu Chun had found him familiar. If they made eye contact again during the formal ceremony, what if Gu Chun continued to be suspicious? No one should be talking during the formal ceremony. He just had to walk over, stand still, smile, not trip, not speak, and he would survive. Su Cheng began to silently recite his survival mantra. Don't speak. Don't fall. Don't look around. Don't look for glasses. Don't admit you're sushi. He had just finished the last sentence when Qin Yu reminded him quietly from the side, sushi smile. Su Cheng nearly slipped. He turned to look at Qin Yue, his gaze indignant. Don't suddenly call me like that. Qin Yue getting used to it in advance. Su Cheng, I don't want to get used to it. Qin Yue, then don't freeze when someone calls you Miss Su during the formal ceremony. Su Cheng. That made a lot of sense. He couldn't argue with that at all. Lin Wan gently squeezed his hand. Cici, if you feel uncomfortable, just quietly tell me. Su Cheng's heart softened again. I'm fine. He paused after speaking, then quietly added, Sister, don't worry. Lin Wan was stunned for a moment. Qin Yu also looked over. Su Cheng was stunned himself. Sister. That had slipped out too naturally. Not to gain sympathy, not to cover a lie, it just came out naturally. Lin Wan's eyes instantly softened. Your sister is here. Su Cheng's ears turned red immediately. Damn it. His mouth was out of control again. These sisters were truly poisonous. Qin Yu chuckled softly, but didn't expose him. She just handed her handbag to a nearby staff member and walked to his other side. If you sprain your ankle later, lean towards Lin Wan, not towards me. Su Cheng, why? Qin Yue, I find you troublesome. Su Cheng was so angry he nearly laughed. Then I'll deliberately lean your way. Qin Yu raised an eyebrow. If you dare to lean, I'll yell, watch out, Miss Su, on the spot. Su Cheng instantly became obedient. The threat worked. A staff member raised their hand as a signal ready. The lights in the banquet hall slowly dimmed. The corridor lights were also dimmed somewhat. The doors ahead closed. The prelude to the music began. Su Cheng stood to Lin Wan's left holding a small bouquet, his fingertips cold with tension. No glasses. No bird's nest hair. No hoarse voice. Right now he was completely sushi. Even though this name was made up on the spot, even though this dress was forced upon him, even though his mind was still frantically insisting, he was Su Cheng at this moment standing in the wedding procession. No one would mistake him for that drab male college student. Su Cheng suddenly felt a bit panicked. Not about being exposed. It was fear of being consumed by this identity. Lin Wan seemed to sense his unease and gently held his hand. Cici, walk with your sister. Su Cheng looked up at her. Lin Wan's smile was gentle and reassuring. On the other side, Qin Yu said quietly, stop shaking. You'll make the dress ripple like waves. Su Cheng. That bit of panic was instantly shattered by Qin Yu's words. He gritted his teeth and whispered back, you'd be prettier if you didn't talk. Qin Yu laughed, still able to talk back. You're fine. The music grew louder. The master of ceremonies' voice came from the banquet hall. Now let's welcome today's bride and the bridesmaids who accompany her on her journey to happiness with a round of applause. The doors slowly opened. Light spilled out from within. The gazes of every single guest turned sharply towards the entrance. Su Cheng's breath caught in the glare of the light. Instinctively, he wanted to lower his head, but Qin Yu lightly tapped his wrist from the side. Look up. Lin Wan also said softly, Cici, smile. Su Cheng lifted his head stiffly. The next second, his gaze swept across the red carpet and the sea of guests, directly colliding with Gu Chen's line of sight in the front row. Gu Chen's expression was calm at first, but upon seeing Su Shi at the entrance, he was clearly stunned. Su Cheng let out a silent scream in his heart. It's over. He's looking at me again. The moment the doors swung open, Su Cheng nearly forgot how to breathe. Light spilled out from the banquet hall like a brilliant, inescapable net, enveloping him entirely. All the guests turned in unison to look at the entrance. Applause erupted. Petals drifted down softly from both sides. Lin Wan stood at the center, her wedding gown pristine, white, her smile tender and graceful. She looked like a bride who had stepped straight out of a painting. Logically, every gaze should have been fixed on Lin Wan. Yet Su Cheng quickly noticed that many eyes were secretly drifting toward him, especially those in the front row. Gu Chun sat there impeccably dressed in a suit, his expression cool and detached. But the moment he saw Su Cheng, he froze visibly. Su Cheng screamed inwardly. Boss Gu, look at the bride. Today Lin Wan is the one getting married, not me, the temporary stand-in bridesmaid. He wanted to lower his head, but Qin Yu whispered a warning from the other side. Don't look down, the cameras are rolling. Su Cheng's smile stiffened. Cameras. Those two words were even more terrifying than Gu Chen's gaze. It meant he was not only being seen by everyone present, but would also be preserved forever. Preserved as what? The scene of male college student Su Cheng's ultimate Waterloo. Lin Wan gently squeezed his hand. "Cece, follow me." Su Cheng nodded stiffly. The music softened. The bridesmaids began to walk forward with the bride. Su Cheng stood at the first position on Lin Wan's left, an absurdly conspicuous spot. With every step he felt as if he were being roasted alive under the lights. His low heels sank softly into the red carpet, offering no sense of security. He dared not walk too fast or too slow. Too fast, and he might fall. Too slow, and he might disrupt Lin Wan. Worse, he feared his movements were too stiff, revealing that he didn't seem like a girl. "Steady. Don't fall. Don't speak. Don't look at Gu Chun. Don't think about the glasses." No sooner had he silently chanted, "Don't look at Gu Chun," than his eyes uncontrollably swept toward the front row. And then they met Gu Chen's gaze. Su Cheng. Damn it. He wished he could bury himself inside the bridal bouquet. Gu Chen didn't look away. He watched Su. She walked step by step from the entrance, her pink dress swaying gently, her hair resting on her shoulders, the lights illuminating the panic in her eyes with perfect clarity. During the rehearsal, she had seemed like a little fox ready to flee at any moment. Now walking down the real red carpet, she was still nervous, yet forced to straighten her back, maintaining a faint smile with effort. That clumsy earnestness was even more captivating. Gu Chen's fingers stirred faintly. The groom beside him followed his gaze and whispered, "Gu Chen, what are you looking at?" Gu Chen snapped back to reality and said flatly, "Nothing." The groom shot him a puzzled look, then turned his eyes to the red carpet, and his eyes lit up. "Whoa, who's that bridesmaid next to Wan Wan? How did I not notice her during the rehearsal?" Gu Chen's gaze darkened slightly. "A temporary bridesmaid." The groom marveled, "This temporary find is too." Before he could finish, Gu Chen shot him a glance. The groom immediately coughed and sat up straight. "Of course my wife is the most beautiful." Gu Chen looked away, but his peripheral vision still lingered on that pink figure. Halfway down the red carpet, a flower child got too excited and tossed a handful of petals high, showering Su Cheng's head. One petal stuck right on the tip of his nose. Su Cheng barely stifled a sneeze, his eyes turning red from the effort. Lin Wan caught a glimpse from the corner of her eye and nearly burst out laughing. Qin Yu also saw it, a smile curling at the corner of her mouth as she whispered, "Hold it in." Su Cheng squeezed out a breathy reply, "It stuck to my face." "Don't move. It itches. If you scratch, the photographer will catch your twisted expression." Su Cheng instantly behaved. "Petals, huh? Just you wait. Once I'm Su Cheng again, the first thing he'll do is report this wedding for littering plant corpses." Finally, they reached the floral arch, and the bridesmaids took their positions. Su Cheng could finally stop. He had barely exhaled in relief when the host's enthusiastic voice came from beside him. Today, the bride, Miss Lin Wan, accompanied by her family and bridesmaids, walks toward her happiness. As the host said this, his gaze swept over the bridesmaids and suddenly faltered, because he spotted the petal on Su Cheng's nose. And Su Cheng couldn't move, forced to endure with reddened eyes. The scene was both endearing and amusing, yet stunningly beautiful. The host nearly forgot his lines. Qin Yu, quick-witted, used the excuse of adjusting positions to reach out and remove the petal from Su Cheng's nose. Su Cheng immediately whispered, "Thanks." Qin Yu lowered her voice, "Don't thank me with that tone. I'm afraid you'll lure Gu Chen over here." Su Cheng nearly glared at her. "Who's luring? I don't even have a fishing rod." The host finally regained his composure and continued his script. The wedding ceremony officially began. The groom took the stage. Lin Wan walked to the center. The bridesmaids stood on either side, with Su Cheng in the spot closest to the bride, behind him the floral arch and lights. From this angle the guests could see him. So could the photographer. And Gu Chen even more so. Su Cheng tried his best to become a pretty pillar. Pillars don't talk. Pillars don't suffer social death. Pillars have no gender crisis. The groom began his speech, his voice a little shaky. "Wan Wan, from the first time we met I knew." As he said this, his gaze inadvertently flicked to Su Cheng. And then he froze. "Lin Wan. Qin Yu. Su Cheng." The entire venue fell silent for a second. The groom snapped out of it, his face reddening as he quickly recovered. "I knew that the luckiest thing in my life is meeting you." The guests applauded. Lin Wan smiled gently, but as she passed the bridesmaid's position, she gave Su Cheng a brief look. Su Cheng looked utterly innocent. "Not my fault. Really not my fault. I've been trying my best to be a pillar." Qin Yu stood opposite him, her eyes seeming to say, "With a face like that, being a pillar is a bit tough." Su Cheng understood, and his despair deepened. The ceremony continued. Exchanging vows. Parents' speeches. The host's emotional narration. Su Cheng's heels ached, but he kept a faint smile on his face. This was way more exhausting than moving chairs. Moving chairs tired the body. Being a bridesmaid exhausted the soul. Especially whenever the host mentioned words like love, companionship, or destiny, Su Cheng felt utterly out of place. What was his destiny? Being hit in the mouth by a pill while sleeping. Waking up to find his brother out of a job. Being dragged into a bridesmaid dress in the afternoon. A fate like that would silence anyone. Finally, the host announced the ring exchange segment. Su Cheng's heart tightened. He had rehearsed this part. But the real ceremony was different. This time the ring box actually contained rings. A staff member handed the delicate little box to Su Cheng. "Miss Su, if you please." Su Cheng took the ring box, his fingers tensing instantly. He wasn't afraid of the value. He was afraid of dropping it. With so many eyes watching, if he dropped the rings, Lin Wan would probably never forget him. Qin Yu across from him noticed his stiffness and warned him with her eyes steady. Lin Wan glanced at him gently, her gaze reassuring, "Don't be afraid." Su Cheng took a deep breath. "Steady. A male college student can be poor, but he can't drop the rings at a wedding." He followed the procedure, walking forward to hand the ring box to the groom. The first 2 steps were steady. The third step too. But just as he reached his position, the hem of his skirt got lightly caught under his own toe. It was a small misstep, but Su Cheng's heart nearly exploded. His body swayed slightly. Gu Chan in the audience sat up almost simultaneously. Qin Yu also prepared to step in. Fortunately, Su Cheng's survival instinct kicked in, and he managed to regain his balance with the last bit of stability, the ring box still in his hand. No one in the audience noticed anything major, except for Lin Wan and Qin Yue, who were close by, and Gu Chun, who had been watching him all along. As Su Cheng handed the ring box to the groom, his fingertips were still trembling slightly. The groom took it and said softly, "Thank you, Miss Su." Su Cheng forced a smile, trying hard not to speak. But the groom added, "Are you okay? You look a bit pale." Su Cheng. If he didn't answer, it would seem strange. So he replied in a very soft voice, "I'm fine." Just 2 words. Soft as a whisper. In the audience, Gu Chen's expression flickered slightly. Qin Yu facebombed from across the aisle. Lin Wan lowered her head to hide a smile. Su Cheng immediately retreated to his spot, wishing he could sew his mouth shut. "I said no talking." "Su Cheng, can your mouth ever listen for once?" The ring exchange went smoothly. The couple embraced. Applause filled the hall. Su Cheng clapped along, finally allowing himself a half sigh of relief. The major part of the ceremony was over. He just had to get through the group photos and the exit, and he could return to the lounge. Back to the lounge, he could change clothes. Change clothes and get his glasses back. Get his glasses back, and he could once again become that safe, messy-haired, raspy-voiced male college student. Just as he was mentally mapping out his escape route, the host suddenly said with a smile, "Now please let the bride hand the bouquet to the bridesmaid for safekeeping. We'll have a warm bouquet toss later." Su Cheng's just relaxed heart tightened again. Lin Wan, holding the bouquet, turned to face him. Su Cheng blinked. "No way. Him again." Lin Wan's eyes sparkled with mirth as she gently placed the bouquet into his arms. "Cece, hold this for your sister." Su Cheng had no choice but to take it. The bouquet was fragrant and very eye-catching. The host, as if discovering fresh material, immediately asked with a grin, "This bridesmaid looks a bit nervous. Is this your first wedding?" Su Cheng's entire body stiffened. The microphone was coming toward him. All eyes followed. Qin Yu's expression changed slightly. Lin Wan instinctively stepped half a block. Su Cheng stared at the microphone right in front of him, his mind a complete blank. Can't let out a raspy voice. Can't say the wrong thing. Can't blow my cover. But the host was still waiting. And Gu Chun was watching from the audience. Su Cheng clutched the bouquet, wailing inwardly. "Help. This time I really have to speak." The moment the microphone was thrust before him, Su Cheng's mind went completely blank. The MC beamed with fervent enthusiasm. The entire banquet hall's guests smiled with eager anticipation. The camera lens, knowing its role, had already swiveled over. Su Cheng clutched the bridal bouquet, his fingers stiff, his entire being like a small animal caught in the spotlight, with even his escape routes sealed off. This was it. This wasn't an ordinary microphone. This was a microphone for public execution. The moment I open my mouth and my voice comes out wrong, my life will restart on the spot. The MC continued, smiling. "Miss Su seems a bit nervous. Is this your first time attending such a formal wedding?" Su Cheng wanted to nod. Just nod without speaking. But the MC, as if fearing she was too shy, pushed the microphone closer, his tone even gentler. "It's all right, just say a few simple words." A few simple words. Listen to that. Such deceptively light words. But to Su Cheng, these 4 words were more terrifying than "Please explain the origin of the alchemical pill right now." His peripheral vision frantically searched for Qin Yu. Qin Yu stood on the other side of the bridesmaid line, her expression already turning cold. She was about to step forward to interrupt, but the MC positioned his body in between, clearly still immersed in the on-site atmosphere of the shy temporary bridesmaid interaction. Lin Wan also furrowed her brow, slightly stepping a bit in front of Su Cheng. But all the guests were watching. Forcing a non-response at this point would seem even stranger. Su Cheng could only steel himself and look up. He saw Gu Chun in the front row looking at him too. Gu Chen's gaze wasn't like the others' teasing, nor was there any mockery. Instead, it held a quiet concern. This kind of look made Su Cheng even more panicked. "Don't look at me like that. When you get serious, I feel even more like a little girl being taken care of." He took a deep breath, desperately trying to suppress the duck-like croak about to escape his throat. He couldn't use that raspy voice. He couldn't say too much either. The shorter the safer. Su Cheng clutched the bouquet tighter, leaned closer to Lin Wan, and said in a very, very soft voice, "It's my first time." Just 4 words. Soft, light, obedient, carrying a hint of undisguisable nervousness. The microphone broadcast his voice. The entire banquet hall fell noticeably silent for a moment. Many guests showed kind smiles. Someone whispered, "This bridesmaid has such a nice voice too." Su Cheng's ears turned red instantly. It was over. Praised again. Could you people not be so enthusiastic towards a temp worker? The MC was startled for a second, then his smile grew even brighter. "No wonder you're so nervous. So Miss Su, having accompanied the bride down the aisle today, do you have any blessings you'd like to offer her?" A silent scream echoed in Su Cheng's heart. More? There's a second question too. Is this a wedding or a pop oral exam? Cheng Yu finally couldn't hold back. She stepped forward and spoke with a smile. "MCCC is timid, don't tease her." The MC finally realized he might have asked too much and quickly smoothed things over with a laugh. All right, we won't pressure our shy little bridesmaid." Little bridesmaid. Su Cheng's face turned even redder. He had given up correcting it now, because it was impossible to correct. Lin Wan took the opportunity to take the microphone and smiled at the audience. "CC is here to help me today. Just her being here already moves me deeply. As for blessings, she already whispered them to me in the lounge earlier." Su Cheng was stunned. When had he said that? But Lin Wan squeezed his hand and gave a subtle wink. Su Cheng understood instantly. Sister was covering for him. His heart softened, and he quickly lowered his head, playing the obedient role. Applause rose from the audience. The MC smoothly steered the topic back to the couple and continued the proceedings. "It seems the bride and bridesmaid share a wonderful bond. Next, let's move into today's warm and lively bouquet toss segment." Su Cheng had just let out half a sigh of relief when he heard the words bouquet toss segment, and his heart leaped back into his throat. No way. More? He held the bouquet, feeling that the flowers in his arms were no longer flowers. They were a balm. The MC was in high spirits. According to tradition, the bride tosses the bouquet to the next lucky person. But today we'll switch it up a bit. The bride has already entrusted the bouquet to Miss Su. So Miss Su, please hold on to this blessing for the bride for now. Su Cheng stood rigidly holding the flowers. Hold on to it. The words sounded safe. But a switch it up a bit at a wedding is usually not safe. Sure enough, the MC's next words came. Later, we'll invite a few unmarried friends up here. Miss Su will then hand the bouquet to one of them. Let this blessing be passed on to the next destined person. Su Cheng's vision went dark. He was just a temporary bridesmaid. Why was he responsible for distributing matrimonial fate? Cheng Yu's expression changed too. She lowered her voice and said something to a nearby staff member who hurried over to communicate with the MC. But the MC had already stirred up the atmosphere. Guests in the audience began to holler. "Unmarried ones, get up there. Who's still single on the groom's side? Isn't CEO Gu single?" As soon as these words were uttered, Su Cheng's whole body went stiff. "CEO Gu Chen, are you people at this wedding so bold?" He instinctively looked towards the front row. Gu Chen sat there, his expression calm, seemingly accustomed to this kind of teasing. The groom beside him, however, laughed mischievously and patted Gu Chen on the shoulder. "Go on, CEO Gu, show your brother some support." Gu Chen glanced at him indifferently. "Stop messing around." The groom lowered his voice. "Weren't you just staring at that bridesmaid?" "I saw it all." Gu Chen's brow twitched slightly. "I was not." The groom had an expression of keep pretending. Su Cheng couldn't hear what they were saying, but seeing Gu Chen being patted on the shoulder by the groom set off alarm bells in his heart. "Don't come. Please don't come. CEO Gu, stay seated. You're a mature CEO, you can't be kidnapped by the wedding atmosphere." But some in the audience had already started chanting CEO Gu. CEO Gu. Hearing the atmosphere build, the MC also laughed and chimed in. "It seems everyone is looking forward to Mr. Gu coming up on stage." Su Cheng held the bouquet, his face turning pale. Lin Wan also felt something was off and quietly asked the MC, "This segment wasn't planned before, was it?" The MC explained in a low voice, "Just a spontaneous warm-up, it won't take long." Cheng Yu walked over, her voice cold and suppressed. "Don't make CC too uncomfortable." The MC finally caught on and quickly laughed. Of course, it's just a simple interaction." Simple interaction. There it was again. Su Cheng was now allergic to the word simple. Gu Chen originally showed no sign of getting up, but the groom, besieged by the teasing from friends and family, simply reached out and pulled him up. Come on, just do it for my sake. If you don't come up, they won't let me off." Gu Chen frowned. He usually disliked this kind of frivolous banter at events. But when his gaze swept across the stage, he saw Su Shi standing there holding the bouquet, clearly nervous and at a loss. She looked like a kitten suddenly pushed into the center of a crowd, wanting to hide, but forced to endure, because Lin Wan was beside her. Gu Chen was silent for a moment, then still stepped onto the stage. Su Cheng watched him walk over step by step, his entire body going numb. He actually came. Know who authorized him to come? CEO Gu, where is your aloof persona? Where is your tycoon's sense of boundaries? The applause and hollering from the audience grew louder. The MC invited 2 more unmarried male guests and 1 bridesmaid friend up to make the atmosphere seem more natural. But Su Cheng knew very well. Those few were just atmosphere. The real focus had already become Gu Chun. Even worse, Gu Chun was standing not far from him. With just a lift of his eyes, he could see Gu Chun. Su Cheng held the bouquet, his palms sweating. The MC laughed. So now, Miss Su, on behalf of the bride, please give the bouquet to the person you feel most connected to by fate. Su Cheng. Fate. Who was he fated with? He was most fated with that inexplicable alchemical pill. Could he stuff the bouquet into the pill? Su Cheng stood frozen. The few people on stage all looked at him with smiles. Gu Chun didn't rush him, just stood quietly. Chen Yu was beside him, using her eyes to warn the MC to stop. Lin Wan gently leaned close to Su Cheng and whispered, "Cici, just give it to anyone. Don't be scared. Anyone." That sounded simple. But Su Cheng knew it would be trouble no matter who he gave it to. If he gave it to an ordinary male guest, people would holler. If he gave it to the bridesmaid friend, the MC would probably tease. If he gave it to Gu Chun, it would be a complete disaster. He secretly glanced at the 2 male guests. One was smiling too enthusiastically. The other's eyes were too bright. Su Cheng instinctively took a half step back. Then he looked at the bridesmaid friend, whose face was full of excited anticipation, silently screaming, "Give it to Sing. Gu, give it to CEO Gu." Su Cheng felt despair in his heart. Had everyone turned against him? Just as he was hesitating, someone from the audience shouted, "Give it to CEO Gu. CEO Gu is single. CEO Gu, take the flowers." The hollering grew louder. Gu Chen's brow furrowed slightly as if he wanted to speak up to stop it. But the noise scrambled Su Cheng's thoughts. He just wanted this segment to end quickly. Give it away quickly. Get off stage quickly. Get back to the lounge quickly. Get his glasses back quickly. So driven almost purely by survival instinct, he took 2 steps forward and shoved the bouquet into the hands of the person closest to him, the one who seemed least likely to move and most capable of ending his embarrassment. Gu Chun looked down at the bouquet suddenly thrust into his arms. Su Cheng froze too, because the person he had shoved it to was precisely Gu Chun. The whole venue was silent for a beat. The next second, the hollering exploded. Wow! CEO Gu caught the bouquet. Miss Su gave it to him personally. Su Cheng's scalp tingled, his face reddened to the point of bleeding. "No, I didn't mean to. I just wanted to end the process. Gu Chun was closest to me, I did it automatically." "Automatically, you understand." Chen Yu narrowed her eyes. Lin Wan was stunned for a moment, then couldn't help but laugh. Gu Chun held the bouquet, his gaze falling on Su Cheng's face. Su Cheng was flustered by his look and quickly explained in a low voice, I didn't." He stopped mid-sentence. He couldn't say more. The more he explained, the more it would seem like something was going on. But Gu Chun asked softly, "You didn't mean to give it to me?" Su Cheng's heart skipped a beat. He wanted to nod, but the surroundings were full of hollering and cameras. If he nodded too quickly, he would seem rude. If he didn't nod, it would be like admitting it. Su Cheng was trapped in a life dilemma. Finally, his face burning, he whispered, "I wish you happiness." The 4 words fell. Gu Chun was stunned. More laughter and applause erupted from the audience. The MC was as excited as if he had captured the scene of the year. Wonderful. Miss Su's blessing was perfectly said. "We also wish Mr. Gu happiness soon." Su Cheng almost closed his eyes in despair right there. "MC, please stop. I beg you, put away your powers." Gu Chun looked at him, still holding the bouquet. After a long moment, he said softly, "Thank you." His voice was not loud, but it was very sincere. Su Cheng's heart fluttered again. He quickly retreated to Lin Wan's side, pretending he had just completed a task. Lin Wan gently squeezed his hand, her eyes full of amusement. "Cici did great." Su Cheng was on the verge of tears. "Sister, please don't praise me." Chen Yu walked over to him and said in a low voice, "Didn't you say you weren't fishing?" Su Cheng nearly exploded. "I wasn't." Chen Yu looked at the flowers in Gu Chen's hand. "Then how did they end up with him?" Su Cheng hissed in exasperation. "He was the closest." Chen Yu, a good excuse. "Keep working on it for later." Su Cheng. He wanted to cry. The ceremony was finally drawing to a close. The couple bowed to thank the guests, and the bridesmaid group prepared to accompany them off stage. Su Cheng thought the bouquet incident was the biggest disaster of the event, but just before they exited, the photographer suddenly ran to the front of the stage. "Wait, the bride and bridesmaids stay for a group photo first." Su Cheng's whole body stiffened. A group photo? More evidence. The photographer was already arranging bride in the center, Miss Chen on the right, Miss Su on the left. "Mr. Gu, since you caught the bouquet, join in 2, stand next to Miss Su. This will make a great shot." Su Cheng's pupils contracted sharply. Gu Chun standing next to him. He instinctively looked at Chen Yu. Chen Yu raised an eyebrow, her expression one of pure amusement. Lin Wan smiled gently, but didn't refuse. Gu Chun, holding the bouquet, had already walked over. Su Cheng clutched his small corsage, his mind filled with only one thought. It was over. The bouquet wasn't the bomb. Gu Chun was. As Gu Chun approached with the bouquet in hand, only one thought filled Su Cheng's mind. Run. Run immediately. Run from the left side of the stage, descend, cross the banquet hall, dash through the staff passage back to the dressing room, snatch back his glasses, change into sportswear, and then delete the temporary account, sushi overnight. Unfortunately, he was now standing beside the bride. To his left was Lin Wan, to the right the photographer, in front the camera, behind him the flower stand. All escape routes were blocked. The photographer was still directing excitedly. Yes, Mr. Gu, stand next to Miss Su. Just now Miss Su gave the bouquet to Mr. Gu. This moment is memorable. Su Cheng nearly died on the spot. Memorable. This is called evidence. In the future, if anyone sees this photo, how would I explain? Say I was a temporary worker and casually handed the flower to the CEO of Gu Corporation. Gu Chun had already walked to his side. The distance was not far, but to Su Cheng it was dangerously close. He instinctively moved toward Lin Wan. The photographer immediately shouted, Miss Su, don't dodge. Lean a little toward Mr. Gu, or the frame will be empty. Su Cheng stiffened. Gu Chun turned his head to look at him, his voice low. Are you afraid of me? Su Cheng immediately shook his head no. He answered too quickly, making him seem even more guilty. Gu Chun looked at him, his gaze calm. Then why are you always dodging to the side? Su Cheng braced himself and whispered, I'm afraid of blocking the bride. Lin Wan, standing nearby, almost burst out laughing. Qin Yu stood on the other side, arms crossed, her eyes clearly saying, keep making up stories, I want to see what else you can come up with. Su Cheng dared not look at Qin Yu. He was afraid he would lose control and curse with his eyes. The photographer continued directing. Miss Su, lower the small accessory flower in your hand. Mr. Gu, bring the bouquet a bit forward. Yes, a little closer. Su Cheng's entire body was tense. Closer. How much closer? Gu Chun moved half a step toward him. Their shoulders were almost touching. Su Cheng immediately recoiled as if burned. Qin Yu spoke softly. Su, she stopped moving. The photographer is about to cry from frustration. Su Cheng gritted his teeth. I wasn't moving. Qin Yu, you just looked like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Su Cheng. Gu Chun heard this, and a faint smile appeared in his eyes. Su Cheng caught it from the corner of his eye, and felt even more flustered. What are you laughing at? Don't laugh. When you laugh, I look more like a teased little girl. The photographer was sweating anxiously. Miss Su, relax a little. You don't need to be afraid of the camera. The entrance shots came out very nice. Hearing the word, nice, Su Cheng's face began to burn again. He wasn't afraid of the camera. He was afraid of evidence. Seeing that Su Cheng was still stiff, the photographer had a sudden idea. How about this, Mr. Gu turned slightly to look at Miss Su. Miss Su, look at the camera and smile. Su Cheng's eyes widened in shock. Gu Chun, look at him and capture it on camera. Who exactly had paid this photographer to push him to the brink? Gu Chun, however, was very cooperative, turning his head slightly. Su Cheng instantly felt that gaze land on his face. Not heavy, but with a strong presence. He was already nervous, and under that gaze he simply couldn't force a smile. The photographer raised the camera. Miss Su, smile. Su Cheng tried to pull his lips. Failed. Photographer, more natural. Su Cheng kept trying. It became even stiffer. Qin Yu, unable to watch, whispered, think about how you'll be back in the lounge soon. Su Cheng's eyes lit up. The photographer immediately pressed the shutter. Click. Qin Yu. Lin Wan. Su Cheng realized belatedly. Oh no, he had actually smiled just now. Because he thought about leaving work. The photographer was thrilled. Great. This one is great. Miss Su's smile is very sweet. The smile on Su Cheng's face instantly cracked. Sweet. That was my smile at seeing the exit. Gu Chun watched his expression change and finally couldn't help but ask softly, do you really want to go down? Su Cheng replied quietly, feet hurt. No. Then why do you keep wanting to leave? Because I'm afraid of you. Because I'm afraid of the camera. Because I'm afraid that the name Su, she will become too natural. Because I was originally just here to move chairs, but now everyone thinks I'm a beautiful bridesmaid. He couldn't say any of this. Su Cheng could only lower his head and make up an excuse. I'm not used to being watched by so many people. Gu Chun didn't press further. He simply pulled the bouquet slightly closer to his chest, blocking part of the side camera. Su Cheng was stunned. The photographer called out, Mr. Gu, don't block too much of the flower. Gu Chun said calmly, she's nervous. The photographer paused, then smiled. I understand. Let's keep it like this, that looks good too. Su Cheng suddenly felt a strange stir in his heart. What was up with Gu Chun? He was supposed to be a dangerous person. He had just asked if he looked familiar, kept staring at him, and was even persuaded by the crowd to catch the bouquet. But now he naturally shielded him from the camera. This made it hard for Su Cheng to dislike him. No, he must not be corrupted by sugar-coated bullets. He was taking care of Su, she not Su Cheng. Su, she was a temporary account, emotions could not be recharged. The photographer took a few more shots, and the group photo session with the newlyweds finally ended. The MC continued arranging for the couple to exit and for relatives and friends to prepare for group photos. The bridesmaids could first accompany the bride back to the lounge. Hearing, back to the lounge, Su Cheng practically revived on the spot. Lin Wan took his hand, Let's go, Cece. Su Cheng nodded quickly. Qin Yu walked over from the other side, glanced at the bouquet in Gu Chen's arms, and smiled meaningfully. President Gu, hold on to that flower. Gu Chen looked down at the flower, then back at Su Cheng. Su Cheng immediately looked away. Don't look at me. The flower wasn't something I meant to give. It was just fate's clumsy throw into your arms. But Gu Chen spoke, Miss Su. Su Cheng paused mid-step. He hadn't fully gotten used to that address, so he turned around a beat late. Gu Chen looked at him. Thank you for your blessing earlier. Su Cheng's scalp tingled. He quickly waved his hand and whispered, You're welcome. Gu Chen asked again, Will you attend the banquet later? Su Cheng stiffened. Banquet. He had to attend. Instinctively, he looked at Qin Yu and Lin Wan. Lin Wan said softly, According to the procedure, the bridesmaids should sit next to the main table, but if Cece feels unwell, she can rest in the lounge for a while. Su Cheng's eyes lit up. But Qin Yu slowly added, Resting is fine, but later, there's still helping with toasts, changing dresses, collecting red envelopes, and registering the bouquet. The light in Su Cheng's eyes died. He looked at Qin Yu with a nearly broken expression. How is your wedding more complicated than final exams? Qin Yu laughed, regretted. Su Cheng gritted his teeth. I've regretted it since the dressing room. Lin Wan let out a gentle laugh. Cece has worked hard. After it's over, he'll compensate you. Compensation. Su Cheng was about to say it wasn't necessary, but thinking of the dignity, energy, voice, pure image evidence, and the big black-rimmed glasses confiscated by Qin Yu that he had lost today, he suddenly felt he really needed compensation. So he whispered, Can you compensate me with a meal? Lin Wan hesitated for a moment, then smiled, even more tenderly, of course. Qin Yu raised an eyebrow beside them. Just one meal. Su Cheng immediately became alert. What do you want to do? Qin Yu, I thought you would ask for hush money. Su Cheng's heart skipped guiltily. I don't have any secrets. Qin Yu looked at him and laughed. Oh. That, was more terrifying than being directly exposed. Gu Chen stood nearby, his gaze sweeping among the three. He could sense that there was a secret between Su Shi, Lin Wan, and Qin Yu. And not an ordinary secret. But he didn't ask again. She had just said she didn't want to talk about school matters. He remembered. Su Cheng, feeling nervous again under Gu Chen's gaze, quickly followed Lin Wan toward the lounge. The lights of the banquet hall grew distant, and the applause, voices, and the MC's words were all blocked by the door. As soon as the lounge door closed, Su Cheng, like a drained battery, collapsed onto the sofa. The skirt spread out, and he sank into it looking like a small animal trapped in pink fabric. I survive, he said it, almost forgetting to modulate his voice, his tone soft and weak. Qin Yu heard, and couldn't help laughing. It's not over yet. Su Cheng jerked his head up. What? Lin Wan handed the hem of her wedding dress to the staff for arranging, and explained softly, The formal ceremony is over, but there's still the banquet, and toasting later. But you stood for a long time, so you can rest a bit first. Su Cheng covered his face with both hands. Sister, I now sort of understand why weddings collect gift money. Lin Wan was curious, why? Su Cheng looked up with a pained expression. Because if this process didn't collect money, it would really be unfair to the participants. Lin Wan was amused by him. Qin Yu also laughed, putting her bag on the dressing table. Su Cheng's eyes immediately locked onto that bag. Glasses. His seal. His life. Qin Yu saw through him at a glance. Don't even think about it. Not for now. Su Cheng almost stood up. Why? The ceremony is over. Qin Yu said calmly. You'll have to go out again later. If you put them on now, it's like telling everyone that the beautiful bridesmaid just now suddenly turned into a disheveled male college student. Su Cheng was choked. Reasonable. But he didn't want to admit it. Then at least let me touch them. Qin Yu, glasses are not your pet. They're pretty much the same to me. Hearing this, Lin Wan's eyes softened again. She sat down next to Su Cheng and handed him a small pastry. Eat some first, replenish your energy. Su Cheng's eyes lit up at the sight of the pastry. He had eaten little since morning, and after walking the red carpet and standing through the ceremony, he was already starving. But he still cautiously glanced at his dress. Can I eat? Will it be too tight? Qin Yu said flatly. You're already thin enough. Eat. Su Cheng picked up the pastry and took a bite. The sweetness spread in his mouth. He felt as if he had been healed a little. Lin Wan watched him eat in small bites, feeling more and more sympathetic. Slow down, there's more. Su Cheng murmured, Thank you, sister. After saying that, he himself froze. It slipped out again. Qin Yu raised an eyebrow lightly beside him. Lin Wan, however, smiled with her eyes curving. Mm's sister is here. Su Cheng's ears burned red to the point of scorching, and he could only bury his head and continue eating the pastry. Oh no. Sister Lin Wan was too gentle. If this continued, he was afraid he would really become her found little sister. Halfway through the pastry, the makeup artist came in to touch up. As soon as Su Cheng heard, touch up, he recoiled. Again. The makeup artist smiled. The lights were strong just now, and your lip color faded a bit. Just a quick touch-up. Su Cheng immediately covered his mouth. Qin Yu walked over and directly pressed his shoulder. Don't be difficult. I'm not being difficult. I'm protecting myself. Protecting what? The last line of defense of a male college student. Chin Yu looked at him for 2 seconds, then suddenly said softly, Sushi, have you noticed that the more you say you're a male college student, the less you seem like one? Su Cheng's heart skipped a beat. He looked up at her. Chin Yu's gaze was no longer full of teasing like before, but instead carried a hint of scrutiny. Su Cheng quickly lowered his head, pretending not to hear. Sensing the awkward atmosphere, Lin Wan gently took his hand. Chin Yu, don't pressure her. Chin Yu withdrew her gaze and didn't continue. The makeup artist took the opportunity to touch up Su Cheng's lip color and tidy his hair. The person in the mirror looked even more like Sushi than before. Su Cheng stared at the mirror, suddenly feeling a bit unsettled. He had originally thought that as long as he changed back into men's clothes, put on his glasses, and lowered his voice to a raspy tone, he would still be Su Cheng. But now, looking at this beautiful bridesmaid in the mirror, he felt a moment of both strangeness and reality. This thought startled him. Stop. Don't think nonsense. Sushi was just today's accident. When the wedding is over, everything resets. Just as he was trying to pull his mindset back, a staff member's voice came from outside the door. Miss Lin, Miss Chin, the main table is ready to start the banquet. The groom said that Mr. Gu wants to return the bouquet first, and asked if Miss Su is here. The lounge instantly fell silent. The pastry in Su Cheng's hand almost dropped to the floor. Chin Yu slowly turned to look at him. Lin Wan also blinked. Su Cheng was completely frozen, his face full of despair. He wants to return the flowers, so just return it. Why is he asking if I'm here? He still needs to return the bouquet. Why ask if I'm here? Su City clutched half a pastry frozen on the sofa. Whenever he heard the words Mr. Gu, Miss Su, and bouquet strung together, his mind automatically sounded the alarm. This wasn't just returning a bouquet. It was a dangerous person carrying evidence approaching a crime scene. Chin Yu leaned against the vanity, watching him lazily. Maybe he wants to thank you in person. Su City immediately retorted, he already thanked me just now. Maybe he wants to thank you again. Gratitude doesn't need a replay. Lin Wan sat nearby, holding back a smile as she defended him. Alright, stop teasing, Cece. CEO Gu is probably just being polite. Su City nodded vigorously, yes, politeness. Normal people just hand things over to the staff. Chin Yu raised an eyebrow. Do you think Guchen looks like a normal person? Su City was speechless. Good question. Guchen didn't look like a bad person, but he also didn't look ordinary. The moment he stood there, it was as if the entire hotel had to lower its volume. For someone like him to personally deliver the bouquet to the lounge door, it didn't seem like mere politeness. The staff outside was still waiting, asking softly, is Miss Su available? Mr. Gu is right outside. Su City nearly dropped the pastry in his hand. Right outside. He instinctively hid behind Lin Wan. Lin Wan, seeing how frightened he was, felt both pity and amusement. She stood up and said to the door, please wait a moment. A reply came from outside. The lounge fell silent. Su City lowered his voice, can I pretend I'm not here? Chin Yu laughed. You just gave him the bouquet on stage, and now you want to pretend you're not here. That was a procedural error. You handed it to him yourself. My brain short-circuited. And that I wish you happiness was also a short circuit. Su City's face flushed bright red. That was survival instinct. Chin Yu's survival instinct is quite sweet. Su City was almost furious with her. Lin Wan walked over and gently tidied the ends of his hair. Cece, don't be afraid. CEO Gu isn't the type to act recklessly. Su City looked up at her, his tone plaintive. Sister, you also said earlier it was just moving forward a little. And what happened? He ended up in the most conspicuous spot, handed a microphone by the MC, photographed by the cameraman, and forced to shove the bouquet into Guchen's hands. Lin Wan felt a bit guilty, clearing her throat lightly. This time it's really just returning the bouquet. Chin Yu added fuel to the fire. Or maybe he'll ask for your contact info while he's at it. Su City's pupils dilated. Shut up. Lin Wan finally couldn't help but laugh. She reached out, took Su City's hand, and pulled him up from the sofa. Come on, sister, we'll go with you. Su City was full of resistance. Can I just receive it while sitting? Chin Yu, do you want Guchen to come in? Su City immediately stood up straight. No. The answer was so crisp that Chin Yu laughed again. Lin Wan opened the lounge door. The corridor outside was bathed in soft light. Guchen stood there holding the bouquet. After the lively commotion on stage had faded, he had returned to his usual cold and restrained demeanor. But when his gaze fell on Su City, that coldness visibly softened. Su City stood by the door, still in her light pink bridesmaid dress, her lipstick freshly touched up, her hair tidied by the stylist. Having been called out abruptly while eating a pastry, her eyes still held a dazed look, like a cat caught red-handed with a dried fish in its mouth. Guchen looked at her for a second, then held out the bouquet. Sorry, it wasn't convenient to return it on stage. Su City didn't dare meet his eyes, taking the bouquet with her head down. It's fine. Her voice was very soft. As Guchen's fingers released the bouquet, their fingertips brushed again. Su City flinched as if burned, immediately clutching the bouquet tightly and stepping back half a pace. Guchen noticed, but didn't press, only saying softly, I put you in a difficult position earlier. Su City was stunned. She hadn't expected Guchen to say that. Logically, the one who had been the center of attention on stage was Gu Chun. He was also the one who received the bouquet. He should have been the one feeling embarrassed. Yet he was the one apologizing to her. Su City's heart grew even more chaotic. Holding the bouquet, she murmured, "It's not your fault either." Chen Yue standing nearby raised an eyebrow slightly. This little fox had been muttering "CEO Gu don't come" in the lounge just moments ago, but now that he was here, she was as docile as a cat being petted. Gu Chen looked at Su City. "You don't like being watched by a lot of people?" Su City's heart skipped a beat. This man noticed far too much. She could only nod, "I'm not used to it." Gu Chan was silent for a moment. "I should have refused when the photographer arranged the group photo." Su City was even more bewildered. "No, wait. CEO Gu, isn't your capacity for self-reflection a bit too strong? It makes me look like I'm being unreasonable." Su City quickly shook her head. "No need, you were dragged up there too." Gu Chen looked at her, a faint hint of amusement in his eyes. "You're always making excuses for others." Su City's heart pounded at his words. Was she really? She had clearly been looking for her own escape route. Lin Wan smiled gently. "Cece just has a sharp tongue, but a soft heart." Su City immediately bristled. "I do not." The retort came out a bit too forcefully, her tone rising slightly at the end. Gu Chen's gaze paused. Chen Yu lowered her head and laughed. Su City realized her mistake and instantly shut her mouth. "Damn it. There I go blurting things out again. Every time I'm around Chen Yu and Lin Wan, my mouth rebels." Gu Chen didn't call her out, only letting his gaze fall on the bouquet in her arms. "The bouquet is better off with you." Su City was wary. "Why?" Gu Chen's tone was calm. "The groom's side has been cheering for 10 minutes. Su City. She understood. Gu Chen wanted to escape too. In that instant, Su City suddenly felt a sense of shared sympathy with Gu Chen. Weddings were terrifying. Only those who had been through it knew. Clutching the bouquet, she whispered, "You've worked hard." Gu Chen was taken aback. Then he gave a very faint smile. It wasn't an obvious smile, just a slight softening of the coldness in his eyes. "May your hardship end soon too." Su City almost laughed at that, but felt it was too dangerous to let herself, so she pressed her lips together firmly. Chen Yu watched their exchange, her gaze growing more and more meaningful. Lin Wan also smiled warmly, as if she had already accepted having a pretty new sister and had witnessed a curious little spark in the process. Su City felt a chill run down her spine under their scrutiny. She quickly backed away, clutching the bouquet. "I've got the bouquet, Seo Gu. You should get back to your business." Gu Chen nodded. He turned to leave, but then paused. Su City's heart tightened. "Don't stop. CEO Gu, be decisive in your actions, be clean in your departure." Gu Chen looked back at her. "The banquet will be noisy. If you're uncomfortable, you can have someone come find me." Su City was taken aback. "Find you for what?" Gu Chen's tone was matter-of-fact. "I can have them arrange fewer stage interactions for you." The words were like a lifeline. Su City's eyes lit up instantly. Really? Gu Chen had that kind of power? But Chen Yu interjected lightly. "CEO Gu even controls the MC's script." Gu Chen looked at her. "I can talk to the groom." Chen Yu smiled. "Well, that's within your power." Su City, holding the bouquet, looked at Gu Chen with pleading eyes, almost writing the words "save me" on her face. Seeing her expression, Gu Chen softened his voice. "It'll remind him." Su City quickly whispered, "Thank you." Gu Chen nodded and finally left. The moment he was gone, Su City let out a huge sigh of relief, nearly collapsing onto the sofa. Chen Yu closed the door and turned to look at her. "Didn't you say you didn't want to see him?" Su City, clutching the bouquet, insisted stubbornly. "Polite reception. And you looked at him pleadingly to block interactions for you. Efficient use of resources." Su Shi. "What?" Chen Yu stepped closer, a teasing smile on her face. "Do you realize you looked at Gu Chen like he was a lifeline?" Su City immediately retorted, "I look at anyone who can save me like that." Lin Wan chimed in with a smile. "Then how does Cece look at sister?" Su City paused. She glanced at Lin Wan, then lowered her head and murmured, "Sister is different." Lin Wan's eyes instantly softened. Chen Yu was also slightly taken aback. Only after saying it did Su City realize how easily the words could be misunderstood. She quickly added, "I mean, you're the bride, I can't burden you today." But Lin Wan gently ruffled her hair. "Sister understands." Su City stiffened completely at the touch. Her hair was slightly mussed, and she hadn't dodged immediately. That made her even more flustered. Something was wrong. When had she started getting used to them touching her hair? Su City snapped out of it. Just as the lounge had calmed down, a staff member knocked and entered. "Miss Lin, the toasting dress is ready. The main table has started the feast. The groom asks that you change and come for the toasts." Lin Wan nodded. "All right." As soon as Su City heard toasts, she quietly shrank back. She planned to find a corner and sit there until the end of time. But Chen Yu saw through her immediately. "Don't you try to hide. You're going to accompany Lin Wan to change into her toasting dress." Su City was shocked. "Me? Should the groom accompany the bride instead?" Su City was speechless. Lin Wan, afraid she was tired, said gently, "Cece, if you're uncomfortable, you can rest here." Before Su City could be touched by the offer, Chen Yu said flatly, "All right, then I'll keep the glasses safe with me for now." Sioux City immediately stood up. "I'll go." Cheng Yu nodded with satisfaction. "Good girl." Sioux City gritted her teeth in anger. Despicable. Utterly despicable. This woman had completely mastered her weak spot. While Lin Wan changed into her toasting dress, Sioux City and Cheng Yu waited outside the changing area. Sioux City sat on a small stool, clutching the bouquet, her heels already aching beyond complaint. Cheng Yu glanced at her, then suddenly pulled out the large black-rimmed glasses from her bag. Sioux City's eyes lit up instantly. "For me, eh?" Cheng Yu dangled the glasses on her fingertips, swaying them. "Want them?" Sioux City nodded frantically. Cheng Yu leaned in, lowering her voice. "You can wear them at the banquet. But there's a condition." Sioux City was wary. "What condition?" Cheng Yu smiled like a fox. "You have to tell me where the real Sioux City has gone." Sioux City's heart skipped a beat. "What Sioux City?" Cheng Yu stared at her, enunciating each word. "Sister Lu came looking for someone just now," said the Sioux City who was moving chairs, "has disappeared." As her words fell, Sister Liu's loud voice came from outside the door. "Where's Sioux City? Where did that raspy-voiced kid run off to? We're short-handed in the banquet hall." Sioux City, clutching the bouquet, was frozen solid like a stone. After Gu Chun left the restroom, fell silent for a moment. Su Chung stood by the door holding the bouquet, unmoving for a long time. Lin Wan looked at him and couldn't help but laugh. "Cece, you're going to crush the flowers if you hold them any tighter." Su Chung glanced down and quickly loosened his grip. He had indeed been clutching the bouquet too tightly, a few petals already bent out of shape. His ears turned red as he murmured, "I was afraid it might get shoved back at me again." Qin Yu leaned against the dressing table, arms crossed, and drawled slowly, "Afraid the flowers will be returned, or afraid Gu Chun will come back." Su Cheng's head shot up. "Can you stop saying things like that?" Qin Yu raised an eyebrow. "Me? Saying things? Who was it that lit up like they'd seen a savior the moment they heard Gu Chun was willing to help with the follow-up interactions?" Su Chung stubbornly retorted, "That's called making reasonable use of available resources." "Oh, so Gu Chun is a resource now?" Su Chung fell silent. He realized that his odds of winning a verbal spar with Qin Yu were pitifully low. Lin Wan had changed into her toast dress, a red gown that softened her features and made her radiant. She walked over and gently smoothed a stray strand of hair from Su Cheng's shoulder. "Cece, you don't have to stand through the entire banquet. Sit down if you're tired and tell me if your feet hurt." Su Cheng's heart softened. "Thank you, sister." As soon as the word left his mouth, he froze. It had slipped out again. Qin Yu let out a laugh from the side. Su Chung immediately glared at her. "What are you laughing at?" Qin Yu replied, "Nothing, just find it amusing how someone talks tough but gets more and more familiar calling her sister." Su Cheng's face flushed crimson. "That's just being polite." Lin Wan smiled and took his hand. "MMCC is the most polite." Su Chung was left speechless. Outside the rest room, the clamor of the banquet grew louder. The process of the newlyweds toasting had already begun. Su Chung looked at the men's clothes on the sofa, then at the phone and glasses in Qin Yu's handbag, and a glimmer of hope lit up in his eyes. Qin Yu saw right through him. "Don't even think about it." Su Cheng's movement stiffened. "I haven't even said anything. It's written all over your face. You want to change clothes and bolt. I just want to get back to my normal work state." Qin Yu chuckled. "If you walk out now, Sushi vanishes, and that scruffy, raspy-voiced worker shows up right after. Others might not think much of it, but do you think Gu Chun will, eh?" Su Chung fell silent. Gu Chun would. That man could see through everything. His fear of the camera, his sore feet, his awkwardness under pressure. If he switched back to Su Chung now and ran into Gu Chun, it wouldn't just be an identity crisis, it would be an instant meltdown. Lin Wan gently urged, "Hold on a little longer. Once the banquet's in full swing and everyone's distracted, I'll come back with you to change." Su Chung could only nod. "Just a little while." Qin Yu drawled, "You've been saying that since the changing room." Su Chung was at a loss for words. What could he do? He wanted to clock out too. The three of them returned to the banquet hall. The feast had already begun. Guests were chatting, clinking glasses, and taking photos. The entire hall buzzed like a pot of boiling water. Su Chung stood beside Lin Wan, clutching the bouquet, trying his best to shrink into an attractive piece of background scenery. Unfortunately, it failed. Someone at the main table spotted him and immediately laughed. "Isn't that the little bridesmaid who caught the bouquet? She looks so sweet." Su Cheng's scalp tingled. "Don't mention the bouquet. Please don't. That wasn't romance, that was my survival disaster." Lin Wan smoothly deflected with a smile. "Cece is shy, everyone don't tease her." Su Cheng quickly looked down, pretending he couldn't hear. Gu Chun was also at the main table. He didn't join in the teasing, nor did he laugh. He just watched Su Cheng quietly. That gaze wasn't heavy, yet it made Su Chung deeply uncomfortable. Lin Wan began toasting. Su Chung, following Qin Yu's instructions, stood half a step behind her, responsible for handing out napkins, holding the tray, and gently lifting her train when needed. The task wasn't hard. As long as he kept quiet, he was safe. Just as Su Chung breathed a sigh of relief, Gu Chun suddenly spoke. "Does your foot still hurt?" Su Cheng's hand jerked, nearly handing the napkin in the wrong direction. He looked up and met Gu Chen's gaze. It doesn't hurt. His voice was very soft. Gu Chen glanced at his shoes, then at his taut shoulders. You can sit for a while. The elders at the main table chimed in with smiles. The young lady has been standing all day, as she should indeed take a seat. Su Cheng immediately shook his head. No need him fine standing. Qin Yu walked by and quietly undercut him. She nearly wore a hole in the sofa in the restroom. Su Cheng was speechless. He shot Qin Yu a reproachful look. She returned a smile. Gu Chen didn't laugh. He simply pulled out the empty chair beside him. Sit down. It won't affect the proceedings. Lin Wan also looked at him gently. Sit for a bit. It'll allow you to slack off. Caught between the two, Su Cheng could only sit down. The seat was very close to Gu Chen. So close that with a slight turn of his head, he could see Gu Chen's hand resting on the table. Long, clean, with well-defined knuckles. Su Cheng quickly averted his gaze. Don't look. This isn't something you should be observing. You're just a temporary wedding worker now. Someone at the table placed food on his plate. Su Cheng was about to thank them when he saw it was a piece of fish. Wearing the bridesmaid dress, he didn't dare make any large movements. If he spent ages picking out the bones, he'd draw attention again. Gu Chen seemed to notice. He took a clean pair of chopsticks, carefully removed the bones from the fish, and then pushed the small dish in front of Su Cheng. No bones. Su Cheng was stunned. The gesture was so natural that it seemed Gu Chen wasn't the CEO of the Gu Corporation, but a volunteer dedicated to taking care of lost little animals. Someone at the main table laughed. Mr. Gu is quite attentive today. Gu Chen replied calmly. She almost fell earlier. Su Cheng's face flushed bright red. Stop. You don't need to replay that embarrassing moment. He lowered his head and murmured, thank you. Gu Chen nodded. You're welcome. Su Cheng took a bite of the fish. The flesh was tender, and indeed there were no bones. He had been hungry all day, and this one bite settled his stomach a little. But his heart grew more unsettled. The more considerate Gu Chen was, the harder it became to dislike him. That was the worst part. Qin Yu, standing nearby, watched the scene with an increasingly subtle expression. When Lin Wan went to toast at the next table, she leaned close to Su Cheng and whispered, enjoying your meal. Su Cheng eyed her warily. What are you trying to say? Qin Yu glanced toward Gu Chen. How's the fish that, mister? Gu deboned. Su Cheng nearly choked. I was just hungry. I didn't say you weren't. Then what's with that look? Qin Yu curved her lips. It's the look of someone enjoying the show. Su Cheng was so furious he wanted to stand up, but his dress tangled around his feet, and he silently sat back down. Qin Yu laughed out loud. Still running. Su Cheng gritted his teeth. Once I change back into my clothes, I'll run faster than anyone. Qin Yu's smile faded slightly. She looked at Su Cheng, her voice dropping a little. CC, do you really plan to just disappear after changing? Su Cheng froze. He instinctively wanted to say of course, but the words got stuck in his throat. Lin Wan had been so gentle and protective. Qin Yu, though sharp-tongued, had always shielded him. And Gu Chen hadn't made things difficult for him. He had only wanted to survive the wedding and then escape. But now the word escape didn't feel so justified anymore. Su Cheng lowered his head, his fingers twisting the hem of his dress, and said softly, I don't want to cause you any trouble. Qin Yu looked at him. This didn't sound like a lie, nor was it a plea for sympathy. It was the truth. Qin Yu was silent for 2 seconds before saying, You've already caused plenty. Su Cheng was speechless. The faint warmth that had just welled up inside him was instantly trampled back down. Qin Yu added, But it's not intolerable yet. Su Cheng looked up. Qin Yu crossed her arms and looked away. So don't run off before the wedding ends. At least tell Lin Wan. Su Cheng felt a slight stir in his heart. He nodded. When Lin Wan finished her rounds of toasting and returned, she saw Su Cheng sitting there with a slightly flushed face, and immediately asked, Cici, are you tired? Su Cheng shook his head. I'm okay. Qin Yu said flatly, liar. Lin Wan smiled softly, picked up a glass of water, and handed it to Su Cheng. Have a drink. You don't need to follow for the toast anymore. Oh, just sit and rest. Su Cheng took the glass and took a small sip. He didn't dare drink too much, worried about needing the restroom. Lin Wan noticed, but didn't ask, only said gently, I'll take you back to the restroom in a bit. Su Cheng's eyes lit up. Can I change? Lin Wan nodded. Soon. Soon. Those 2 words were like a beacon of hope. Su Cheng perked up entirely. In the latter half of the banquet, the guests' attention gradually scattered. Some were taking photos with the newlyweds, others had stepped outside to take calls, and some had started free toasting. Qin Yu seized the moment. Let's go. Su Cheng immediately stood up. He moved too quickly and nearly stepped on his dress. Gu Chen noticed and reached out to steady the table as if about to warn him. But Su Cheng had already regained his balance. Holding the bouquet, he nodded at Gu Chen. I'm heading back first. As soon as he said it, he realized what had done. Why was he reporting his movements to Gu Chen? Gu Chen looked at him, his voice very soft. Get some good rest. Su Cheng's heart skipped a beat. He quickly lowered his head. Thank you. Qin Yu raised an eyebrow from the side. Lin Wan took Su Cheng's hand and led him away from the main table. As they passed through the side door of the banquet hall, Su Cheng couldn't help but look back. Gu-chun was still sitting there holding a wine glass, but his gaze had drifted across the noisy crowd and landed on him. Their eyes met. Su-chung immediately looked away. Don't look anymore. After today, Su-shi is offline. It's useless for you to remember. The door to the restroom closed, cutting off the noise outside. Su-chung felt like he had come back to life, and his first thought was to look at the men's clothes on the sofa. His loose jacket, sweatpants, and old shoes lay there quietly. Unremarkable. Comfortingly shabby. Su-chung nearly wept with joy. My life is back. Cheng Yu handed him the large black-rimmed glasses. Don't get too emotional just yet. Su-chung took the glasses and eyed her warily. What are you up to now? Lin-wan walked to the door and gently locked at her, tone soft but serious. Cece, I promised you could change. Su-chung had just let out a sigh of relief when in the next second Cheng Yu leaned against the dressing table, smiling like an interrogator. But after you change we need to talk. Su-chung clutched the glasses, a chill running down his spine. Talk about what? Cheng Yu looked at him. About why you're so afraid of being seen. About why the part-timer named Su-chung conveniently disappeared. And about these glasses of yours, that raspy voice, and all those secrets you're carrying that don't add up. Su-chung stood frozen. Lin-wan gently took his hand, her voice softening. Cece, don't be afraid. We're not going to hurt you. Cheng Yu took over, her tone carrying an undeniable sharpness. But don't think you can brush us off with a few more nonsense words. Su-chung looked at them, one gentle, one forceful. He suddenly realized. The wedding wasn't over yet. The real interrogation was just beginning. In the lounge the air suddenly fell silent. Su-chung clutched the oversized black-rimmed glasses, standing still as his fingers tightened bit by bit. Cheng Yu leaned against the dressing table, her gaze alarmingly lucid. Lin-wan stood by the door, having already locked it. She didn't approach, instead fixing Su-chung with a gentle gaze as if afraid he might bristle again in the next second. Su-chung swallowed hard. Can I change clothes first? Cheng Yu raised an eyebrow. Afraid wearing a skirt makes it harder to weasel out. Su-chung retorted immediately. I'm afraid if I wear it any longer my worldview will have issues. Lin-wan couldn't help but chuckle. Cheng Yu's lips curved slightly. Fine, change first. They'll give you 3 minutes. Su-chun's eyes widened. 3 minutes. You think I'm a magician? Cheng Yu replied. You didn't take long, transforming from a male college student into a bridesmaid. Su-chung was speechless. Why did those words sting so much? He carried his male attire behind the changing curtain. Once the curtain was drawn, he finally let out a deep breath. The light pink bridesmaid dress clung to him. Beautiful, yes, but to Su-chung every inch of fabric served as a reminder. Today, you suffered social death, you were photographed by everyone, and you stuffed the bouquet into Gu-chun's hands. He gritted his teeth and peeled off the dress, then rewound the bandages. As the bandages wrapped around layer by layer, the familiar sense of constriction returned. Uncomfortable, but reassuring. Su-chung looked down at himself and let out a bitter laugh. It hurt indeed. But this is me. Sushi whatever. Limited edition today, expired and offline. He slipped into a loose jacket, pulled on sweatpants, ruffled his medium-length hair into a messy bird's nest. Finally, he put on the oversized black-rimmed glasses and lowered his voice, facing the mirror. Ahem. Ahem. I am Su-chung. The moment that raspy voice emerged, even he found it reassuringly awful. In the mirror, the stunning bridesmaid who had captivated the entire room gradually faded away. Replacing her was a pale-faced, disheveled-haired, loose-clothed male college student who looked reliably broke. Su-chung stared at the mirror, finally retrieving a fragment of his soul. I'm back, he whispered. I, Su-chung, am alive again. From behind the curtain, Cheng Yu drawled lazily. If you're alive, come out. Su-chung took a deep breath and pulled the curtain open. Lin-wan was stunned at first. Cheng Yu also fell silent for a moment. The Su-shi from moments ago, long smooth hair, light pink hems, slightly reddened eyes, was beautiful as if she had stepped out of the light. Now Su-chung, bird's nest hair, huge black frames, loose jacket, raspy voice on standby, looked entirely drab, as if he had just escaped from a part-time kitchen. It was the same foundation, yet he had forcibly sealed himself into two different people. Cheng Yu stared at him for a few seconds, then suddenly said, this disguise of yours is truly a vengeance against aesthetics. Su-chung gritted his teeth. Thanks for the compliment. I wasn't complimenting you. I'll take it as one. Lin-wan stepped closer, looking at his messy hair, then at the black-rimmed glasses on his nose, her gaze softening gradually. She. No, Su-chung, does this hurt? Su-chun's heart skipped a beat. She had actually addressed him as Su-chung. He looked down and mumbled in his raspy voice, I'm used to it. Lin-wan frowned slightly. But the bandages hurt, and your throat hurts too. Su-chung feigned ease. Male college students are tough. Cheng Yu sneered. Stop being glib. She walked up to him, arms crossed, her gaze cutting like a blade. Now talk. Su-chung immediately played dumb. About what? Why are you disguising yourself as Su-chung? Su-chun's heart missed a beat. He knew he couldn't avoid it. But when the moment finally came, he still didn't know how to begin. Say he accidentally swallowed a pill. Say he was male just yesterday. Say the world had changed when he woke up. Even he thought it sounded like mental instability. Su-chun lowered his head, his fingertips lightly clutching the hem of his clothes. I can't say much. Chin-yu narrowed her eyes. Starting to make things up again. Not this time. Su-chun lifted his head, his eyes behind the lenses hiding exhaustion, but carrying a rare seriousness. I only guarantee one thing, I won't harm Sister Lin Wan, and I won't harm you. I stepped in today because you really needed someone. I didn't wear the dress to deceive anyone, nor to get close to Gu-chan. Chin-yu paused. Lin Wan's gaze softened further. Su-chun continued, I just have some reasons why I must continue living as Su-chun. After he spoke, the lounge fell silent. The sentence was short, but it sounded truer than all his previous nonsense. Lin Wan asked softly, does it have to do with your safety? Su-chun was silent for a moment, then nodded. Sort of. He couldn't explain more clearly, but it was enough to stir Lin Wan's sympathy. She walked over and gently took Su-chun's hand. Then big sister won't ask anymore. Su-chun looked up. Really? Lin Wan nodded tenderly. Really? If you don't want to talk, big sister won't force you. Su-chun's eyes suddenly felt hot. He quickly averted his gaze and stubbornly said, I don't have much to say anyway. Chin-yu watched him and suddenly spoke. Lin Wan won't ask, but that doesn't mean he'll never ask. The warmth Su-chun had just felt was instantly suppressed. He looked at Chin-yu. Can't you be gentler? Chin-yu smiled. No. If I were gentle, you'd swindle the entire hotel. Su-chun was speechless. This woman was still so terrifying. Chin-yu stepped closer and lowered her voice. I can keep it a secret for now, and I can help suppress today's incident. But there's a condition. Su-chun grew wary. What condition? First, he'll have the photographer screen today's photos and suppress anything that shouldn't be shared. Su-chun's eyes lit up. Really? Chin, you raised a second finger. Second, Lin Wan and I will tell Gu-chun that she felt unwell and left early through the back door. Su-chun nodded frantically. This was good. This was great. Chin, you raised a third finger. Third. Su-chun tensed immediately. There's more. Chin, you stared at him. From now on when I look for you, you can't pretend not to know me. Su-chun froze. Lin Wan chuckled softly. And me? Su-chun looked at Chin-yu then at Lin Wan. He suddenly felt as if he had just escaped a wedding only to be signed into a long-term supervision agreement by two older sisters. Can I refuse, eh? Chin-yu smiled. What do you think? Su-chun shut his mouth. Refusal was invalid. Lin Wan gently ruffled his bird's nest hair, the motion light, yet it made Su-chun freeze entirely. Su-chun, thank you for today. Su-chun's ears reddened, and he said awkwardly in his raspy voice, I told you it's just work. Chin-yu undercut him from the side. Stubborn. Lin Wan smiled. Stubborn, but thank you anyway. Su-chun, unable to stay annoyed under her smile, could only look down and adjust his jacket. Chin-yu handed his phone back. I've already had someone inform Sister Lu. Just say you were temporarily reassigned to logistics. Your throat is uncomfortable and you left early. Your pay won't be docked. Su-chun's eyes lit up. My pay really won't be docked. Chin-yu paused for 2 seconds. Your focus is remarkably consistent. Su-chun said earnestly, labor income is sacred and inviolable. Lin Wan laughed so hard her shoulders trembled slightly. Outside the lounge, the sounds of guests moving about could still be heard. The wedding wasn't entirely over, but the main proceedings had passed. It was the most chaotic time, and also the best chance for Su-chun to leave. Chin-yu cracked the door open for a look, confirmed the corridor was empty, then turned back. Take the staff exit. Keep your head down, don't look around, and don't run into Gu-chun. Su-chun nodded immediately. Got it. But Lin Wan suddenly called out, wait. Su-chun turned around. Lin Wan picked up a small piece of cake from the table, placed it in a paper bag, and handed it to him. Take this to eat on the way. Su-chun froze. He stared at the small paper bag, suddenly at a loss for words. Today had been too chaotic. So chaotic he had almost forgotten he hadn't eaten much since morning. But Lin Wan remembered. Su-chun took the paper bag and said softly, thank you, Sister Lin Wan. Lin Wan's gaze softened. Don't tough it out alone anymore. Su-chun's lips moved, but in the end he only managed to squeeze out, got it. Chin-yu cleared her throat lightly. Done with the touching scene. If you don't leave now, Gu-chun will come looking. Su-chun snapped back to reality. Right. Gu-chun. That was the biggest danger source at the moment. He stuffed the paper bag into his jacket pocket, pushed up his oversized black-rimmed glasses, and readjusted his raspy voice. I'm going. Chin-yu opened the door. Go. The three of them left the lounge. Chin-yu walked ahead, scouting. Lin Wan escorted them to the corner, and Su-chun followed with his head down, reverting to that unremarkable hotel part-timer. As he passed the side door of the banquet hall, he couldn't help but glance inside. Gu-chun was still at the main table. He was listening to the groom speak, holding a wine glass, his expression indifferent. Su-chun just breathed a sigh of relief, ready to slip past quietly. The next second, as if sensing something, Gu-chun suddenly looked up. His gaze passed through the half-open door and landed on Su-chun. Su-chun's heart nearly stopped. Damn it. Gu-chun stood up and walked towards them. Chin-yu muttered a curse under her breath. Why does he have to come out now? Lin Wan also frowned. Su Chen wanted to run, but the staff exit was still behind Gu Chun. Seconds later, Gu Chun was standing before them. His gaze fell on Su Chen's face. Bird's nest hair, oversized black-rimmed glasses, loose jacket, raspy-voiced worker. Gu Chun looked at him for a moment, then suddenly asked, "And Miss Su? Where is Miss Su?" The moment Gu Chun uttered these words, Su Cheng nearly froze into a statue on the spot. He stood by the corridor, his hair a disheveled mess, wearing oversized black-rimmed glasses and a loose jacket with a small cake from Lin Wan tucked in his arms. He had already changed back into men's clothing. He was ready to log off the sushi account. Yet Gu Chun blocked him at the last second. Su Cheng let out a silent wail. "President Gu, do you have a radar installed? The moment I changed clothes, you spawned right on my escape route. Why aren't you busy being a CEO and instead working as a door god?" Chen Yu reacted the fastest. She stepped forward half a step, shielding Su Cheng, and said calmly, She isn't feeling well. I've already had someone escort her out through the back door." Gu Chun looked at her. "Gone. Chen Yu spoke without flinching. "She stood for too long today, and her feet are hurting. Staying longer would only tire her out more." Lin Wan also nodded gently. "I told her to leave first. She helped me a great deal today. Oh, I couldn't bear to put her through any more." Gu Chun was silent for a few seconds. Su Cheng kept his head down, trying his best to blend in as an insignificant wisp of air. But Gu Chen's gaze soon fell on him. "You're the hotel part-timer from earlier." Su Cheng's scalp tingled. "Here it comes." His turn. He suppressed his voice into a raspy croak and answered softly, Hearing his own voice, he felt a bit more at ease. Unpleasant. Safe. It was a completely different entity from the Su Shi who had whispered, "Thank you," just moments ago. Gu Chun studied him. The messy hair covered most of his forehead, the large black-rimmed glasses pressed against his eyes, and the loose jacket concealed his figure completely. If he hadn't just seen Su Shi, if those glasses weren't so familiar, if the way this person lowered his head to avoid eye contact wasn't so similar, he would indeed find it hard to connect the two. Yet a faint, inexplicable dissonance lingered in his mind. Gu Chun asked, "Were you in the backstage the whole time?" Su Cheng nodded. "Yes." "During the ceremony too?" "Yes." Su Cheng dared not say more. Every extra word was another potential opening. Gu Chen's gaze swept over his glasses. "These glasses of yours." Chen Yu immediately interjected, "Is President Gu very interested in glasses today?" Gu Chen looked at Chen Yu. Chen Yu smiled naturally. "A hotel part-timer wearing black-rimmed glasses isn't exactly rare, is it?" Lin Wan also gently added, "President Gu, it was a very busy day. You might be mixing things up." Su Cheng nodded frantically in his mind. Yes, mixing things up. There are so many people in the world who wear black-rimmed glasses, why fixate on mine?" Gu Chun didn't press further. He simply looked at Su Cheng and suddenly asked, "Have you seen Miss Su?" Su Cheng's heart skipped a beat. Had he seen her? He saw her every day, in the mirror on the red carpet, and even reflected in Gu Chen's eyes. But could he say that? No. Su Cheng kept his head down and mumbled in his raspy voice, "I saw her from a distance." Gu Chen asked, "Were you also at the back door when she left?" Su Cheng nearly broke out in a cold sweat from the question. How did this Gu Chen manage to hit every nerve like a mine detector? Chen Yu frowned, her tone turning colder. "President Gu, she was just helping out temporarily. She's not a subject for interrogation." Lin Wan also said softly, "She's quite timid. She was already nervous from everyone staring today. President Gu, please don't pursue this." Gu Chun fell silent for a moment. His gaze shifted from Su Cheng to Lin Wan's face. "I mean no harm." Lin Wan smiled gently. "I know, but Chen Yu was blunt. Whether you mean harm or not doesn't matter. What matters is that she doesn't want to be disturbed." Those words carried weight. Su Cheng stole a glance at Chen Yu. She had been sarcastic, obstructive, and frightening him all day. But in front of Gu Chun, she was truly protecting Su Shi. No questions asked. Blocking first. A strange warmth suddenly rose in Su Cheng's heart. Gu Chun nodded. "I understand." Just as Su Cheng was about to breathe a sigh of relief, Gu Chun looked at him again. "If you see her later, please pass on a message for me." Su Cheng stiffened. "Pass on? What?" Gu Chun looked at him, his voice lower than before. "Thank her for today." Su Cheng's heartbeat faltered. He had expected Gu Chun to ask for her contact, her name, or her school. But Gu Chun only asked him to convey his thanks. Su Cheng lowered his eyes, his raspy voice dropping even lower. "Got it," Gu Chun added. "And if her feet hurt, tell her not to wear uncomfortable shoes anymore." Su Cheng. He almost forgot to use his raspy voice. Those words were meant for Su Shi. But hearing them now, it felt like Gu Chun was gently reprimanding him face to face. A hint of a smile appeared in Lin Wan's eyes. Chen Yu also glanced at Su Cheng, her expression meaningful. Su Cheng could only force himself to nod. "He'll tell her." Gu Chun looked at him. "Are you close with her?" Su Cheng's back tensed again. No. He couldn't let this conversation continue. He shook his head immediately. "Not close." This time his reply was truly brief. Gu Chun seemed about to say something else when a voice suddenly called from the banquet hall, "Gu Chun." What are you doing over here? The groom wants a photo with you. The groom's voice was a timely lifesaver. Su Cheng almost wanted to award the groom a banner of gratitude. Gu Chen looked back, then turned to Lin Wan. He'll head over first. Lin Wan nodded gently. Take care, President Gu. Before leaving, Gu Chen cast another glance at Su Cheng. It wasn't a sharp look, but it made Su Cheng's skin crawl. It felt like Gu Chen wasn't entirely convinced. He was just holding back his questions for now. Once Gu Chen returned to the banquet hall, Su Cheng felt as if a supporting bone had been removed, and he nearly slid down the wall. Qin Yu grabbed him by the back of his collar. Stand up straight. Su Cheng suppressed his raspy voice and whispered in despair, why is he so hard to fool? Qin Yu sneered. Because you're full of holes. Where are my holes? From head to toe. Su Cheng. Seeing him on the verge of falling apart, Lin Wan quickly soothed him. It's okay, it's over now. President Gu knows his boundaries, he won't keep pressing. Su Cheng said gloomily, but he remembers. Lin Wan thought for a moment and nodded gently. That's true. Su Cheng felt even more hopeless. Qin Yu couldn't help but laugh. So you know? He even noticed the scratches on my glasses. Then stay out of his sight from now on. Su Cheng nodded immediately. He'll take a detour whenever I see him from now on. Qin Yu looked at him. You'd better make sure you do. The three of them turned into the staff passageway. The lighting here wasn't as bright as the banquet hall, and the floor carried a faint smell of kitchen grease. But to Su Cheng it felt far more familiar than the red carpet. This was his territory. No need to smile. No need to stand in the center. No need to have the MC hand him a microphone. And definitely no need to shove the bridal bouquet into Gu Chen's hands. Arriving at the back door, Lin Wan stopped. She looked at Su Cheng, reluctant to part. Are you really leaving now? Su Cheng nodded. If I stay any longer, I'm afraid I'll have to go on stage and perform. Qin Yu said flatly. You've already performed enough today. Su Cheng. He chose not to respond to that. Lin Wan took a small card from her clutch purse and handed it to him. Hey, raise my contact information. If you ever run into trouble, you can come to your big sister. Su Cheng was stunned. His instinct was to refuse. I don't need. Lin Wan gently interrupted him. This isn't for Su Shi, and it's not for today's bridesmaid. It's for Su Cheng. Su Cheng's heart suddenly softened. He looked down at the card, his fingers stiff. Lin Wan knew he was Su Cheng now. She also knew he had many unspeakable secrets. But she didn't show disgust, fear, or press him for answers. She simply handed him her contact information and said he could come to his big sister. Su Cheng's throat tightened, his raspy voice turning even hoarser. Thank you, Sister Lin Wan. Lin Wan's eyes curved into a smile. That sounds much better this time. Su Cheng's ears turned red again. Qin Yu also took out her phone. Add me. Su Cheng was wary. What are you going to do? To prevent you from going off the grid. Can I refuse, eh? Qin Yu smiled. Guess. Su Cheng was silent for 2 seconds before obediently scanning the code. Qin Yu looked at the successful friend request and nodded with satisfaction. When I ask you something from now on, you'd better reply. Su Cheng muttered, this is house arrest. Yes, Qin Yu said, putting away her phone. Reasonable house arrest for a high-risk person living under a false identity. Su Cheng. He knew it. This woman would never let him escape easily. Lin Wan tucked the paper bag deeper into his pocket. Remember to eat it on the way. Don't bind yourself with bandages for too long. When you get back, it's bad for your health. Su Cheng paused mid-motion. He said nothing, just gave a low muffled mm. Qin Yu looked at him, her tone uncharacteristically serious. Lin Wan and I will cover for you today. He'll have the photographer filter the photos. Su Shi left early. Su Cheng finished his shift. No one will investigate the procedure. Su Cheng looked up at her. Qin Yu continued, but remember, keeping this secret doesn't mean you can keep messing around. If you bind yourself up like that again, I'll drag you to the hospital myself. Su Cheng's heart tightened, but he still put up a brave front. I'm perfectly healthy. Qin Yu sneered. You walk like a penguin in those high heels. Su Cheng. Fine. This joke was never going to die. The night breeze blew in from outside the back door. Su Cheng pushed up his large black-rimmed glasses and ruffled his hair a bit more. He had transformed back into the unremarkable male college student. But the paper bag in his pocket, the new contacts on his phone, and the voices of Lin Wan and Qin Yu echoing in his mind all reminded him. Today was no ordinary part-time job. The name Su Shi hadn't completely vanished just because he had changed back into men's clothes. Lin Wan said softly, be careful on your way home. Send your sister a message when you arrive. Su Cheng was about to say it wasn't necessary. But meeting her gentle gaze, he finally nodded. Got it. Qin Yu raised an eyebrow. Don't just send it to Lin Wan, send it to me too. Su Cheng's mouth twitched. Are you afraid it'll disappear or that it'll run away? Qin Yu said both. Su Cheng was speechless. He turned and walked out the back door. The night breeze blew, causing his loose jacket to sway gently, and his messy hair became even more disheveled. Su Cheng walked along the back alley. After about a dozen steps, he couldn't help but look back. Lin Wan was still standing at the doorway, gently waving at him. Qin Yu stood beside her with her arms crossed, her expression cool, but her eyes were fixed on him. A bittersweet warmth welled up in Su Cheng's heart. He quickly turned his head back and muttered, "Geez, it's like you're seeing off a little sister." As soon as the words left his mouth, he froze. Little sister? He shook his head immediately. No, I'm a guy. Su Cheng, male college student, part-timer, straight as an arrow. Nothing happened today. He mumbled to himself as he quickened his pace toward the alley's entrance. But just as he reached the mouth of the alley, his phone suddenly vibrated. Su Cheng took it out. It was a message from Chinyu. Chinyu will let me know when you're home safe. And don't even think about blocking me. Su Cheng's mouth twitched. Then another message popped up. Lin Wan Shishi, be careful on the road. Su Cheng stared at the name, Shishi, and his face flushed red. He was about to reply, don't call me that, when his phone vibrated again. This time it was a text message from an unknown number. Thank you for your hard work today. There was no signature. But looking at those words, Su Cheng's heartbeat suddenly skipped a beat. Because the next line quickly appeared. It's Gu Chun. You worked hard today. This is Gu Chun. Su Cheng stood at the entrance of the alley behind the hotel, staring at his phone screen, frozen, as if caught in the night breeze. Gu Chun? Why would Gu Chun have his number? No. More precisely, who exactly was Gu Chun trying to message right now? Was it for Su Cheng? Or for Sushi? Su Cheng's fingers froze on the screen, too scared to move for a long time. The streetlight at the alley entrance was dim, and the wind tousled his messy hair even further. He had already changed back into a loose jacket, sweatpants, and thick black-framed glasses, his hoarse voice back in action. Yet those two words on the phone shattered the fragile sense of security he had just regained. CEO Gu, weren't you taking photos? How can you still precisely hunt me down in my phone? You're a CEO, not a tracking system. As he panicked, a third message popped up. Su Cheng, it's you, isn't it? Su Cheng's vision went dark. It's over. It was sent to Su Cheng. But that's not much better either. Because Gu Chun now knew this number belonged to Su Cheng. And just a moment ago he had asked Su Cheng to relay a message to Miss Su. Su Cheng stared at the words, his mind racing. I can't not reply. Not replying would look too guilty. I can't reply too quickly either. Replying too fast would make it seem like I've been staring at Gu Chen's messages. And I definitely can't get the tone wrong. Right now I'm Su Cheng. I have to type like a college guy with a hoarse voice. Su Cheng took a deep breath and typed. It's me. CEO Gu, is there something? After sending it, he immediately regretted it. Too polite. Not like him. He quickly added another line. I just got off work. The signal's not great. Perfect. Plain. Shabby. Safe. Gu Chen replied quickly. I heard from Miss Lin that you were the one who escorted Miss Su away. Su Cheng stared at the screen, his mouth twitching. I was the one escorting myself away. Just thinking about it felt absurd. He steeled himself and replied. It was on my way. Gu Chun, has she arrived home? Su Cheng. He glanced at the path beneath his feet. He was still in the alley behind the hotel, half a city away from home. Of course, Sushi hadn't arrived home. Because Sushi had already logged off. But Gu Chun asked earnestly. So earnestly that Su Cheng couldn't just brush it off. He could only type. She should be almost there. As soon as he sent it, he felt uneasy, so he added another line. She said it's inconvenient to reply to messages, and asked me to tell you thank you for your help today. After sending it, Su Cheng almost applauded himself. Brilliant. It explained why she wasn't contacting him directly, and also kept Gu Chun at bay. But Gu Chun replied even faster. Is her foot still hurting? Su Cheng stared at the message, and his heel suddenly ached faintly. Those low heels weren't high, but had a rough day. And Gu Chun actually remembered. Su Cheng felt a strange flutter in his heart. He stood at the alley entrance, head bowed, his eyes behind the lenses illuminated by the phone screen. After a long pause, he replied. Much better. Gu Chun, tell her not to walk too much when she gets back. Soak her feet in hot water. Su Cheng's expression froze. This concern was too detailed, wasn't it? CEO Gu, aren't you overstepping? But his tone seemed perfectly normal. It didn't feel like flirting. It didn't feel like probing. It felt more like he simply remembered she had fallen and her foot hurt, so he offered a reminder. Su Cheng rubbed his face and muttered to himself, don't overthink it. But he used his hoarse voice. An old man passing by the alley was startled and glanced back at him. Su Cheng immediately lowered his head and played dead. His phone buzzed again. Also, thank her for giving me the bouquet today. Su Cheng nearly threw his phone. Here it comes. The embarrassing memory again. His ears reddening, he typed. She didn't mean to. After sending it, his heart skipped a beat. Wrong. How would Su Cheng know if Sushi meant it or not? He quickly tried to cover up. She told me. Gu Chun was silent for a few seconds. Su Cheng watched the typing. Indicator, his heart slowly rising. Those words were scarier than the MC's microphone. Finally the message came. Is she afraid of being misunderstood? Su Cheng. How could this guy even tell that? He was about to reply no, when his fingers stopped. Sushi really did seem afraid of being misunderstood up on that stage. Denying it would be too fake. So he replied. She's timid. As soon as he sent it, Su Cheng fell silent himself. Timid. He, a proper male college student, had just personally set up a timid persona for Sushi again. Gu-chun, I can tell. Su-chun, you actually believe that? No, it's better if you do. Su-shi is timid, not easy to meet, not easy to contact, not easy to show up again. Perfect. Su-chun quickly spun the story further. So CEO Gu, don't scare her in the future. After sending the message, he froze again. Was this tone too familiar? It sounded like he was sticking up for Su-shi. But Gu-chun didn't seem to mind. Okay, just one word. Su-chun stared at that, okay, and something gently touched his heart. Gu-chun didn't press further. He didn't ask for contact information. He didn't ask about her school. He didn't investigate who Su-shi was. He simply agreed. Su-chun felt a bit unsettled. He would have preferred Gu-chun to be domineering, troublesome, and aggressive. That way he could easily categorize him as a dangerous person in his mind. But Gu-chun was measured and respectful. It annoyed him. Annoyed enough to make his heart feel chaotic. He shoved his phone back into his pocket, ready to leave. But just as he took 2 steps, another message from Chin-yu arrived. Where are you? Su-chun typed. Just left the hotel. Chin-yu, did Gu-chun contact you? Su-chun stopped in his tracks. He whipped his head around to look at the hotel. Could Chin-yu read minds? He quickly replied. How did you know? Chin-yu, he asked. The groom for the hotel temp worker contact list earlier said he had something to pass on. Su-chun's vision went dark. So that's how he got the number. This Gu-chun, his execution was way too strong. Chin-yu sent another message. Don't panic. Right now he thinks he's contacting Su-chun. Su-chun's mouth twitched. That statement was even more panic-inducing. Isn't that more dangerous? Chin-yu, so don't chat carelessly. Su-chun, I didn't chat carelessly. Chin-yu screenshots. Su-chun. This woman was way too controlling. He was about to refuse when Chin-yu's next message arrived. Don't send it if you want. He'll ask you in person tomorrow. Su-chun was silent for 2 seconds, then obediently sent the screenshots. Soon Chin-yu replied. At least you're not completely stupid. Su-chun was so angry, he almost crushed his phone. Can't you talk nicely? Chin-yu went no. Then a message from Lin-won arrived. Su-chun, are you home yet? Su-chun looked at the name, Su-chun, and felt a little more at ease. Lin-won hadn't called him Cece. She knew what he needed right now. He replied. Not yet, on the way. Lin-won, be careful on the road. Thank you for today, and thank her for me too. Su-chun stared at the message, and suddenly his nose tingled. Lin-won had separated Su-chun and Su-shi in her words. Not to expose him, but to protect him. She had given him space to breathe. Su-chun lowered his head and typed. I know. After a moment's thought, he added another line. Sister Lin-won, happy wedding. A reply came quickly. Thank you. If anything comes up, remember to find your sister. Su-chun looked at the word sister and couldn't help but smile faintly. Really, none of them are easy to deal with. He complained under his breath, but his pace slowed down. The night wind brushed his face, carrying away the lingering scent of perfume from the wedding. He finally stepped back into the city's night. There weren't many buses left. Su-chun couldn't bear to take a taxi, so he walked to the bus stop to wait for the last bus. He sat on the bench at the station and took out the small paper bag Lin-won had given him. Inside was a small piece of cake. It was a bit squashed, but still sweet. Su-chun took a bite, and suddenly felt the whole day had been as absurd as a dream. In the morning, he was a poor college guy, too scared to even leave the house after transforming. In the afternoon, he went to work part-time at the hotel. In the evening, he walked the red carpet in a bridesmaid dress, praised by everyone, steadied by Gu-chun, handed a microphone by the MC, and stuffed the bouquet into Gu-chun's arms. Now he was sitting at a bus stop in a loose jacket with messy hair, eating the cake his sister-in-law, the bride, had given him. When life got this ridiculous, there was nothing left to complain about. His phone buzzed again. Su-chun thought it was Chin-yu, but when he opened it, it was Gu-chun again. Does she like sweet things? Su-chun almost choked on the cake. He coughed for a long time, tears nearly streaming down. CEO Gu, can you stop hitting the nail on the head? I just ate cake and you ask about sweets. He calmed down and typed. I don't know. Thinking it was too cold, he added. Probably okay. Gu-chun got it. Su-chun stared at those 3 words, suddenly getting a bad feeling. Got it. What do you know? Don't know anything. He quickly replied. CEO Gu, no need to prepare anything. She doesn't like to trouble others. This time Gu-chun replied a bit slower. I know, so it's not trouble. Su-chun stared at the message, his heartbeat skipping again. The bus finally arrived. He quickly put away his phone and got on, as if escaping. The carriage was nearly empty. Su-chun found a seat by the window in the last row, leaned his head against the glass, and let out a long breath. The neon lights outside flashed past in a blur. The phone screen went dark. In the reflection on the glass was a messy-haired, thick black framed glasses-wearing, dusty male college student. But as Su-chun looked at that face, he suddenly remembered Su-shi in the restroom mirror. The light pink dress, long hair, red-rimmed eyes, and the way Gu-chun had looked at her. He shut his eyes tightly. Stop thinking. Su-shi is offline. Prepare for school tomorrow. From now on, I'm just Su-chun. Just as he finished giving himself orders, his phone lit up again. This time it was Chin-yu. One more thing. Su-chung's heart jumped. What? Chinue, I screened the photographer's work. Most of the photos can be suppressed, but one has already been sent to the wedding's family and friends group. Su Cheng sat up straight. Which one? A few seconds later Chinue sent a picture. In the photo she stood under the red carpet lights, her light pink dress gently flowing, holding the bouquet in her arms, looking up at Guchun. Guchun stood beside her, shielding her from the camera with his hand, his gaze lowered, incredibly gentle. They weren't even holding hands, but they looked as if the lights had framed them into the same story. Su Cheng stared at the photo, his face slowly turning crimson. Chin Yu's message followed immediately. Congratulations. You and Guchun, you've got a shot. When Chin Yu's message popped up, you and Guchun are trending. Su Cheng was sitting in the last row of the last bus. The carriage was nearly empty, the overhead lights a cold white, making everyone look drained by life. Su Cheng leaned against the window, his jacket zipped up to his chin, his messy hair a safe tangle, his large black-framed glasses pressing firmly over his brows and eyes. He looked utterly gray and unremarkable. He had been fighting sleep, his eyelids heavy. The lights, music, and applause from the wedding were falling away with every jolt of the bus. Just half an hour more, and he would be back in the old house, peeling off the bandages, soaking his feet, and going to sleep. Then he could finally erase the name Sushi from today. But the moment his phone screen lit up, Su Cheng's drowsiness vanished. In the photo, Sushi stood under the red carpet lights. Her light pink dress shimmered like a soft cloud under the glow, her bouquet cradled in her arms, her long hair falling over her shoulders, a trace of flustered panic at the corners of her eyes provoked by the crowd's teasing. Guchun stood beside her, one hand half raised to shield her from the camera. He wasn't even touching her, yet the gesture made it seem as if he was sheltering her from the gaze of everyone present. That scene was too beautiful to be just a rescue from an accident. It looked like a perfectly staged highlight of the wedding. Su Cheng stared at the photo, the tips of his ears burning. Finally, he slammed the phone face down onto his lap. Fake, he muttered under his breath, a firm, quiet curse. It's the angle, the lighting, the photographer. It has nothing to do with me. The old man next to him was startled awake by his raspy voice and looked at him warily. Su Cheng immediately sat up straight, pushed up his large black-framed glasses, and tried his best to project the poverty and innocence of an ordinary male college student. The old man silently shifted half a seat away. Su Cheng's mouth twitched. Fine. At least the Su Cheng persona was still safe. Sushi looked like a pure white moonlight in the photo. He looked like a suspicious character on the bus. The gap was stable and reassuring. His phone vibrated again. Su Cheng stiffly picked it up. Chin Yu hadn't sent a long message, just a single line, don't play dead. Talk after you've seen it. Su Cheng was so annoyed, he nearly poked a hole through the screen. Who sent this photo? Was it deleted? Does anyone else have a copy? Don't tell me it's already in a group chat. Chin Yu replied a few seconds later. It's in the family and friends group, but the circle is small. Lin Wan has already used her authority as the bride to suppress it. I've also talked to the photographer, nothing will be released later. Su Cheng stared at the words family and friends group and saw black. He knew every character, but together they spelled public execution. He took a deep breath, his fingers trembling as he typed, what do you mean by small circle? 10 people is small, 50 people is small. Be specific. Chin Yu replied calmly, smaller than you think. How small? Small enough for you to live until tomorrow. Su Cheng was almost amused by her. Was this supposed to be comfort? It was clearly a stay of execution for his disguise. He gripped his phone, closed his eyes, and tried to force the image out of his mind. But the more he resisted, the clearer the picture became. Su's eyes raised, gaze, Guchen's shielding hand, the blurry lights and flower walls in the background, all seared onto the back of his eyelids. Su Cheng ran his hand through his hair in frustration, making his messy nest even worse. Another message from Chin Yu arrived. Lin Wan has already told Guchun that she felt unwell and left early. He didn't ask any further questions. Su Cheng breathed a sigh of relief, but then felt something was off. It was good that Guchun didn't ask. But a man like Guchun, even if he didn't ask, didn't mean he hadn't noticed. He had seen Sushi on the red carpet at the main table, pulled out her chair, and even picked out fish bones for her. Others might only remember that Sushi was beautiful. But Guchun was different. He would remember Su's eyes, fear of the camera, her sore feet, the blush on her ears when she was teased, and even the softness of her voice when she said thank you. The more Su Cheng thought about it, the more his scalp prickled. He would rather Guchun had just been dazzled by her beauty than remember these details. Details were the most dangerous. Details could make a temporary disguise feel like a real person. His phone lit up again. This time it was Lin Wan. Su Cheng, are you on the bus? Seeing these words, Su Cheng's tense shoulders slowly relaxed a little. Lin Wan hadn't called him she. She had called him Su Cheng. As if she knew that what he feared most right now wasn't the photo but being dragged back into the identity of Sushi by it. Su Cheng lowered his head, his typing slowing down. I'm on. Sister Lin Wan, sorry for the trouble with the photo. Not long after he sent the message, Lin Wan replied. Don't be afraid. Tonight Sushi was just helping her sister out of a tight spot. She's tired and has gone home to rest. No one will hound her with questions, and no one will hound you either. Su Cheng stared at this sentence for a long time. The bus passed under a stretch of tree shadows, light flickering across his lenses. The stifling feeling constricted by the bandages in his chest seemed to ease a little at that moment. Lin Wan always knew how to speak softly. Softly like a hand that didn't push or force him, but just steadily supported him. She didn't ask who Sushi really was, nor did she press for the truth. She just told him that this farce of a day would be contained by her, and he could take a breather. Su Cheng typed thank you, and then deleted it. Those 2 words felt too light. In the end, he only replied Sister Lin Wan happy wedding. This time Lin Wan was a little slower to respond. Thank you, Su Cheng. You did well today. After a few seconds another message popped up. So did she. Su Cheng's fingers froze. Sushi. The name he had made up on the spot seen by everyone seemed to have been gently placed on the table by Lin Wan, not forcing him to admit it, but also not allowing him to casually erase it. Su Cheng lowered his head, a strange ache rising in his heart, and Qin Yue with perfect timing stabbed him with a remark. Done being touched. Then listen to the important part. Su Cheng's temple throbbed. The brief moment of softness was instantly shattered by her. He gritted his teeth and replied, Sister Qin Yue, you're really good at ruining the mood. As soon as he sent it, he froze himself. He had said it too naturally. There was a 2-second silence on Qin Yu's end. Then she replied, say that again. Su Cheng's face instantly turned red. He typed furiously, bad signal. Qin Yue, you're on the bus, the signal is fine. Su Cheng, my phone is cheap. Qin Yue, Su Cheng, if you pretend one more time, I'll have the driver turn around and pick you up at the bus stop, so I can hear you say it to my face. Su Cheng immediately behaved. The threat was effective. Satisfied, Qin Yu's words carried a lazy, oppressive tone. Lin Wan and I will handle the photo. Lin Wan will block Gu Chun. He'll handle the hotel side. You go home tonight, take off the bandages, soak your feet, eat something, and sleep. Go back to school tomorrow, and continue being Su Cheng. These words were crisp, just like Qin Yu herself. Not gentle, but steady. Su Cheng looked at them, feeling the panic in his heart settle considerably. He couldn't help but reply, then what about Sushi? After sending it, he froze himself. Why did he ask that? Sushi was supposed to be offline, of course. She was always meant to be offline. She was only ever meant to be a stand-in. But Qin Yu didn't mock him or immediately call him out. After a few seconds she replied, she is tired tonight too. Let her rest first. Su Cheng stared at that sentence, his chest shaking slightly. Not gone. Not non-existent. Just resting first. That phrasing was too cunning. Too cunning for him to even find a reason to argue. When the bus reached his stop, Su Cheng put his phone away and got off carrying a paper bag. The night wind blew from the street corner, colder than the wind behind the hotel. Half the shops in the old district were closed, their rolling shutters plastered with faded ads. One streetlight was broken, the next flickered, stretching his shadow long. The pain in his heels was becoming obvious. His nerves had been on edge at the wedding, so he hadn't noticed anything. Now that he was finally safe, the pain came to collect its dues, a sharp jab with every step. Su Cheng gritted his teeth and walked towards the housing complex. Halfway there he couldn't help but mutter a curse. Sushi, you really know how to put me through hell. After he cursed, he fell silent again. Wasn't Sushi just him? That was the most troublesome part. He wanted to push Sushi away, but it was his feet that hurt. The face in the photo was his. The person Guchen remembered was also him. The hallway light in the old building was still slow to react. Su Cheng stomped his feet twice before the light clicked on. A dim yellow light fell, revealing peeling walls, a pile of old cardboard boxes in the corner, and a faint musty smell in the air. There was no red carpet here, no crystal chandeliers, no one sang so beautiful. This was where Su Cheng belonged. He opened the door. The room was pitch black. The moment the door closed, the sounds of the wind and traffic outside were cut off. Su Cheng stood with his back against the door for a long time before slowly taking off his large black-framed glasses. When the glasses left his nose, his heart suddenly felt hollow, as if the Su Cheng disguise had loosened as well. He didn't want to look in the mirror, but the more he didn't want to, the more he couldn't help it. Finally, he turned on the light and walked into the bathroom. The person in the mirror without the large black frames had medium-length hair falling loosely against their face. The loose jacket obscured their figure, but couldn't hide the excessively beautiful face. The corners of the eyes were tinged with a tired red, the lips pale. The light fell, making the whole face look clean and fragile. Su Cheng frowned. This wasn't the version of himself he was familiar with. At least not the one he was willing to acknowledge. He raised his hand and roughly messed up his hair as if trying to crush any trace of Sushi in the mirror. Don't come out, he said, his voice low and hoarse, staring at the mirror. It's over for today. Sushi, log off. The person in the mirror didn't answer. But those clear eyes quietly looked back at him as if reminding him that some things couldn't be made to disappear just by saying log off. Su Cheng lowered his head in frustration and began to unwrap the bandages. One loop, two loops. As the bandages loosened, the red marks they had left on his skin were gradually revealed. Some areas were red, some were white, and they hurt at the slightest touch. He had wanted to pretend he hadn't seen them, but Lin Wan's and Qin Yu's words came to mind simultaneously. Don't tough it out. Take off the bandages. Soak your feet. Su Cheng was silent for a moment, then resigned himself to getting hot water. The instant his feet touched the water, the heat enveloped the chafed, painful areas. He gasped in pain, nearly kicking the basin over. SSS. He winced, his shoulders hunching, but still unwilling to admit defeat. He forced out, "This isn't pain, it's a test of a male college student's willpower." His phone rang in the living room. Qin Yu was calling directly. Su Cheng answered, and before he could speak, her cold voice came through. "Don't tell me you're still being stubborn while soaking your feet." Su Cheng froze. "Did you install a camera in my house?" "No need." Qin Yu's voice carried a hint of a smile. "A guy like you will find some embarrassing excuse for yourself, even when you're in so much pain you're sweating." Su Cheng was speechless. He looked down at the rippling water in the basin, and after a long while he said, unconvinced, "Sister Qin, you really don't pull your punches." There was a brief silence on the other end of the line. Su Cheng froze too. "Oh no." He had said it naturally again. Qin Yu let out a soft laugh. This time she didn't force him to say it again, just said lazily, "Forget it, you did well today. As a reward, I'll scold you a little less." Su Cheng's mouth twitched. "So I should thank you." "You may." Su Cheng was so mad he wanted to laugh. But as he laughed, the weight pressing on his heart seemed to lighten. Qin Yu stopped teasing him, her tone gradually becoming serious. "Su Cheng, tonight's matter ends here. Don't think about the photo anymore, or Gu Chun. Go back to school tomorrow, and get your own life stable first." Su Cheng lowered his eyes. "What if they still ask about sushi? Lin Wan will handle it, and so will I." Qin Yu paused. "But you have to remember yourself, don't destroy Su Cheng just to hide sushi." Su Cheng's fingers gripping the phone slowly tightened. This sentence was harder to take than her sarcasm, because Qin Yu had hit the mark. He had been hiding sushi all along. But in the process of hiding her, he himself was also struggling to breathe. After a long moment, he let out a low After hanging up, a message from Lin Wan arrived too. "Sleep early, Su Cheng. You worked hard today." Below it, another line followed. She worked hard too." Su Cheng stared at these two sentences for a long time, unmoving. In the room, there was only the sound of the hot water slowly cooling. Occasionally a car passed by outside, its lights sweeping through the gap in the window before quickly disappearing. Finally he replied, "Thank you, sister." After sending it, his ears burned. But this time he didn't recall it. The night was deep. Su Cheng ate the slightly squashed piece of cake, drank the warm milk, and placed his large black-framed glasses on the bedside table. The lenses reflected a faint light in the dimness. That was his confidence to continue being Su Cheng tomorrow. It was also the door that kept sushi out. He turned off the light and lay down, closing his eyes, but he didn't fall asleep immediately. The red carpet, the photo, Lin Wan's paper bag, Qin Yu's call, and Gu Chen's shielding hand, all jumbled together in his mind. Su Cheng turned over, burying his face in the pillow. "Stop thinking," he muttered. "Go back to school tomorrow. Starting tomorrow, just Su Cheng." As if to prove this point, he reached out, grabbed the large black-framed glasses from the bedside, and held them tightly. Just then his phone lit up. A school system notification popped up. "New semester registration time confirmed, starting 9 a.m. tomorrow. Dormitories open, students can check in." Su Cheng stared at that line of text, finally letting out a long sigh of relief. School, dormitory, cafeteria, classroom. The ordinary life that belonged to Su Cheng was finally returning. As long as he was back at school, he was that unremarkable male college student. Sushi had appeared tonight, but she could only appear until tonight. However, before his sigh of relief was complete, a new message popped up in the dormitory group chat. Lao Wu sent a voice message. Su Cheng tapped it, and a familiar loud voice blasted from his phone. "Godfather, are you coming back to the dorm tomorrow? Hurry up and come back. The first hot pot of the semester is waiting for you." Another message followed immediately. "And did you go work some shady job again this summer? Don't come back looking like a ghost while fatten you up." Su Cheng held his phone stunned for a few seconds, then suddenly let out a laugh. The laugh was very soft, like he had finally landed back on solid ground after that wedding. Male dorm hot pot roommates banter. This was his world. But as he laughed, he looked down at his own hand, then at the large black-framed glasses on the bedside. Tomorrow he had to go back to the dorm. He had to face Lao Wu and the others. He had to continue hiding everything with his messy hair, large black frames, and raspy voice. Su Cheng slowly tightened his grip on the glasses, his voice so low only he could hear. "Sushi, go to sleep. Starting tomorrow, it's Su Cheng's turn to take the stage." The next morning, Su Cheng was jolted awake by his phone's vibration. A sliver of white light seeped through the gap in the curtains, falling directly onto his face. The old house was profoundly quiet, broken only by the occasional hum of an electric scooter passing by outside. Su Cheng's first instinct upon opening his eyes was to reach for his glasses. The moment his fingers touched the thick black-rimmed frames on the nightstand, he let out a long, relieved breath, as if he had just reclaimed his lifeline. It was still there. The seal was still intact. He propped himself up, his entire body aching as though it had been run over by the wedding venue's lights. The heels of his feet still throbbed, his throat was hoarse, and his chest felt tight where the bandages had constricted him. Last night's wedding felt like an absurd dream. Yet the paper bag by the bed, the messages from Lin Wan and Cheng Yu on his phone, and the discarded bandages coiled beside the thick-rimmed glasses all served as reminders. It wasn't a dream. Su Shi had truly appeared, and she had been photographed, and Gu Chun had remembered her. Su Cheng closed his eyes, then immediately threw off the covers. "Stop thinking about it," he murmured in a voice still rough from sleep, its softness startling even himself. The next second he froze. This voice was unacceptable. He cleared his throat, deliberately lowering his pitch, forcing out the familiar grating tone from today on. "I am Su Cheng." Perfect. Dreadful. Reassuring. He didn't remove his glasses for long while washing up. Even though he was alone in the bathroom, he didn't want to look at the mirror for too long. But as he brushed his teeth, the mirror mercilessly reflected his face. His medium-length hair was loose, his cheeks pale in the morning light, and a faint redness lingered at the corners of his eyes from a sleepless night. Even in an old t-shirt, even with his hair tousled, the delicate, almost feminine contours of his features were impossible to conceal. Su Cheng stared at his reflection for 2 seconds, nearly biting his toothbrush in half. "What are you looking at?" He growled fiercely at the mirror, his mouth full of toothpaste foam. "You are not allowed to be in operation today." The person in the mirror, of course, did not reply. After washing his face, his first act was to ruffle his hair. One ruffle wasn't enough, he did it twice more. Only when his medium-length hair was thoroughly disheveled into a bird's nest did he feel satisfied, putting on his thick, black-rimmed glasses. The lenses obscured much of the brightness in his eyes, instantly transforming his aura from unbelievably beautiful to remarkably poor. He examined himself from side to side in the mirror. Loose jacket, old sweatpants, black-rimmed glasses, messy hair, and a grating voice. Perfect. Su Cheng was back. He slung his canvas bag over his shoulder, and just as he opened the door, his phone buzzed. Another voice message from Old 5. "Godfather, have you left yet? I'm telling you the dorm is open. Lazy has grabbed the spot by the window. He says if you don't get back soon, he'll throw your pillow onto the top bunk." The sound of Old 5's voice made the corner of Su Cheng's mouth twitch involuntarily. Familiar. So familiar. This was his life. No red carpets, no Gu Chun, and no one calling him Cece. He pressed the voice message button and replied in his grating voice, "If you dare touch my pillow, I'll come back and crush all your instant noodles." The message had been sent for less than 3 seconds before the dorm group chat exploded. Old 5 was the first to laugh hysterically. "Damn. Godfather, what happened to your voice? Did a summer job turn you into a duck?" Zhao Lei immediately chimed in, "Don't insult the ducks, they sound better than he does." Chun Jiaming added his slow-cutting remark, "Medical advice, less staying up late, less working, less using your voice." Zhou Kai sent a shocked emoji. "Seriously, Su Cheng, where did you work this summer? You weren't shouting slogans at a wedding planning company, were you?" Su Cheng looked at the flurry of messages in the group and felt an inexplicable urge to laugh. Yesterday, a single sentence from Cheng Yu could have scared him out of his disguise. A gentle word from Lin Wan could make his heart soften. A single glance from Gu Chun could make his scalp tingle. But the moment his roommate started talking, he felt grounded again. He slowly typed back, "Piss off, I'm perfectly normal." Old 5 replied, "Instantly, normal people don't talk like that." Su Cheng, "Shut up." Old 5, "He's getting angry, he's getting angry." Su Cheng locked his phone, deciding not to argue with an idiot. The school wasn't far from the old house. By the time he took the bus to the campus gate, the sun was already high in the sky. On the first day of the semester, the gate was as bustling as a morning market. Freshmen and returning students with luggage jostled each other. Parents gave last-minute advice. Volunteers held up signs shouting the names of their departments, and the aroma of steamed buns and soy milk drifted from the cafeteria. Standing outside the campus gate, Su Cheng suddenly felt a long-lost sense of security. No one here knew Su Shi. No one had seen that photograph. Everyone only knew Su Cheng. That male college student with the messy hair, the grating voice, and so poor, he had to wait for Bionegetone free deals on milk tea. He pushed his thick, black-rimmed glasses up the bridge of his nose and lowered his head as he walked toward the male dormitory. Along the way, no one gave him a second glance. Occasionally someone brushed past, but they only looked at him briefly before looking away. Su Cheng felt a sense of relief in his heart. See, as long as the disguise was perfect, the world was safe. When he reached the dormitory building, Old 5 was already waiting for him at the entrance. Wu Hao, nicknamed Old 5, was wearing a wrinkled basketball jersey and holding half a cup of iced soy milk. The moment he saw Su Cheng, his eyes lit up. "Godfather!" His roar could be heard by half the building. Su Cheng's stride faltered and his face darkened. "Keep your voice down, I'm not dead yet." Old 5 rushed over, reaching out to slap him on the shoulder. Su Cheng's body instinctively tensed, and he almost flinched away. The bandages had left red marks on him just last night, and his shoulders and back still ached. If Old 5's slap had landed, he could have performed a live demonstration of his soul leaving his body. Fortunately, Old 5's hand stopped midair. He stared at Su Cheng for 2 seconds, his brow slowly furrowing. Hey Godfather, have you lost weight? Su Cheng's heart skipped a beat. Have I? Old Five circled him, his expression growing more suspicious. How is your jacket so loose? And your face looks smaller. And your hair, how did it get so long since the summer? Su Cheng's scalp tightened. Here it was. It had come as expected. Roommates as a species might seem unreliable, but once their attention was caught, their eyes were more annoying than surveillance cameras. He lowered his voice, feigning calmness. I got tired from working over the summer. What kind of job could make your whole frame shrink? Old Five squinted, leaning in to look at him. Su Cheng immediately took half a step back. Get away, the smell of soy milk on you is making me sick. Old Five sniffed himself and retorted righteously, this is the scent of breakfast. You don't understand life, do you? Su Cheng sneered. All I smell is poverty. As if you're not poor yourself. As the two were bickering, two heads suddenly poked out from upstairs. Zhao Lei was leaning on the balcony railing, shouting down, Su Cheng. If you don't come up now, Old Five is really going to go through your cabinet. Chun Jiaming stood beside him, adjusting his glasses. To be precise, he already did. I stopped him. Su Cheng whipped his head around to glare at Old Five. Old Five's eyes darted away guiltily. I was just checking for cockroaches for you. Woo-how. Su Cheng gritted his teeth, his grating voice as cold as frozen meat from a freezer. You'd better pray nothing is missing from my cabinet. Old Five immediately raised his hands and surrender mercy, Godfather. I only touched one pack of tissues. I just bought that last week. I know that's why the quality was good. Su Cheng was so angry, he almost forgot his sore feet. He grabbed his bag and charged upstairs. Old Five chased after him, shouting, hey, slow down. Why are you walking a bit strangely? Did you sprain your ankle? Su Cheng's steps faltered. He immediately slowed his pace, pretending nothing was wrong. I was on my feet for too long yesterday. Old Five was suspicious. What kind of part-time job did you have? Standing for long hours, losing your voice, losing weight, and walking oddly. You weren't being exploited by some shady boss, were you? Su Cheng sneered inwardly. No shady boss. Just two shady bridesmaids. One was Qin Yue, and the other was Lin Wan. No, Lin Wan wasn't shady. Qin Yue was the shady one. But all he said was a wedding gig moving stuff. Old Five slapped his thigh. I knew it. I was scrolling through local videos last night, and saw one from a wedding. It said there was a mysterious bridesmaid as beautiful as a fairy. The comments section went crazy. Su Cheng's foot slipped, and he nearly missed a step. He grabbed the handrail, his heart threatening to leap out of his throat. Old Five kept rambling behind him. The video was blurry though. Only caught her back. Pink dress, long hair. This guy'd love to see her face. Su Cheng turned around stiffly. The gaze behind his thick black-rimmed glasses was chillingly cold. You have a lot of free time. Old Five cowered under his stare. No, I'm busy welcoming the Godfather back to the dorm. Su Cheng twitched the corner of his mouth. Then you'd better forget about that video. Why? Because obsessing over beautiful women on the first day of school is a surefire way to fail your exams. Old Five was silent for 2 seconds, then looked at him with newfound respect. The Godfather speaks wisdom. Su Cheng turned and continued up the stairs, a cold sweat already forming on his back. Good. It was just a blurry video. Not a photograph. Not a clear face. As he walked up to the dormitory door, Zhao Lei and Chun Jiaming were already waiting there. Zhou Kai was sitting at his desk scrolling through his phone. He looked up the moment Su Cheng entered. Su Cheng, you're finally back. Just as Su Cheng was about to speak, Zhou Kai squinted, staring at his face for several seconds. Did you secretly go on a diet over the summer? Su Cheng's heart tightened again. Zhao Lei leaned in too. Yeah, your face is a bit smaller. Old Five squeezed in from behind. I told you. He's lost weight. The three of them closed in. Su Cheng instantly felt this was more dangerous than the wedding red carpet. On the red carpet, it was only Guchen watching. Here it was 3 roommates, plus a gossip radar, scanning him simultaneously. He threw his bag onto the table, and with all the authority he could muster in his grating voice, he declared, Summer. Job. Worked myself thin. If any of you asks again, I'll replace all your instant noodle seasoning packets with sugar. The dormitory was silent for a second. Old Five silently backed away. Zhao Lei gasped. How vicious. Chun Jiaming nodded. It really is Su Cheng. Same level of cunning. Zhou Kai regretfully withdrew his gaze. Alright, well, I'll let you off for now. Su Cheng breathed a sigh of relief. Temporarily safe. He pulled out a chair and sat down. Just as he was about to take a sip of water, another message popped up in the dorm group chat. It was from Zhou Kai. Holy crap, are you guys looking at the campus forum? The new semester's campus beauty preview thread is blowing up. Zhao Lei's interest was piqued immediately. What's the gossip? Old Five's eyes lit up at the mention of a beautiful girl. Send it to the group. Hurry. Su Cheng had a bad feeling about this. The next second, Zhou Kai posted a screenshot in the group. The post title was eye-catching. New semester mysterious beauties round up pink dress bridesmaids spotted at yesterday's wedding, possibly a student from a nearby university. Su Cheng's grip on his water cup tightened abruptly. The water in the cup sloshed, nearly spilling. Old Five slapped the table excitedly. The pink dress bridesmaid. The one I was just talking about. Zhao Lei leaned over. Damn, even though it's only a back view, that waist, that hair, that vibe. It's incredible. Zhou Kai clicked his tongue. The OP says someone saw her face in person. She was so beautiful the groom almost forgot his lines. Chun Jiaming adjusted his glasses and commented calmly, there's probably some exaggeration, but the buzz is real. Su Cheng sat in his chair, his face slowly stiffening. He thought that returning to school meant returning to Su Cheng's world. But now the pink-dressed bridesmaid on the forum was like a thread tracing all the way from the wedding venue to the doorstep of the male dormitory. Old Five was still excitedly chattering beside him. Godfather, weren't you working at a wedding last night too? Did you see this beauty? 3 pairs of eyes in the dorm instantly fixed on Su Cheng. Su Cheng held his water cup and slowly looked up. The thick black-rimmed glasses concealed the storm raging in his eyes. In his grating voice he uttered 2 words without any expression. No. Old Five squinted suspiciously. You answered that way too fast. Su Cheng gave a cold smile. Because I only care about my paycheck, not about beautiful women. This statement plunged the entire dorm into silence. A few seconds later Old Five looked at him with profound respect. As expected of you. Poverty makes you desire nothing. Su Cheng remained calm on the surface, but inside, he was screaming in his head. It was over. Sushi hadn't returned to school. But Suzai's legend had already made its way into the male dormitory first. The true danger in the men's dormitory was never Old Fifth's sharp tongue. Nor was it Zhao Lei cursing at his teammates while gaming late into the night. It wasn't even Zhou Kai browsing forums until dawn insisting on reading every piece of gossip aloud. The real danger came the next morning when Wu Hao stood by Su Cheng's bedside, holding a wash basin, and bellowed, Godfather, get up and shower. Su Cheng's eyes snapped open. Still lying in bed, his hand had already reached for the large black-rimmed glasses on the pillow. The moment the temple touched his fingertips, he slammed them onto his face, as if grasping for his life. The lenses pressed against the bridge of his nose. The seal was in place. Su Cheng sat up, his hair, even messier from sleep, his loose jacket wrinkled and hanging off him. He looked like a male college student who had just crawled out of a trash heap. Safe. But the wash basin in Wu Hao's arms was not safe. Inside the basin were a towel, body wash, shampoo, and a pair of slippers. Su Cheng stared at the contents, his back slowly tensing. The public bathhouse. The men's dorm public bathhouse. Those 4 words exploded in his mind, more terrifying than when Gu Chun had stood at the door last night at the wedding asking, where is Miss Su? He knew his current condition best. The bandages must not be seen. His clothes couldn't be removed casually. His body must not be discovered by his roommates. Forget showering together. If Wu Hao so much as patted his shoulder near the bathhouse entrance, his soul would flee on the spot. Unaware that his words had nearly sent his godfather to his grave, Wu Hao continued urging, hurry up while it's still not crowded. Once all the freshmen wake up, the bathhouse will be packed like a market. Zhao Lei poked his head out from the top bunk, his hair just as messy as Su Cheng's. Don't rush him. Su Cheng's the type to go for a natural air dry. Zhou Kai, scrolling on his phone while lying in bed, lazily added, no, it's natural fermentation. Chun Jiaming, already dressed and drinking water at the desk, said calmly, not showering in summer is bad for the dormitory's ecological stability. Su Cheng, this dorm had not a single good person. He slowly got out of bed, steadied himself in his slippers, and pressed his gruff voice low and cold. Who says I'm not showering? Wu Hao was taken aback, then go. Su Cheng looked up at him. I showered last night. Wu Hao frowned. When? After you fell asleep. No way, Wu Hao recalled seriously. I didn't go to bed until after 2 last night, and I didn't hear any water. Su Cheng's heart skipped a beat. This guy couldn't memorize a single line for his studies, but why was he so clear about this? His expression unchanged, he reached for the cup on the table and took a sip. I just rinsed off quickly at the public washroom downstairs. Wu Hao, you can shower in the downstairs washroom. Su Cheng set down the cup, his gaze calm. Try it. Wu Hao was silent for 2 seconds, then stepped back half a step with his basin. No need then. Zhao Lei laughed from the top bunk. Old Fifth, stop asking. Su Cheng can even make showering feel impoverished. That's a realm you can't understand. Zhou Kai nodded. True. Others shower to clean their bodies. He calls it resource conservation. Su Cheng shot them a cold look. Do you want to write my showering methods into the dormitory culture handbook? Zhou Kai immediately retreated under his blanket. No way, I'm afraid you'll hunt me down. Wu Hao still wouldn't let it go, but you had hot pot yesterday, and we're out running around all day. You really want shower? Su Cheng looked at him and suddenly smiled. It was a faint smile, but Wu Hao instinctively sensed danger. Sure enough, the next second Su Cheng drawled slowly, Wu Hao, from the moment you woke up today, you've asked me about showering 3 times in a row. Wu Hao froze. Su Cheng adjusted his large black-rimmed glasses, his tone even calmer. Do you have feelings for me? The dormitory was silent for a second. Zhao Lei instantly sat up on the top bunk. Holy crap. Zhou Kai nearly dropped his phone on his face. That counterattack was solid. Chun Jiaming quietly drank his water, holding his cup. Wu Hao's face flushed bright red as he stepped back with his basin. Godfather. No. Don't slander me. Su Cheng's expression was blank, then shut up. Wu Hao, shut up. The effect was devastating. Zhao Lei laughed so hard the bedboards rattled. Old fifth, you're done for, you cared too much. Wu Hao pointed at Su Cheng in indignation. He's framing me. Su Cheng picked up his toothbrush. Slowly you walked right into it. Zhou Kai gave a thumbs up as expected of the Godfather crisis management on point. Su Cheng sneered inwardly. Of course. Last night, he had summed up the first rule of survival in the men's dorm from Qin: you never offer a passive explanation. The more you explain, the weirder it gets. To survive, you had to muddy the waters first. Wu Hao slunk away with his basin, and Zhao Lei and Zhou Kai followed him to the bathhouse. Chen Jiaming glanced at Su Cheng, but didn't ask further, only reminding him the bathhouse is less crowded after 9. Su Cheng paused. Chen Jiaming finished speaking and left with his book. Once the dormitory door closed, the room finally fell quiet. Su Cheng stood still, letting out a long breath. He had won, but only temporarily. The public bathhouse problem wouldn't disappear because of a single counterattack. He had dodged it today, but tomorrow would come. With so many people in the dorm showering, changing clothes, and dealing with bandages, every step was a minefield. He couldn't rely on talking his way out every time. Su Cheng locked the door, checked that the balcony was empty, then retrieved spare bandages and ointment from the bottom of a drawer. He hadn't handled it well before bed last night, and the red marks from the bandage edges were still there, especially on his shoulders and waist. They hurt at the slightest touch. Su Cheng looked down and couldn't help cursing. This elixir is messed up. Transforming was one thing, but it didn't come with a survival guide. Shower risks disguise in the men's dorm, bandages, stifling, and summer escape routes from the public bathhouse. He had to figure it all out on his own. He applied the ointment quickly but methodically. Afraid as he was, Su Cheng was never one to just wait for disaster. He sat down at the desk, pulled out his phone's notes app, and typed a line with a blank expression: rules for survival in the men's dorm. 1. Use the public bathhouse during off-peak hours, either 5:30 a.m. or after 9:30 a.m. 2. Always lock the door when changing clothes, or excuses can include sleeping, being sick, or doing laundry. 3. If a roommate gets too close, scold them first. For old fifth's observation skills are inconsistent, but he's quick with his mouth. Focus on guarding against him. 5. Chen Jiaming says little, but has sharp eyes. Don't underestimate him. After typing the 5th rule, Su Cheng stared at the screen for 2 seconds, then added another. 6. Qin used words may be harsh, but they're useful. Just as he finished typing, his phone vibrated, as if had been caught talking about someone behind their back. Qin, you sent a message. How's it going today? Su Cheng looked at the screen, wondering if she had installed a monitoring app on his phone. He replied, just handled the men's dorm public bathhouse crisis. Qin Yue, how? Su Cheng accused old fifth of having feelings for me. There was a pause on Qin Yu's end. Then she replied, you're pretty good at surviving. Su Cheng smirked, is that a compliment? Qin Yue, barely. Su Cheng thanks, he'll grudgingly accept it. Qin Yue, don't get cocky. The bathhouse problem will catch up with you eventually. Shower during off-peak hours, prepare your things in advance, don't let roommates grab your clothes for you, and don't leave bandages out in the open. Su Cheng looked at the lines, his earlier smugness fading. He knew Qin Yue was right. This wasn't a one-time crisis, it was a daily life problem he would face from now on. He replied, got it. Qin Yue, also don't strangle yourself. Su Cheng, do I look that stupid? Qin Yue, last night you almost tripped on the red carpet in a bridesmaid dress. Su Cheng, that was force majeure. Qin Yue, and you shoved the bouquet into Gu Chen's arms. Su Cheng gritted his teeth, that was called cutting my losses fast. Qin Yue, cut your losses so well that Gu Chen still remembers sushi. Su Cheng didn't want to reply anymore. This woman had a vicious tongue, but vicious as it was, every reminder she gave hit the mark. Su Cheng put his phone down and straightened his clothes. He pulled his loose jacket closed, mussed his hair, adjusted his glasses, and lowered his voice back to its gruff tone. By the time Wu Hao and the others returned from the bathhouse, Su Cheng was sitting at the desk eating a steamed bun. Wu Hao stared at him as soon as he walked in. Godfather, were you secretly up to something bad? Su Cheng looked up, I ate your bun. Wu Hao panicked and rushed to the desk only to see his own bun still there. He sighed in relief, then realized, you tricked me. Su Cheng took a bite of his bun, his tone calm. Seeing you nervous makes me happy. Zhao Lei laughed, holding the door. Old fifth, he's got you completely wrapped around his finger. Zhou Kai wiped his hair, while marveling Su Cheng's aggression is strong today. Chen Jiaming set down his wash basin and commented noticeable recovery in his state. Su Cheng sneered, if you keep studying me, I'll charge you per head. Wu Hao immediately pushed half of his own bun over Godfather hush money. Su Cheng glanced at it. It had a meat filling. He reached out and took it. Deal. Wu Hao, you're actually taking it. Su Cheng, you actually gave it. They stared at each other for 2 seconds, and Wu Hao backed down. The dormitory erupted in laughter again. Before noon, the squad leader notified them to go to the classroom to pick up materials. Su Cheng initially wanted to refuse, but the squad leader named names in the group chat. At least 2 people from each male dorm room need to come carry things. Wu Hao immediately pushed Su Cheng forward. Godfather's got good stamina. Su Cheng's expression was blank. Where do you see that? You're fast when grabbing fatty beef. That's called hand speed. Hand speed is also strength. Cheng looked at him for a few seconds, then suddenly nodded fine, I'll go. Wu Hao was stunned. Zhao Lei was stunned too. Zhou Kai narrowed his eyes. Why are you so agreeable today? Cheng picked up his jacket, his tone flat. Because if I don't go, you'll keep discussing whether I shower in the dorm. Wu Hao immediately looked guilty. No, we want. You will. Cheng looked at him. Let's go. Wu Hao obediently followed. When they reached the teaching building, the hallway was already filled with returning students. The squad leader stood by the podium holding a stack of forms and looked at them as if seeing saviors. Perfect timing. Moved these 3 boxes of materials to the advisor's office. Wu Hao stared at the 3 large boxes on the floor, his face changing color. You call this materials? This is the weight of knowledge, right? Cheng bent down and lifted one box, his gruff voice cold. Less talk, move them, and you're buying milk tea. Wu Hao was shocked. Why is it me buying again? Because you pushed me into coming. But I'm carrying 2. So you're buying 2 cups. Godfather, you're unreasonable. Cheng walked out with the box and broke. Those 2 words crushed everything. Wu Hao was choked into submission. After moving the materials, the squad leader posted a notice on the door. Class meeting at 7 p.m. tonight. The advisor will check return status and arrange welcome volunteers. At least 1 guy from each dorm room needs to sign up. As soon as Wu Hao heard the word volunteer, he immediately backed away. Cheng also narrowed his eyes. Welcome volunteers. Lots of people, lots of tasks, lots of trouble. The thing he feared most right now was trouble. But the squad leader was already looking at them. Your room is all here, right? Don't be absent tonight. Cheng said nothing while Wu Hao's smile was more painful than a grimace. Yeah, we're all here especially. On the way back to the dorm, Wu Hao wailed the whole way. We're screwed. They're definitely going to draft us tonight. Welcome volunteers are just carrying luggage, giving directions, hauling water, and getting sunburned. Cheng's brow furrowed deeper as he listened. Giving directions? Carrying luggage? Crowds of people. Those words combined didn't look good no matter how he saw it. Wu Hao suddenly turned to him, his eyes lighting up. Godfather, how about you step up? You look pretty tough today. Cheng stopped walking and slowly turned to him. Wu Hao. Yes. Say one more word, and I'll nominate you as the volunteer team leader at tonight's class meeting. Wu Hao's face instantly changed. No. Godfather, I was wrong. Cheng let out a cold laugh and continued walking forward. The class meeting at 7 in the evening for Cheng was only slightly less dangerous than the public bathhouse. Not because the meeting itself was frightening, but because it brought together so many people. Where there were many people, there were many troubles. Some loved to chat, some loved to stare, some loved to ask, how did you lose weight over the summer? And others would suddenly notice in such a dull setting that someone's hair had grown longer, their clothes were looser, or their voice had gone hoarse. Cheng sat in the second to last row of the classroom, his back against the wall. To his left was Wu Hao, to his right Zhao Lei, and in front of him Zhou Kai was scrolling through his phone with his head down. Chun Jiaming sat on the far end quiet, as a human timetable organizer. This seat was Cheng's own choice. He could bow his head and play dead when needed or retreat through the back door. Very reasonable. Wu Hao, however, failed to grasp his intention. No sooner had he sat down than he began to fidget. Godfather, why are you sitting so far back? There are empty seats up front. Cheng didn't even lift his eyelids. The front is too close to the teacher. So what if it's close to the teacher? Easier to be seen. What's wrong with being seen? Cheng finally turned to look at him, his raspy voice cold and low. Easier to be conscripted. Wu Hao was silent for a second, then immediately scooted his butt back. Makes sense. Zhao Lei chuckled softly beside them. Lao Wu, with that IQ of yours, you deserve to be called out. Wu Hao retorted, I'm just innocent. Cheng calmly added, innocence and stupidity are sometimes only a word apart. Wu Hao clutched his chest. Godfather, how many times have you attacked me today? Counting from this morning's shower 7 times. Wu Hao was shocked. You keep count. Easy to settle the milk tea bill. Wu Hao fell completely silent. The classmates gradually arrived, and the classroom soon buzzed with activity. Some were discussing the course schedule in the front rows, others were asking each other about their summer vacations, and someone just walked in shouting, does anyone have a charger? Cheng looked down at his phone and casually sent a message to Qinyu. Class meeting safe for now. Qinyu replied, don't sit in the first row. The corner of Cheng's mouth twitched. Do I look that stupid? Qinyu, you almost got cornered by Gu Chun in the corridor last night. Cheng, that was poor terrain. Qinyu, don't let the terrain be unfavorable again today. Cheng stared at the screen and let out a cold laugh. Relax, him sitting in the back against the wall close to the door. This time, Qin, you took a few seconds to reply. Smart enough. Cheng's mood had just started to improve when another message came. Keep it up and don't suddenly do something stupid. He put down the phone. This woman, more than one compliment from her would be lethal. Better not to look. The class monitor stood at the podium and clapped. Everyone quiet down, the counselor will be here soon. Today I'll mainly talk about 3 things: registration status, course schedule, and tomorrow's orientation volunteers. As soon as the word volunteers was spoken, the boys in the back rows collectively became alert. Wu Hao muttered, "Here it comes just as expected." Zhao Lei immediately lowered his head, pretending to read. Zhou Kai turned off his phone screen, pretending he didn't exist. Chun Jiaming, however, didn't hide. He simply opened his notebook, ready to take notes. Su Cheng glanced at the three of them and sneered inwardly. Usually they all shouted brothers for life, but when it came to moving luggage, they all shrank faster than turtles. But he didn't intend to volunteer either. His current physical condition wasn't suitable for standing all day, let alone going to the busiest orientation point. If the heat caused problems with his bandages, or if his clothes were tugged while moving luggage, it would be a disaster. The counselor soon entered. She was surnamed Sue, around 30 years old, spoke crisply, and scanned the classroom as soon as she entered. "Is everyone here?" The class monitor nodded. "Basically all here." Teacher Sue placed the materials on the podium and briefly went over registration notes, then talked about courses attendance and dormitory safety. Su Cheng kept his head down the whole time, listening attentively. It wasn't that he loved studying. He was screening for risks. Dormitory safety: pay attention to electricity, no staying out all night. Okay, acceptable. Random dormitory inspections within the first 2 weeks of school. Troublesome, but can be prepared in advance. Student ID reissue document registration. Not bad as long as no photos were involved. Until Teacher Sue turned to the last page. Tomorrow's college orientation. Our class needs 6 volunteers to guide at the school gate, sign in at the college building, and help new students with their luggage. Wu Hao's face instantly fell. Zhao Lei directly lowered his head, as if suddenly fascinated by the grain of the desk. Zhou Kai pretended not to hear and started rummaging through his pencil case. Su Cheng was even more straightforward. He took out a blank piece of paper and wrote 2 words on it. Review. Then he stared down at it with an attitude so earnest he looked like he was about to take the graduate entrance exam. Teacher Sue looked at the class. Volunteer sign up. Any volunteers? The classroom was so quiet you could hear the fan spinning. A girl in the front row raised her hand. "Teacher, I can handle the sign-in." Teacher Sue nodded. "Good one." 2 more girls raised their hands, saying they could help with directions. Teacher Sue noted down the names and looked up. "Still need 3 boys. We need boys to move luggage and supplies." The boys in the back rows collectively lowered their heads. Su Cheng also lowered his head, but he wasn't lowering his head out of fear. It was to observe the situation. Jumping out now would be suicide, and outright dodging would easily get him called out. The best way was to divert the attention to a more suitable person. For example, Wu Hao. Wu Hao was tall enough, loud enough, physically capable, and most importantly idle. Su Cheng slightly turned his head and gave him a glance. Wu Hao suddenly shivered. He turned around warily. "Godfather, why are you looking at me?" Su Cheng's tone was calm. "Nothing. That look doesn't seem like nothing. I'm assessing the dormitory's sense of honor." Wu Hao's heart panicked. "Don't assess me." Before Su Cheng could speak, the class monitor in the front row had already looked toward the back. "Let's have a few guys from the back." "Lao Wu, weren't you just saying earlier that you were in good shape?" Wu Hao's eyes widened. "When did I say that?" The monitor laughed. "You said it this afternoon when you were moving materials." Wu Hao panicked. "I was just bragging." Su Cheng calmly added, "Honesty is a virtue." Wu Hao looked at him in shock. "Godfather, you set me up." Su Cheng opened his notebook, expression unchanged. "I'm just supporting you in expressing yourself." Zhao Lei beside him almost collapsed on the desk laughing. Teacher Sue also looked at Wu Hao. "Wu Hao, right? Then you're one." Wu Hao opened his mouth, trying to struggle. "Teacher, I tomorrow." Su Cheng whispered a reminder from the side. Treating milk tea can offset a bit of fate. Wu Hao gritted his teeth and swallowed his words. Final go. A few laughs sounded in the class. Still needed 2 more boys. After being sold out, Wu Hao immediately developed a strong desire to drag others down. He suddenly raised his hand and pointed at Zhao Lei. "Teacher Zhao Lei can also do it. He's in good shape." Zhao Lei exploded on the spot. "Wu Hao, are you sick? When was I ever in good shape?" Wu Hao said with righteous indignation. "You can sit for 6 hours straight playing games. That's great endurance." The whole class burst into laughter. Teacher Sue suppressed a smile. "Zhao Lei, you're one." Zhao Lei's face turned green. He glared at Wu Hao. "You're dead tonight." Wu Hao whispered back, "Brothers should be together." Still needed 1 more. Su Cheng had already lowered his head in advance, his pen tip flying across the paper. Others didn't know what he was writing. Zhao Lei leaned over and saw only 1 line on the paper. "Whoever looks at me is doomed." The corner of Zhao Lei's mouth twitched as he held back a laugh. Teacher Zu's gaze swept across the back row. 1 more boy. Zhou Kai immediately raised his notebook to cover his face. Chun Jiaming didn't hide, but he was tall and thin, looking like he wouldn't be a main force for moving luggage. Wu Hao and Zhao Lei both looked at Su Cheng. Su Cheng sensed the 2 gazes and slowly raised his head. His eyes were cold. The message was clear: if you dare speak up, none of you will survive tonight. Wu Hao swallowed. Zhao Lei looked away. But Zhou Kai suddenly chose this moment to court disaster. He muttered under his breath, "Can't Su Cheng also move things?" "He moved textbooks today." The voice wasn't loud, But the class meeting was too quiet. Teacher Su heard it. Su Cheng heard it too. He turned to look at Zhou Kai, his gaze like that of someone watching a person about to lose their dinner. Zhou Kai's neck shrank. But Teacher Su had already looked over. Su Cheng. Su Cheng put down his pen and stood up, neither panicked nor eager to refuse. He first coughed, then spoke in his raspy voice. Teacher, I was standing for a long time at my part-time job last night and my feet are blistered. As soon as he said this, Wu Hao and the others were stunned. Su Cheng's tone was steady, not playing the victim nor over-explaining. Moving heavy luggage might be a bit inconvenient. But if you're short on people, I can be responsible for directing at the school gate or showing new students the way. Teacher Su looked at him. Su Cheng was dressed loosely, his hair messy, his complexion indeed not good, and his voice was terribly hoarse. He looked like he had just been roughed up by life. She nodded. If your feet are injured, don't lift heavy objects. Then you'll be responsible for directing at the school gate, 2 hours per shift. Wu Hao muttered, you can do that. Su Cheng sat down, his tone calm. This is called reasonable communication. Zhao Lei glared at him. Why didn't you say so earlier? Do you also have blistered feet? No. Then shut up. Zhao Lei. Wu Hao said with heartfelt pain, Godfather, you really know how to live. Su Cheng said coldly, unlike you guys, I bring my brain when I go out. Zhou Kai buried his face in his notebook, not daring to speak. He already sensed that he would be dealt with by Su Cheng tonight. After the volunteer list was confirmed, Teacher Su continued with the instructions. Tomorrow morning at 7:30 assemble and wear the volunteer vests issued by the college. There will be many people at the school gate, so mind your appearance and don't get into conflicts with new students. Vest. Su Cheng's eyelid twitched when he heard those 2 words. Fortunately, it was a vest, not a uniform short sleeve. A vest worn over a coat, no big problem. Teacher Su added, it's hot so you can wear a short sleeve, just put the vest on top. Su Cheng lowered his head expressionlessly and wrote a new line on the paper. Tomorrow wear long sleeves. Reason cold, afraid of getting cold. After writing, he nodded to himself. Perfect. The class meeting ended. People in the classroom filed out. Wu Hao and Zhao Lei looked like 2 laborers whose souls had been drained, walking without energy. Wu Hao wailed, why do I have to move luggage tomorrow? Su Cheng picked up his bag and said flatly, because you're in good shape. I was bragging. Words spoken are like water spilled. Zhao Lei looked at Zhou Kai through gritted teeth. And you Zhou Kai, that Su Cheng can move things comment almost got him sent too. Zhou Kai immediately raised his hand. I was wrong. Su Cheng stopped and looked at him. Zhou Kai's back went cold. Godfather, I'm really sorry. Su Cheng nodded. Milk tea tonight. Zhou Kai breathed a sigh of relief. Ill treat. Su Cheng, you treat the whole dorm. Zhou Kai's face stiffened. Isn't this punishment too harsh? Su Cheng smiled. You almost made me move luggage tomorrow. Zhou Kai was silent for 2 seconds. Full sugar or less sugar? Less sugar, hot. Wu Hao was shocked. Godfather, you drink hot milk tea. You've changed. Su Cheng glanced at him. Catch a cold, afraid of cold. This excuse, he was already laying the groundwork. Wu Hao indeed didn't suspect, instead he nodded. True, your voice is like this now. Chun Jiaming added, hot drinks are more suitable. Su Cheng was satisfied inwardly. Excuse successfully established. The group reached the bottom of the teaching building. The evening breeze blew by, carrying a faint smell of cooking oil from the cafeteria. The campus streetlights were already on, and students were walking to the dorms in 2s and 3s. In the distance, people were still playing basketball on the court. Su Cheng pushed up his large black-rimmed glasses and was about to head back to the dorm when his phone vibrated. It was Lin Wan. How did the class meeting go today? Su Cheng replied smooth. Got caught to be an orientation volunteer tomorrow. Lin Wan, will it be very tiring? Su Cheng glanced at the dejected Wu Hao and Zhao Lei beside him. I'm in charge of directions, not moving luggage. Someone else will move for me. Lin Wan replied with a gentle smile emoji. Su Cheng is very clever. Those words were much more pleasing than Qin Yu's. Just as the corner of Su Cheng's mouth was about to lift, a message from Qin Yu also came. Heard from Lin Wan that you're a volunteer tomorrow. Su Cheng, news spread so fast. Qin Yu, she's worried about you. Su Cheng stared at the screen, his fingers pausing. Qin Yu's next message quickly appeared. I'm not worried. I'm just reminding you, tomorrow there will be many people. Don't take off your glasses, don't wear too thin clothes, and talk as little as possible with your voice. Su Cheng typed with his head down. I'm responsible for directions, not going on stage for a beauty contest. Qin Yu, you'd better remember that you're not. Su Cheng, why did that sound weird? He was about to retort when Wu Hao suddenly leaned over from the side. Godfather, let's go back to the dorm to split the money. Split the milk tea. Su Cheng locked the screen and looked up. What did you say? Wu Hao immediately corrected himself. Drink milk tea, drink milk tea. The group walked noisily toward the dorm. Su Cheng walked at the back, mentally running through tomorrow's schedule. Assemble at 7:30. Volunteer vest. Direct at the school gate. Many people, but no luggage moving. Risk controllable. As long as he was ordinary enough, inconspicuous enough, raspy-voiced enough, he could smoothly get through tomorrow. Just as he thought that, a new notification popped up in the class group chat, sent by the class monitor. Attention for the school gate direction group tomorrow. Due to the large number of new students reporting, those responsible for directions need to wear name tags to facilitate inquiries. Below was a sample image. The name tag read, College Volunteers Su Cheng. Su Cheng stared at the sample image, his footsteps halting. Wu Hao turned back. Godfather, what's wrong? Su Cheng looked at his phone expressionlessly. A name tag, and it had to be worn on the chest. He just wanted to lie low like a roadside stone. But the college insisted on sticking a piece of paper on the stone telling everyone, hello, my name is Su Cheng. At 7 in the morning the next day, Su Cheng stood before the dormitory mirror staring at the volunteer vest on his chest, his expression as dark as an undercooked pot bottom. A red vest. A white name tag. 3 characters on the name tag, crystal clear. Su Cheng. The characters were quite large. So large that Wu Hao burst into laughter the moment he entered. Godfather, that's a nice badge. Finally, human society officially acknowledges your existence. Su Cheng slowly turned his head. Wu Hao, do you want to make yourself disappear from human society? Wu Hao immediately shut up and turned to call Zhao Lei. Quick look. Su Cheng is open for business today. Zhao Lei poked his head out from the bed, nearly rolling off with laughter. Open for business. That's a perfect phrase. Zhou Kai had already pulled out his phone. I have to take a picture. Title, An Impoverished College Student Officially Certified for the First Time. Su Cheng reached up and tore off the name tag, slapping it face down on the desk. Take a picture of your damn face. Chen Jiaming glanced at the time. Assembly is at 7:30. If you guys argue for another 5 minutes, Wu Hao and Zhao Lei will be late. Wu Hao's face instantly fell upon hearing that. He was assigned to the luggage moving group today, and Zhao Lei too. Last night, they'd still been talking tough, saying things like moving luggage is no big deal. But this morning one had a sore back, the other weak legs. They looked like luggage had already moved them first. Su Cheng zipped up his vest and straightened the loose long-sleeved shirt underneath. Long sleeves, large black-rimmed glasses, messy hair, a raspy voice, plus the volunteer vest. Not exactly Loki, but at least it covered well enough. He picked up the name tag, stared at it for 2 seconds, then had a sudden inspiration. He hung it directly on the inside of his vest. Wu Hao was dumbfounded. Godfather, what kind of move is that? Su Cheng's tone was calm, anti-theft. Zhao Lei, if the name tag is inside, who can see it? They'll take it out when needed. Zhou Kai gave a thumbs up. Makes sense, but it looks like a scalper. Su Cheng looked at him. Zhou Kai immediately corrected himself, like a low-key official. Chen Jiaming nodded. If the teacher asked you to show it, you can adjust then. Su Cheng shot Chen Jiaming an approving glance. There was still a smart person in this dorm. At the school gate, the orientation scene was already a chaotic mess. As soon as the sun rose higher, the entrance was packed with freshmen and parents. Suitcase wheels rumbled against the tiles. Volunteers holding college signs shouted back and forth. Security guards maintained order, and the broadcast repeatedly reminded everyone of the registration process. Su Cheng stood under the direction group's canopy, and his first instinct was to leave. Too many people, too much noise, too many eyes. But he didn't actually walk away. Since he'd been dragged here, he had to get through these 2 hours. Su Cheng had always hated trouble, but that didn't mean he couldn't get things done. He scanned the area and quickly found the most suitable spot for himself. Not directly in front of the canopy, not right at the center of the school gate, but next to the signpost near the shade of a tree. Here he could answer questions without being the first person everyone saw. With a tree behind him, a route map to his right, and another volunteer to his left. Safe. Su Cheng moved over, adjusted the route map slightly, and pulled his vest zipper a bit higher. The class monitor ran over from a distance and frowned immediately upon seeing his name tag wasn't visible. Su Cheng, where's your name tag? Without changing his expression, Su Cheng flipped it out from inside his vest and showed it to her briefly. Here. The monitor paused. It needs to be on the outside so freshmen can see it. Su Cheng's raspy voice lowered. My throat is hoarse. If freshmen see my name and all come to me, I can't talk that much. You put me next to the route map. They'll point at the map, talk less, and be more efficient. The monitor was momentarily speechless. The reason was too legitimate. So legitimate she couldn't argue. The girl in charge of registration nearby glanced at Su Cheng's throat and chimed in. His voice really is quite hoarse. Letting him point at the map is fine. We can do the shouting over here. The monitor nodded. Then don't wander off. If someone asks for directions, just point. Su Cheng responded calmly, no problem. As soon as the monitor left, Wu Hao passed by dragging 2 large suitcases, his eyes wide with shock. Godfather, you've already retreated to the rear. Su Cheng looked at his sweaty face and said calmly, this is called job matching. Zhao Lei walked by from behind carrying a cardboard box, his face pale. I want to be matched too. Su Cheng pointed into the distance. The luggage moving group is over there. Go get matched. Zhao Lei trudged off, cursing under his breath. Wu Hao said indignantly, why do you get to stand in the shade while I carry boxes? Su Cheng adjusted his glasses. Because you're physically strong. I was just bragging. The organization believed you. Wu Hao nearly split in two on the spot. Once the orientation officially started, Su Cheng quickly got into the groove. When a freshman asked how to get to the School of Economics, he raised a hand and pointed. Straight ahead, second intersection, turn left, look for the blue canopy. When someone asked where the dormitory was, he circled it on the map with a pen. Male dorm to the right, female dorm further inside. Don't go the wrong way. When a parent asked about the registration process, he handed over a process sheet and said concisely, first scan the code, then check and then get your card. His voice was unpleasant, but his answers were fast, his directions accurate, and his words few. Before long, the other volunteers nearby found him useful and started directing some of the people asking for directions his way. Su Cheng remained calm on the surface, but sneered inwardly. Great. Had wanted to keep a low profile, but ended up as a human GPS. At least no one was staring at his face. Everyone only cared about which way to go, where the dorms were, and how to get a meal card. No one in this chaotic scene would bother studying a raspy-voiced volunteer with long hair, long sleeves, and a half-hidden name tag. That was the advantage of a crowd. Danger could also serve as cover. After half an hour of busy work, Su Cheng finally figured out the pattern. For talkative parents, he directly handed over the route map. For lost freshmen, he gave directions in no more than 3 sentences. For those asking endless questions, he passed them to the nearby information desk. High efficiency, low risk. He even began to think this position wasn't so bad. Until a girl dragging a suitcase stopped in front of him. Hey, how do I get to the School of Management? Without lifting his head, Su Cheng pointed to the right. Turn right, cross the plaza, look for the white canopy. The girl didn't leave. Su Cheng looked up something else. The girl stared at his glasses for a moment and asked quietly, are you catching a cold? Your voice sounds really hoarse. Su Cheng's eyelid twitched. Here it comes. This kind of irrelevant question was a danger source. His expression blank, born with it. The girl froze. Another girl nearby almost burst out laughing. Su Cheng handed over the process sheet. Next. Cold, direct, effective. The girl dragged her suitcase away. Zhou Kai, returning from grabbing water, witnessed the scene and couldn't help but sigh. Su Cheng, you really cut off all romantic prospects with sheer skill. Su Cheng took the water he offered. This is work efficiency. She was just concerned about your throat. She was blocking the people waiting in line. Zhou Kai had nothing to say. A moment later, Wu Hao dragged his suitcase back from a distance, drenched in sweat, his expression like he'd been beaten by society. Godfather, save me. Su Cheng didn't even look at him. Save yourself. I've already carried 8 boxes. You're doing great. Is that a compliment? It's a eulogy rehearsal. Wu Hao's face turned green. Your mouth is poisonous. Su Cheng tossed him a bottle of water. Finish drinking, then keep going. Wu Hao caught the water, paused for a moment, but still acted tough. Godfather, you do care about me. Su Cheng said flatly. If you pass out, Zhao Lei will dump your work on me. Wu Hao. The warmth vanished, but he still drank the water. The orientation scene grew hotter by the minute. Su Cheng's long sleeves began to feel stifling. The bandages clung to his skin, sweat seeping through little by little, itchy and uncomfortable. His expression didn't change, but he shifted his stance, hiding his body in the shadow of the signpost. He couldn't scratch. He couldn't move around. The more uncomfortable it got, the steadier he had to be. Just then, Chun Jiaming walked over from the direction of the college building and handed him a piece of paper. The monitor asked me to deliver the temporary group assignment. Su Cheng took it, scanned it, and immediately frowned. He was originally scheduled for only 2 hours. Now, due to a shortage of staff, the direction group had to extend by 1 hour. He looked up at Chun Jiaming, who changed it. The student union's last-minute notice. Can we swap someone? In theory, yes. But right now, no one's willing to swap. Su Cheng let out a cold laugh. No one's willing. That means there's still someone who can be swapped. Chun Jiaming looked at him. Who are you planning to find? Su Cheng turned his head and looked toward Zhou Kai, who was slacking off and eating a bread roll in the distance. Zhou Kai suddenly felt a chill down his back and looked up, meeting Su Cheng's gaze. The bread nearly fell from his mouth. No way. 10 minutes later, Zhou Kai stood next to the signpost with a name tag hanging on his chest, his expression numb. Su Cheng patted him on the shoulder. Campus life observer. Go observe. Zhou Kai said indignantly. This is revenge for me almost sending you to move luggage last night. Su Cheng smiled. You observed very accurately. Zhou Kai. Su Cheng successfully clocked out. But he didn't leave immediately. Instead, he circled around to the cool shade behind the tree, found an unnoticed spot to sit down, and slowly drank some water. His heels still ached and the bandages on his body were uncomfortable. Standing stubbornly for another hour would definitely cause problems. If he could get out early, he should get out. Being tough wasn't about stupid endurance. Su Cheng understood that distinction clearly. As soon as he sat down, his phone vibrated. Qin Yue still alive. Su Cheng looked down and replied, alive. Successfully passed the overtime onto Zhou Kai. Qin Yue, not bad. You've learned to harm people. Su Cheng, this is called resource allocation. Qin Yue, who taught you that? Su Cheng, life. Yue sounds like life is more venomous than me. The corner of Su Cheng's mouth twitched slightly. Just as he was about to reply, a message from Lin Wan also came in. Is orientation tiring? Remember to drink water, and don't stay in the sun too long. Su Cheng glanced at the shade he was in and replied, I'm in the shade. Not in the sun. Lin Wan, good. Take care of Su Cheng today too. Su Cheng's fingers paused. Lin Wan was always like this. She clearly knew a corner of his secret, but she never pressed him. She only reminded him to take care of Su Cheng, not to let him break himself. Su Cheng replied, got it, Sister Lin Wan. After sending it, he put his phone away and looked up at the school gate. The sunlight was bright. The crowd was noisy. Wu Hao was still moving luggage. Zhao Lei wobbled under the weight of a large box. Zhou Kai stood by the signpost surrounded by 3 freshmen asking for directions, and Xun Jiaming helped check names at the registration desk. Everything was chaotic, but it was still ordinary campus life. Su Cheng suddenly felt that as long as he was steady enough, good at hiding and good at passing trouble on to others, he could still survive. At least he could survive today. Just as he thought this, a small commotion suddenly arose at the school gate. A black sedan pulled over by the roadside. The door opened, and a middle-aged man in a white shirt got out. He first spoke with the security guard, then turned back to open the rear door. Many freshmen looked over. Wu Hao passed by dragging a suitcase and muttered offhandedly, rich people sure have a different style when starting school. Su Cheng didn't want to look, but the car's emblem looked familiar. At yesterday's wedding scene, when Gu Chun left, it seemed like the same type of car. The alarm bells in Su Cheng's mind had just rung when an assistant in a suit stepped out of the car, holding a document, and spoke quietly with a college teacher. Su Cheng was too far away to hear clearly. He only caught a few scattered words. Gu family. Sponsorship. Freshman. Gu family. The hand holding Su Cheng's water bottle froze instantly. The Gu family again. He slowly pushed his large black-rimmed glasses up and shrank a little further into the tree's shadow. Great. He was just here as an orientation volunteer. How could he run into someone from the Gu family, even at the school gate? Su City had developed an allergy to the character Gu. At yesterday's wedding, a certain Gu Chun had nearly stared Su Shi into a permanent fixture. Today at the freshman orientation, another Gu corporation had appeared. Was this some kind of chain reaction? He sat in the shade, a water bottle in his hand, his first instinct not to run. Running would only draw attention. With so many people at the orientation, a volunteer, suddenly diving into the crowd, would be more suspicious than Old Fifth suddenly declaring his love for studying in class. Su City lowered his head to glance at the name tag, half hidden on his chest. Su City. Safe. The people from the Gu Corporation knew Su Shi, not Su City. Well, Gu Chun had also seen the male-attired Su City yesterday, but that was at the back door of the hotel with poor lighting, and he still had messy hair and a raspy voice. As long as he didn't get close to the Gu Corporation people today, it would be fine. Su City quickly ran through the scenario in his head. Conclusion: don't panic, don't hide, don't initiate contact. Act like a stone by the roadside. A stone wouldn't blow his cover. In the distance, the suited assistant was talking to a college faculty member. Several student union members gathered around to move cardboard boxes, which were printed with the words Gu Corporation Charitable Education Sponsorship. Surrounding new students and parents saw this, and began to murmur among themselves. Wu Hao, dragging his suitcase past, heard the word Gu Corporation, and his eyes lit up. Godfather. Gu Corporation Sponsorship. Doesn't that mean free water? Su City's expression was blank. Is that your only ambition in life? Wu Hao put down his suitcase and wiped his sweat. You don't get it. Free water tastes sweeter than regular water. Su City handed him the half-empty bottle from his own hand. Drink up, then keep moving. Wu Hao was touched for a second, took it, and gulped down 2 mouthfuls. Then he realized, wait, isn't this the one you drank from? Su City was calm. Then give it back. Wu Hao immediately hugged the bottle. I've already drunk from it, brothers, shouldn't be so petty. Then get moving. Wu Hao resignedly dragged his suitcase away, muttering, Godfather's capitalist demeanor is getting more practiced. Su City ignored him. His gaze was fixed on the Gu Corporation side. That assistant wasn't looking his way, just handing over supplies with the teacher. It seemed like an ordinary sponsorship activity, nothing to do with Su Shi. Good. Stay steady. However, the next second the class monitor ran over with a stack of forms, heading straight for Su City. Su City, have you rested enough? Su City immediately became alert. No. The monitor stopped in her tracks. Huh. Su City screwed the cap back on his water bottle, his raspy voice very calm. My foot still hurts, my throat is still hoarse, I'm still tired. Get Wu Hao to move things. He just said he could do 10 more trips. Wu Hao, not far away, whipped his head around. When did I say that? Su City didn't even look at him. You said it in your heart. Wu Hao, Godfather, don't lie. The monitor laughed at their exchange, but still handed the forms over. It's not about moving things. The Gu Corporation needs to put their sponsorship materials at the information desk, and they need someone to take them to the college building lobby. You were in charge of giving directions earlier, right? You know the route well. Su City looked at the forms and was silent for 2 seconds. What was this called? The more you tried to avoid something, the more it came crashing into your face. He looked up, his tone serious. I don't know the route well. The monitor said, you didn't make a single mistake giving directions this morning. That was because I knew the map. So just lead them. Sioux City wanted to refuse again, but the monitor lowered her voice. Just 5 minutes. The teacher is waiting, don't put me in a tough spot. Sioux City looked at her sweaty face, then at the chaotic orientation team in the distance. Fine. 5 minutes. As long as he didn't say anything unnecessary, didn't reveal anything, didn't volunteer his name. He wasn't being a coward, he was just avoiding landmines. But even when avoiding landmines, sometimes you still had to cross the road. Sioux City stood up, tucking his name tag further inside his vest, his tone cool. They'll lead the way, but I'm not responsible for reception. The monitor breathed a sigh of relief. I know. Your throat is horse talk less. Sioux City nodded and turned to walk towards the Goo Corporation's side. He didn't walk fast. His large dark-rimmed glasses pressed steadily over his brows and eyes. His messy hair was naturally chaotic, and his loose long sleeves covered him completely. He looked like an ordinary male college student crushed by the start of semester. So ordinary that even the people handing out flyers on the roadside wouldn't bother giving him one. The suited assistant saw him approach and nodded politely. Student, please lead us to the college building lobby. Sioux City suppressed his voice. Follow me. As soon as the sound came out, the other party was visibly startled. Sioux City immediately added a cold 2 words, cutting off any follow-up questions. The assistant nodded. Thanks for the trouble. Sioux City mentally gave himself a thumbs up. Strike first to gain the upper hand, minimize communication. Perfect. He turned to lead the way. 2 Goo Corporation staff members pushed a cart behind him carrying several boxes of sponsorship materials and bottled water. Sioux City walked at the front, maintaining a distance of 3 steps, neither too close nor too far. As long as he didn't actively look at anyone, they wouldn't study him. But Old Fifth, that unpredictable factor, had to pop up again. Wu Hao, having just moved some luggage, saw Sioux City leading the Goo Corporation people from afar, his eyes widening. Godfather, did you get a promotion? Starting to entertain sponsors now. Sioux City didn't stop walking, just shot a sideways glance. Shut up and go move boxes. Wu Hao wanted to shout again, but Zhao Lei dragged him away. Don't mess with him, can't you see? He looks like he's about to kill someone. Zhou Kai rubbed his chin beside them. But Sioux City's vibe is really strange. Dressed like a pauper, but walking in front of the sponsors, he looks a bit like a cold-faced tour guide. Shun Jiaming evaluated calmly, mainly because he doesn't want to talk. Sioux City could hear them, but he couldn't be bothered to look back. His top priority now was to deliver the Goo Corporation staff to the lobby and then immediately withdraw. The college building lobby wasn't far. On the way, a few new students asked for directions, and Sioux City pointed as he walked without saying a single extra word. Registration is to the left. Dormitory cards are on the 2nd floor. The information desk is ahead. His answers were short, efficient, and devoid of emotion. The Goo Corporation assistant behind him couldn't help but smile. Student, you're very experienced. Sioux City's heart tightened, but his face remained steady. Forced to be experienced. The assistant paused, then laughed again. Thanks for your hard work. Sioux City didn't respond. The more you said, the more mistakes you made. But when they reached the lobby entrance, an unexpected problem arose. A college faculty member was on the phone with someone else. Seeing them enter, she quickly waved. Xiao Su first helped the Goo Corporation teacher put the boxes behind that table. Xiao Su. Sioux City's brow twitched. It was a very common form of address. But right now he was also sensitive to the character Su, especially in front of the Goo Corporation people. Before he could speak, the Goo Corporation assistant had already asked, Student, is your surname Su? Alarms blared in Sioux City's mind, but his face showed no change. He looked up, his raspy voice calm. There are quite a few students with the surname Su at this school. The assistant was taken aback by this answer. Sioux City directly bent down to pick up the lightest box of materials and placed it behind the table. His movements weren't fast, but they were very crisp. He didn't need anyone to urge him, and he didn't give anyone else a chance to continue the conversation. Seeing his somewhat awkward posture when holding the box, the assistant casually asked, Is your foot bothering you? Sioux City put the box down, steadying himself against the table's edge as he turned. I stood too long at my part-time job yesterday. The same excuse, the more he used it, the more natural it sounded. The assistant nodded and didn't ask further. Sioux City's heart relaxed slightly. Good. This person wasn't Guchun. Normal people wouldn't keep probing the details. He was just about to withdraw when the faculty member handed him a receipt form. Xiao Su, please sign for the receipt time. I'm stuck on this call. Sioux City looked at the form, his eyelid twitching slowly. Sign. The last thing he wanted to do now was write the characters Sioux City next to a Goo Corporation document. Even though it was just an ordinary material handover form. Even though the Goo Corporation assistant most likely wouldn't remember. But Sioux City's current principle was leave no trace if possible. He took the form, but didn't immediately write his own name. Instead, he turned his head and shouted towards the door monitor. The monitor was busy outside. She turned back at his shout. What's up? Sioux City held up the form. Material receipt. It's more appropriate for the student leader to sign. The monitor paused for a moment, then ran over and took the pen. All right, I'll sign. Sioux City handed her the pen, his expression natural. I was just guiding. The monitor didn't think much of it and signed her name. The Goo Corporation assistant, however, gave Sioux City an extra glance. Sioux City noticed, but he wasn't flustered. He just reached up and adjusted his glasses, his raspy voice indifferent. Anything else? If not, I'll go back to my post. The assistant smiled. No thank you. Sioux City nodded, turned, and left. His back was very steady. After walking out of the lobby, he let out a long, silent sigh of relief. Successfully avoided the mine. No signature. No exposed name tag. No unnecessary words. Perfect. However, just as he reached the stairwell, he heard the Goo Corporation assistant behind him answer a phone call. President Goo, the materials have been handed over. Sioux City's steps faltered. President Goo. Those two words were like a needle pricking him lightly on the back. He didn't turn around. But the assistant's voice continued. Yes, everything went smoothly at the school. They'll send the photos and the list to your email later. Photos. List. Sioux City's gaze instantly turned cold. Photos from the orientation. A volunteer list. If this was sent to Guchun, even though his name tag was hidden, if he was caught in a volunteer group photo. No good. Sioux City turned and headed straight for the school gate. He wasn't panicking. He was just dealing with the risk in advance. As he reached the direction guiding team's tent, Zhou Kai was being bombarded with questions by 3 new students. Seeing Sioux City return, he looked like he'd seen a savior. Godfather. Save me. They're asking about dorms, campus cards, the cafeteria, and the print shop. I'm about to crack. Sioux City ignored him and asked directly, is there going to be a group photo today for the orientation? Zhou Kai was taken aback. I think so. The student union's publicity team said they were going to take work photos of the volunteers for the public account. Sioux City's expression turned even colder. Public account. Group photo. Goo Corporation list. A triple threat. Wu Hao dragged his luggage back and heard this, immediately getting excited. A photo. Then I need to fix my hair. Sioux City glanced at him. You want to get famous? Not a bad idea. Your hair is a sweaty mess from moving luggage. Your face looks like it's been boiled. Are you sure? Wu Hao was silent for 2 seconds, wiped his face, and said, forget it. Sioux City turned to Zhou Kai. Where's the publicity team? Zhou Kai pointed towards the square. They're taking photos over there. Sioux City strode off. Zhou Kai quickly followed. What are you doing? Negotiating. With who? With the camera. Zhou Kai. He suddenly felt that although Sioux City was poor, his ability to take action was truly strong. By the square, the publicity team students were taking work photos of the volunteers. Several girls were smiling and handing out materials at the registration desk, the scene youthful and sunny. Sioux City walked over without beating around the bush. Student, my throat is hoarse. I'm not in good shape. Please don't take my face. The male student holding the camera was stunned. Huh. Sioux City's expression was very steady. A back shot is fine. A shot of me pointing directions is also fine. A frontal shot would damage the college's image. The other person looked at his large black frames, messy hair, and pale face, and was somehow convinced. The girl beside him couldn't help but laugh. You're quite self-aware. Sioux City nodded. Thank you. She laughed even harder. The male student from the publicity team nodded. All right, well, try not to take your face. Sioux City added another condition. I want stand in the front row for the volunteer group photo. That's fine. The negotiation was over. Sioux City turned and left. Zhou Kai was dumbfounded behind him. Wait, you just solved it like that? Sioux City said flatly. A problem appears, so you solve the problem. Standing around praying doesn't work. Zhou Kai was silent for a moment, then suddenly said, Sioux City, I find that sometimes you really don't seem like an ordinary male college student. Sioux City's steps paused slightly. Zhou Kai immediately added, ordinary male college students aren't this meticulous about details. Sioux City relaxed, letting out a cold laugh. Ordinary male college students also aren't this eager to court death. Zhou Kai immediately shut up. Near the end of the afternoon orientation, the publicity team did come to take the group photo. Sioux City stood at the very edge of the last row and even deliberately had Wu Hao block half of his body. Wu Hao whispered, Godfather, are you using me as a shield? Sioux City, your volume is suitable. Wu Hao was indignant. Is that polite? Very polite. I didn't say you were fat. The shutter clicked. Sioux City's large black frames and half his face were blocked by Wu Hao's shoulder, and his name tag was mostly hidden by the edge of his vest. Risk control successful. When the orientation ended, Wu Hao was as tired as a dead dog. Zhao Lei didn't even want to talk. Zhou Kai was hugging a water bottle, questioning his life choices, and Chun Jiaming was responsible for registering everyone's volunteer hours. Although Sioux City was also tired, he was in a slightly better state than them. After all, he knew how to dodge, how to switch posts, and how to negotiate. Wu Hao collapsed on the steps, looking at him. Godfather, how come you're more energetic than us today? Sioux City looked down at him. Because I use my brain to work. Zhao Lei was barely breathing. Stop roasting us, I don't have the strength to talk back. Zhou Kai nodded. I admit you win today. Sioux City was about to speak when his phone vibrated. Cheng, you sent a message. Is the orientation over? Sioux City replied, over. My face wasn't photographed, I didn't sign the list, I stood on the edge of the group photo, and Wu Hao blocked half of me. Cheng, you replied quickly this time. Not bad. Sioux City looked at those two words, and his mood inexplicably improved a little. Rare. Cheng, you actually didn't add a snide remark. The next second Cheng, you sent another message. Looks like there's still hope for you. Sioux City locked his screen expressionlessly. As expected, he shouldn't have expectations of her. He had just put his phone away when the Goo Corporation assistant in the distance finished packing up the materials and prepared to leave. Before getting into the car, that person suddenly turned his head and glanced back at the orientation volunteers. His gaze swept across the crowd, pausing for a moment at the spot where Sioux City was. Sioux City didn't dodge. He just stood next to Wu Hao, hair messy, glasses thick, raspy voice silent, looking as ordinary as could be. The assistant looked for 2 seconds, seemingly finding the student a bit familiar, but unable to place him, and finally got into the car. The black car slowly drove away. Sioux City watched the rear of the car, his gaze darkening. He had managed to get through today, but the Goo Corporation had already appeared on campus. This meant that Gu Chun was closer to his campus life than he had imagined. After the Gu family's car drove away, Su Cheng did not immediately relax. He stood in the shade of the trees at the school gate, watching the black sedan disappear at the intersection, acutely aware of one thing: the lack of an incident today did not mean the matter was over. The Gu family had been to the school. The publicity team had taken photos. The volunteer list had been submitted. The official account had yet to post. These 3 matters sat together like 3 unexploded mines, and who knew which one would detonate in his face tonight? Wu Hao collapsed on the steps, exhausted like a dried-up salted fish, and looked up at him. Godfather, what are you still standing for? The Gu family car is gone. You're not thinking of chasing after it for a bottle of sponsored mineral water, are you? Su Cheng withdrew his gaze and looked down at him. I was thinking about how to sell you to the Gu family for warehouse work. Wu Hao immediately shut up. Zhao Lei sat nearby, holding half a bottle of water, barely breathing. Don't sell him. He can't even handle moving luggage. The Gu family wouldn't want him. Zhou Kai crouched to the side with his phone, his eyes still glued to the school forum and the official account's back-end messages, muttering, there's plenty of orientation material today. The publicity team will definitely post an article. The moment Su Cheng heard the words, post an article, he immediately looked over. When will it be posted? Zhou Kai looked up. Usually around 8 or 9 in the evening. If it's fast, there might be a preview by dusk. Su Cheng's eyes darkened. Dusk? Then he needed to act now. He walked over, bent down, and patted Zhou Kai on the shoulder. Zhou Kai's back stiffened. What are you doing? Su Cheng's tone was calm. Aren't you the campus life observer? Zhou Kai nodded cautiously. Spiritual profession, temporarily unpaid. Go observe the publicity team. Zhou Kai's mouth twitched. You want me to spy on the official account material? Su Cheng corrected him. Not spying, reasonable communication. Zhou Kai looked at him. What do you want me to communicate reasonably? Su Cheng pointed at his own face. Cut me out. Wu Hao laughed so hard on the steps he nearly rolled off. Godfather, you have such a clear self-image. Su Cheng slowly turned his head. Wu Hao, your volunteer hours for moving luggage today haven't been registered yet. Wu Hao's laughter ceased instantly. I'm going right now. Zhao Lei looked at Zhou Kai with schadenfreude. Go on, campus life observer, the organization needs you. Zhou Kai's face was full of tragic resolve. I knew it. Last night, I almost sold you for luggage duty, and today, I have to pay it back. Su Cheng nodded. Good that you understand. Chun Jiaming walked over with the volunteer hours sheet, listened for a few moments, and said calmly, I know someone in the publicity team. I can ask for a preview. Su Cheng's eyes lit up. Having Chun Jiaming in the dorm really saved a lot of detours. He immediately said ask. Chun Jiaming took out his phone and sent a message. Soon the other party replied with a preview of the official account cover and several draft images. Several people crowded around to look. The first was a panoramic view of the school gate. The second was the check-in desk. The third was the luggage moving team. Wu Hao was in the photo, dragging 2 large suitcases, his face as red as if had just been boiled, his mouth wide open, yelling something unintelligible. Zhao Lei was beside him, bent over, carrying a box, his expression like a forced laborer. Wu Hao glanced at it and immediately covered his face. Delete it. This one must be deleted. My image is ruined. Su Cheng sneered. You have an image. Wu Hao, Godfather, you can't be so cold-blooded. Su Cheng ignored him and continued looking. The fourth photo was of the direction guiding team. Su Cheng stood beside the route map, half his body blocked by a sign, his hair messy, large black-rimmed glasses pressing down on his brows, only a corner of his name tag visible. He pointed one hand toward the intersection with 2 freshmen standing before him. His face wasn't clearly captured. His voice, of course, couldn't be captured either. The level of safety barely passed. But Su Cheng still frowned. Zhou Kai saw his expression and couldn't help saying, this one is pretty blurry. No one will notice you, right? It's best if no one does. Su Cheng returned the phone to Cheng Jiaming. Ask your classmate to help pass the word they can post the picture, but don't write my name and don't tag me separately. Chun Jiaming nodded and continued sending messages. Zhao Lei leaned on the steps and laughed. Su Cheng, you're like an underground idol refusing exposure before debut. Su Cheng looked at him. Do you want to be the volunteer for tomorrow's luggage shift? Zhao Lei immediately sat up straight. Forget I said anything. Zhou Kai muttered under his breath. But this photo of you is pretty good. With the big black frames you do have that cool volunteer vibe. Su Cheng shot him a sideways glance. Are you complimenting me or trying to harm me? Zhou Kai said earnestly, an objective assessment. Su Cheng calmly extended his hand. Observation fee 10 yuan. Zhou Kai. He realized that even breathing might cost him money around Su Cheng. After handling the risk with the official account the taut string, in Su Cheng's heart finally loosened a bit. At least on campus everything he could control was under control. His name wasn't on the list. His face was blocked in the group photo. The official account wouldn't mention his name. He hadn't had too much direct contact with the Gu family's assistant either. The rest was beyond what he could solve just by standing here. So he decisively turned around. Back to the dorm. Wu Hao immediately raised his hand. Eat first. I moved luggage all day today. Oh, I can feel every muscle in my body protesting. Su Cheng glanced at him. Then let's eat. Wu Hao was stunned. Godfather, you're being so agreeable today. Su Cheng picked up his bag, his hoarse voice sounding flat. Because I'm hungry too. Zhao Lei quickly followed. Cafeteria or snack street. Zhou Kai felt his wallet. I suggest the cafeteria. Wu Hao clutched his chest. After such a tiring day eating at the cafeteria, you have no heart. Su Cheng turned back. Your treat. Wu Hao was silent for 2 seconds. The cafeteria is actually pretty good. Chun Jiaming closed the form. There's a new window on the 2nd floor of the West cafeteria. It's opening today with a discount. Su Cheng made an immediate decision. Let's go. The group of dorm mates headed toward the cafeteria together. The campus after orientation was quieter than in the morning. The sun was setting to the west, the road still radiating heat, and the tree shadows stretched long. Freshmen dragged their luggage toward the dorm's parents carrying bags, giving a few last words of advice before looking back with lingering concern. Su Cheng walked among them listening to Wu Hao and Zhao Lei argue over what to eat for 3 blocks, and suddenly felt a sense of reality. This was the ordinary life he wanted. A bit tiring, a bit noisy, a bit poor, but at least he didn't have to wear a dress. Didn't have to be stared at. Didn't have to pretend to be sushi in front of Gu Chun. Just as he thought this, his phone buzzed. Qin, you sent a message. I saw the official account photos. They didn't capture you clearly. Su Cheng's steps faltered. How are you faster than me? Qin Yue, did you think you're the only one who knows how to handle risks? Su Cheng stared at the screen, feeling an inexplicable sense of steadiness. Qin Yue had a sharp tongue, but she was truly fast in action. He replied, I had Chun Jiaming pass the word not to write my name. Qin Yue, good reaction this time. Su Cheng's lips were about to curl up. Then Qin Yu's next message came, finally not acting like the idiot who shoved the bouquet into Gu Chen's arms last night. Su Cheng locked his phone with a blank expression. The praise lasted less than 3 seconds. The 2nd floor of the cafeteria was quite busy with long lines in front of several new windows. The moment Wu Hao caught a whiff of the aroma, he came back to life. I declare today I'm eating 3 portions of meat. Zhao Lei sneered, does your wallet agree? Wu Hao looked at Su Cheng. Godfather. Su Cheng cut him off directly. No. I didn't even say anything yet. Your eyes were already asking for a loan. Zhou Kai laughed beside them. Su Cheng's wrist detection speed is getting faster and faster. Chun Jiaming held a tray. It's called experience accumulation. Su Cheng chose the cheapest meal set and added an extra egg. Wu Hao saw him add the egg and looked as if had witnessed a miracle. Godfather, you're upgrading your consumption today. Su Cheng picked up his tray. 10 yuan orientation subsidy. Did the school give it? No. Then how are you subsidizing it? Su Cheng looked at Zhou Kai. Zhou Kai's face changed. Didn't I already treat you to milk tea? You almost got me tagged by name in a photo. Su Cheng's tone was calm. Compensate for my mental damage. Zhou Kai clutched his chest. You really know how to keep accounts. Su Cheng nodded, a basic skill for the poor. The table erupted in chatter and arguments as they ate. Wu Hao, exhausted from the day, ate as if he hadn't eaten in 3 years. Zhao Lei complained with his mouth, but was no slower at snatching meat. Zhou Kai scrolled through the official account preview, criticizing the publicity team's aesthetic as he went. Chun Jiaming ate, slowly, casually, sending the next day's class schedule to the dorm group chat. Su Cheng ate with his head down, occasionally looking up to curse at Wu Hao. His demeanor was much more natural than in the morning. The more natural he was, the less his roommates would overthink. This was also his biggest gain of the day. Don't keep hiding. Hiding too much only makes you look guilty. Curse when needed, tease when needed, be stingy when needed. The more Su Cheng acted like Su Cheng, the safer Su she would be. Halfway through the meal, Zhou Kai suddenly let out an eh. Su Cheng immediately looked up. What now? Zhou Kai turned his phone around. The official account preview has been changed. Your photo was replaced with a back view. In the photo, Su Cheng stood beside the route map, only captured from the side and back. Only a sliver of the big black frames was visible, his hair a mess, his finger pointing at the map, not even a trace of the name tag. After seeing it, Su Cheng's mood improved considerably. This one works. Wu Hao leaned in to look. Godfather, the back view looks pretty story-like. Su Cheng said coldly, the story is a poor man forced to work. Zhao Lei too real. Zhou Kai refreshed a few times. The caption below doesn't have your name either. It just says a volunteer patiently guides freshmen. Su Cheng nodded. Patient. His main work today relied on a cold face and short sentences. The publicity team sure knew how to beautify things. But it didn't matter. As long as they didn't write his name or show his face, clearly they could praise him however they wanted. He continued eating with his head down. But at the same time, in the Gu family's car, the assistant was sending out the day's material handover report. There weren't many photos. A panoramic view of the school gate, the Gu family's educational aid supplies, and a few on-site orientation photos. Among them was one of Su Cheng standing beside the route map, pointing the way, his back to the camera. In that photo, he looked utterly ordinary. A loose long-sleeved shirt, a red vest, messy hair, a sliver of the big black frames, his profile obscured by shadows, his features indistinct. The assistant had merely attached it casually. No name was marked. It wasn't treated as anything significant. A few minutes later, Gu Chen opened the email in his office. He had only intended to glance at the charity project's progress as a routine matter. The Gu family had similar sponsorships every year, and it didn't require his personal attention. But when his mouse scrolled to that on-site orientation photo, his movement suddenly paused. In the corner of the photo, the volunteer standing beside the route map had a vaguely familiar back. Not Sushi. Sushi was a light pink dress, long hair, someone who would nervously turn pale at the fingertips when looking down. The person in the photo was a male college student in a red vest. Thin, disheveled, low-key. And there was an indescribable sense of familiarity. Gu Chen stared for 2 seconds, recalling the hoarse-voiced part-timer from the back door of the hotel last night. Su Cheng. He remembered that name. Because that young man's voice was so grating it was distinctive. And because Lin Wan and Qin Yu had been standing beside him at the time, as if protecting something. Gu Chen didn't zoom in. He didn't ask the assistant to investigate either. He just looked at that photo for a moment, then scrolled down the email. The office was very quiet. Outside the window, the sky was gradually darkening. Gu Chen leaned back in his chair, lightly tapping his fingertips on the desk. Su Cheng. Sushi. The two names flashed through his mind. Quickly, he himself found the association absurd. One was a hotel logistics boy. The other was a girl bathed in lights at a wedding. Besides both being surnamed Su, what connection could they have? Gu Chen closed his laptop. But that messy back view in the photo still left a faint trace in his mind. Meanwhile, in the cafeteria, Su Cheng was unaware that he had nearly been caught in Gu Chen's scrutiny again. He was busy fighting Wu Hao for the last chicken leg. Wu Hao fiercely guarded his plate. Godfather. I saw this first. Su Cheng's chopsticks shot out steady, accurate, and fierce, clamping onto the chicken leg. Whoever grabs it gets it. You're cheating. It's called strategy. Zhao Lei laughed so hard he pounded the table. Zhou Kai raised his phone to take a photo, but was intimidated into retracting it by a single look from Su Cheng. Chen Jiaming silently pushed his own egg over to Su Cheng's bowl. Su Cheng glanced at him. What are you doing? Chen Jiaming said calmly, you expended a lot today. Su Cheng was silent for 2 seconds, then accepted the egg. You have good eyes. Wu Hao said in anguish. Mingzi, how can you be partial to the Godfather too? Chen Jiaming adjusted his glasses. Because you've already eaten 3 portions of meat. Wu Hao was left speechless. The cafeteria erupted in laughter again. That evening, Su Cheng's campus life finally seemed to be back on track. When the official account published the post, Su Cheng was in the dormitory, washing a cup. To be precise, he was washing Wu Hao's cup. The reason was simple. Wu Hao, while drinking bubble tea in the evening, had shouted, "Benefactor, you're amazing," and placed the half-empty cup on the corner of the desk before turning to wrestle with Zhao Lei for the game controller. By the time he remembered, the cup had already been knocked over by Zhou Kai, and the tea seeped along the desk gap to Su Cheng's books. Su Cheng fell silent for 3 seconds on the spot. Then he dragged Wu Hao off the bed and demanded compensation for the books, the paper, and the mental anguish. Wu Hao couldn't afford to pay, so he could only offer his unwashed cup for Su Cheng to clean up as a favor. Su Cheng stood at the sink holding the cup, his face as cold as the leftover cold dishes in the school cafeteria. Wu Hao. He spoke slowly in his hoarse voice while rinsing the tea residue from the cup wall. If you ever put your bubble tea on my desk again, it'll sweeten all your instant noodles. Wu Hao sat on the chair, hands clasped together, his attitude sincere. Benefactor, I was wrong. I promise to keep my bubble tea 3 meters away from your books from now on. Zhao Lei laughed from the bed. 3 meters. How big is our dorm anyway? Zhou Kai, without looking up from his phone, said, then put it in the hallway. Chen Jiaming, sitting at his desk organizing the next day's class schedule, added calmly, put it in the hallway, and the dorm aunt will throw it away as trash. Wu Hao lamented, "None of you have any sympathy." Su Cheng turned the cup upside down by the sink, shook off the water from his hands, and said, "Sympathy drowned in that half cup of bubble tea." The dormitory burst into laughter. Just then Zhou Kai suddenly let out an ah. Su Cheng paused. He instinctively knew something was up whenever he heard that tone from Zhou Kai. Sure enough, the next second Zhou Kai raised his phone, his eyes sparkling as if he'd found a juicy rumor. The school official account posted the welcome push. Wu Hao immediately shot up from the chair. "Did it include me? Quick, see if I look handsome." Zhao Lei sneered. "You were carrying boxes like a refugee today, and you think you look handsome. What do you know? Labor is glorious. Labor is glorious, but your face isn't necessarily." Su Cheng didn't rush over. He dried his hands, walked back leisurely, first pushed his large black-rimmed glasses up firmly, then pulled out a chair and sat down. His movements were steady. In his mind, he had already cursed the publicity team from the school gate to the library. Although he had seen the preview, nothing was settled until the official post was released. What if the publicity team got a sudden brainwave and added a caption under the photo saying, "Volunteer, Su Cheng patiently assists new students"? Then all his efforts today would be wasted. Zhou Kai scrolled down with his finger. First photo, the school gate. Second photo, Gus, charitable supplies. Wu Hao craned his neck. What about that box of water from Gus? Did they capture it? I drank 2 bottles today, so by extension I participated in Gus charity. Su Cheng looked up. You were a passive participant. Wu Hao. Zhou Kai continued scrolling, suddenly laughing out loud. Here it comes, the luggage moving group. He turned the phone screen around. In the photo, Wu Hao was dragging a suitcase with one hand, his mouth wide open, as if shouting for help. Zhao Lei followed beside him, carrying a cardboard box, his expression utterly hopeless. Their red vests were half soaked with sweat, making them look like they had just been pulled out of a hot pot. Wu Hao's expression changed and he reached for the phone. Delete it. Who took this? I'm not that ugly. Zhou Kai protected the phone. Official confirmation, can't delete it. Zhao Lei stared at the photo for 2 seconds, his tone heavy. Wu Hao, you are indeed a bit uglier than me. Zhao Lei, have you no shame? Your expression looks like you were dragged to mine coal. At least I kept my mouth shut, you opened yours. Su Cheng leaned back in his chair, watching them attack each other coldly, finally feeling a bit better. As long as he wasn't the main subject, any photo was fine. Zhou Kai scrolled further down. Suddenly he stopped. Su Cheng's eyelid twitched slightly. Zhou Kai slowly turned his head to look at Su Cheng, a very smug grin spreading across his face. Benefactor. Su Cheng's tone was calm. You'd better think carefully before you speak. Zhou Kai placed the phone on the desk and pushed it over. The photo was small. It showed the shade under the signpost. Su Cheng stood in front of the route map, captured only from the side and back. The red vest was worn over a loose, long-sleeved shirt, his messy hair was layered in a chaotic way, and the edge of his large black-rimmed glasses was barely visible. He was pointing at the map with one hand, while 2 new students in front of him listened with their heads down. His face wasn't clear. The name tag was also blocked. The caption read, "Volunteer patiently answers questions for new students, helping freshmen complete registration smoothly." After reading it, Su Cheng first let out half a sigh of relief. Not bad. Safe. But Wu Hao was already slapping the table and laughing. Huh. Benefactor. You've been photographed as the campus model worker. Zhao Lei leaned in to look, his shoulders shaking with laughter. If you didn't say it was Su Cheng, I'd think it was some silent excellent senior. Zhou Kai clicked his tongue twice. Look at this back view. Lonely, poor, reliable, and a kind of forced-to-work weariness. Chen Jiming looked at it seriously for a few seconds and commented, good composition. At least better than Wu Hao's photo. Wu Hao immediately objected. How is it better than mine? My photo has so much power. Su Cheng stared at Zhou Kai. What did you just say? Zhou Kai quickly stopped laughing. I said you're reliable. The sentence before that. Poor. The one before that. Forced to work. Su Cheng nodded. Bubble tea tonight. Zhou Kai was stunned. What did I do wrong now? You insulted an officially recognized model worker. Zhou Kai was silent for 2 seconds, then turned to Wu Hao. Lao Wu, do you still have any of that half cup of bubble tea left? Wu Hao hugged his cup protectively. Don't even think about it. I almost lost my cup just now. The dormitory erupted into chaos again. Su Cheng didn't continue reading the post. Instead, he took the phone back and checked the comments section below. There weren't many comments. Most were from new students' parents praising the school's arrangement, and some said the volunteers worked hard. No one mentioned him. No one asked for his name. No one said the back view looked familiar. Su Cheng finally felt truly at ease. He handed the phone back to Zhou Kai and said flatly, that's it. Don't share it in the class group. Zhou Kai was taken aback. Why? Su Cheng looked at him. Do you want the whole class to enjoy Wu Hao's photo with his mouth wide open like he's about to eat a suitcase? Wu Hao lunged over. You can't share it. Whoever shares it'll fight them. Zhao Lei immediately took sides. Indeed, it can't be shared. My photo isn't good either. Zhou Kai looked at the 2 of them, then at Su Cheng, and slowly gave a thumbs up. Benefactor, that's a very sneaky excuse. Su Cheng calmly drank some water. it's your own vulnerabilities. Chun Jiaming was writing something in his notebook, a slight smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. The matter of the official account was thus suppressed by Su Cheng using Wu Hao and Zhao Lei's ugly photos. Very efficient. The price was that Wu Hao and Zhao Lei started circling Zhou Kai, grabbing his phone, demanding he promise not to say forward or make memes. Zhou Kai dodged while shouting, I have professional ethics. Zhao Lei, you don't even have a profession. Wu Hao, at best you're an unemployed gossip enthusiast. Su Cheng sat at his desk using the chaos as background noise and lowered his head to open the chat with Qin. He only sent 4 words, the push is safe. Qin replied quickly, I saw it. Su Cheng, you saw it again. Qin Lin Wan sent it to me. Su Cheng, isn't your information network a bit too exaggerated? Qin not exaggerated. As long as you don't cause a bigger stir, we won't have to be this busy. Su Cheng looked at the message and decided not to respond. Qin, you sent another. You handled it well this time. Using your roommate's ugly photos to divert attention, your brain is starting to recover. Su Cheng's mouth twitched. This woman always had to be thorny when she praised someone, as she probably couldn't sleep otherwise. He replied, Sister Qin I've always had a brain. Qin the evidence from last night and this morning was insufficient. Su Cheng put his phone down. No more chatting. If he kept chatting, he'd be too angry to sleep tonight. But just a few seconds after putting it down, a message from Lin Wan came in. I saw the official account. They didn't capture you, clearly, rest assured. Then another line followed, but Su Cheng, the back view of you pointing the way looked very serious. Su Cheng looked at the message and the irritation from Qin Yu's jab dissipated a little. He wanted to reply, I was forced to work, but his fingers paused and he finally just sent, just a casual favor. Lin Wan, being casual, is also impressive. Su Cheng's ears felt a little warm. He immediately shoved the phone into his pocket, pretending nothing had happened. Wu Hao happened to pounce over, grabbing his chair back. Benefactor, you be the judge. Zhou Kai secretly took photos of us. Shouldn't he be punished? Su Cheng looked up. He didn't secretly take them. They were taken officially. Wu Hao, but the official photos can't be that ugly either. Su Cheng looked at him seriously for a few seconds. Is it possible that the official just recorded objectively? Wu Hao clutched his chest. You've already killed me, and now you're rubbing salt in the wound. Zhao Lei was laughing hysterically beside him. The commotion continued until 10 o'clock when the dormitory finally quieted down. There was an early class the next day, and Chun Jiaming urged them to turn off the lights 3 times. Zhao Lei still wanted to play games, but Su Cheng suppressed him with a single sentence. If you're late tomorrow, they'll send your ugly photo from today to the class monitor. Before Wu Hao climbed into bed, he still couldn't help but ask, Benefactor, what's for breakfast tomorrow? Su Cheng was tidying his desk. Your treat. Wu Hao immediately retracted his head. Forget I asked. The lights were turned off. The dormitory was left with only the soft hum of the air conditioner. Su Cheng lay in bed, his fingers reaching for the large black-rimmed glasses beside his pillow, confirming they were within easy reach. Nothing major happened today. The official account was safe. The handover of Gus' supplies didn't leave his name. His roommates were still the same sarcastic bunch. Everything seemed to have fallen back into ordinary life. But he didn't fall completely asleep. With his eyes closed, Su Cheng reviewed the day's events in his mind. Gus' charity. The orientation photos. The email. Would Guchen see it? This thought surfaced, but he pushed it down again. Even if he saw it, it wouldn't matter. It was just a back view. A back view of an ordinary male college student in a red vest. Even if Gu Chun had a good memory, he couldn't possibly connect him with Su Shi. Normal people wouldn't think that way. Su Cheng turned over and pulled the blanket up a little. Just as he was about to sleep, his phone vibrated on the pillow. This time it wasn't Qin Yu or Lin Wan. It was the class group. The class monitor sent a notice after the second period tomorrow morning. The college is holding a promotional session for the Gus charitable work-study program. Students interested in applying for work-study positions can voluntarily attend. Su Cheng squinted as he finished reading, and his drowsiness slowly dissipated. Work-study. Positions. Gus. The 3 words together were like someone dangling a money bag over a trap and beckoning him. Su Cheng stared at the screen for a long time, his expression shifting in the darkness. Reason told him stay away from Gus. His wallet told him first check the salary. He closed his eyes and muttered a curse under his breath. This damn school always testing people with money. Su Cheng stared at the notification in the class group chat for a full half-minute. Gu Family's Work-Study Program Lecture. Work-Study Positions. Voluntary Participation. These 3 terms seemed perfectly normal when viewed separately, but together they felt rather off. Especially the middle one, Gu Family. Su Cheng lay in bed holding his phone above his eyes, the screen's glow the only light in the darkness reflecting off his glasses. Wu Hao had already started snoring, a rhythm of long and short breaths, like someone pulling a broken bellows in bed. Zhao Lei turned over muttering something under his breath, probably still dreaming about gaming. Zhou Kai's phone screen flickered twice before Chun Jiaming whispered a reminder, stop scrolling after lights out. The dorm was noisy. yet it felt utterly ordinary. Su Cheng should have been asleep by now, but that notification clung to his mind like a stubborn flyer stuck to his forehead. Work study. For someone as consistently poor as him, those two words held a temptation no less potent than a buy one get one free deal at a hot pot restaurant. What did he need most right now? Money. Food cost money, laundry detergent cost money, bandages cost money, ointment cost money, even the dryer downstairs in the dormitory cost money. Not to mention that if his body continued to act up, he'd have to buy more loose clothes, more spare bandages, and more random things his roommates couldn't see. The more Su Cheng thought, the more awake he became. He placed his phone on his chest, closed his eyes, and quickly started calculating in his head. The cheapest meal at the cafeteria was 7 or 8 yuan. 3 meals a day, even frugally, would cost over 20. Utilities, daily necessities, phone bills, transportation, all added up to another sum. The money from part-time wedding banquet gigs seemed decent at first glance, but once it arrived and was divided into portions, it vanished in the blink of an eye. Su Cheng cursed under his breath. Why does Gu family have to offer money right now? Not earlier, not later. Just as he had decided to distance himself from the Gu family, they dangled a work-study position to lure him. This wasn't a test of humanity. It was a test of his wallet. Su Cheng turned over in bed, his heels scraping against the bedboard, causing a faint sting. He frowned and pulled his leg back. He had been standing for most of yesterday's orientation, and despite his best efforts to slack off, his body was still struggling to cope. The bandages had been stifling all day, and the sides of his shoulders and waist felt uncomfortable, as if something was chafing against them. He reached out, touched the oversized black-framed glasses by his pillow, and felt a sense of relief only after confirming they were still there. These glasses were now more important than his wallet. If he lost his wallet, he'd just eat steamed buns for a few days. But if he lost his glasses, he might instantly turn into a disaster of a life. Su Cheng picked up his phone again and reread the notification. Voluntary participation. Those two words were crucial. Voluntary meant he could choose not to go. But if he didn't go, he wouldn't know what the job was, how much it paid, whether he'd need to show his face, or if he'd have to interact with anyone from the Gu family. Not knowing meant he couldn't assess the risk. Su Cheng thought for a moment, opened his notes app, and typed a few lines with a blank expression. Principles for tomorrow's lecture. First, only listen, don't sign up. Second, sit in the last row near the door. Third, don't fill out forms, don't sign, don't leave contact info. Fourth, if the pay is lower than average part-time jobs, leave immediately. Fifth, if the pay is very high, reconsider. After typing the fifth point, he paused. Then he added another line. Sixth, reconsidering doesn't mean agreeing on the spot. After writing, he nodded to himself. Good. A person with a brain doesn't run away blindly out of fear of trouble, nor do they rush headlong into danger at the sight of money. First, take a look. Then, if needed, curse the Gu family later. The next morning, Su Cheng woke up even earlier than Wu Hao. It wasn't because he was diligent. It was because he needed to handle his affairs during off-peak hours. Washing up, changing bandages, fixing his hair, lowering his voice. None of these could be done under his roommate's watchful eyes. In a male dorm, as soon as the door opened, someone might poke their head in and yell, "Dad, what are you doing?" That scenario was too terrifying. So Su Cheng woke up just after 5. The sky hadn't fully brightened yet, and the dorm was shrouded in gray. Wu Hao was sprawled out, sleeping soundly, one foot nearly hanging off the bed. Zhao Lei had curled his blanket into a ball. Zhou Kai's phone was still pressed against his pillow, and Chun Jiaming slept in the most normal posture, as if he followed his schedule, even in his sleep. Su Cheng quietly got out of bed, first putting on his glasses, then grabbing his jacket. He moved quickly and silently. Only after entering the bathroom stall did he slowly let out a breath. In the mirror, his hair was messy, and his face looked a bit pale. The large black frames covered most of his face, achieving a passable effect. Su Cheng lowered his head and unwrapped the old bandages. The red marks were slightly lighter than yesterday, but still an eyesore. He frowned, applied some ointment, and rewrapped them. This time he didn't bind them too tightly. That woman Xin Yu had harsh words, but one thing she said was right. If he injured himself in the end, only he would suffer. After securing the bandages, he zipped his jacket to the right height and ruffled his hair a couple more times to make it messier. After ruffling, he stared at his reflection in the mirror for a few seconds. Ordinary. Sloppy. Hoarse voice. Very safe. Su Cheng tried a low voice. 8 a.m. classes really should be abolished. The raspy voice came out, and he was satisfied. The tone was unpleasant, but his mental state seemed normal. When he returned to the dorm, Wu Hao had just woken up, poking his head out from his bed curtain with a groggy look. "Dad, why are you up so early?" Su Cheng hung up his towel, without even lifting his eyelids. "Going to pick up some money." Wu Hao instantly woke up halfway. "Where?" "Take me with you." Su Cheng sneered. "In your dreams." Wu Hao was silent for 2 seconds before flopping back into bed. "Then you go ahead and pick it up. He'll sleep a bit more." Zhao Lei turned over on the top bunk. "Su Cheng, you're not really going to that Gu family lecture today, are you?" Su Cheng paused in his movements. Zhou Kai also poked his head out from his bed, eyes lighting up. "Lecture? Any gossip?" Chun Jiaming sat up, adjusting his glasses. "The work-study program after second period today." Wu Hao bounced up again. Gu family. The same one that sponsored the water yesterday. Go for it. What if the pay is good? Su Cheng looked at him. You coming too? Wu Hao immediately waved his hand. I'm not going. They'll provide moral support for you to get rich. Then shut up. Zhao Lei laughed. He's afraid the Gu family will make him move luggage again. Wu Hao's face darkened. Don't mention moving luggage. I was still dragging suitcases in my dreams last night. Zhou Kai had already started analyzing Su Cheng. If you do go, make sure to ask about the position clearly. A big company like Gu family, even if it's work study, might be better than regular part-time jobs. Su Cheng stuffed his books into his bag, his tone indifferent. I'm just going to listen. Wu Hao nodded. Got it. Check the pay first. Zhao Lei, go if the pay is good. Su Cheng looked up at him. Even if the pay is good, I need to see the work. Zhou Kai raised an eyebrow. What if it's organizing files in an office? They'll consider it. What if it's reception at the Gu family building? Not going. What if it's serving coffee to the Gu CEO? Su Cheng grabbed his pillow and threw it at him. Zhou Kai was ready, ducking back into his bed with his head covered. I was joking. Su Cheng sneered. Great joke. One bubble tea. Zhou Kai lamented. Why bubble tea again? Mental damages. How many times do you suffer mental damages in one day? As many times as your mouth runs off. The dorm erupted in laughter. Amid the laughter, Su Cheng had already made up his mind. He couldn't let his roommates think he was overly reactive to the Gu family. The more normal he acted, the less anyone would suspect. So after the 8 a.m. class, when many classmates headed to the lecture room, Su Cheng blended into the crowd and went along. He didn't walk at the front. He didn't hide at the back either. He just moved with the middle like an utterly ordinary male college student. The lecture room was on the second floor of the academic building. At the entrance were a few boxes of Gu family study aid materials and 2 posters. The posters were formal with white backgrounds and blue text reading Gu Family Group University Study Aid Program. Su Cheng glanced at them, and his first thought was the print quality of these posters is good. His second thought was the money should be decent too. He walked into the room and sat directly in the last row near the door. This spot was perfect, within earshot and a quick escape. Wu Hao had initially said he'd provide moral support, but in the end he followed anyway, claiming it was in case they give out freebies. Zhao Lei was dragged along by him. Zhou Kai came willingly for the gossip, and Chun Jiaming said it's necessary to understand work-study policies. So the 4 of them from the male dorm once again sat around Su Cheng. Su Cheng looked at them. You guys are really bored. Wu Hao lowered his voice. Brothers getting rich, we're just auditing. Zhao Lei, am mainly here to see if old 5 can snag a free gift. Zhou Kai, am observing campus public welfare projects. Chun Jiaming, am listening to the procedure. Su Cheng, fine. Each of them had their own brand of shamelessness. The lecture began soon. The person on stage was the same Gu family assistant from yesterday, dressed in a suit, speaking politely. He first introduced the study aid project, then the work-study positions. Su Cheng kept his head down, slowly writing with his pen. Position 1, data organization twice a week, 3 hours each time. Position 2, event assistance paid per session. Position 3, school enterprise liaison assistant responsible for daily communication between the college and the Gu family project team. Upon hearing the third one, Su Cheng immediately drew a cross on the paper. School enterprise liaison. Gu family project team. Whoever wanted that job could take it. Wu Hao whispered beside him, Dad, the third one sounds high-level. Su Cheng didn't look up. High-level trouble is also high-level. Zhao Lei nodded. Makes sense. The assistant continued. The data organization position is mainly located in the college archives room. No need to go to the Gu family office area. Compensation is hourly at 25 yuan per hour. Su Cheng's pen stopped. 25. He slowly lifted his head. Wu Hao also looked up. Zhao Lei's eyes lit up. Zhou Kai lowered his voice. That's higher than the school's regular work study, right? Chun Jiaming nodded. Quite a bit higher. Su Cheng didn't speak. He stared at the podium, his face blank, but the abacus in his mind was already clattering away. Twice a week, 3 hours each time. 6 hours a week. 25 an hour. 150 a week. Around 600 a month. No need to go to the Gu family office area. Only in the college archives room. Su Cheng circled the 5th point. Reconsider, with his pen. This money was indeed quite tempting. After the assistant finished listing the positions, he added a reminder: applicants need to fill out a registration form, which will be reviewed by the college and submitted collectively. Today is just the lecture, no on-site registration required. Su Cheng felt a slight relief in his heart. No on-site registration was good. He still had time to investigate. But just then the assistant seemed to recall something and looked up with a smile. Additionally, the Gu CEO places great importance on this university study aid project and may personally visit the school for an exchange event in the future. A low murmur rippled through the classroom. Wu Hao could barely contain his voice. The Gu CEO. Gu Chun. Zhao Lei also perked up. Really? Zhou Kai's eyes sparkled. Now that's real gossip. Su Cheng's pen paused on the paper. The reconsider he had just circled suddenly seemed glaring. Gu Chun might come to the school. Great. There really was a trap hanging beneath the money bag. Su Cheng stared at the 25 yuan hourly wage on the paper, was silent for a moment, then slowly wrote another line beside it. The pay is good. But Gu Chun is a far more expensive price to pay. The pay is decent. Su Chang closed his notebook, pressing the line that read, 25 an hour, beneath the pages. Wu Hao was still leaning on the desk, sighing with admiration. 25. Foster father, it'd be a crime not to take this money. Su Chang stuffed his pen into his bag, lowering his raspy voice. Before you take money from the Gu family, you'd better check if there's a hook attached. Zhao Lei laughed at that. It's just a work-study program, and you're making it sound like a crime scene investigation. Su Chang didn't bother to explain. He wasn't afraid of hard work, nor of exhaustion. What he feared was the Gu family, Gu Chun, and the fact that he had barely crawled out of the wedding mess only to stumble into another pitfall. So he made a decision in his mind. He wouldn't sign up for now. At least not yet. As they walked back to the dorm, Wu Hao kept rambling about the money. Zhou Kai occasionally chimed in, and Chun Jiming suggested he could first look into the actual job responsibilities. Su Chang listened, while keeping another matter buried in his thoughts. The cabinet. In the lower compartment of his cabinet, there was still a roll of spare bandages and a tube of ointment. Between bathing orientation events and information sessions over the past 2 days, he hadn't had time to rehide them. The items were covered by old clothes, which was fine under normal circumstances, but if anyone rummaged through the cabinet, they'd be exposed in half a second. Once inside the dorm, Su Chang didn't sit down. He placed his bag on the back of a chair and walked straight to his cabinet. When he opened the door, a smell of clothes and mothballs wafted out. The upper shelf held books and a toiletries bag, while the lower section was stuffed with a few loose old garments. The bandages and ointment were pressed at the very bottom, with only a sliver of white edge visible. Su Chang bent down his fingers, just touching that white strip, when suddenly a knock echoed from the dormitory door. Bang bang bang. Room 306, impromptu room inspection. Su Chang's fingers froze. The dorm matron's voice continued from outside, checking for prohibited appliances and cleanliness. Everyone in the room come out. The dorm instantly descended into chaos. Wu Hao sprang up from his chair, his face paler than if he'd heard about an 8 a.m. class. Zhao Lei's first reaction was to unplug the power strip under his desk. Zhou Kai rushed to his bed, shoving a pile of delivery boxes into a trash bag. Chun Jiaming was the calmest, already gathering medicine boxes, snack wrappers, and loose papers from his desk into a stack. Su Chang didn't join the frenzy. He first pushed the roll of bandages deeper into the clothes, then pulled out a black old jacket to cover them, letting the sleeve hang down deliberately to conceal the gap at the bottom. After that, he closed the cabinet door, leaving only a barely noticeable crack, so that if he had to open it later, he could control the angle. He turned to look at Wu Hao. Wu Hao was already holding a small electric pot, its lid not fully closed, with the lingering smell of last night's instant noodles inside. Su Cheng's eyelid twitched. You actually hid one. Wu Hao's expression faltered. It's not hiding, it's temporary storage. Su Cheng had no time to scold him. With the matron's inspection, the electric pot was a visible landmine, and the bandages were a hidden one. The visible landmine had to blow first, diverting everyone's attention. He reached out, took the small electric pot, and said in a low voice, "Go to the balcony." Wu Hao was stunned. They're checking the balcony too, aren't they? Wash the pot. Su Cheng shoved the pot back into his arms, turning on the faucet as he went. Start scrubbing now. The more seriously you scrub, the more innocent you'll look. Wu Hao, though quick with his mouth, didn't dare argue at a time like this. He hugged the pot and dashed into the balcony. The sound of water gushed out, washing away some of the noodle smell. Su Cheng swept his gaze across the dorm again. A section of power strip wire was still visible under Zhao Lei's desk. He bent down and kicked it out of sight. Zhou Kai's delivery boxes weren't properly tucked away, so Su Cheng pressed them into the trash bag. Chun Jiaming handed him a broom. Su Cheng took it and swept a few crumpled papers behind the door. The whole process took less than half a minute. Another knock came from outside. Open the door. Su Cheng leaned the broom against the wall and went to open the door. The dorm matron entered with a clipboard, followed by a male student from the student council. As soon as she stepped inside, her brow furrowed. What's that smell, eh? Su Cheng stepped aside, pointing to the balcony. Instant noodle pot hasn't been washed, we're dealing with it. On the balcony, Wu Hao stood stiffly with a brush, his posture like he was performing a ritual on a family heirloom. The small electric pot was being rinsed noisily, and his face bore a tragic expression of being forced into labor by fate. The matron walked over, her gaze immediately landing on the pot. An electric pot. The dorm fell silent for a moment. Su Cheng spoke first. It's broken. The matron turned. If it's broken, why keep it? Su Cheng walked over and lifted the plug from the side of the pot. The plug was indeed loose. He had noticed it last night, and now it served as perfect evidence. The plug is damaged, it can't be used anymore. He couldn't bear to throw it away, so he uses it as a noodle bowl. We've already told him off, he'll toss it today. Wu Hao's eyes widened, his lips twitching. Su Cheng didn't give him a chance to speak, adding in his raspy voice, it's embarrassing, but it doesn't conduct electricity. Zhao Lei bowed his head to suppress a laugh. Zhou Kai used a delivery box to cover half his face and Chun Jiaming cooperatively tied up a trash bag on his desk, as if the whole dorm was united in the effort to get rid of the broken pot. The matron stared at the pot for a few seconds before finally jotting something down on her clipboard. "Throw it away today. Don't let me see it again next time." Wu Hao lowered his head. "Got it." His voice sounded like had been given a reprieve. The visible landmine had been contained. But the matron didn't leave. She began checking desktops under beds and cabinets. Under Zhao Lei's bed she found 2 packs of spicy sticks, and only told him to eat less. Zhou Kai's desk had too many delivery boxes, and she ordered him to clean them up that day. Chun Jiaming's area was as tidy as a model room. The matron glanced at it and moved on. Finally she stopped in front of Su Cheng's cabinet. "Whose cabinet is this?" Su Cheng stood beside the cabinet door, his hands hanging naturally, but his palms were sweaty. "Mine. Open it and let me see." At that moment all sounds in the dorm faded. The faucet on the balcony was still dripping, and Wu Hao stood frozen with the pot. Zhao Lei had wanted to say something, but was silenced by a look from Chun Jiaming. Su Cheng didn't rush to open the cabinet. Rushing would betray nervousness. He first pushed his glasses up and said hoarsely, "Matron, I have ointment and bandages in my cabinet. I scraped my foot, and it's a bit messy." The matron looked at his complexion, then at his slender frame in long sleeves. "Even if it's a foot injury, I still need to check. I'm mainly looking for appliances." "All right." Su Cheng reached out and pulled open the cabinet door. He didn't open it fully, only about a third of the way. The upper shelf revealed books and a toiletries bag, while the lower section was blocked by the hanging sleeve of an old jacket. He positioned his body to the side of the door, just enough to obscure the deepest part. The matron leaned in to look. Su Cheng's hand rested on the cabinet door edge, his knuckles white from tension. Just then Wu Hao's restless head poked over again. "Foster father, where's your foot ointment? Let me see how bad it is." Su Cheng cursed under his breath. He reacted faster than Wu Hao's words, raising his hand to press against Wu Hao's face and pushing him back. "You've been fussing over my shower since morning, and now it's my foot." Su Cheng's voice wasn't loud, but it was clear enough for everyone in the dorm to hear. "Wu Hao, take one more step, and he'll call the cops on you for harassing a male college student." Wu Hao stumbled back half a step, nearly hitting the balcony door with the pot. Zhao Lei finally couldn't hold back a laugh. Zhou Kai's shoulders shook so hard, he dropped the delivery box. Even the matron's stern expression softened a little. "Your dorm is always joking around." Su Cheng took the opportunity to open the cabinet door a bit more, revealing the ointment tube and a strip of white bandage. "My heel is chafed. Wrapping it makes walking less painful." The matron saw the ointment and bandage and didn't dig further, only reminding him, "Don't leave medicine lying around, and keep your clothes tidy. Poor dorm hygiene will cost you points." Su Cheng immediately closed the cabinet. "Understood." The soft click of the cabinet door closing echoed, and only then did he slowly relax his fingers. A layer of sweat had formed on his back. The inspection continued for a few more minutes. The matron noted down Wu Hao's small electric pot, ordering it discarded that day, criticized Zhou Kai's delivery boxes and Zhao Lei's snacks, and finally left. After the door closed, the dorm fell silent for 2 seconds. Wu Hao held the pot, his eyes filled with indignation. "Su Cheng, my pot." Su Cheng leaned against the cabinet door, picked up his water bottle from the desk, and took a sip. "It's a bowl. It was still a pot yesterday. Today it's turned over a new leaf." Zhao Lei laughed so hard he flopped back into his chair. Zhou Kai picked up the delivery boxes, laughing as he remarked that Wu Hao looked like a street vendor caught red-handed. Su Cheng didn't join in their banter. Using the motion of turning to set down his water bottle, he reopened the cabinet door a crack to confirm the roll of bandages was still pressed under the old jacket, not exposed. Chun Jiaming stood nearby and saw his movement. He didn't ask, only placed an unopened water bottle on Su Cheng's desk. "Steady hands back there." Su Cheng closed the cabinet door, his tone indifferent. "If I weren't steady, would all be on the dorm-wide report." Chun Jiaming looked at him as if wanting to say more, but finally just nodded. That made Su Cheng uneasy. Mingzi might have seen more than he let on, but since the other didn't ask, he wouldn't volunteer an explanation. His phone buzzed at that moment. Su Cheng looked down. It was Qin Yu. "Just had a room inspection." Su Cheng's brow immediately furrowed. He turned away and typed quickly, "How do you know?" Qin Yu replied, "You didn't reply for over 10 minutes. Lin Wan was worried, so I asked around." Su Cheng, "Did you plant an informant at my school?" Qin Yu, "Safer than you hiding bandages in your cabinet." Su Cheng stared at the message, his fingers pausing. She guessed too accurately. So accurately, it was as if Shed stood beside his cabinet and looked. He was about to reply, "Don't scare me like that," when Wu Hao's voice came from behind. "Sister Qin Yu." Su Cheng had already locked the screen too late. Wu Hao had somehow crept up behind him, his eyes wider than when had seen the matron. Zhao Lei immediately looked up. Zhou Kai stopped sorting his delivery boxes. The dorm's atmosphere shifted from post-inspection relaxation to a strange, eerie excitement. Su Cheng shoved his phone into his pocket, his expression icy. Wu Hao, clutching the small electric pot destined for the trash, asked cautiously, "Foster father, why is there a Sister Qin Yu in your phone?" Su Cheng glanced at him, then at the pot in his arms. Wu Hao. Yes. Your bowl needs to go. Wu Hao took a step back. Is it too late to stop asking now? Su Cheng picked up a trash bag, his smile devoid of warmth. Too late. The phone buzzed again in his pocket. The sound was faint, but everyone in the dorm heard it. Zhao Lei was red-faced from holding in laughter. Zhou Kai had gossip written all over his eyes, and even Chun Jiaming silently turned to look at Su Cheng. The bandages weren't exposed. The ointment wasn't exposed. The electric pot had been handled. But Su Cheng knew clearly a new kind of trouble had already begun. Because those four bastards in the male dorm now all knew. He had a Sister Qin Yu who checked up on him. When Su Cheng's phone vibrated for the second time in his pocket, the dormitory was eerily silent for a male dorm. Wu Hao clutched the small electric pot that was about to be discarded, his eyes fixed intently on Su Cheng's trousers pocket. Zhao Lei sat on a chair, a bag of spicy strips still in his hand, the corners of his mouth already curling upwards. Zhou Kai was the most exaggerated. He stopped collecting his express boxes, looking like a paparazzo who had caught a whiff of blood, his eyes shining with frantic excitement. Even Chen Jiaming looked up from his class schedule and glanced at Su Cheng. Su Cheng stood by the cabinet, behind him the bandages and ointments that had just narrowly escaped discovery, and before him four roommates who had suddenly stumbled upon a new continent. He took a deep breath and pressed his phone deeper into his pocket. He couldn't panic. The bandage hurdle was already cleared. Now it was just a contact name. Just a contact name. As long as he acted naturally enough, he could suppress this matter. Wu Hao was the first to break. Godfather, who is Sister Qin Yu? Su Cheng shook the trash bag, its mouth opening with a rustle. Throw the pot first. Wu Hao hugged the pot tighter. Don't change the subject. I'm not changing the subject. Su Cheng walked over to him with the trash bag, his voice cold and steady despite its raspy timbre. The dorm matron said to throw it out today. Do you want to explain Sister Qin Yu first, or accept getting reported? The gossip and fear fought on Wu Hao's face, and in the end fear won. He looked down at the pot, then at the door. Throw it. Su Cheng reached out, took the pot, with a clean, decisive motion. The pot's shell was still a bit damp, and the smell of instant noodles lingered inside. Su Cheng stuffed it into the trash bag, tied it tightly, picked it up, and headed out. They'll go with you. Wu Hao immediately became wary. Why are you coming with me? To stop you from changing your mind halfway and hiding the pot again. The reason was too logical. So logical that Wu Hao couldn't argue. The two left the dorm one after the other. As soon as the door closed, a small burst of hushed discussion erupted inside. Su Cheng didn't need to look back to know that Zhao Lei and Zhou Kai had already started fabricating stories. In the hallway, other dorms had also just finished inspections with trash bags and express boxes piled by their doors. The sensor lights on the wall lit up one by one, casting a grayish-white glow on the corridor. Su Cheng carried the bag towards the stairwell, Wu Hao following beside him, trying to speak several times, but each time silenced by a look from Su Cheng. When they reached the corner on the second floor, his phone vibrated again. This time it wasn't a message. It was a call. The moment the screen lit up, the three characters, Qin Yu Jia, were clearly visible. Wu Hao's eyes brightened even more. She's calling. Su Cheng's finger paused for a moment, then he directly declined the call. The next second, Qin Yu called again. Su Cheng was silent for 2 seconds, then shoved the trash bag into Wu Hao's arms. Go throw it downstairs. Wu Hao held the bag, not moving. I can wait for you to finish your call. Su Cheng looked at him. You want to listen? Wu Hao instinctively nodded, then frantically shook his head under Su Cheng's chilling gaze. No. Then get lost. Wu Hao ran downstairs with the pot, then turned back after a couple of steps. Godfather, don't worry, I won't eavesdrop. His voice echoed in the stairwell. Su Cheng's face darkened. Shouting that loud, were you afraid no one else would know him about to make a call? He retreated into the shadow of the stairwell corner, confirmed no one was coming up or down, and then answered the call. As soon as the call connected, Qin Yu's voice came through. Why didn't you answer just now, eh? Su Cheng lowered his voice. Guess why? Your roommates saw. Thank you guessed correctly. Qin Yu was silent for a moment on the other, and then let out a soft laugh. Su Cheng tightened his grip on the phone. You're still laughing. What else? Should I cry and explain that I'm your creditor? Su Cheng was about to retort, but the words stopped at his lips. Creditor. That's a good word. His eyes flickered, and he immediately filed the word away. As if sensing something, Qin Yu's voice slowed down. You're not actually thinking of saying that, are you? Why not? Su Cheng leaned against the stairwell wall, his gaze sweeping downstairs. A mature older sister checking up on me is hard to explain. A creditor checking up is perfectly reasonable. Su Cheng. When Qin Yu called his name, her tone carried a clear warning. But Su Cheng was already running with the idea. I work part-time at a hotel during summer break. You guys suppressed photos, advanced materials, withheld wages at the wedding. Just make up any one of those, it's better than them suspecting him being kept by a rich older woman. Qin Yu sneered. You're quite experienced. Forced by life. Fine. Qin, you didn't keep undermining him. But don't drag Lin Wan into it. Su Cheng paused. He understood that sentence. Lin Wan had a soft personality, as she couldn't be made a target of gossip by those lustung guys in the male dorm. Qin, you could be the creditor. Lin Wan couldn't. Su Cheng's voice dropped a little. I know. There was a few seconds of silence on the phone before Qin Yu asked. The bandages weren't discovered. Su Cheng immediately glanced upstairs and lowered his voice even more, almost. The matron checked the cabinet, and old Five tried to come over. Qin Yu's voice turned colder. Did he see? No. I sold him the pot story and blocked him. The pot. Contraband appliance. Su Cheng briefly explained the dorm inspection process, glossing over his own nervousness, only emphasizing how steadily he had handled it. After listening, Qin Yu only gave one comment, pretty smart for once. Su Cheng raised an eyebrow. That's a quick compliment this time. Don't get cocky. Qin Yu's tone returned to normal. The cabinet isn't a long-term solution. You need to change where you hide the bandages and ointments. It's best to separate them. The ointment can be kept in plain sight, but you can't keep the whole roll of bandages in the bottom layer of the cabinet. Su Cheng looked down at a chipped spot on the stair railing, tapping his finger unconsciously. He spoke lightly, but in his mind, he was already reviewing several spots in the dorm. Under the mattress was no good. Old Five sometimes jumped on his bed. In the backpack was no good. Zhao Lei would dig to the very bottom when borrowing a pen. Inside the cabinet was also no good, or it had just been checked. There was only one place left. The lining of discarded textbooks. No one would touch that pile of old books that looked destined for the grave. Su Cheng spoke up. I know where to hide it. Qin Yu hummed in acknowledgement and added, also don't let your roommates near your cabinet anymore. That's easy. Su Cheng's tone calmed down. Starting today, I'll put an IOU for the milk tea old Five owes me in my cabinet. Whoever snoops, I'll make them pay it off. Qin Yu seemed to laugh again on the other end. Your brain isn't bad when you're not being stupid. Su Cheng was about to retort when he heard Wu Hao's footsteps from downstairs. He immediately lowered his voice. Gotta go. Wait. Qin Yu stopped him. Su Cheng. What? Lin Wan asked if you were scared just now. Su Cheng was silent for a moment. The light in the hallway was a bit cold. The sound of Wu Hao's slippers slapping the floor came from near the trash can. He leaned against the wall, suddenly recalling the moment the cabinet door had opened and that strip of white bandage had almost been exposed. It would be a lie to say he wasn't scared, but he couldn't say that. He twitched the corner of his mouth. I'm not that easily scared. Qin, you didn't call him out on it. Good. That'll put her mind at ease. The call ended. Wu Hao returned just then with the empty trash bag, a bit of sweat on his forehead. Seeing Su Cheng put his phone away, he immediately leaned in, but didn't dare get too close. Done talking. Su Cheng looked at him. What do you want to ask? Wu Hao choked on the question, scratched his head. Not really asking, just. Does Sister Qin you have a nice voice? Su Cheng walked upstairs with a blank expression. A creditor's voice is usually not nice. Wu Hao was stunned. Creditor? Yeah. You owe her money. I do. Su Cheng answered too quickly, too steadily. Wu Hao was 70% convinced. He chased after him. How much? Enough for you to treat the whole dorm to hot pot until graduation. Wu Hao gasped. That harsh. Su Cheng stopped at the dorm door and turned back to look at him. So you better not ask around. If the creditor gets unhappy, he'll sell you first. Wu Hao instinctively hugged himself. How much could selling me even fetch? Su Cheng looked at him seriously for 2 seconds. By the pound, might recoup some losses. Wu Hao. As soon as the door was pushed open, the 3 people inside looked up simultaneously. Zhao Lei pretended to drink water, Zhou Kai pretended to pack up express boxes, and Shun Jiaming seemed to be organizing his desk, but his pen tip hadn't moved in ages. Su Cheng swept his gaze across them once, but didn't call them out. He tossed the empty trash bag behind the door, walked to his desk, pulled out a chair, and sat down. Zhao Lei couldn't hold it in. First creditor. Su Cheng looked up at him. Old Five spreads news fast. Wu Hao immediately raised his hand. I'm just reasonably sharing dormitory intelligence. Su Cheng took an old ledger out of his drawer, opened the first page, and wrote a few words with a pen. Wu Hao 2 cups of milk tea. Zhou Kai 1 cup of milk tea. Zhao Lei pending. He wrote slowly, his handwriting not particularly good, but the sense of pressure it carried was immense. Zhao Lei's expression changed slightly. I didn't do anything. Why am I pending? Su Cheng didn't look up. Because you laughed just now. Zhou Kai whispered. Then why do I only owe 1 cup? Because you wanted to ask, but held back. Reward for owing less. Zhou Kai was silent. This reward sounded like a punishment. Shun Jiaming finally spoke up. The creditor explanation has quite a few holes. Su Cheng's pen stopped. The room fell silent for a moment. Shun Jiaming closed his class schedule and looked at him. But it's more reasonable than other explanations. Su Cheng looked at him, then averted his gaze after a few seconds. Mingzi, this guy was trouble. Too calm, asked too few questions, and was too good at seeing through what others were trying to hide. But he didn't press further, which meant he was giving Su Cheng some leeway. Su Cheng closed the ledger. Good that you find it reasonable. To completely steer the topic away, he stood up. and opened his cabinet again. This time, he didn't hide his actions, just took out a few old textbooks from the top shelf and casually closed the cabinet door. His movements were natural, as if he was really just tidying up books. As expected, Wu Hao's attention was diverted by the ledger. He looked at the few lines, growing more and more indignant. "Godfather, isn't this milk tea ledger a bit too harsh? I lost my pot and I still owe 2 cups. The pot is a contraband appliance. The milk tea is for emotional distress. How is your spirit distressed every single day? Because you're here every single day." Zhao Lei laughed out loud, and the atmosphere in the dorm relaxed again. Su Cheng sat back at his desk with the old textbooks, pretending to flip through them, while secretly using a small knife to gently cut open the back cover lining of a discarded textbook. His movements were very light. The book pages covered it, and the desk lamp only lit one side, so no one could see what he was doing. He took out a new roll of bandages, tore it into several pieces, and tucked them into different old books. He placed the ointment in the open drawer together with cold medicine and band-aids. This way, if there was another inspection and someone saw the ointment, they would just think his foot injury hadn't healed. As for the bandages, they were hidden in the books. A male college student's old textbooks were far safer than the cabinet. Only after finishing all this did Su Cheng truly breathe a sigh of relief. He inserted the old textbooks back onto the bookshelf one by one, placing a calculus book on the very outside. Seeing the calculus book, Wu Hao immediately frowned. "Godfather, why did you put calculus so prominently?" "It's unlucky," Su Cheng said flatly, "to ward off evil." Zhao Lei asked, "Ward off? What evil?" "Ward off you guys." The dorm erupted in laughter again. At 11 o'clock at night, the lights were turned off. Wu Hao lay in bed, still feeling sorry for his small electric pot. Zhao Lei scrolled through his phone for a bit before being reminded by Chun Jiaming about class the next day. Zhou Kai whispered to ask if the creditor was really that fierce, and Su Cheng only replied with one word. "Fierce." He said the word without a moment's hesitation. In the darkness, Su Cheng touched the large black-rimmed glasses by his pillow, confirming they were still there, and then set his phone to silent. The screen lit up one last time. It was Lin Wan. "Chin, you said the inspection is fine, sleep early." Su Cheng looked at this sentence, and the tension that had been coiled in his chest all night slowly loosened a little. He replied, "It's fine, already handled." Lin Wan quickly replied, "Su Cheng is amazing." Su Cheng stared at those words for 2 seconds, the corner of his mouth twitching before he quickly suppressed it. He placed his phone face down by his pillow and closed his eyes. The bandages hadn't been exposed tonight. He had also temporarily turned Qin Yu into his creditor, but the seeds of misunderstanding had been sown in the male dorm. Su Cheng knew these bastards would eventually pry further, and he had to secure his identity as Su Cheng even more firmly before they could ask more. At the very least, he couldn't let them touch those pieces of bandage hidden inside the calculus book. The next morning, Su Cheng was roused by the sound of Wu Hao rummaging for instant noodle bags under the bed. The dorm was still dim, the curtains not drawn, with only Zhao Lei's phone alarm vibrating incessantly on the bedside table. Chun Jiaming had already washed up and was sitting at the desk flipping through the class schedule. Zhou Kai lay face down on his pillow, half his face buried in the blanket, muttering obscenities about how early 8 o'clock classes were inhumane. Su Cheng groped for his thick, black-rimmed glasses on the pillow, put them on, and then sat up. Today's first class was advanced mathematics. Unfortunately, he had just hidden several strips of bandages in the back cover of the advanced mathematics textbook last night. Even more unfortunate, he had to bring this book today. Su Cheng stared at the brick-thick advanced mathematics book on the bookshelf, paused for a few seconds, then reached out and pulled it down. The cover was a bit worn, the edges rubbed white. The inner pocket had been cut open by him last night. After closing, it was not obvious unless one looked closely. However, the problem was that advanced mathematics class was not a decoration. The teacher would likely ask them to flip through the book, solve problems, and look at examples. Su Cheng weighed the book in his hand. Inside were hidden bandages. On the outside it said Advanced Mathematics. For a moment, he didn't know which was more terrifying. Wu Hao poked his head out from under the bed, saw him staring at the book, and immediately laughed. "Pops, are you actually voluntarily gazing at Advanced Mathematics today? Did it owe you money?" Su Cheng stuffed the book into his bag, his raspy voice coldly ringing out. "It's more useful than you." Wu Hao clutched his chest. Personal attack first thing in the morning, ruthless. Zhao Lei climbed down from the bed, eyes still closed. "Stop talking nonsense, let's go." The advanced mathematics teacher is very strict with roll call. Oh, last semester, anyone caught late was doomed. Zhou Kai heard the word roll call and finally bounced up from the bed. The 4 men in the dorm set off like they were being herded to an early morning class. Su Cheng walked at the back. He was wearing a loose long-sleeved shirt today with an old jacket over it, his hair still messy and the thick black-rimmed glasses firmly on his face. In the corridor, students came and went, none giving him a second glance. Perfect. Ordinary college student mode was running normally. The classroom was on the 3rd floor of Building 2. As soon as Su Cheng entered, his first instinct was to choose a seat in the back row against the wall. Last night's dorm inspection had reminded him always find an escape route first. Back row against the wall. Good view, low danger, and slightly lower chance of being called on by the teacher. But just as he sat down and placed the advanced mathematics textbook on the desk, the edge of the page slightly lifted. A tiny corner of white bandage peeked out from the back cover. Very thin, like a piece of paper not trimmed clean. But Su Cheng's eyelid still twitched. He didn't look down to hide it, nor did he show any tension. He simply pressed his arm over the book, casually flipped open his notebook, and covered that corner. The movement was as natural as if he were preparing for class. Wu Hao sat next to him, yawning. "Pops, you're being so serious today. I'm a little scared." Su Cheng didn't look at him. Good to be scared. Advanced mathematics cures defiance. Just as he finished speaking, the classroom doors suddenly fell silent for a moment. Su Cheng didn't look up. He was checking if the spine of the book had cracked. But Wu Hao looked up. Then Wu Hao's yawn stopped midway. Zhao Lei also looked up, his eyes half awake. Zhou Kai sat up instantly, like a radar receiving a signal. Su Cheng's heart stirred, and he followed their gaze to the door. A girl stood there. White short-sleeved shirt, light blue pleated skirt, high ponytail, holding 2 textbooks in her arms. Sunlight streamed in through the corridor window, landing on the tips of her hair, making her shine like the heroine from a school opening brochure. Behind her followed the advisor. The advisor patted the podium. "Everyone quiet down, let me introduce a new classmate. Gu Yao, due to departmental adjustment, will be taking some public courses and basic major courses with our class from today." Gu Yao. When Su Cheng heard that name, his fingers paused slightly on the edge of his notebook. Gu. Another Gu. He had already developed a conditioned reflex to that surname. Yesterday he had just suppressed the Gu family scholarship fund, and today Gu Yao was standing at the classroom door. Su Cheng lowered his head and silently pushed his thick black-rimmed glasses up higher. "It's fine. She doesn't know him." Right now he was just an ordinary college student with messy hair, a raspy voice, and steady poverty. Gu Yao gave a brief self-introduction at the podium, her voice clear and bright, her eyes curving into a smile when she laughed, and she even gave a playful wink to the audience. Many boys in the classroom straightened their backs, and even a few girls in the front rows couldn't help but glance at her twice. Only Su Cheng kept his head down, looking at his notes. He just wanted this class to pass peacefully. But reality didn't let him be comfortable. There weren't many empty seats. Gu Yao scanned the room and finally walked toward the back rows. Wu Hao's eyes were about to pop out. He hastily shoved the bread bag on his desk into the drawer. Zhao Lei muttered that he was embarrassing himself, while Zhou Kai had already mentally written today's campus gossip. Gu Yao paused in front of Su Cheng's row, then spotted an empty seat by the window in the back and sat down. Across the aisle. Not close, but not far either. Su Cheng let out half a sigh of relief. At least she wasn't sitting next to him. The advanced mathematics teacher soon entered. The first thing was roll call. Su Cheng kept his head down, listening as names were called one by one. The people in front answered here normally. When it was Wu Hao's turn, he answered too loudly, drawing the teacher's glance. Zhao Lei answered, as if half asleep, earning another glance. Then, Su Cheng. Su Cheng closed his eyes. What had to come finally came. He lifted his head and responded calmly in his raspy voice here. One word. Like sandpaper scraping. The classroom, still drowsy from the early morning, suddenly perked up. The front 3 rows all snapped awake. Some people turned around. Someone stifled a laugh. Wu Hao's shoulders shook, but he managed not to laugh out loud. The advanced mathematics teacher also paused for half a second, looked up at the back row. Catch a cold. Su Cheng's expression didn't change, born with it. Someone in the classroom finally couldn't help but let out a laugh. Su Cheng turned his head toward the direction of the laughter. The person immediately lowered their head. Gu Yao also turned to look at him. She couldn't help pursing her lips as if trying hard to hold back a laugh, but her eyes sparkled with curiosity, like she had discovered a new toy. Su Cheng withdrew his gaze. Don't look. Anyone with the surname Gu must not be looked at too much. Roll call continued. Su Cheng thought this hurdle was over, but when the teacher started explaining an example problem, he suddenly picked up the chalk and tapped the blackboard. That? Su Cheng, right? Su Cheng's pen stopped. Wu Hao whispered, Pops, may you rest in peace. Su Cheng flicked the pen cap back onto his hand. The advanced mathematics teacher pointed at the blackboard. You tell me the approach for this problem. The whole class turned around again. Su Cheng looked at the problem on the blackboard. His heart wasn't panicked. The problem wasn't hard. The hard part was having to speak. He stood up, the chair legs scraping softly against the floor. Because his heels still hurt a bit, he didn't stand quickly, but his movements were steady. The function on the blackboard was perfectly clear. Su Cheng glanced at it and spoke. First check the domain, then split the limit. The denominator approaches 0, but the numerator can be simplified. You can't directly substitute. His raspy voice was especially conspicuous in the quiet classroom. Ugly, but clear. In fact, because it was so recognizable, everyone listened attentively. He said 3 sentences, finished explaining the approach, and finally added, the answer is 1/2. The advanced mathematics teacher looked at the textbook and nodded. Correct. Sit down. Su Cheng sat back down. Wu Hao looked at him as if he had seen a ghost. Zhao Lei lowered his voice. Did you review behind our backs? Su Cheng picked up his pen. I just didn't leave my brain on the bed. Zhou Kai gave a thumbs up from the front, raspy-voiced badass, a legend in the making. Su Cheng glanced up. Zhou Kai immediately sat upright. This social death had been barely suppressed by the correct answer. Although the whole class remembered his voice, at least it was because he answered correctly, not because he made a fool of himself. Just as Su Cheng relaxed a little, the teacher said, everyone turn to page 12. Advanced Mathematics Textbook. Page 12. Su Cheng's hand paused on the corner of the book. The bandage was in the back cover, not in the front. In theory it should be fine, but he had tampered with this book last night, and the spine hadn't been pressed flat. If he turned the page too forcefully, the back pocket might loosen. He pressed his left hand on the spine, and slowly turned the page with his right hand. The paper rustled softly. When he reached page 12, the back cover indeed lifted slightly. The white corner showed again. This time Gu Yao across the aisle saw it. She had only glanced casually, but her gaze paused on that strip of white. Su Cheng noticed. He didn't immediately cover it. The more anxious he acted, the more conspicuous it would be. He placed his pen in the middle of the page, casually dragged the book half an inch toward himself, and pressed down on the back cover with his left hand, as if simply adjusting his sitting posture. Gu Yao rested her chin on her hand, watching for 2 seconds. Her eyes subtly shifted like a little fox who had discovered a secret, but deliberately kept quiet, a sly smile curling at the corner of her lips. When the bell rang, the classroom instantly came alive. Wu Hao stretched about to speak, but Gu Yao was already walking over from the aisle. She didn't come too close, stopping only at Su Cheng's desk, her gaze falling on his advanced mathematics textbook. You're Su Cheng. Su Cheng looked up. Gu Yao was even more lively up close than when she was at the podium, her eyes clear, her smile carrying a mischievous cunning, as if she was about to come up with some clever trick. Su Cheng felt alert, but kept his face steady. You heard it during roll call. Gu Yao smiled. I heard it. Your voice is very distinctive. Wu Hao, sitting next to him, almost sprayed water out of his mouth. Su Cheng's expression was blank. Thanks, it's anti-counterfeit by nature. Gu Yao was momentarily stunned, then burst out laughing, her shoulders shaking gently. You're pretty funny. Su Cheng closed the advanced mathematics textbook, his palm pressing on the back cover, not giving her a chance to continue looking. It's mainly because I'm poor, so I have to save my words. Gu Yao's gaze swept from his messy hair to his thick, black-rimmed glasses, then to the hand pressing on the book. What was that white thing you had stuck in your book just now? The air tightened for a moment. Wu Hao curiously leaned in. Su Cheng was faster. He picked up the book and directly stuffed it into his bag. A bookmark. A bookmark. Gu Yao blinked, deliberately drawing out her tone. But it looks like a bandage to me. Su Cheng zipped up his bag, his tone calm. A poor man's bookmark, multifunctional. Can also be used to tie up a leg if needed. Zhao Lei couldn't help but laugh. Zhou Kai also lowered his head, stifling a laugh. Gu Yao tilted her head, watching him seriously spout nonsense, the amusement in her eyes growing stronger. Then your bookmark is quite practical. Su Cheng nodded. I recommend popularizing it. Gu Yao immediately followed up. Can it also be used to wrap packages, tie up hair, or emergency repair trouser hems? Wu Hao burst out laughing on the spot. Su Cheng was silent for 2 seconds. You have a good business sense. Gu Yao proudly lifted her chin, as if she had won a small game. She didn't press further, just hugged her textbooks closer to her chest. It seems I'll have to learn money-saving tips from you in the future. Su Cheng looked at her. The girl's words always carried a playful tone at the end, teasing, but not annoying. Trouble. People like her were the hardest to fool. She wasn't like Wu Hao, who would back off when scared, nor like Zhao Lei, who could be easily led astray. She would observe, ask questions, and always wear a smile, making it hard to guess how much she had discovered. Before leaving, Gu Yao suddenly took half a step back and leaned in again. Su Cheng. Su Cheng looked up. Gu Yao blinked. Can I still hear you answer questions in the next class? Su Cheng's hand paused on the zipper of his bag. Wu Hao was already beside him, his face red from holding in laughter. Su Cheng lifted his head, his raspy voice flat. Depends on the teacher's mood. Gu Yao immediately replied. Then it'll help the teacher drink more coffee later, so he'll be in a better mood. After saying that, she laughed first. Su Cheng. Gu Yao waved at him, then ran off with her books. Her high ponytail swayed like a fox that had stolen a treat. Su Cheng sat still, his expression calm, but his fingers paused on the zipper for 2 seconds. Wu Hao finally couldn't hold it in. Pops, Gu Yao complimented your voice as distinctive. Su Cheng looked at him. Do you want to die in a distinctive way? Wu Hao, shut up. Zhao Lei laughed, his shoulders shaking. She also said she's looking forward to hearing you answer questions. Zhou Kai whispered in awe. It's over. The raspy-voiced badass is now on Gu Yao's radar. Chen Jiaming looked at Su Cheng's bag, didn't mention the bandage, only said, next time don't let the bookmark show. Su Cheng glanced at him. Mingzi had indeed seen it, but he didn't ask. Su Cheng slung his bag over his shoulder and stood up. Let's go. Wu Hao caught up. Where to? Su Cheng didn't look back. Back to the dorm. Why, oi? To change the bookmark. Gu Yao could remember his voice. She could find him interesting. But she absolutely must not see the multifunctional bookmark a second time. As he walked out of the classroom, sunlight streamed from the end of the corridor. Su Cheng pushed up his thick black-rimmed glasses with only one thought in his mind. On the first class of the semester, he had only wanted to stay low-key and get through it. In the end, the whole class remembered his raspy voice. And Gu Yao remembered his name. The first thing Su Cheng did upon returning to the dormitory was to pull his calculus textbook out of his bag. The book had been pressed against him the entire way, its back cover slightly warped. The bandages hidden in the lining hadn't fallen out, but the edges bore white creases, clearly showing they wouldn't hold much longer. If someone as sharp-eyed as Gu Yao saw it again, forget about the bookmark. She might follow the trail of that bookmark all the way to his ancestral graves. Su Cheng sat at his desk and closed the door behind him. Wu Hao had just entered, not yet tossing his bag onto the bed, when he saw Su Cheng pull out a knife and deftly slit open the calculus textbook's back cover. "Godfather, what are you doing? Did calculus offend you?" Su Cheng didn't look up. Disposing of evidence. Wu Hao froze, then immediately leaned in. Su Cheng was faster. With a snap, he closed the book, his hoarse voice cold. "One step closer, and it'll write your name in the calculus table of contents." Wu Hao instinctively stepped back. "That's too unlucky." Zhao Lei tossed his bag onto a chair, yawning. "You're really not hiding that multifunctional bookmark anymore." "I think it's fine. It fooled Gu Yao twice." Su Cheng looked up. "Do you think she's the kind of person who can be fooled by the same excuse twice?" Zhao Lei thought for a moment and shut up. "No, she wasn't." Gu Yao's eyes were too bright. She smiled as if carefree, but in truth she saw things with precision. Just now, standing by the desk, she hadn't pressed him, yet every word she spoke landed on the questions Su Cheng least wanted to answer. Su Cheng reopened the book and, before the others could gather around, pulled out the bandages from the lining. The white bandages were pressed thin, the creases distinct. Chen Jiaming glanced over without surprise, simply handing him his old folder of documents. "This lining is safer than the book." Su Cheng paused. The folder was black hardcover stuffed with a few waste forms. It had a zipper on the edge and was usually kept at the bottom of the bookshelf where no one would dig. Su Cheng took it without saying thanks. He cut the bandages into shorter pieces and pressed them separately into the folder, an old homework notebook and an empty file pouch. The ointment he put back in the drawer alongside the cold medicine. Once done, he flipped through the calculus textbook twice to confirm there were no white edges left, then closed it. Wu Hao watched in confusion. "Godfather, your ritualistic behavior is getting heavier. It's just a bookmark and you're dismembering and relocating it." Su Cheng shoved the folder into the bottom shelf of the bookcase, his tone calm. "A poor man's belongings need diversified investment." Zhou Kai nearly sprayed the water head, just drunk. "Banned. I mean, a bookmark can be an investment." Su Cheng looked at him. Zhou Kai quickly corrected himself. "It can, of course it can. This is called asset allocation." The dormitory erupted in laughter. Su Cheng didn't respond. He put the calculus book back into his bag, gently pressing his fingers along the spine. Today's hurdle was cleared. But Gu Yao had already remembered his name, remembered his voice, and even seen that white bookmark. She wouldn't investigate him immediately, but she would be curious. And curiosity was the beginning of trouble. As if to confirm his judgment, his phone suddenly buzzed. It wasn't a group message. It was a friend request. The note had only 2 words, Gu Yao. Su Cheng stared at the screen for 2 seconds in silence. Wu Hao's sharp eyes caught it, and he leaned in. "Who is it?" Su Cheng flipped his phone face down. "Scam. Scammers use real names now." Su Cheng ignored him. Beneath the friend request, there was another line. "Don't worry, I won't ask about the bookmark." Su Cheng. He expressionlessly hit decline. 3 seconds later, a new request popped up. "Then he'll ask about calculus." Zhao Lei happened to catch a glimpse and burst out laughing. "Is she targeting you?" Su Cheng set his phone to silent. "She's just bored." Within a minute, a message appeared in the class group. "Gu Yao, someone rejected my friend request." A commotion erupted in the group. "Who's so cruel?" "Gu just transferred, and she's already rejected." "Confess now." Su Cheng's eyelid twitched. Wu Hao was laughing so hard, he nearly fell off his chair. "Godfather, I feel like she's fishing." Su Cheng evaluated calmly. The bait is a bit noisy. In the end, he still didn't accept. Because he had a premonition. If he accepted, the trouble would double. Su Cheng had just sat down when his phone buzzed. A new message popped up in the class group. "Advisor, this afternoon's PE class will conduct a beginning Gotham physical fitness test. All students are required to gather at the playground on time. No absences allowed." Su Cheng stared at the words physical fitness test for a long moment without moving. The relaxed atmosphere in the dormitory suddenly felt as if someone had doused it with cold water. Wu Hao let out a wail after reading the message. A physical fitness test on the second day of the semester. Is the school crazy? Zhao Lei's expression also turned sour. "I've been lying around at home for 2 months over summer break. Now they want me to run. I might ascend to heaven on the spot." Zhou Kai scrolled through the group messages, his glee tinged with despair. Full set 800 meters 1000 meters lung capacity, standing long jump. Just then another message appeared in the group. Gu Yao for the girls' 800-meter run while they provide a will template. A flood of haha followed. Wu Hao chuckled. She's got good entertainment value. Gu Yao quickly added another line. Gu Yao if not ill write one in advance. Su Yao glanced at it and silently closed the group chat. How is this person everywhere? He looked down at his hands. His knuckles were thinner than before and his skin was unnaturally pale. The loose sleeves hid his wrists, but if one looked closely they could see his bone structure was different. More troublesome, he had never tested his current physical condition. Had his strength changed? Had his endurance changed? Would his running posture be too light? Would his long jump be too exaggerated? Or conversely, with the bandages tight, would he be out of breath after 2 steps? He didn't know any of this. The unknown was more troublesome than Gu Yao's remark about looking like bandages. Chun Jiaming looked at him. Your foot still hurts. You can ask for an excuse from the physical test. Su Cheng snapped back to reality and immediately shook his head. I can't ask for an excuse. His voice was low but quick. Asking for an excuse required explanation. Explanation required proof. School clinic advisor sick leave slip? All a chain of trouble. Besides, if he missed the physical test due to a foot injury right at the start of the semester, his roommates would definitely keep questioning him. Better to just muddle through the event than to be grilled. Wu Hao leaned over from the edge of his bed. Godfather, don't push yourself. You've been looking like a dehydrated husk since summer break. Don't collapse on the track during the 800-meter run. Su Qing looked up. Worry about yourself first. Wu Hao patted his chest. I'm still in decent shape. Zhao Lei said darkly. Who was it that cried for help while carrying luggage yesterday? Wu Hao fell silent immediately. Su Cheng didn't join their banter. He pulled out his memo and quickly jotted down a few lines. Physical education risks 1. Cannot wear short sleeves. 2. Cannot run too fast. 3. Cannot run so slow that the teacher notices. 4. Bandages must not loosen. 5. Gu Yao is present, minimize contact. When he finished the 5th point, his phone buzzed again. This time it was the class group. Gu Yao, I just transferred here and am not very familiar with the PE class meeting point. Does anyone know how to get to the east gate of the playground? The group went silent for 2 seconds. Then Zhou Kai suddenly looked up at Su Cheng. Wu Hao also slowly turned his head. Zhao Lei's lips began to curl up. Su Cheng's heart sank. Sure enough. The next second, Zhou Kai, who had no fear of death, replied in the group, Su Cheng knows, he gave directions pretty accurately today. Su Cheng slowly raised his head. Zhou Kai hadn't even put down his phone, and he was already starting to regret it. He'll delete it. Gu Yao's reply had already appeared in the group. Gu Yao, Su Cheng, would you mind guiding me? A little fox emoji followed. Then she added another line. Gu Yao, I promise I won't study your bookmark. The dormitory went silent instantly. Wu Hao directly covered his mouth. Zhao Lei's shoulders were shaking uncontrollably. Su Cheng stared at the screen, his finger hovering over the edge of his phone. Wu Hao whispered, Godfather, the little fox wants you to guide her. Su Cheng looked up. Are you envious? Wu Hao immediately shook his head. Su Cheng lowered his head and typed. Su Cheng, exit the teaching building and turn left, go straight along the main road, turn right when you see the basketball court. The signs are very clear. After sending, he locked his phone. Gu Yao replied instantly. Gu Yao message received, campus navigation. Wu Hao was stunned. That's it. She asked for directions, I gave directions. Su Cheng placed his phone on the desk. Process complete. Zhao Lei laughed until his shoulders shook. Your reply sounds like campus navigation. Chun Jiaming nodded. Reasonable, clear boundaries. Zhou Kai had just breathed a sigh of relief when Su Cheng looked at him. Zhou Kai. Yes. Buy me some water before the physical test this afternoon. Zhou Kai's expression stiffened. Why, oi? Because you sold me out. I was praising your accurate directions. Then you should celebrate. Zhou Kai shut up. He knew Su Cheng was in a bad mood, and any further backtalk would escalate from buying water for one to buying water for the whole dorm. Before the afternoon PE class, Su Cheng left the dorm 10 minutes early. He changed into his loosest tracksuit jacket, still wearing long sleeves underneath. He rolled the cuffs just enough to cover his wrists and pulled the collar up higher. The bandages had been redressed slightly looser than usual, at least not restricting his breathing. But looser meant more dangerous. When he walked, the fabric lightly brushed against his skin, and he kept feeling that something might slip. Before going downstairs, he checked himself in the bathroom mirror again. In the mirror, he still looked like a messy-haired, bi-grimmed glasses, hoarse-voiced college boy. Ordinary. Unremarkable. Just a bit pale. Su Cheng stared at his reflection and muttered, slow down, don't show off. After a pause, he added, and don't embarrass yourself. The playground was already crowded. Sunlight slanted onto the rubber, tracked the air, mingling with the smell of grass and sweat. The PE teacher stood in the shade of a tree with a roster, a stopwatch, and test record sheets beside him. Gu Yao stood at the edge of the crowd, already changed into sportswear. A white tracksuit jacket, black shorts, her high ponytail neater than in the morning. She was looking down at her phone as if confirming the route. Hearing someone call out, "Su Cheng is here," she looked up and her eyes immediately curved. This time she didn't just watch from a distance. Instead, she jogged over 2 steps. Campus navigation. Su Cheng paused. Something up. Just confirming after-sales service. Guiyao said seriously. I followed your directions and didn't get lost. 5-star review. Su Cheng. Guiyao glanced at his long-sleeved jacket wrapped tightly. It's 30 degrees today. I'm afraid of the sun. Oh, Guiyao nodded. Your sun protection awareness is quite advanced. Su Cheng felt she was implying something. Fortunately, the PE teacher started calling the roll. Guiyao waved at him and turned to jog back to the girls' team. Before leaving, she turned back and added, "Good luck, multifunctional bookmark classmate." Su Cheng remained expressionless. Great. His attempt to keep distance had failed halfway. The PE teacher began calling names, then announced that today they would start with basic events and finish with running. The boys' 1,000-meter run, the girls' 800-meter run. When Guiyao heard 800 meters, she immediately raised her hand. Teacher, can I apply for work-related injury compensation after running? The whole class burst into laughter. Even the PE teacher was amused. No, but you can apply for water. Guiyao sighed. Then I'm at a loss. Wu Hao laughed beside Su Cheng. She's really good at talking. Su Cheng stared at the track, ignoring him. His attention was on the first event, the standing long jump. It seemed simple, but the risk was considerable. If his body was lighter and his jumping ability better, he might jump too far and attract attention. If he performed poorly due to bandages and discomfort, Wu Hao and the others would question him. When it was Su Cheng's turn, he stood at the white line and glanced at his shoe tips. The teacher held up the record board. Jump when ready. A few people casually looked over. Guiyao was also standing by the girls' team, holding water, her gaze lightly resting on him. Su Cheng bent down. A split second before the jump, he deliberately held back his strength. Not too far. Not too fake. He pushed off the ground, his body feeling lighter than expected. Wind brushed past his ears and his heart tightened. On landing, he immediately bent his knees to shorten the distance. A little dust rose from the edge of the sandpit. The teacher looked down at the measuring tape. 2 meters 28. Someone in the boys' group whistled. Not bad, Su Cheng. Wu Hao's eyes widened. Godfather, did you really go moving bricks over summer break? Su Cheng dusted off the ash on his pants, his hoarse voice steady. A poor man doesn't need a gym membership to stay fit. Laughter rippled around him. This score was decent, but not outrageous. Su Cheng breathed a sigh of relief. First hurdle cleared. But before he could fully relax, Guiyao passed by and tossed out a light remark. Multifunctional bookmark, pretty useful for long jump too, huh? Su Cheng paused. Wu Hao didn't understand. What bookmark? Guiyao had already run back to the girls' team as if she hadn't said anything. A few seconds later, she took her turn. Approach, jump, landing. All in one fluid motion. The teacher announced her score. 1 meter 93. Guiyao immediately clenched her fist. Yeah, I didn't fall. A girl beside her was speechless. Your standards are that low. As long as I'm alive. More laughter erupted around them. Su Cheng slowly raised his eyes, staring at her back. This little fox. She hadn't forgotten. She had just saved it for later. The PE teacher was already calling for the next group. Su Cheng withdrew his gaze and pulled his sleeves down further. The most dangerous part of the day was yet to come. He could control the long jump. He could fake the lung capacity. But the final 1,000-meter run was unavoidable. The 1,000-meter run was scheduled last. By the time the PE teacher blew the whistle for assembly, the sun had already begun its westward descent, heating the rubber track until it radiated warmth. The air carried a faint scent of rubber, mingling with the students' sweat and the dampness of the freshly watered lawn. The boys stood behind the starting line, their expressions grim. Wu Hao bent over, resting his hands on his knees, muttering to himself. Is it too late to apply for a gender change now? Girls run 800, boys run 1,000. This is unfair. Zhao Lei's face was pale. You'd be just as dead running 800. Zhou Kai, holding his water bottle, had a vacant look in his eyes. I feel like my soul hasn't even warmed up yet. Su Cheng stood in the middle of the group, saying nothing. He pulled his sleeve down a little and gently pressed his fingers against his side. The bandage was still secure. Not too tight, not too loose. That was both a good and a bad thing. Secure meant it wouldn't easily slip. Loose meant that if he moved too much while running, there was still a risk. The bigger problem was that he didn't know how well he could actually run now. During the standing long jump earlier, he had clearly felt his body becoming much lighter. He had only used a fraction of his strength on the takeoff, yet he still landed a decent result. If the 1,000-meter run went the same way, and he failed to control his pace at the start, running too lightly and too fast, he would definitely draw attention. But if he held back too much, the teacher might notice and ask if he was feeling unwell. Su Cheng looked down at the tips of his shoes. These shoes were old, with the edges starting to come unglued. In the past, when he ran, he was basically at a level where he just barely passed without taking an extra step. Today, he had to continue playing that role. The PE teacher walked to the edge of the track with a stopwatch. Don't jump the start. Run at your own pace. This is just a beginning Gofterm assessment, not a race. Don't sit down immediately after finishing, we'll walk it off. Su Cheng felt a little more at ease upon hearing the words, not a race. As long as it wasn't a race, it was fine. He just needed to blend in with the crowd and run in ordinary time. The whistle blew. A group of boys surged forward. Wu Hao started off with quite a bit of momentum, looking like he was going to save the world for the first 50 meters. Zhao Lei pulled along by him for a few steps, soon started cursing. Zhou Kai was more pragmatic, directly settling into a mid-to-back position, muttering under his breath, making it to the finish line alive is victory. Su Cheng didn't push to the front. He deliberately fell into a position slightly behind the middle, making his steps heavier and his breathing intentionally rougher. The first half of the first lap went smoothly. Too smoothly, in fact. It was a bit abnormal. His steps were light, and his body felt light. He ran without the usual tightness in his chest. The wind swept past his ears, the hem of his old jacket, gently patting his leg, the bandage staying stable as if it didn't exist. Su Cheng's heart sank. It was too easy. That was the biggest problem. He immediately slowed down half a beat, deliberately landing his feet more heavily. A boy beside him, panting as he overtook him, glanced back and said, Su Cheng, you're doing pretty well today. Su Cheng's voice, deliberately raspy, was steady. Poor people are durable. The boy laughed and ran off. By the bleachers, the girls' group had already finished their tests, standing in 2s and 3s in the shade to rest. Guyao had just finished her 800-meter run and was surrounded by a few girls talking. She took a tissue from a classmate to wipe her sweat, a few stray hairs on her forehead, slightly sticking to her cheek. Guyao, your 800-meter run was way too easy, one girl exclaimed. Not really, Guyao said with a wave of her hand. Another girl with a ponytail suddenly lowered her voice. Hey, do you know Su Cheng? Guyao was taken aback for a moment. I kind of know him. Why? The boy with the slightly hoarse voice. The girl gestured with her chin towards the track. I thought he was a bit special during the long jump. Guyao followed her gaze. On the track, Su Cheng was running unhurriedly in the middle of the pack. She watched for a couple of seconds before smiling. Why are you suddenly asking about him? Because my senior knows him. Senior? Yes, senior in her 3rd year. The girl perked up. She worked part-time at a wedding planning company during summer break. When she came back to school, she mentioned it once. She said there was this incredibly capable person at a wedding banquet. Later she found out he was a student from our school named Su Cheng. Guyao blinked. This news came a bit suddenly. How did she get to know him? It seems the wedding banquet was short-staffed temporarily. He was helping carry things, guiding guests, and attending to them the whole time. My senior said she was running around like crazy that day, so he left an impression. The girl thought for a moment, then added, oh yeah, she also said he was a nice guy. He looked thin, but he worked very efficiently. Guyao nodded thoughtfully. Before this, she only knew Su Cheng had been working part-time all summer, but she never knew the specifics. No wonder he always talked about moving wedding banquet tables. So it was actually true. Is your senior close with him? Guyao asked casually. Not really, they only met once, the girl laughed. But she has a good memory. She mentioned it a few times at school. I just remembered because I saw you talking to him a lot. Guyao smiled wryly. I don't talk to him that much. The whole class has pretty much noticed. Guyao didn't bother to explain and simply pressed the cold water bottle against her cheek to cool down. But her gaze involuntarily drifted back to the track. She had only found Su Cheng interesting before. Now a new layer of curiosity was added. The second lap began, and Wu Hao's speed dropped significantly. He had pushed too hard at the start, and now he looked like a deflating balloon, his steps getting heavier and heavier. When Su Cheng ran beside him, Wu Hao was already panting with his mouth open. Godfather, save me. Su Cheng glanced at him. Wu Hao's face was as red as a boiled lobster, sweat dripping down his forehead. Su Cheng initially thought about overtaking him, but after a moment's consideration, he slowed down a bit. Following fifth bro would be a good way to keep his speed down. Wu Hao was gasping for breath. Seeing that Su Cheng hadn't passed him, he was so moved, he almost cried. Godfather, you're waiting for me. Su Cheng's expression didn't change. You're blocking the wind. Wu Hao, move to death. The next second, Wu Hao's foot slipped, and he nearly stepped out of the lane. Su Cheng reacted quickly, grabbing his arm and pulling him back inward. The movement was light, but when Wu Hao was pulled back, his expression was clearly dazed for a moment. Damn, since when are you this strong? Su Cheng's heart skipped a beat. He let go quickly, his tone steadier than his steps. You're too weak. Wu Hao, stung by the remark, had no energy to retort and could only continue panting. Watching from a distance, Gu Yao raised an eyebrow instinctively. The girl beside her also let out a soft, huh? He's that strong. Gu Yao didn't respond, just watched for a moment longer. By the third lap, the problem arose. He had deliberately suppressed his speed and made his breathing sound heavier than it actually was. But his body still hadn't reached its limit. Instead, as he ran, his muscles and bones felt as if they were awakening, his stride becoming smoother and smoother. This feeling was strange. It was as if this body was naturally built for running, light, fast, agile, with almost no unnecessary vibration upon landing. The more Su Cheng ran, the more alarmed he became. No good. If this continued, he might not be able to control his pace in the final lap. Ahead, Zhao Lei had already slowed down. Zhou Kai was further back, struggling for his life. Wu Hao had completely turned into a moving obstacle, questioning his existence with every step. Su Cheng simply decided to lock his pace beside Wu Hao. Wu Hao was panting so hard his speech was fragmented. "Godfather, don't worry about me. You go on." Su Cheng looked at the track ahead, his voice naturally hoarse. "Less nonsense. You suddenly being this loyal. It's kind of freaking me out. If you collapse, I'll have to carry you back to the dorm." Wu Hao gritted his teeth. "Can't you say something nice?" No saving energy. Gu Yao, standing on the sidelines, couldn't help but laugh at this. The laugh wasn't loud, but Su Cheng heard it. The corner of his eye twitched slightly. Why was this person everywhere? In the final 200 meters, the PE teacher shouted from near the finish line, "Don't stop. Give it one last push." Many boys started to accelerate. Wu Hao, caught up in the atmosphere, gritted his teeth and surged forward 2 steps, then nearly shut down on the spot. Su Cheng had intended to keep his pace suppressed, but when Wu Hao wobbled to the side, he had to reach out and support him. In that instant, his speed was forced up. His steps were frighteningly light. The wind rushed past his face in an instant, the track ahead seeming to draw closer. In just a few strides, Su Cheng overtook the 2 boys in front of him. Someone nearby shouted, "Su Cheng is speeding up." Su Cheng cursed inwardly. "Speeding up my ass." He was dragged off pace by 5th bro. He immediately tried to pull back, deliberately slowing down, but his body had already fallen into a rhythm. Forcing a slowdown would only make his movements look unnatural. So he made the most reasonable choice. After crossing the finish line, he didn't stop. Instead, he ran a few extra steps, conveniently grabbing the railing by the track, bending over and panting heavily. Pretending to be tired. He had to pretend to be tired. The PE teacher clicked the stopwatch and announced the time. Su Cheng 3:58. It wasn't an exaggerated time, but for the old Su Cheng it was a clear improvement. Wu Hao staggered across the finish line shortly after, bending over with his hands on his knees, wheezing like a broken bellows. When he heard the time, he looked up at Su Cheng with the eyes of a traitor. "Godfather, have you been secretly training behind my back?" Su Cheng was bent over, his messy hair falling over his forehead, obscuring most of his eyes. He paused for a couple of seconds before replying in his raspy voice, "From moving wedding banquet tables over the summer." Zhao Lei arrived a step later, his face pale. "Moving banquet tables trains you for a 1,000-meter run." Su Cheng looked up at him. "Poor people don't have specialized training, only all-around suffering." A few boys nearby laughed. The excuse was absurd, but coming from Su Cheng it somehow seemed believable. Who didn't know Su Cheng had been working all summer? He was thinner, his dark circles were worse, his voice was hoarser. Now he ran a bit better than before. Saying it was forged by life seemed like a plausible explanation. Wu Hao collapsed on the ground, was yelled at by the PE teacher to not sit down, and painfully got up to walk. Su Cheng straightened up and slowly walked to the side. A bottle of water was suddenly handed to him. The bottle was cold, covered in fine beads of condensation. Su Cheng looked up. Gu Yao stood by the track smiling at him. "Campus navigator, you run pretty fast." Su Cheng didn't take it. "I have water." Gu Yao glanced at his empty hands. "Where's your water?" Su Cheng, in a spiritual sense. Gu Yao was stunned for a second before bursting into laughter. She didn't force it on him, spinning the bottle in her hand, half a turn, her tone light. "You could have run even faster just now, couldn't you?" Su Cheng's heart tightened, but his face remained still. "You're mistaken." "Oh." Gu Yao tilted her head. "When you accelerated at the end, your steps were very light. It didn't look like you were at your limit." Su Cheng looked at her and suddenly smiled. The raspy voice paired with that smile somehow looked a bit punchable. "Classmate Gu." Gu Yao blinked. "My. You just finished your 800-meter run, and you still have the energy to study my stride," Su Cheng said calmly. "Seems like your run wasn't tiring either." Gu Yao's expression paused. Su Cheng continued. "Want me to tell the teacher next time that you still have energy left? Maybe add an extra lap for the girls' group." The smile on Gu Yao's face froze for half a second. Then she immediately withdrew the water bottle and took a step back. "Su Cheng, you are ruthless." Su Cheng nodded. "Poor people have hard hearts." Gu Yao stared at him for 2 seconds, then suddenly laughed again. It wasn't the teasing laugh from before, but a brighter one, as if she genuinely found him interesting. "Fine, I won't ask." She shook the water bottle, turned, and walked away. After a few steps she looked back and added, "But that move you made to steady Wu Hao was also pretty fast." Su Cheng didn't answer. Gu Yao didn't wait for a reply and ran back to the girls' group. As soon as she returned, the girl who had mentioned her senior earlier immediately leaned in. "So, Gu Yao was puzzled. "So what?" The close-up observation. Gu Yao smiled wryly. "You're even more curious than I am." The girl grinned. "It's mainly because my senior made him sound pretty amazing." Gu Yao thought for a moment. "He is a bit special." "Special how?" Gu Yao looked at the figure in the distance, who was now lowering his head to drink water. "Hard to put into words." She paused, then added another sentence. "He's definitely not as simple as he appears on the surface." Su Cheng stood still, his fingertips tightening slightly. She had seen it. She saw the long jump. She saw the run. She also saw the bookmark. Gu Yao wasn't investigating him, but her curiosity was more troublesome than an investigation. Wu Hao dragged his half-dead body over and threw an arm around Su Cheng's shoulder. Su Cheng instinctively wanted to dodge, but held back. Godfather, I've noticed something. Su Cheng looked at him. You've noticed you're weak. No. Wu Hao panted, his eyes deep. Does Gu Yao always come to talk to you? Zhao Lei and Zhou Kai also gathered around. Zhou Kai lowered his voice. It's true. High-level math, the group, chat the sports field. Her appearance frequency today is a bit high. Zhao Lei looked at Su Cheng. Is there really nothing between you two? Su Cheng wiped his sweat with a towel, his tone flat. There is. The three of them instantly perked up. Su Cheng slowly finished his sentence. Enmity. Wu Hao. Zhao Lei. Zhou Kai. Chen Jiaming walked over and handed Su Cheng the water bottle he had left under the tree. Your performance has improved a lot. Su Cheng took the water, unscrewed the cap, and took a sip. Summer job. Chen Jiaming looked at him, neither saying he believed it, nor that he didn't. That excuse can work once. Su Cheng's movements paused. Chen Jiaming continued, it might not be enough for the next fitness test. Su Cheng screwed the cap back on. The words were spoken lightly, but they carried more weight than Gu Yao's teasing remarks. Because Chen Jiaming wasn't joking. He had genuinely noticed the change in Su Cheng. Su Cheng looked up at the crowd gradually dispersing on the sports field. Sunlight fell on the track. The lightness he had felt during that final sprint still lingered in his body like a thread hidden within his flesh and blood gently tugging at him. He needed to figure out as soon as possible what this body had become. Otherwise, when the next crisis came, he wouldn't even know whether to pretend to be weak or act normal. The PE teacher announced dismissal. The crowd surged towards the exit of the sports field. Just as Su Cheng was about to leave, his phone suddenly vibrated. It was Qin Yu. PE class. Seeing these three words, Su Cheng's brow immediately furrowed. He replied, how do you know again? Qin Yue, Lin Wan asked if you ate on time today, so I conveniently checked the class schedule. Su Cheng, do you two treat me like an elementary school student? Qin Yue, elementary school students don't hide bandages in their advanced math books. Su Cheng was silent. How did this woman even guess that? Qin Yu sent another message. Don't push yourself during the run. If the bandage comes loose, find a place to fix it. Don't tough it out. Su Cheng instinctively glanced at his side. During that final sprint, the bandage had indeed shifted a little. It wasn't serious, but he couldn't wait until he got back to the dorm to deal with it. He put his phone away and turned to walk towards the restroom by the sports field. Wu Hao called out to him. Godfather, where are you going? Su Cheng didn't look back. Restroom. Gu Yao was standing not far away and happened to hear that. She was originally talking with some girls, but the corner of her eye subtly swept over Su Cheng's retreating figure. Su Cheng wasn't walking fast, but his hand was constantly pressing down on the hem of his jacket. Gu Yao blinked. Those fox-like eyes of hers lit up once more. By the time Su Cheng entered the restroom, his back was already slick with sweat. It wasn't from running. It was from sheer terror. The restroom near the track was a bit worn, its concrete floor polished to a shine by countless footsteps, and the corner wall was plastered with half-torn club recruitment posters. There weren't many people inside, but there was a constant flow of traffic. The faucets gushed noisily, and the sound of slippers slapping against the floor echoed each step, making Su Cheng's scalp prickle. He kept his head down, trying his best to look as normal as possible. Natural. Don't panic. The moment he thought this, the loose feeling at his waist slipped down another inch. Su Cheng cursed under his breath. Who could handle this? He quickly slipped into the furthest stall and locked the door behind him. But the lock was half broken. Su Cheng stared at the flimsy latch, his vision going dark. Was this school so poor it had to use work-study students to fix toilet door locks? Someone was running the faucet, someone else was chatting, and a voice called out, while washing their face, that 1,000-meter run almost did me in. Su Cheng didn't dare waste time. He braced one foot against the bottom of the door and used the other hand to quickly unzip his jacket. The bandage had indeed shifted. It wasn't severe, but the edge had started to curl up from his waist. If he had run 2 more steps, or if someone had looked closely from behind, they would likely have noticed something was off under his clothes. Su Cheng pressed his fingers against the curled edge, his heart rate still not fully settled. He had changed clothes in the men's room before, but the situation was completely different now. Every footstep now sounded like a countdown. As he pressed the bandage flat again, he frantically reminded himself in his mind. Steady. Hurry. Don't let your hands shake. Don't pull the end of the bandage out. But the more anxious he got, the easier it was to mess up. The curled edge was stuck to his sweat, and peeling it off stung his skin. Su Cheng winced in pain, nearly letting out a raspy squawk. Someone outside approached the stall door, seeming to try and push it open. Su Cheng reacted faster than his mind, jamming his toes against the door and muttering in a low voice, occupied. The person outside paused, muttered something about the locks broken, you should leave a note, and their footsteps receded. Su Cheng leaned against the partition, his heart pounding wildly. Damn it. At this rate, he wouldn't be exposed, he'd be scared to death by this crappy restroom first. He pressed the bandage down again, smoothed the hem of his jacket, confirmed nothing looked unusual from the outside, and finally let out a slow breath. After doing all this, he didn't rush to leave. The stall was cramped and stuffy, and on the wall someone with a roommate's sense of humor had scrawled, "Calculus is a guaranteed fail." Cheng stared at those 4 words for a moment, and suddenly felt like laughing. Failing calculus was one thing. His life right now was far harder than calculus. When it got a bit quieter outside, Cheng pushed the door open and went out. The sink was empty. He turned on the faucet, cupped some water, and splashed it on his face. The cold water dripped down his chin and onto his collar. He looked up at the mirror, still seeing the same face hidden under the messy hair, large black-rimmed glasses, and raspy voice. It looked ordinary, even a bit scruffy. But if he pressed the stray hair on his forehead down with water, the hint of beauty beneath his brows and eyes that didn't belong to this disguise would almost emerge. Cheng quickly tousled his hair back into disarray. "Don't come out," he said very quietly. He didn't know if he was warning his hair or the other version of himself in the mirror. As he walked out of the restroom, he nearly collided with a figure in white. Cheng stopped abruptly. Gu Yao was standing by the vending machine nearby, holding a bottle of water, tilting her head as she looked at him. A few strands of her hair were damp with sweat, and her cheeks still held a faint post-exercise flush. Her high ponytail swayed slightly with the tilt of her head, making her look like a little fox that had just run out of the sunlight, her eyes bright. Cheng's first thought wasn't danger. It was, could she really be waiting for me? The moment this thought popped up, Cheng's heart skipped a beat. No, Cheng, what are you getting carried away for? Do you not know your own situation right now? You are a high-risk undercover agent wrapped in bandages, surviving on a raspy voice and messy hair. A pretty girl glancing at you in extra time doesn't necessarily mean spring has arrived. It could also mean the grass is sprouting on your grave. Seeing him stop, Gu Yao smiled and shook the bottle of water in her hand. "Campus navigator, do you need after-sales service for restroom routes?" Cheng tugged at the hem of his jacket, trying to make his expression look natural. "Are you that free? Just finished the 800-meter run. The teacher told me to walk it off," Gu Yao said with a straight face. "I'm walking it off right now." Cheng glanced at the vending machine behind her. From the track to the vending machine was just a few steps. This is what she calls walking it off. This is called staking out. As if reading his expression, Gu Yao immediately put on an innocent look. "Don't look at me like that. I really was just passing by." Cheng snorted inwardly. "Passing by near the entrance to the men's restroom. That's quite an exploratory route you've got there." But he couldn't say that. "Then keep passing by." He started to walk away. But Gu Yao suddenly took half a step forward and pointed at the back of his jacket. "Your clothes are riding up." Cheng froze instantly. His heart raced faster than during the last 200 meters of the run. He instinctively wanted to reach for his waist, but forced himself to stop. Can't panic. Can't show weakness. The more critical the moment, the more he had to act like nothing happened. But he couldn't help it. The tips of his ears grew warm. Gu Yao noticed her eyes curving as she smiled even more brightly. "Don't worry, I didn't see your multipurpose bookmark." Cheng was speechless. She dared to bring that up. He yanked his jacket down and said in a stiff, raspy voice, "Classmate Gu, do you have an obsession with the bookmark industry?" Gu Yao nodded. "A little bit." "Why?" "Because my friend request was rejected." Gu Yao blinked, her tone light with a hint of feigned grievance. "I can only research bookmarks to distract myself from my sorrow." Cheng's mouth twitched. "You're sorrowful. You seemed pretty happy fishing in that group." "I don't have strangers." "We're not strangers," Gu Yao immediately countered, counting on her fingers. "We've had calculus together, taken the fitness test together, I've handed you water, and you've given me directions." Cheng's head ached. "You call that familiar?" Gu Yao thought for a moment. "Rounded up, we're sworn friends through life and death." Cheng was almost amused by her. "Where's the life and death?" "The 800-meter run," Gu Yao said, lifting her chin. "I survived running it, and you survived the 1,000-meter. Doesn't that count?" Cheng looked at her, righteous expression, the words stuck in his throat. Gu Yao was strange. She wasn't like Qin Yue, whose dominance could overwhelm you at a glance, nor was she like Lin Wan, whose gentleness made it hard to refuse. She was a different kind of trouble. She smiled as she drew close, babbled nonsense with a smile, and trapped you in place with that smile. If you tried to reason with her, she pretended not to understand. If you tried to act cold, she feigned grievance. If you tried to leave, she'd suddenly throw out a question to make you stop. She was too lively to get mad at, and too annoying to bear. Cheng took a deep breath and decided to cut through the knot. "Classmate Gu, I'm very busy." Gu Yao immediately nodded. "I can see that. So we'll make it short." She handed him the bottle of water. "You didn't look too good after your run. This is for you." Cheng's first instinct was still to refuse. "I don't drink." Gu Yao blinked. "Afraid I poisoned it. Afraid of being indebted. Then pay for it." Cheng was taken aback. Gu Yao held out her hand, palm up, smiling sweetly. "250 bought from the vending machine, fair and square." Cheng looked at her. This little fox was clever. No favors, just money. A pretty girl proactively bought him water and then blinked asking him to pay $2.50. If this had happened before, Soo Chang might have gotten a little carried away. Maybe had even have staged a 3-episode campus romance drama in his head. But now he only felt there was definitely a trap behind that $2.50. Soo Chang felt in his pocket and actually pulled out 3 coins. 50 cents change. Guyao hadn't expected him to actually pay. She was stunned for a moment, then burst out laughing. Soo Chang, you're way too serious. A poor man doesn't joke about his principles. Guyao shoved the water into his hands and fished a 50-cent coin from her pocket, placing it in his palm. Her fingertip accidentally brushed against his palm. A very light touch. But Soo Chang felt like had been burned and nearly dropped the coin. Guyao didn't notice his reaction and was still laughing. Deal. Now this bottle has nothing to do with me. You can drink it in peace. Soo Chang held the water bottle, his palm feeling warm. He couldn't help but curse himself inwardly. Pathetic. Just a touch of the hand, and you're panicking. Besides, it's not even clear who's taking advantage of whom right now. The moment this thought surfaced, Soo Chang felt even more overwhelmed. Can't think about it. If I do, everything will fall apart. He unscrewed the bottle and took a sip. The cold water soothed the dryness in his throat and pushed down those messy thoughts. Guyao watched him drink with satisfaction, as if she had completed some mission. Soo Chang felt uncomfortable under her gaze. Aren't you leaving yet? I'm going, Guyao said. But before I go, I want to ask you something. Soo Chang became alert. I'm not answering bookmark questions. Not about bookmarks. Guyao smiled. It's about you. Me. Do you not like people getting close to you? Soo Chang's heart skipped a beat. This question was even more dangerous than the bookmarks. He forced a nonchalant expression. I just hate trouble. Guyao nodded thoughtfully. That's good then. Why is it good? Good for fending off trouble. Before Soo Chang could react, a male voice came from the direction of the track. Guyao. The smile on Guyao's face faltered for a moment. It was brief. If Soo Chang hadn't been standing so close, he almost wouldn't have noticed. He followed the voice. A boy in a basketball jersey was walking over from the track entrance. He was quite tall, carrying a sports bag with an overly enthusiastic smile on his face. Why did you leave so fast after the fitness test? I was going to ask if you're free tonight. Some upperclassmen from the club want to throw you a welcome party. Guyao blinked, the little fox's relaxed demeanor visibly receding. She wasn't scared, but she was clearly annoyed. Thanks, senior, but I'm busy tonight. The boy smiled even more warmly. What about tomorrow? Or I could add you on WeChat. You're new to the school and don't know many things yet. I can show you around. Soo Chang originally wanted to take the chance to slip away. This was Guyao's own business. He shouldn't get involved. But before he could move, Guyao suddenly stepped closer to him. Her movement was light but precise, positioning herself right by his side. Then she looked up at Soo Chang, her eyes blinking sweetly and brightly, her voice lowered so only he could hear. Campus navigator. A very bad feeling rose in Soo Chang's chest. Guyao smiled like a little fox that had finally found its chance. A life or death favor. Soo Chang's scalp went numb. The next second, Guyao reached out and gently tugged at his jacket sleeve. Could you lend me a hand and be my boyfriend for a moment? Soo Chang's mind went blank for a moment. Guyao tugged at the sleeve of his jacket, her grip, light, almost tentative. Yet that faint touch was like a kitten's paw gently scratching, right where Soo Chang feared trouble the most. Not the sleeve, but his state of mind. Can I borrow you as a boyfriend? When those words drilled into his ears, Soo Chang's first reaction wasn't refusal, but an absurd thought. Had she been eyeing him all along? The moment that thought surfaced, Soo Chang nearly slapped himself. Wake up. What do you look like now? A messy nest of hair, thick black-rimmed glasses, a voice like a raspy duck, and bandages hidden beneath your jacket. Guyao was beautiful, lively, clearly from a well-off family, and had half the boys in her class sitting up straight the day she transferred in. What could she possibly want from you? Your sandpaper-like voice. Your poverty that makes you scrounge for 50 cents to buy water. Your multifunctional bookmark. Soo Chang's mind was a chaotic mess, but he had to keep his composure. Just as he was about to say no, Guyao tugged his sleeve again, almost imperceptibly. Her eyes sparkled, her voice dropping even lower, as if afraid the basketball jersey-wearing senior might hear. Emergency rescue. Lend yourself to me. Soo Chang's scalp tingled. Lend himself. She made it sound like borrowing a power bank. Besides, she had no idea how dangerous his identity really was. Soo Chang was a high-risk undercover agent disguised as a man. She was the bridesmaid at the wedding, the cherished white moonlight in Gu Chen's heart, and Guyao was Gu Chen's younger sister. If these three threads collided, it wouldn't be a battlefield of love. It would be a crematorium opening for business ahead of schedule. The basketball jersey senior had already walked up to them, his gaze first falling on Guyao's hand gripping Soo Chang's sleeve, his smile visibly stiffening. Guyao, who's this? Guyao blinked as if just remembering to introduce him, her tone effortlessly natural. Soo Chang. The senior waited 2 seconds. No follow-up came. Guyao tilted her head towards Soo Chang, smiling innocently, but her eyes clearly spelled out your turn. Soo Chang's heart skipped a beat. This little fox wasn't borrowing him as a boyfriend. She was handing him the pot, and making him claim it himself. He really couldn't bring himself to say the words, boyfriend. It was too strange. A guy who had only recently turned into a girl now being pulled by another pretty girl to play her fake boyfriend. If word got out, his roommate would laugh himself silly rolling off the dormitory bunk. Seeing he wasn't speaking, Gu Yao immediately put on a slightly aggrieved expression, gently shaking his sleeve again. The message was clear: help me out. Su Cheng struggled wildly. If he didn't help, she might keep getting pestered by the senior. If he did, he'd be boarding a pirate ship. He glanced at Gu Yao. She looked up at him, the earlier mischief gone from her eyes, replaced by a hint of pleading. She wasn't scared, just annoyed, like a little fox cornered by a dog still capable of scaling a wall to escape, but sending a distress signal to him first. A flicker of ordinary college boy vanity rose in Su Cheng at the most inconvenient time. A pretty girl actively asking for my help, even to play her fake boyfriend. In the old days, Wu Hao would have hailed him as a godfather on the spot. The next second, he snapped back to reality. Godfather, my foot. This was the little fox of the Gu family. Su Cheng forced himself to speak, his raspy voice grating on the ears. Hey, she said she has plans tonight. Didn't you hear? The senior's ears clearly flinched at the sound, but he quickly smiled again. I just wanted to help the new classmate get familiar with the school. You're her classmate, right? Before Su Cheng could answer, Gu Yao chimed in lightly. Yeah, he knows his way around. Su Cheng shot her a look. Gu Yao's eyes curved as she delivered the finishing blow, a campus GPS with voice navigation. Su Cheng. Was it too late to return the favor? The senior's smile grew more rigid. Gu Yao, that's not what I meant. I'm saying we could all grab a meal together, get to know each other. You just got here, it'd be nice to make more friends. Gu Yao nodded seriously. I already have. She shook the hand gripping Su Cheng's sleeve. This one. Su Cheng nearly choked on his own spit. This one. Was he an object? The senior finally sensed something off, his gaze sweeping between them. You two are close. Alarms blared in Su Cheng's mind. He couldn't say too close. That would get him teased by his roommates, entangled by Gu Yao, and eventually found out by Gu Chun. But he couldn't say not close either, or he wouldn't be able to block the senior. Su Cheng felt that ever since the pill landed in his mouth, there hadn't been a single normal multiple-choice question in his life. He took a deep breath and forced out, we're okay. Gu Yao's eyes curved even more. The impact of okay was far greater than just classmates. The senior clearly wasn't willing to give up, his tone losing some of its warmth. That doesn't mean we can't all eat together, does it? Su Cheng, why don't you join too? More people, more fun. Su Cheng's mind stirred. Oh, this guy knows how to counterattack. If he said no, his value as a shield would diminish. If he said yes, he'd really be dragged into a welcome dinner tonight. He had just finished a 1,000-meter run today, his bandages were barely in place, and he was already dizzy from this little fox Gu Yao. If he went to dinner tonight, he'd either expose himself or get ambushed by Wu Hao for an interrogation at the dorm. Su Cheng's mind raced, but he kept his tone calm. No, she's going to the library with me tonight. Gu Yao. Senior. Even Gu Yao was stunned. Su Cheng felt her hand pause on his sleeve, and a wave of satisfaction washed over him. So you wanted to pass the buck. Now we're in this together. Gu Yao recovered quickly, nodding the next second, as if it were the most natural thing. Yeah, I need to catch up on calculus. She then turned to Su Cheng with a sincere expression, adding, Su Cheng is really good at solving problems. The teacher even praised him. Su Cheng's heart clenched. Don't mention calculus. Yesterday, I had bandages hidden in my calculus book. Hearing this, the senior's smile finally faltered. Well, then you two get busy. We'll catch up another time. Gu Yao waved cheerfully. See you, senior. After a few steps, the senior glanced back. Gu Yao immediately leaned half a step closer to Su Cheng, even flashing a tiny victory gesture, her smile as sweet as a pudding fresh from the convenience store. Su Cheng's body stiffened. Not from shyness, but from fear. She was too close. Close enough for him to catch the faint scent of her shampoo, to see the tiny beads of sweat on her lashes. Sunlight fell on her face, making her bright and vivid, as if she existed on a completely different channel from Su Cheng's chaotic life. His heart fluttered again shamefully. Did she just lean closer to me? Could she actually think him not bad? No, she's just acting. Besides, Su Cheng, look at your body now. How dare you even think about this? Are you not afraid of being exposed? Once the senior was completely out of sight, Gu Yao immediately released his sleeve and stepped back half a step, as if afraid he might explode. Thanks. Su Cheng looked down at his sleeve. The spot she had tugged was slightly wrinkled, and he inexplicably felt the fabric was hot, so he quickly patted it, pretending to brush off dust. Miss Gu, next time you need a shield, make a reservation in advance. Gu Yao clasped her hands behind her back and tilted her head. Do you take reservations? No. Why, oi? Su Cheng pointed at the bottle of water in his hand. A 250 water doesn't come with that service. Gu Yao was taken aback, then laughed so hard her shoulders shook lightly. Then how much does the temporary boyfriend service cost? Su Cheng's mind stuttered again. Temporary boyfriend. Those 4 words coming from Gu Yao's mouth were even more terrifying than her earlier, borrow you as a boyfriend. The tips of his ears heated up uncontrollably. He quickly screwed the cap back on the bottle, pretending not to hear. That service isn't available. Gu Yao blinked. You could develop it. Not developing it. They'll pay. No amount of money will make me develop it. Gu Yao deliberately counted on her fingers. If monthly subscription doesn't work, paper-rouse is fine too. Su Cheng. Was this girl now discussing pricing plans? Gu Yao sighed. Su Cheng, you're really hard to negotiate with. Su Cheng was stubborn. Good to know. But you did pretty well just now. I wasn't acting. Gu Yao immediately looked at him. Su Cheng realized his slip and quickly backtracked. I mean, I was just helping out, not claiming any title. Gu Yao's eyes lit up like a fox that had caught a tail, claiming a title. Su Cheng. Why did he have to say that of all things? Gu Yao leaned in with a grin. Then what was that just now? A temporary acceptance. Su Cheng was overwhelmed by her questions. He stepped back to maintain a safe distance. Call it a heroic act. Gu Yao nodded. So if I'm in danger again, can I call on you for another heroic act? No. Why? Because my fee is high. How high? Without thinking, Su Cheng said, 1 hot pot meal. Gu Yao froze. This time it was her turn to be speechless. Su Cheng was also stunned. Damn it. Wu Hao had rubbed off on him. He had just wanted to throw out a random price to scare Gu Yao off, but the price of 1 hot pot meal didn't seem like much to her. Sure enough, Gu Yao's eyes slowly curved. Just 1 hot pot meal. Su Cheng quickly corrected himself for the whole dorm. Gu Yao laughed even more happily. That's not impossible either. Su Cheng's heart sank. He had quoted too low. He still put on a brave face. I was joking. I'm taking it seriously. Gu Yao. It was the first time Su Cheng had called her by her name directly. The moment he said it, both of them paused. Gu Yao looked at him, blinked, then suddenly clasped her hands behind her back like a student called on by a teacher, standing a little straighter, present. Su Cheng. Gu Yao laughed first. Her smile didn't fade, but it grew a little quieter. You said my name. Su Cheng felt a bit awkward himself. He had wanted to use Miss Gu to keep distance, but she had driven him to a headache and the name just slipped out. He forced an impatient look, his raspy voice hardening. Because you're too annoying. Gu Yao wasn't upset at all. Instead she looked like she had received a reward. Then I'll take that, as you finally remembering me. Su Cheng opened his mouth, only to find he had no comeback. Of course he remembered. The name Gu Yao was now firmly lodged in his recent unlucky memories alongside raspy voices, bookmarks, 1,000-meter runs, 250 water, and temporary boyfriends. Impossible to forget. Suddenly Wu Hao's voice rang out in the distance. Godfather, did you fall into the toilet? Su Cheng's entire body stiffened. Gu Yao immediately covered her mouth with a laugh. Godfather. Su Cheng closed his eyes. Laowi, you couldn't have picked a worse time. Wu Hao, Zhao Lei, and Zhou Kai walked over from the exit of the sports field, with Chun Jiaming trailing behind. The 4 of them had only come looking for Su Cheng, but the moment they saw him standing with Gu Yao, their expressions changed in unison. Wu Hao looked at Gu Yao, then at Su Cheng, then at the distance between them. His eyes slowly widened. You too. Su Cheng cut him off before he could finish, his raspy voice overriding, shut up. Wu Hao got even more excited. I didn't even say anything. Your face already said it all. Zhao Lei was beside him, holding back laughter until his face turned red. Zhou Kai muttered quietly, at the restroom entrance of the sports field, alone together, just after physical fitness tests, water in hand. There's a lot of material here. Su Cheng looked at him. Zhou Kai immediately stepped back. He'll shut up. Gu Yao, however, seemed completely unbothered by the awkwardness, smiling and waving at them. Hi there. Her tone was light, as if nothing about a temporary boyfriend had ever happened. Wu Hao straightened up instantly, even the exhaustion from the 1,000-meter run gone. Hello, Miss Gu. Zhao Lei also cleared his throat. Hello. Zhou Kai's eyes were gleaming, clearly already drafting a gossip piece for the dorm. Chen Jiaming looked at Su Cheng, then at Gu Yao, saying nothing. But Su Cheng felt he understood everything. That was the scariest part. Gu Yao turned to Wu Hao with a smile. Are you the classmate who almost got dragged back by Su Cheng during the run? Wu Hao's expression stiffened. That was tactical energy management. Su Cheng sneered. Managed so well you almost reincarnated on the spot. Gu Yao burst out laughing. Wu Hao clutched his chest. Godfather, is it really appropriate to throw me under the bus in front of Miss Gu? Su Cheng grumbled. I throw everyone under the bus equally. Gu Yao nodded. I believe that. She paused, then added, he threw me under the bus just now too. Wu Hao's eyes lit up. Just now. Alarm screamed in Su Cheng's mind. But Gu Yao didn't spill any more details. She just winked at Su Cheng. It was a quick wink, like a little fox flashing her tail at him. Su Cheng nearly broke out in a cold sweat. If she uttered the words, temporary boyfriend, the boys' dorm would be up all night holding court to try him. Seeming pleased with Su Cheng's reaction, Gu Yao laughed even more brightly. She took 2 steps back, then, as if remembering something, shook her phone at him. Oh, by the way, that friend request is still pending. Su Cheng. Wu Hao whipped around. What friend request? Gu Yao delivered the finishing blow with a smile, the one that got rejected twice. Zhao Lei finally couldn't hold it in and laughed out loud. Zhou Kai whispered in awe, Godfather, you're truly ruthless. Su Cheng's vision went dark. Gu Yao ran off without giving him a chance to explain. After a few steps, she turned back and mouthed, "Please accept it." At him, her high ponytail, swinging, her retreating figure radiating the joy of victory. Su Cheng stood there still holding the 250 bottle of water. Wu Hao slowly walked up to him, his face full of gravity. "Godfather, a pretty girl actively adds you, and you rejected her twice." Su Cheng's raspy voice was dry and preventing scams. Zhao Lei patted him on the shoulder. "If a scammer looks like that, I'd willingly be scammed." Zhou Kai nodded earnestly. "Me too." Su Cheng couldn't take it anymore. "You're willing. Want me to send her your WeChat?" All three perked up simultaneously. "Can you get lost?" Chun Jiaming finally spoke. "You helped her fend someone off just now." Su Cheng paused. There it was. Mingzi was the most troublesome one. Wu Hao immediately caught the keyword. Fend someone off. Fend who off? Zhao Lei leaned into who? That basketball club senior. Zhou Kai had already opened his mental forum. Transfer student Gu Yao allegedly pursued by senior raspy-voiced badass plays hero to save the beauty. Su Cheng nearly crushed the water bottle. No spreading rumors. Wu Hao's gaze was dark, then explained. Su Cheng was silent for 2 seconds, then decided on the simplest, most brutal approach. "I charge her 250. The three of them, huh?" Su Cheng raised the water bottle. "She sold me water, I helped her get rid of an annoying senior." Transaction complete. Wu Hao stared at him, then at the water, his expression complex. "Godfather, your reward for playing hero was 250. Su Cheng nodded, with 50 cents change. Zhao Lei was silent. Zhou Kai was silent. Even Chen Jiaming gave him a look. Su Cheng remained outwardly calm, but inside alarms were blaring. Damn it. Whether they believed him or not, tonight's interrogation was inevitable. Wu Hao slowly raised his thumb, his lips moving, clearly about to speak. Wu Hao slowly raised his thumb, his expression as solemn, as if he were presenting Su Cheng with some sort of poverty trophy. "Godfather, your poverty has truly become a mark of integrity. A heroic rescue for 2.5 yuan with 50 cents change. With a pricing system like that, not only would classmate Gu be impressed, but even the old man selling grilled sausages on the street would praise your credibility." Su Cheng carried the bottle of water toward the dormitory, his steps slightly quicker than usual. He didn't want to acknowledge Wu Hao, nor did he want to look back in the direction where Gu Yao had left. The sensation of her tugging at his sleeve earlier still lingered like a thin thread wrapped around his wrist, light, yet somehow making him unable to shake off the memory of her words. "Could you be my boyfriend for a while, just for now?" His mind was a chaotic mess. An ordinary male college student, when asked for help by a pretty girl, might feel a little elated. But was he normal right now? On the outside, he had a messy nest of hair, thick, black-rimmed glasses, and a hoarse voice. Beneath that, bandages wrapped his body, and his true form had inexplicably turned into a girl's. Gu Yao was Gu Chen's sister. Gu Chen still remembered Su Shi from after the wedding. Today, Gu Yao had only used him as a shield against the senior. If she ever dragged him into some fake boyfriend scenario, and Gu Chen showed up, Su Cheng felt he could literally ascend to heaven on the spot. Wu Hao was still clicking his tongue beside him. 2.5 yuan is way too low. Godfather, the guy you blocked for classmate Gu was a senior, not a flyer. For that level, you should at least get a barbecue meal. Zhao Lei chimed in. Hot pot would be better. Barbecue seems too informal. Zhou Kai stroked his chin, already in forum editor mode. I've got the headline: Gu Yao hires hoarse-voiced male student as temporary boyfriend for 2.5 yuan. Campus love economics strikes again. Su Cheng stopped abruptly, and the three nearly crashed into his back. He turned around, his raspy voice dropping low. From now on, whoever mentions hot pot is treating the whole dorm. Wu Hao immediately covered his mouth. Zhao Lei looked up at the sky, and Zhou Kai stared at the ground. Chun Jiaming, walking at the back, hadn't joined the teasing, but glanced at Su Cheng and said flatly, "Your ears are still red." Su Cheng's body stiffened, his mouth moved faster than his mind. "Sunburn." Chun Jiaming nodded. That sun on the track really knows how to target your ears." Wu Hao's shoulders shook with suppressed laughter. Su Cheng thought the only thing he wanted to do right now was stuff all four of them along with Gu Yao into the pages of a calculus textbook and keep them there until final exams. Back in the dormitory, Su Cheng quickly shut the door, placed the water bottle on the desk, and pulled out a chair to sit down. He tried to act as if nothing had happened, but obviously the male dorm wasn't going to let him off that easily. Wu Hao crouched by his desk, his expression as somber as if he were addressing a class meeting. "Godfather, come clean. How far have you and Gu Yao gone?" Su Cheng picked up a towel to wipe the sweat from his forehead, his tone dry. "We've reached 2.5 yuan. Zhao Lei, sitting on the bed, looked up. "What about the friend request?" "Not approved." "Why?" Su Cheng tossed the towel over the back of the chair, forcing a principled expression. "A pretty girl adds me, and I have to accept. Do I look that easy?" Wu Hao stared at him for a few seconds and said earnestly, "Yes." Su Cheng threw the towel at him. Wu Hao ducked, laughing so hard the bed shook. Zhou Kai, meanwhile, kept his eyes on the class group chat, like a radar ready to broadcast disaster. "Gu Yao hasn't said anything in the group. She didn't message you privately, did she?" Su Cheng was about to say no when his phone vibrated. Four pairs of eyes turned to him simultaneously. Su Cheng's heart skipped a beat, his hand moved faster than his mind, slapping the phone face down on the desk. Wu Hao squinted. Scam. Su Cheng insisted spam. Zhao Lei murmured, spam messages can make your ears red now. Su Cheng at his limit snapped. Zhao Lei, do you want me to change your game account password? Zhao Lei, shut up. Su Cheng looked down at his phone. Sure enough, it was another friend request from Gu Yao, this time with a new note. Su Cheng, the hot pot bill, needs a friend's confirmation, otherwise I can't get reimbursement. Su Cheng stared at the line, his mouth twitching violently. Reimbursement? What kind of reimbursement? Did the Gu family have a temporary boyfriend hot pot special fund? Just as he was about to reject again, a new request popped up. Gu Yao, if you don't accept, they'll settle the bill with you in person tomorrow. Su Cheng fell silent. If he didn't accept, she'd corner him tomorrow in person. If he accepted, the trouble would be in his phone. Either way, it felt like a multiple-choice question in calculus. Except in calculus you could guess C, and this question had the exam sitting right next to him watching him write. Wu Hao snuck closer. Godfather, your finger's been hovering for ages like you're deciding national policy. Su Cheng pressed his hand against Wu Hao's face and shoved him away. Scram. The next second he gritted his teeth and tapped accept. The chat window appeared immediately. Gu Yao, you accepted. Gu Yao, I thought you'd reject me a third time. Gu Yao, little fox pouting. JPG. Su Cheng stared at the sticker for 3 seconds. A fox curled up, hugging its tail, looking pitiful. He knew Gu Yao was faking it, but somehow he felt a little amused. Don't laugh. Laugh and you lose. He put on a straight face and replied with one word, busy. Gu Yao responded instantly, busy collecting the hot pot deposit. Su Cheng, busy avoiding scams. Gu Yao, then have I succeeded in scamming you? Su Cheng looked at the message and the corner of his mouth almost twitched again. He quickly put the phone face down only to look up and meet Wu Hao's judgmental gaze. Wu Hao shook his head sadly. It's over, Godfather, just smiled. Su Cheng immediately denied it. I did not. Zhou Kai nodded seriously. The corner of your mouth moved. Cramp, Zhao Lei added, and your ears. Sunburn. Wu Hao pressed on, and your eyes. Su Cheng looked up, his raspy voice scraping like sandpaper. Ask again, and he'll hang you out on the balcony. The dormitory erupted in laughter again. Su Cheng's scalp was burning from all the teasing, so he got up and went to the sink to wash his face. The cold water helped clear his mind a little. In the mirror, the features beneath his thick black-rimmed glasses looked softer under the damp, and Su Cheng quickly messed up his hair, covering up any hint of that undesired prettiness. He stared at his reflection and muttered under his breath, don't overthink. Immediately Wu Hao's voice came from behind him. Godfather, are you casting a spell on the mirror? Su Cheng nearly threw the towel into the sink. I'm casting a spell that you'll have no dinner tonight. Wu Hao quickly backed off. That evening Su Cheng just wanted to eat a quiet meal in the cafeteria, maybe find a corner finish in 10 minutes, and return to the dorm in 10 minutes. A perfectly safe end to the day. But as soon as he walked into the cafeteria, he saw Gu Yao. To be precise, he didn't just see her, as she spotted him like a radar lock. Gu Yao sat by the window with a plate of chicken leg rice and orange juice plus 2 other girls beside her. She had been listening to her friend talk, but the moment Su Cheng emerged from the food line, she looked up, her eyes curving into crescent moons. Su Cheng, tray in hand, had his first instinct turn around. Wu Hao grabbed his arm. Godfather, there are empty seats over there. Su Cheng looked where Wu Hao pointed. 2 tables away from Gu Yao. Perfect. Old 5 was definitely going to die today. Gu Yao was already waving and smiling. Su Cheng. Her voice wasn't loud, but it was enough for the nearby tables to hear. Su Cheng's fingers tightened on the tray. He couldn't leave now, that would look guilty. But staying meant walking right into her trap. Zhao Lei and Zhou Kai were practically in hysterics. Shun Jiaming glanced at him and said calmly, act normal. Su Cheng gritted his teeth. I am normal. He carried his tray over and deliberately sat 2 tables away from her, maintaining a safe distance. But Gu Yao picked up her orange juice, smiled, and moved over to his table. The 2 girls beside her also turned their attention like spectators at a drama. What a coincidence, Gu Yao said, sitting diagonally across from him, holding her juice cup with both hands, the straw gently swaying. Su Cheng glanced at her original tray, still sitting at the other table. She had only brought the juice. He sneered inwardly. Coincidence. This is targeted deployment. He lowered his head to pick at his food, his voice raspy and stiff. Not a coincidence. There's only one cafeteria close by. Gu Yao's eyes curved, her voice light and cheerful. I'm here to confirm the service evaluation. Su Cheng's eyelid twitched. What evaluation? The temporary boyfriend service, Gu Yao said seriously. That senior didn't bother me after this afternoon, so the preliminary evaluation is effective. Wu Hao nearly choked on his soup. Zhao Lei dropped his chopsticks, and Zhou Kai's eyes lit up like a flashbulb. Su Cheng was completely numb. He looked up abruptly, lowering his voice. Gu Yao. Gu Yao immediately sat up straight, obediently raising a hand. Present. Su Cheng nearly lost his breath. The cafeteria was noisy, so her words didn't travel far, but it was more than enough for his dorm mates. Wu Hao turned slowly. Temporary what? Gu Yao blinked as if she'd just realized she'd let something slip and immediately covered her mouth. But the laughter in her eyes was impossible to hide. Su Cheng knew she'd done it on purpose. This little fox wouldn't stop until she'd made him lose his cool. He put down his chopsticks and stared at her. Classmate Gu, do you think I have a good temper? Gu Yao examined him seriously, then shook her head. Not really. Then why do you keep saying this? But when you get all flustered. She paused, her eyes curving. It's kind of fun. Su Cheng's ears started burning again. Not from embarrassment. It was anger, definitely anger. Wu Hao was already looking at him like he was a rare protected species. Godfather, when did you start a part-time job as a boyfriend? Su Cheng clenched his teeth. I didn't. Zhao Lei, but Gu Yao said the service was effective. She's making it up. Zhou Kai whispered, but your face is red. Chili pepper. Wu Hao glanced at Su Cheng's plate of plain stir-fried potato shreds. Where's the chili? Su Cheng paused for a second, then picked up a shred of potato and said without flinching, it's spicy in spirit. Gu Yao burst out laughing, leaning on the table. Her shoulders trembled gently, and she nearly knocked over her juice cup. The two girls beside her couldn't help laughing, either one of them quietly reminding her, Gu Yao, stop teasing him. Gu Yao looked up, her eyes sparkling. I'm not teasing him, being very serious. Su Cheng watched her laugh like that, and the unease inside him resurfaced. She was so lively, like a piece of candy that had rolled into his life wrapped in shiny paper. He didn't know if there was a trap hidden inside. Or maybe it was a hot pot coupon. Just then a guy at the next table picked up his phone, and the camera seemed to point in their direction. Su Cheng noticed. His first instinct was to lower his head and push up his glasses. His second was to mess up his hair. His third was to leave. But Gu Yao was faster. Her smile faded slightly. She placed her juice cup on the edge of the table, shifted her body slightly, and blocked the view from that direction. The movement was natural, as if she were just adjusting her seat. Su Cheng froze for a moment. Gu Yao didn't look at him. She just smiled at the next table. Classmate, taking photos of the cafeteria environment is fine, but please don't capture other people's faces. Her tone was still soft and her eyes were still curved, but the guy obviously felt awkward and quickly put his phone away. Wu Hao snapped out of it too, his expression turning serious. Someone was taking pictures, eh? Zhao Lei turned to look. The forum people are at it again. Zhou Kai scrolled through his phone. Not posted yet, but it's possible. Su Cheng had been so embarrassed by Gu Yao's temporary boyfriend service comment that he wanted to crawl into a hole, but now he suddenly couldn't find words. She had been teasing him all along, but the moment someone tried to take a picture, she shielded him. Like a little fox that digs a pit first, then hands you a ladder. Su Cheng's heart was in turmoil, but his mouth stayed stubborn. Aren't you here to confirm the service evaluation? Why are you also dealing with sneaky photos? Gu Yao sat back properly, holding her juice, and said softly, I was afraid you'd run away again. I wouldn't. Your hand was already reaching for your backpack strap. Su Cheng was stunned. How sharp were her eyes? Seeing him silent, Gu Yao's lips curved again, but this time, she didn't continue teasing. She lowered her voice a little. That temporary boyfriend thing was just a joke. Don't be nervous. I won't blabber it around the cafeteria. Her words caught Su Cheng off guard, choking the rebuttal he had prepared. Gu Yao liked to mess around, but she knew her limits. She had said, temporary boyfriend, to tease him, but she hadn't shouted it loud enough for the whole cafeteria to hear. She saw he was nervous, so she pulled back a little. A little fox is still a little fox. Not a bad fox. The kind of fox that digs a pit first, then hands you a ladder. Su Cheng felt a little relieved, but his mouth still hardened. Saying that now is like a scammer claiming they don't cheat people. Gu Yao blinked. But you already accepted my friend request, so the scam succeeded. Wu Hao shook his head mournfully from the side. Godfather, your anti-scam awareness is still too weak. Su Cheng shot him a sidelong glance. You click on milk tea lottery links and you're lecturing me about scams. Wu Hao shut up immediately. In the second half of the meal, Gu Yao clearly restrained herself. She didn't mention temporary boyfriend again, nor did she deliberately bring up the hot pot bill. She only occasionally asked if Su Cheng wanted some chicken leg or steered the conversation toward the club recruitment drive the next afternoon. But the more she held back, the stranger Su Cheng felt. When she wasn't stirring things up, he couldn't help wondering what new trap she was planning. After finishing his meal, Su Cheng picked up his tray to leave. Gu Yao stood up too, and Su Cheng immediately became alert. What are you doing? Gu Yao blinked innocently. Returning my tray. She carried her tray past him and added in a low voice, Don't worry, I'm not borrowing a boyfriend today. Su Cheng had just started to relax when Gu Yao smiled and delivered the finishing blow. Today, Su Cheng nearly crushed his tray. Back in the dorm, that evening Gu Yao sent her first formal WeChat message. Gu Yao, today's bill. Gu Yao, mineral water 2.5 yuan settled. Gu Yao, temporary shield 1 time. Owes 1 hot pot pending. Su Cheng stared at the screen, a vein throbbing on his forehead, and typed furiously. Su Cheng, invalid bill. Gu Yao, but the service has been used. Su Cheng, I didn't sign a contract. Gu Yao, when you said not bad the system auto-confirmed. Su Cheng, what system? Gu Yao, the little fox system. Su Cheng stared at the words little fox system for 2 seconds, then finally put his phone face down on the desk and leaned back in his chair. Wu Hao poked his head out from the bunk. Godfather sunburn on your ears again. Su Cheng closed his eyes. Wu Hao. Yes. If you're still alive tomorrow morning, I'll buy you a glass of plain water. Wu Hao. Su Cheng thought the day might finally be over, but 10 minutes later, a new notification appeared in the class group chat. Advisor, tomorrow afternoon the college's club joint recruitment drive. All students are free to attend. Newly transferred students who are unfamiliar with the process can find a classmate to accompany them. Below, Gu Yao replied, instantly received. Then her private chat popped up again. Gu Yao, campus navigation. Open for business tomorrow. Su Cheng stared at the screen, his mind filled with one thought: he should never have accepted that friend request. At least not the second time. Worse, right after Gu Yao's message, Zhou Kai suddenly made a sound from below his bunk. Huh. Su Cheng's heart sank. What now? Zhou Kai held up his phone, his expression odd. Someone posted a preview on the forum. Su Cheng took the phone and saw a new post with a short title that stabbed into his temple like a needle: tomorrow's club recruitment. Will Gu Yao bring her temporary boyfriend? Wu Hao popped up from his bed instantly. Godfather, you're going to work tomorrow. Su Cheng looked up, his raspy voice hard. Say work again, and he'll hang you on the club recruitment booth first. Wu Hao immediately ducked back under his covers. I'm shutting up. The dorm had barely been quiet for 2 seconds when Zhou Kai's phone vibrated again. He glanced at it, and his expression grew even more peculiar. Zhao Lei asked, what now? Zhou Kai looked up at Su Cheng, his voice lowered. Someone on the forum says that tomorrow during recruitment the Gu family head might be coming to the school. There's also a photo of CEO Gu's car entering the campus for approval. Su Cheng nearly dropped his phone. CEO Gu Chun. In an instant the lights, the red carpet from the wedding flashed through his mind along with the restrained, yet focused look Gu Chun had given Su Shi. It was over. Club recruitment was already a headache. Add Gu Yao, the forum, the temporary boyfriend label, and now Gu Chun. Su Cheng slowly raised his hand and pushed his thick black-rimmed glasses up, left with only one thought. Tomorrow's club recruitment wasn't going to be about recruitment. It was going to be a death sentence. Su Cheng stared at the phone screen at the message reading campus guide. Are you open tomorrow? For a full 10 seconds. Wu Hao poked his head out from the bunk. Godfather, why aren't you replying? Su Cheng put the phone down. Not open. Zhao lay lying on his bed scrolling through videos without looking up, said, then just reply to her. If I don't, she'll understand. Zhou Kai muttered from the side, do you think Gu Yao is the type to understand? Su Cheng. No, she wasn't. Not only would she not understand, she'd come ask him face to face the next day. She might even smile and corner him with that so-called little fox system bill. Su Cheng picked up his phone again and gritted his teeth as he typed. Su Cheng, not open. Gu Yao replied almost instantly. Gu Yao, then I'll book a time outside business hours. Su Cheng, no appointments accepted. Gu Yao, then I'll queue. Su Cheng stared at the screen, his temple twitching. How could she make being so unreasonable sound so adorable? No, he couldn't think it was adorable. This was dangerous. A pretty girl taking the initiative to talk to you. Any normal male college student would be happy. But he wasn't normal right now. He was a high-risk persona operative. He couldn't let a little fox lead him by the nose. Su Cheng took a deep breath and sent one last reply. Su Cheng, read the signs yourself tomorrow. Gu Yao signs don't have voice announcements. Su Cheng. He immediately silenced his phone and shoved it under his pillow. Wu Hao let out a long oh from his bed. Godfather, are you hiding your phone under the pillow cause you're afraid you'll reply in the middle of the night? Su Cheng looked up, his raspy voice dark. Say one more word and I'll stuff you under the pillow too. Wu Hao shut up immediately. Once the dorm was quiet, Su Cheng lay on his bed staring blankly at the underside of the top bunk. He had thought the biggest problems after returning to school would be showering, changing clothes, dorm inspections, and physical fitness tests. But now there was an extra Gu Yao. She didn't know his secret. She just found him interesting, thought he could ward off trouble, and enjoyed teasing him. But that very ignorance was the most troublesome thing. A pretty girl who had no idea you'd turned into a girl, suddenly showing curiosity, constantly talking to you, handing you water, adding you as a friend, asking you to pretend to be her boyfriend. For the old Su Cheng, this would have been something to brag about for half a year. But the current Su Cheng just wanted to bury himself in his blanket. Half was elation, half was terror. The next afternoon the college square was even more bustling than orientation day. Club recruitment tents lined the path all the way to the library. Banners hung one after another, and speakers blared overly energetic music. The dance club had laid out mats on the ground. The guitar club members played with dreamy expressions. The anime club had a row of figurines on their table, and the basketball club had the biggest crowd. When Su Cheng reached the edge of the square, his first instinct was to turn around. Too many people, too many cameras, and various promotional photos and registration forms. This place was more dangerous for him than the male dorm's public bathroom. Wu Hao grabbed him. Godfather, since we're here. Su Cheng looked at him. What do you want to sign up for? Wu Hao puffed out his chest. Basketball club. Zhao Lei sneered. You almost died on the track during the 1,000-meter run yesterday, and today you're signing up for basketball. You don't get it, Wu Hao said seriously. The basketball club has senior girls. Zhou Kai nodded. Pure motive. Chun Jiaming glanced at the registration flyers. Don't fill in your contact info carelessly. Last semester you signed up for 3 clubs and ended up being dragged to move tables every day. Su Cheng's expression subtly changed at the words move tables. That phrase had been popping up too frequently lately. He pulled his cap brim down lower. No, he wasn't wearing a cap today, so he could only push up his large black-rimmed glasses and mess up his already disheveled hair even more. Ordinary. Low-key. Just passing through. Absolutely not signing up. Just as he thought this, his phone vibrated. Guyao, I see you. Su Cheng's back stiffened. He instinctively looked up and scanned the square. The square was packed with people, colorful tints, promotional signs, balloons, and noise all mixed together. He didn't spot Guyao at first glance, but he felt like a little fox had him in its sights from the grass. Su Cheng, you're mistaken. Guyao, messy hair, big black frames, old jacket, no water in hand. Su Cheng. The description was too accurate. No denying it. Guyao, campus guide, your left at 3 o'clock. Su Cheng looked in that direction. Guyao was standing by the walkway between the literature club and the photography club. Today she wore a cream-colored knit cardigan and light denim skirt, a small bag slung over her shoulder. Her high ponytail had been changed to a half-up style, with the ends softly resting on her shoulders. She held a stack of flyers, and when she saw Su Cheng looking over, she immediately smiled and waved. Sunlight fell on her, making her look as if she was bathed in a soft glow. Su Cheng's heart traitorously skipped a beat. Was Guyao perhaps a bit too pretty today? The thought had barely surfaced before he crushed it. Being pretty was useless. The prettier, the more dangerous. Wu Hao followed his gaze, and his eyes lit up instantly. Guyao. Su Cheng grabbed the back of his collar. Don't shout. But it was too late. Guyao was already trotting over with the flyers, her skirt swaying gently, a smile on her face that said, I knew you'd come. Classmate Su Cheng. Su Cheng's expression was stiff. I'm just passing through. Guyao blinked. I haven't even asked yet. Answering in advance. Then I'll thank you in advance. She handed him a flyer. Want to walk around with me? Su Cheng didn't take it. No. Guyao seemed to have expected his refusal. She immediately turned and handed the flyer to Wu Hao, asking with a smile, then will you guys accompany me? Wu Hao puffed out his chest. Yes. Zhao Lei, sure. Zhou Kai, duty bound. Su Cheng slowly turned his head to look at them. The three fell silent instantly. Chen Jiaming looked at Guyao and asked calmly, do you need someone to show you around or someone to block people? Guyao blinked. Su Cheng's heart jumped. Mingzi, could you not be so spot on? Guyao wasn't flustered though. Instead she laughed. A bit of both. She said it so frankly that it made it hard to keep pressing. Su Cheng looked at her. Did that senior from yesterday come find you again? Guyao's eyes curved. How did you know? Su Cheng's heart lurched. How did he know? Why did he ask? Didn't that make him sound like he cared? Su Cheng immediately put on a stern face. You used me as a shield yesterday, and today at the club fair the basketball club is here too. Simple deduction. Guyao nodded, smiling innocently. Classmate Su Cheng is so smart. Su Cheng felt his ears starting to heat up again. The compliment came too smoothly, like the little fox stuffing candy in his mouth waiting for him to take the bait. Wu Hao whispered from the side, Godfather, your face is sunburned again. Su Cheng didn't turn around. Shut up. Guyao hugged the flyers to her chest, moved a little closer to Su Cheng, and said softly, he's over by the basketball club today. I don't want to talk to him alone. This time she wasn't joking. Her tone was softer. Su Cheng glanced at her. Guyao was still smiling, but there was real annoyance in her eyes. Not fear, just the irritation of being pestered endlessly. The refusal Su Cheng had prepared was choked back by that look. This was what he dreaded most. When Guyao deliberately teased him, he could still bite back. But when she showed a hint of genuine need for help, he couldn't just brush her off. Su Cheng cursed himself inwardly for being weak-willed. Then his raspy voice said stiffly, only 10 minutes. Guyao's eyes lit up. Deal. Her reaction was too fast, as if she had been waiting for those words. Su Cheng immediately regretted it. And no saying boyfriend. Guyao nodded, won't say it. No pulling sleeves. Guyao kept nodding, won't pull. No mentioning hot pot. Guyao thought for a moment, then mentioned barbecue. Su Cheng. Guyao burst out laughing and immediately raised her hands in surrender. Okay, won't mention it. Wu Hao watched the back and forth, his expression growing more and more complicated. Godfather, I feel like you two already have some kind of chemistry. Su Cheng gave him a cold look. Do you want to sign up for the funeral club? The school doesn't have that club. They'll establish it right now. Guyao laughed beside him, her shoulders shaking gently. 10 minutes. Su Cheng told himself 10 minutes max. But at a club fair like this, 10 minutes could hold more than he imagined. Guyao was genuinely lively. She wasn't just dragging him around to avoid the senior, as she was truly curious about everything. At the handicraft club, she crouched down to watch someone making resin pendants, her eyes shining like little light bulbs. At the anime club, she picked up a fox standee and turned to ask Su Cheng, "Does this look like me?" He replied quieter than you, making her puff her cheeks in mock anger before quickly laughing again. At the calligraphy club, someone asked her to try writing. Gu Yao picked up a brush and earnestly wrote 2 characters. Su Cheng leaned in to look. Hot pot. His vision went dark. Gu Yao. Gu Yao immediately put down the brush and obediently raised her hand present. The senior sister from the calligraphy club laughed. "You two have such a good relationship." Su Cheng was about to deny it, but Gu Yao beat him to it. "He's my campus guide." The senior sister's smile turned more ambiguous. "Oh, a guide. Su Cheng. When did that word become so suggestive?" Gu Yao cheerfully rolled up the paper with hot pot written on it and stuffed it into her bag. Su Cheng saw it and couldn't help asking, "Why are you keeping that?" Gu Yao blinked. "Evidence." "Evidence of what?" "Evidence that you owe me a hot pot." "You wrote that, but you saw it." Su Cheng was left speechless by her logic. This little fox had her own system of reasoning. When they reached the photography club, Su Cheng finally felt the danger. There was a camera and tripod on the table, and someone was taking registration photos for freshmen. As the lens turned, Su Cheng instinctively dodged to the side. Gu Yao noticed. She didn't call him out on it, but gently stepped in front of the lens, blocking most of Su Cheng's figure. "Classmate Su Cheng, you don't like having your picture taken." Su Cheng's heart paused slightly. Her voice was very soft this time, meant only for the two of them. "No teasing." Su Cheng squeezed his backpack strap and said stubbornly, "My on-camera fee is expensive." Gu Yao's eyes curved. "Then next time, I'll prepare a budget in advance." "There won't be a next time." "There will." "There won't." Gu Yao smiled and didn't press further. She switched the flyers to her other hand, but her steps naturally continued to stay between Su Cheng and the camera. Su Cheng looked at her back, feeling something indescribable. She was annoying, but it seemed she wasn't just a source of trouble. At least this time she understood his discomfort and didn't pry. Just as Su Cheng's resolve was softening, a voice came from the basketball club. Gu Yao. The basketball jersey-wearing senior from yesterday appeared again. Today he was with a few other club members with registration forms and a basketball on the table. Seeing Gu Yao and Su Cheng standing together, his expression faltered for a moment, but he quickly put on a smile. "You came. I thought you wouldn't make it today." Gu Yao's smile didn't change, but she instinctively moved closer to Su Cheng. Su Cheng sighed inwardly. 10 minutes weren't up yet. Trouble had arrived right on time. The senior looked at Su Cheng. "Classmate Su Cheng is here too. Perfect timing, our basketball club is recruiting. Want to sign up?" Wu Hao's eyes lit up from behind. Su Cheng pressed a hand on his shoulder to stop him from charging forward. "No thanks." The senior smiled. "You did pretty well in the 1,000-meter run yesterday, and your long jump was good too. You'd fit right in with the basketball club." Su Cheng's guard went up at those words. He had already held back his performance yesterday, but he was still noticed. Gu Yao also glanced at him, her eyes carrying a little "see, I told you so" smugness. Su Cheng didn't want the topic to linger on his physical performance, so he immediately struck back. "I'm not suited for team sports." "Why not?" "I'm afraid it'll make my teammates cry." Wu Hao muttered from behind, "That's true." Zhao Lei nodded. "He attacks everyone equally." The senior chuckled, but didn't give up. "Jokes aside, there's no harm in trying. Gu Yao can come watch too." Gu Yao immediately waved her hand. "I don't know anything about basketball." The senior, "That's okay, I can teach you." As soon as those words left his mouth, Gu Yao's smile faded slightly. Su Cheng saw it. The fleeting elation of a young college guy in him was instantly suppressed, replaced by the sense of trouble. Could this guy really not take a hint, or was he pretending not to? Su Cheng took half a step forward, positioning himself right beside Gu Yao. The movement was small, but it created a clear distance between them. She said she doesn't understand. The senior looked at him. Su Cheng's raspy voice wasn't loud, but it grated on the ears. "Not understanding means no interest. No interest means don't teach." The surrounding noise quieted down a bit. Gu Yao stood beside Su Cheng, looking up at him, her eyes brightening. Su Cheng didn't look at her. He was afraid that if he did, he'd start floating again. The senior's expression finally soured. "Classmate Su Cheng, I think you're misunderstanding. I just want to help new students integrate. Then help her integrate into the literature club, the handicraft club, or the calligraphy club," Su Cheng said, glancing at the basketball club table. "Why does it have to be the basketball club?" Wu Hao was stunned by the exchange and couldn't help whispering, "Godfather's fighting power is high today." Zhao Lei murmured, "Activated by 250. Jokai hot pot field version." The senior's smile was faltering under Su Cheng's barrage. But Gu Yao suddenly reached out and gently tugged at the sleeve of Su Cheng's jacket. Su Cheng's body stiffened. She had promised not to pull his sleeve. Gu Yao looked up at him, her eyes curved, and whispered, "Classmate Su Cheng, 10 minutes are almost up." Su Cheng. She was still keeping track of the time. Gu Yao turned to the senior and smiled politely, "Sorry, senior, but classmate Su Cheng and I have something to do. We'll be going now." Without waiting for his reply, she tugged Su Cheng's sleeve and led him away. Su Cheng was pulled a couple of steps before he snapped out of it and lowered his voice. "Gu Yao, you promised not to pull sleeves." Gu Yao didn't look back. Emergency situation. System auto-renewed. What system? The little fox system. That system is going to get reported sooner or later. Then help me maintain it. Campus guide. Su Cheng was so annoyed he wanted to laugh, but he didn't dare. Because Wu Hao and the others were still watching. He could only keep a straight face as Gu Yao pulled him to a less crowded spot under a tree. Gu Yao let go and immediately clasped her hands together, blinking at him. Thank you. Su Cheng looked down at his sleeve. It was wrinkled again. He looked up. What's this one for this time? Gu Yao thought for a moment and said seriously, second temporary shield. Su Cheng. He knew it. Gu Yao quickly added, but I didn't say boyfriend this time. Are you proud of that? I kept my promise. Su Cheng was choked by her righteous tone. Gu Yao looked at him and suddenly smiled more softly. But that block just now was pretty cool. Su Cheng's heart traitorously skipped a beat. Cool. She said he was cool. With his messy hair, big black frames, and raspy voice. A fleeting sense of elation rose in his mind, only to be kicked down by his own rationality. Wake up. She was Gu Yao. She probably only complimented you so she could borrow you to ward off trouble again. Don't fall for it. But his ears still traitorously heated up. Gu Yao noticed, and her eyes curved immediately. Sunburned again. Su Cheng gritted his teeth. It's hot. Gu Yao nodded, her tone obedient. Yeah, it's pretty hot under the tree too. Su Cheng, that little fox was definitely doing it on purpose. In the distance, Wu Hao and the others finally caught up. Wu Hao looked pained. Godfather, you got your sleeve pulled again. Su Cheng, I know. Zhao Lei, you didn't dodge. Su Cheng, she did it suddenly. Zhou Kai, your ears didn't dodge either. Su Cheng. Chen Jiaming glanced toward the basketball club, then at Gu Yao. That senior will come find you again. Gu Yao's smile faded slightly, but she quickly regained her lively demeanor. It's okay, I have my campus guide. Su Cheng immediately looked at her. No, you don't. Gu Yao blinked. The system showed it was available just now. The system is broken. Then the repair fee is one hot pot. Su Cheng took a deep breath. Gu Yao. Present. Am not going to be a permanent shield. Gu Yao looked at him, her eyes blinking softly. This time she didn't joke right away. She stood under the tree holding the flyers, sunlight falling on her shoulders through the leaves like scattered gold. What about short term? Su Cheng was startled. Gu Yao smiled, her voice light, but a little more serious than usual. Just for a few days. Once he stops bothering me, I'll treat your whole dorm to hot pot. Wu Hao gasped. Zhao Lei's eyes lit up. Zhou Kai was almost ready to agree. Su Cheng shot them a fierce look, and the three immediately shut up. But Su Cheng's own mind was in turmoil. Hot pot for the whole dorm. It sounded pathetic. But he was really broke. And Gu Yao was genuinely being pestered. And he had been pretty smooth blocking for her just now. No, he couldn't agree. If he agreed, it would snowball. Especially since Gu Yao's surname was Gu. Just as Su Cheng was about to refuse, his phone vibrated. It was a message from Gu Yao. Even though she was standing right in front of him. Su Cheng looked down. Gu Yao won't say boyfriend. Gu Yao just say, I'm your temporary companion. Gu Yao, is that okay? Followed by an emoji of a little fox hugging its tail. Su Cheng looked up at her. Gu Yao stood before him, her phone hidden behind the flyers, her eyes curved as she looked at him, as if she was really afraid he would refuse on the spot, yet also seemed to know he would relent. Su Cheng's throat moved. He felt he was going to fall for this fox sooner or later. And it might even be over a hot pot. At that moment, a voice suddenly called out from the direction of the basketball club. Gu Yao, did your brother come to school today? I think I saw Mr. Gus Carr. Su Cheng's hand trembled, and he nearly dropped his phone. Gu Yao was also stunned. She turned to look toward the school gate, and for the first time her smile genuinely froze. My brother. Only two words remained in Su Cheng's mind. Gu Chun. Gu Yao, is your brother at school today? I think I saw President Gus Carr. The voice came from the basketball club, and Su Cheng's hand trembled. The phone nearly slipped from his grasp. Gu Chun. Those two words were like a stream of cold water, drenching Su Cheng from head to toe. The thoughts of Gu Yao tugging his sleeve, the hot pot, the shield, the temporary companion. All of it receded instantly. Only the image of the wedding day remained in his mind. The red carpet. The lights. Gu Chun stood not far away, his gaze fixed on Su Shi, his voice low as he asked, You look familiar. And later at the restroom door he returned the bouquet, speaking gently and with restraint. If your feet hurt, don't wear unsuitable shoes. Su Cheng's scalp tingled. Gu Chun didn't know Su Cheng was Su Shi, but Gu Chun had seen Su Cheng in male attire. That time at the hotel's back door when Qin Yu and Lin Wan covered for him, Gu Chun had noticed him, knew he was a hotel part-timer, and even asked him to pass a message to Su Shi. Now if Gu Chun saw him standing with Gu Yao at school, what would he think? And Gu Yao had just used him as a shield. If these three threads collided, Su Cheng felt he might not even have time to write a suicide note. Gu Yao was also stunned. Her smile, which had been as sly as a fox who caught its prey, stiffened noticeably. She turned toward the school gate, her brow slightly furrowed. My brother. The senior from the basketball club immediately leaned in. Probably. A black car with the Gu family's usual license plate. Seems the college leadership escorted him in. Gu Yao's expression changed. It wasn't fear. It was more like a child caught sneaking out to play. Seeing her reaction, Su Cheng's panic only grew. Her brother comes to school, why are you panicking? If you're panicking it means something's up. Gu Yao quickly regained her smile, but it was less natural than before. She clutched the flyer tighter as if it were a lifeline and subtly edged half a step closer to Su Cheng. Su Cheng understood immediately. She wanted him to continue being her shield. No, absolutely not. Blocking a senior wasn't the same as blocking Gu Chun. The senior might just cause him social death. Gu Chun could expose his identity. Su Cheng immediately stepped back, lowering his voice. Gu Yao, I'm not taking this one. Gu Yao blinked, her voice softening. I haven't even asked yet. Your face already did. The words sounded familiar. Gu Yao choked, puffed out her cheeks, and muttered. You learn fast. Su Cheng's head was spinning. I'm not joking. Gu Yao looked at him. This time she didn't laugh immediately or continue to feign grievance. Clutching the flyer, she lowered her voice. If my brother's really here, that senior will get even more excited. He loves showing off in front of my brother. Su Cheng was taken aback. Gu Yao continued, his family has some business dealings with the Gu group. Nothing major, but enough for him to brag about. He's not just pursuing me out of simple affection, a part of it is wanting to use me to get ahead. This made Su Cheng stop in his tracks. So it wasn't just a simple campus pursuit. No wonder Gu Yao was so annoyed. A pretty girl being pursued by a senior was common on campus. But if there were family business ties and Gu Chun behind it, then this was no longer a cheerful club approach. Su Cheng looked at the senior from the basketball club. The other man had already adjusted his collar and neatly arranged the sign-up forms on the table, clearly preparing to head toward the school gate. Su Cheng cursed inwardly. This guy really was annoyingly persistent. Gu Yao subtly tugged at the corner of the flyer and whispered, you don't have to say you're my boyfriend, just stand next to me. Once my brother leaves, he'll treat your whole dorm to hot pot, I promise. At the mention of hot pot, Wu Hao and his two friends' eyes lit up. Su Cheng whipped his head around. The three of them immediately averted their gazes. Chun Jiaming, however, was very calm as he warned. If Gu Chen's really here, Su Cheng better not get too close. Su Cheng's heart skipped a beat. Chun Jiaming didn't know about Su Shi, but his intuition was terrifyingly accurate. Gu Yao looked at Chun Jiaming. Why? Chun Jiaming replied flatly, Su Cheng is a coward. Su Cheng. Mingzi, are you saving me or roasting me? Wu Hao immediately nodded. Yeah, our godfather gets even more squeaky-voiced when he meets big shots. Zhao Lei added, and his poor man's pride is pretty sensitive. Su Cheng couldn't take it anymore. Do you think I want to throw a punch right now? Gu Yao, who had been a bit tense, laughed instead at their antics. She looked at Su Cheng, that familiar sly glint back in her eyes. So will you help me? Su Cheng gritted his teeth. I want to see your brother. Fine. Gu Yao nodded immediately. I won't let you see him. And don't say I'm your boyfriend. Fine, I won't. Don't pull my sleeve. Gu Yao hesitated for a second. Su Cheng stared at her. Gu Yao immediately put her hands behind her back, stood up straight, and blinked pitifully. Fine, I won't pull. And Su Cheng took a deep breath. If your brother looks this way, stay away from me. Gu Yao's eyes curved, her voice soft. Then how can you be my shield? Su Cheng. You see the contradiction too. A small commotion suddenly arose in the distance. College leaders were escorting a few people from the administrative building. A black car was parked by the roadside. The man walking in the middle was tall, wearing a white shirt under a dark suit, his expression indifferent, his demeanor starkly contrasting with the lively campus atmosphere. Gu Chun. Su Cheng only glanced at him before his heart leaped into his throat. It's over. He's really here. Gu Chun lacked the gentleness he had at the wedding. He looked more like the president of the Gu group. As the people around him spoke, he listened with a slight tilt of his head, his expression not severe, yet it made others instinctively lower their voices. He didn't look their way, but Su Cheng instinctively stepped back into the shade of a tree. One step back, another step back, but Gu Yao followed. Su Cheng lowered his voice. Why are you following me? Gu Yao hugged the flyer and hummed softly, aren't you my shield? I'm an escape route now. Gu Yao nearly laughed, but quickly stifled it. The senior from the basketball club had already approached, a standard social smile on his face. President Gu, hello, I'm from the basketball club. Su Cheng didn't catch the rest. All he knew was that Gu Chen had stopped. Gu Chen's gaze first landed on the senior, then followed the direction of the introduction to the club recruitment area. Gu Yao visibly tensed. Su Cheng's heart tightened too. Gu Chen had seen Gu Yao. And then he saw Su Cheng next to Gu Yao. At that moment, Su Cheng almost turned and ran on the spot. Can't run. Running would be weirder. He immediately lowered his head, pushed up his large black-rimmed glasses, tousled his hair a bit more, and prepared his raspy voice in his throat. Average male college student. Average male college student. As ordinary as can be. Gu Chen's gaze lingered on him for 2 seconds. Really just 2 seconds. But it felt to Su Cheng like he was being scanned by a demon-revealing mirror. Gu Chen seemed to find him somewhat familiar, his brow twitching almost imperceptibly. Su Cheng's heart chilled. The next second, Gu Yao suddenly stepped forward, blocking Gu Chen's view, and waved with a smile. Brother. Her voice was as lively as if nothing had happened. Guchen looked at her, his expression softening slightly. Just transferred and already diving into club recruitment. Gu Yao immediately ran over with the flyer, smiling sweetly and obediently. I'm just quickly integrating into campus life. Guchen looked down at the flyer in her hand. Hot pot. Gu Yao's smile froze. Su Cheng froze too. It was the hot pot calligraphy she had just gotten from the calligraphy club. Why did Guchen have to see that? Gu Yao reacted quickly, hiding the paper behind her back. It's a calligraphy club art piece. Guchen looked at her. Art theme is eating. Gu Yao retorted confidently, food is the paramount necessity of the people. If the situation weren't so tense, Su Cheng would have laughed. The interaction between these siblings was different from the wealthy brother and sister he had imagined. Guchen didn't press further, only asking, who was accompanying you just now? Su Cheng's heart pounded. Here it comes. Gu Yao blinked. She didn't immediately look back at Su Cheng, but instead pointed cheerfully to the side. My classmates. Wu Hao, Zhao Lei, and Zhou Kai immediately straightened up at her gesture. Wu Hao almost saluted. Chen Jiming also raised an eyebrow. Gu Chen's gaze swept over them, but finally stopped on Su Cheng. You are. Su Cheng felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand up. He lowered his voice, trying to keep his raspy tone as usual. President Gu. The moment those two words were spoken, Gu Chen's expression clearly paused. He remembered. Su Cheng's internal alarm blared. Gu Chen looked at him. Did you work part-time at the wedding hotel? Su Cheng's scalp tingled, but he could only nod reluctantly. Yes, a summer job. Gu Yao was startled. She looked from Su Cheng to Gu Chen. You know each other? Su Cheng immediately said not well. Almost simultaneously, Gu Chen said we've met. The two statements clashed. The atmosphere fell into an awkward silence. Wu Hao's eyes slowly widened. Zhao Lei and Zhou Kai exchanged glances. Chen Jiming looked at Su Cheng, his gaze deepening slightly. Su Cheng's heart was filled with despair. It's over. This is even harder to explain now. But Gu Yao suddenly smiled. Wow, the campus navigation service has such a wide range. Even navigates to wedding hotels. Su Cheng was nearly choked by her words. She really knew how to salvage the situation. Gu Chen looked at Gu Yao. Campus navigation. Gu Yao nodded seriously. Classmate Su Cheng was just showing me around the club recruitment and helped me deal with a little trouble. Su Cheng immediately looked at her. Didn't she promise not to say anything? Gu Yao winked at him. Don't worry, I won't say boyfriend. Su Cheng. Thanks for remembering the bottom line. But Gu Chen caught the key word. Trouble. The senior from the basketball club's face changed slightly. Gu Yao waved her hand with a smile. It's nothing, already handled. Gu Chen didn't question Gu Yao further, but looked at Su Cheng. The gaze wasn't heavy, but it made Su Cheng's back tighten. Thank you for looking after her. Su Cheng's throat tightened. When Gu Chen spoke to Su Shi, he was gentle and restrained. When he spoke to Su Cheng, he was polite and distant. The stark contrast between these two attitudes made Su Cheng feel even worse. He lowered his head, his raspy voice dry, just being helpful. Gu Chen's gaze lingered on his face for a moment. Large black-rimmed glasses. Messy hair. Old jacket. Raspy voice. He looked like an ordinary, even somewhat unremarkable male student. But for some reason Gu Chen felt a trace of familiarity about him. It wasn't the appearance. It was a certain reaction at a certain moment. Like the girl at the wedding who was so nervous she wanted to flee, yet stubbornly stood on the red carpet. Gu Chen frowned. Su Cheng was so frightened by that frown, he almost stepped back. No way. He can make that connection. Gu Yao sharply noticed Su Cheng was frozen and immediately stepped forward, positioning herself between the two, looking up at Gu Chen. Brother, aren't you here for business? Don't scare my classmate. Then she subtly tugged at Gu Chen's sleeve, her voice soft. He's really timid. The moment you look at him, he almost forgets how to breathe. Su Cheng. Thanks a lot. Gu Chen withdrew his gaze and looked at Gu Yao. You just transferred here. Don't cause too much trouble for others. Gu Yao immediately raised her hand. I haven't. Gu Chen looked at her. Gu Yao's shoulders shrank slightly like a kitten caught misbehaving, her voice trailing off. Just a tiny bit. She held up her fingers, showing a small gap. Really just a tiny bit. Wu Hao almost laughed out loud beside her, but managed to stifle it. Su Cheng wanted to laugh too, but didn't dare. Gu Chen sighed softly. Come home for dinner tonight. Gu Yao's expression fell. Tonight. I made plans with a classmate. Su Cheng's heart leaped. Gu Yao, don't say anything stupid. Don't mention the library. Don't mention hot pot. Don't mention temporary companion. But Gu Yao glanced at him. Su Cheng's scalp went numb on the spot. Gu Chen followed her gaze. With Su Cheng. Su Cheng. He wanted to die right then. Gu Yao's eyes lit up like a fox that had found an opportunity. Yes. She edged half a step forward, hugging the flyer, her tone innocent and pitiful. I just transferred here and finally made a friend. You can't just drag me home on the first day, can you? Su Cheng almost split apart on the spot. Gu Chen looked at him, his tone calm. Would you be free to join us for a meal? At that moment, only one thought remained in Su Cheng's mind. Gu Yao, you're not a little fox. You're a living llama. Gu Chen's casual question, would you like to have a meal together, nearly rendered Su Cheng speechless on the spot. Convenient. Far from it. He already felt suffocated standing in the same air as Gu Chen, let alone sharing a meal. Eating meant sitting close. Sitting close meant talking. Talking invited flaws. More terrifyingly, Gu Chen knew Su Cheng in his male disguise, and also remembered Su Shi in her female attire. Although the two threads hadn't yet connected, Su Cheng felt that if Gu Chen looked at him a few more times, the thread in his mind would inevitably knot itself. Especially lately, Gu Chen's glances had grown noticeably more frequent. Before it was a polite sweep. Now it was as if he was confirming something. Every time those eyes fell on him, Su Cheng felt as if 4 words were written across his forehead. Disguise here. Su Cheng opened his mouth, his hoarse voice nearly catching. I. Gu Yao immediately turned to look at him. Her eyes were bright, holding a hint of pitiful pleading, yet also concealing a mischievous fox's cunning. Don't refuse. Su Cheng understood. He even suspected those 3 words were written in Gu Yao's eyes. But he truly wanted to refuse. Gu Chen looked at him, his tone still steady. No need to be nervous. I just want to thank you for looking after Gu Yao earlier. She just transferred here, and she's quite lively. It must have been troublesome. Gu Yao immediately protested. Brother, what do you mean by lively? I call it vivacious. Gu Chen glanced at her. Gu Yao's voice quieted a little. Vivacious, but maybe a bit too obvious. Wu Hao couldn't help it, and burst out laughing. Su Cheng wanted to laugh, but dared not. He was walking a tightrope now. Even a laugh could be his last words. Gu Chen's gaze shifted back to Su Cheng. Su Cheng's back went rigid, and he immediately assumed the awkward demeanor of an ordinary poor student meeting a VIP. President Gu, you're too kind. There's really no need. I have plans tonight. Gu Yao's eyes widened at that. Her expression clearly screamed, didn't you just say you were going to the library? Su Cheng pretended not to see. Gu Chen asked, what plans? Su Cheng's mind raced. Advanced math. No, Gu Yao would chime in. Part-time job. Too easy to question. Shower. Even worse. Finally, he steeled himself and said, dormitory cleaning. The air went silent for a second. Wu Hao's expression cracked on the spot. Zhao Lei looked down at his shoes. Zhou Kai nearly crushed the flyer in his hand. Xun Jiaming cast a faint glance at Su Cheng, his eyes, saying, could you make up something even lamer? Gu Yao was the first to react, immediately nodding. Yes, their dormitory hygiene is very important. She added, for boys' dorms you know how it is. Wu Hao felt insulted. Classmate Gu, our dorm isn't that. Su Cheng reached over and pressed his shoulder, his hoarse voice low. Shut up. Wu Hao fell silent instantly. Gu Chen looked at this group, and a flicker of amusement seemed to pass through his eyes. In that case, I won't keep you too long. There's a simple cafe by the school gate. Half an hour. Su Cheng. Half an hour was still a lifetime. Gu Yao's eyes darted, and she immediately clung to Gu Chen's arm, whining softly. Brother, I really don't need to go home for dinner. I just made friends. Don't scare them away. Su Cheng felt a wave of despair. Already scared away. Just the body hadn't managed to flee yet. Gu Chen looked down at her. So the friends you refer to are people you met only 2 days ago, and who can take the heat for you? Gu Yao blinked. Friends aren't about time, but about fate. Su Cheng nearly choked. Fate. This fate better end now. Gu Chen turned to Su Cheng. What do you think? Su Cheng. Why ask me? I'm just a passerby in a high-risk disguise. Su Cheng forced out a sentence. Classmates help each other. Gu Yao secretly gave him a thumbs up. Su Cheng did not want that praise at all. But Gu Chen didn't press further, only saying, since your classmates, a simple meal together isn't strange. Gu Yao just transferred, and I want to know if the friends she's made at school are reliable. Reliable? Su Cheng felt like crying inside. The most unreliable thing about him right now was his gender. Seeing Su Cheng about to lose it, Gu Yao quickly cut in, brother, you're interrogating her. I'm just asking about one meal. That's still like an interrogation. Gu Yao puffed her cheeks. Su Cheng has a weak heart. Don't scare him. Su Cheng's hoarse voice almost cracked. I'm not weak-hearted. Gu Yao turned to him smiling. Then why are you squeezing that water bottle? Su Cheng looked down. The mineral water bottle was already creaking under his grip. He immediately let go. Damn. This little fox. Gu Yao saw everything. Gu Chen saw it too. He looked at Su Cheng's hand, his gaze pausing for a moment. Su Cheng's fingers were slender, his skin fair. Although the sleeves covered most of it, the knuckles revealed when he gripped the bottle didn't look like an ordinary boy's. Alarms blared in Su Cheng's mind, and he immediately shoved the bottle into Wu Hao's hands. Take it. Wu Hao was bewildered. Huh? You're thirsty. I'm not thirsty. You're thirsty. Wu Hao met Su Cheng's murderous glare and immediately nodded. Right, I'm thirsty. I'm born thirsty. Gu Yao laughed so hard her shoulders shook. Gu Chen withdrew his gaze and didn't look at Su Cheng's hand again. Su Cheng breathed a silent sigh of relief. Just as he relaxed, his phone suddenly vibrated. Qinyu. Su Cheng glanced at the screen, and his heart jumped again. Qinyu, is Gu Chen at your school? Su Cheng's scalp tingled. How does she know again? Qinyu, Lin Wan just heard from the wedding group that Gu Chen went to your school. Qinyu, stay away from him. Su Cheng stared at the words "stay away from him" and almost laughed out loud. Too late. He was already standing opposite. Qin Yu sent another message. Qin Yu, you haven't run into him, have you? Su Cheng's fingers froze. Gu Yao leaned in. Who is it? Su Cheng flipped the phone over. Scam. Gu Yao's eyes curved. You get a lot of scams. Su Cheng gritted his teeth. Business is slow lately. Gu Chen glanced at his phone, but didn't press further, only saying, if you young people feel uncomfortable eating with me, you can let Gu Yao treat you. Put it on my tab. Wu Hao instantly perked up. Zhao Lei's eyes lit up. Zhou Kai almost applauded. Su Cheng whipped around. The three of them simultaneously lowered their heads. But Gu Yao seized the opportunity and immediately declared, then hot pot. Su Cheng. Gu Chen looked at the hot pot note in her hand. Gu Yao held it up, grinning unabashedly. See the will of the people. Gu Chen seemed amused by her. Gu Yao. Present. That crisp, sweet, present, sounded exactly like the teasing tone she used on Su Cheng. Su Cheng's heart stirred inexplicably. So she wasn't like this only with him. The thought had barely appeared when he felt ridiculous. Wait, Su Cheng, why are you feeling disappointed? Do you really think you're some special case? In the end, Gu Chen didn't actually take them for hot pot. The college leadership was still waiting nearby. He simply had his assistant book a table at the restaurant near the school gate and said to Gu Yao in a light tone, after dinner the driver will take you back to the apartment. Don't be too late. Gu Yao wrinkled her nose. Got it. Gu Chen looked at Su Cheng and the others. Sorry to trouble you, to keep her company for a while. Wu Hao immediately waved his hands. No trouble at all. Su Cheng wanted to sew his mouth shut. Before leaving, Gu Chen glanced at Su Cheng again. This time his gaze didn't stop at the face, but on the position of Su Cheng's Adam's apple after he had just spoken in his hoarse voice. No Adam's apple. Or rather, it was obscured by the loose collar and messy hair. The gaze lingered longer than before, as if confirming something, or ruling something out. Su Cheng's heart raced from that look. He quickly coughed and deliberately roughened his voice further. Take care, President Gu. Gu Chen nodded and turned to leave with the college leadership. But after a few steps he seemed to look back again. Too far away, Su Cheng couldn't see clearly, yet he inexplicably felt that glance was still on him. Only when Gu Chen's figure disappeared did Su Cheng realize his back was soaked with sweat. Gu Yao leaned in and whispered, You were nervous like a student called on by the teacher. Su Cheng glared at her. Whose fault is that? Gu Yao immediately raised both hands. My fault, my fault. She admitted fault quickly, but her eyes were still curved, clearly not feeling much remorse. Su Cheng looked at her and suddenly couldn't stay angry. Gu Yao had indeed set him up this time, but she had also stepped in several times to block Gu Chen's scrutiny. She wasn't just someone who dumped trouble on him, she would also reach back and pull him up. That realization made Su Cheng's head ache even more, because if trouble were only trouble he could avoid it. But when trouble was mixed with a little sweetness, it became hard to handle. Gu Yao hugged the flyer, leaned in closer, and softened her voice. Thank you really for today. Su Cheng instinctively wanted to be stubborn, but Gu Yao beat him to it. I know. You don't like trouble and you don't want to see my brother. Today I dragged you into it. Su Cheng was stunned. She was so aware. Gu Yao blinked, then suddenly reverted to her fox-like demeanor. So I've decided to officially hire you. Su Cheng's expression shifted. No deal. Don't refuse so fast. Gu Yao immediately pressed on. The terms can be discussed. No discussion. Yes, there is. Gu Yao began counting on her fingers. First, I won't make you face my brother alone. Second, I won't pry into your secrets. Third, he'll treat you to hot pot. Fourth, he'll have your back when you're in trouble. Fifth, Su Cheng's guard went up. Fifth, what? Gu Yao flashed him an especially sweet smile. Please pretend to be my boyfriend. The air went dead silent. Su Cheng almost choked on his own saliva. What did you say? Gu Yao immediately lowered her voice. Keep it down. She quickly glanced at Wu Hao and the others nearby. They were huddled around a promotional board discussing which restaurant to go to, completely oblivious. Gu Yao breathed a sigh of relief and moved closer to Su Cheng. Only you and I know about this. Su Cheng twitched his mouth. Then don't spring it on me so suddenly. I was already being restrained. Where's the restraint? I was going to send you a formal offer letter. Su Cheng. Gu Yao cleared her throat. Anyway, the core is known only to us two. What core, eh? That it's fake. Gu Yao blinked. To the outside world, you're my boyfriend. Internally, you know it's fake, and I know it's fake. Su Cheng's forehead throbbed. Formal, my foot. Gu Yao blinked. Hear me out first. I'm not listening. You'll listen. I won't. My brother has been trying to set me up on blind dates lately. Su Cheng paused. Gu Yao seized the chance. Plus the senior from the basketball club, the senior from the student council, and the senior from the next department who delivers milk tea every day. Su Cheng didn't hesitate. Find someone else. Can't. Why, oi? Gu Yao looked at him seriously. Because I don't trust anyone else. Su Cheng was momentarily taken aback. But Gu Yao was already laughing. And you're a good actor. Su Cheng. Thanks. That didn't comfort me at all. Gu Yao continued to twist the knife. You even fooled my brother. Su Cheng nearly died on the spot. Who fooled him? Fine, no fooling. Gu Yao went along with it. Then it's natural talent. Su Cheng's temple throbbed. Gu Yao suddenly dropped the joking tone, her voice softer. Su Cheng, I won't let you lose out. I'm already at a huge loss. Just 3 days. Not even half a day. 1 week. Not even 3 minutes. Gu Yao sighed. Then he'll have to go back and accept an arranged marriage. Su Cheng, you've been watching too many dramas. It's how the wealthy families work. President Gu doesn't seem like the type to sell off his sister. That's because you haven't seen him pushing me into blind dates. Su Cheng couldn't argue with that. Gu Yao leaned in, lowering her voice further. And don't worry, it's just pretend. I'm not reassured. No physical contact. No holding hands. No hugging. At most just verbally acknowledging the relationship. Su Cheng's mouth twitched. You call that at most? And besides you and me, no third person will ever know the truth. Su Cheng. Somehow that sentence sounded even more dangerous. Gu Yao continued her soft persuasion. Think about the hot pot. Su Cheng said grumpily, hot pot can't solve everything. But it can solve a lot of things. Gu Yao smiled at him. This time, she wasn't being flippant. I know you don't like trouble. If you know why, come to me. Because you help people. Su Cheng paused. Gu Yao said softly, when others run into trouble they dodge. You step in first. That's how it was on the basketball court today. And when you faced my brother just now. That's why I came to you. She spoke very seriously. So seriously that Su Cheng didn't know how to respond. Seeing his silence, Gu Yao suddenly extended her pinky finger. Just give it a try. If you feel uncomfortable, you can end it any time. I promise I won't cling to you. Su Cheng looked at her. Those eyes were bright. There was no coercion, no calculation. Just a hint of hope. After a long moment, Su Cheng ran his hand through his hair in frustration. How long is the pretend? Gu Yao's eyes instantly lit up. You agree? I'm asking about the duration. 3 days. At most 3 days. Deal. Don't get excited yet. Su Cheng immediately added, first, no touching. Okay. Second, don't use me as a shield against your brother. Gu Yao guiltily looked away. Su Cheng sneered, look at me when you say that. He'll try. Gu Yao. Fine, I won't see him. Third, don't reveal anything about me. Promise. Fourth, if something goes wrong, you explain it yourself. No problem. Su Cheng took a deep breath. Then 3 days. Gu Yao let out a cheer. Su Cheng, you're a really good person. Su Cheng's face was expressionless. He felt like a good person about to be sent to the execution ground. Gu Yao was overjoyed and extended her hand. Happy cooperation. Su Cheng touched her hand. Gu Yao lowered her voice, smiling slyly. Boyfriend. Su Cheng's ears burned. Drop the last 2 words. Okay, boyfriend. Gu Yao. Fake. Only we know. She laughed so hard her shoulders shook. Su Cheng suddenly felt like he had boarded a pirate ship, and he had nodded to board it himself. Even more terrifying, he vaguely sensed that this ship might not even last 3 days. Someone like Gu Yao who said 3 days would end up turning it into a full-blown series. Just then an assistant from the direction Gu Chun had left came back. Su Cheng. Su Cheng's heart leaped again. The assistant walked up to him and said politely, President Gu asked me to inquire whether you are still in touch with Miss Su from the wedding day. Su Cheng went rigid. Gu Yao blinked in confusion. Miss Su. The assistant nodded. President Gu said he had asked you to pass along a message to her, but has never received a reply. Su Cheng's ears rang. Gu Yao turned to him, and for the first time her eyes held not jest, but obvious curiosity. Su Cheng, she asked softly, who is Miss Su? Who is Miss Su? The moment Gu Yao uttered these words, Su Cheng nearly stopped breathing on the spot. The assistant stood before him polite and proper. Gu Yao stood by his side, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Wu Hao and the others lingered not far away, though they hadn't caught every word. Their ears instinctively perked up. Su Cheng felt as if he were being roasted over an open fire. On one side stood Gu Chen's assistant. On the other stood Gu Chen's sister. And he was caught right in the middle. The so-called Miss Su was none other than himself. No one would believe this absurd plot, even if it were written in a story. Su Cheng forced himself to stay calm, yet his fingers still clenched involuntarily. His mind raced, frantically flipping through every conceivable excuse in an instant. He couldn't claim she was a relative. He couldn't say they were close. He couldn't reveal any contact information. And he absolutely couldn't say she is me. In the end, he could only latch onto the safest option. It's inconvenient. The assistant was taken aback. Inconvenient to contact her. Su Cheng nodded, his raspy voice sounding hoarser than usual. I'm not close with her. Back then it was just a temporary gig at the hotel. I helped pass along a message once. Whether she received it afterward, I have no idea. Gu Yao blinked softly. A temporary hotel job. Su Cheng's heart tightened. She had latched onto the key point again. He turned his gaze to the assistant, deciding to get rid of the most dangerous person first. Please tell President Gu that I was just a part-timer not responsible for contacting guests. If Miss Su wants to reply, she will naturally do so. The words came out a bit harsh. As soon as he finished, a chill ran down Su Cheng's spine. He had actually told the assistant to inform Gu Chun that she would reply if she wanted to. Damn it. Was he tired of living? The assistant didn't seem angry though. He merely glanced at Su Cheng as if surprised that this raspy-voiced male college student would dare speak so boldly. But he quickly resumed his polite demeanor. Very well, I will relay that to President Gu. Just as Su Cheng breathed a half-sigh of relief, the assistant handed him another business card. If you manage to contact her later, please ask her to call this number. Su Cheng stared at the business card as if it were a death warrant. He didn't want to take it. He really didn't want to take it. But refusing would only raise more suspicion. So he reluctantly reached out and accepted it, using his sleeve to conceal his excessively fair and slender fingers. Gu Yao was watching him closely. Su Cheng's palms were nearly sweating. After the assistant left, the air hung in silence for 2 seconds. Then Gu Yao slowly turned her head, her eyes curving into crescents. Classmate Su Cheng. A chill ran through Su Cheng's scalp. Whenever she called him that, nothing good followed. Shut up. Gu Yao blinked. I haven't even asked yet. Your face already did. Gu Yao was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter. You're copying me again. Su Cheng shoved the business card into his pocket and turned to leave. Gu Yao followed. Who is Miss Su? Someone I'm not acquainted with. Why is my brother looking for her? I don't know. Is she pretty? Su Cheng's footsteps faltered. This question was far more lethal than the previous two. Pretty. Of course she was pretty. So pretty that Gu Chun couldn't forget her, so pretty that Qin Yu and Lin Wan said it was a waste for him not to wear dresses, so pretty that even Su Cheng himself, looking in the mirror, cursed the pills for being so unreasonably effective. But could he say that? No. Su Cheng kept a straight face. I didn't notice. Gu Yao's eyes widened. You didn't notice? I'm nearsighted. Gu Yao glanced at the large black-rimmed glasses on his face, a thoughtful expression crossing her features. Those glasses of yours aren't just for show, are they? Su Cheng's heart skipped a beat. How could this little fox step so accurately on his weak spot? His face remained impassive. Do you want to borrow them and check? Gu Yao immediately waved her hands, grinning sweetly. No thanks, I'm afraid you might get lost without your glasses. Su Cheng. Who was the one that needed a campus navigation system anyway? Wu Hao and the others finally gathered around. Lowering his voice, Wu Hao's face was full of gossip. Godfather, who's Miss Su? Su Cheng looked at him. Do you want to die too? Wu Hao immediately took a half step back. No, but I want to hear. Zhao Lei whispered. President Gu personally sent his assistant back to ask. It can't be simple. Zhou Kai had already started spinning a story. Wedding hotel Miss Su, President Gu searching Godfather, passing messages. This material sounds more and more like an urban romance drama. Su Cheng's gaze gradually turned cold. Zhou Kai immediately clamped his mouth shut. Chen Jiaming looked at Su Cheng. He didn't ask who Miss Su was, only inquired, can you really not get in touch? Su Cheng paused for a moment. I can't. He uttered those 3 words very softly. And very quickly. Chen Jiaming didn't press further. But Gu Yao sensed something was off. Instead of firing off a barrage of questions like before, she hugged the flyers and tilted her head to look at Su Cheng. You don't want to talk about it. Su Cheng didn't meet her eyes. There's nothing to say. Gu Yao let out a soft oh. Though her eyes were practically gleaming with curiosity, she surprisingly didn't continue asking. Su Cheng found himself a little unsettled by this. Had the little fox actually sheathed her claws? Gu Yao rolled the flyer into a small tube, tapped it against her palm, and suddenly changed the subject. Is the 3-day agreement still valid? Su Cheng frowned. After what just happened, you're still thinking about that agreement? Of course. Gu Yao nodded earnestly. The more this happens, the more it proves I need a shield. I'm a shield, not a bulletproof vest. Then how about an upgrade? No upgrades. Gu Yao giggled and leaned in a little closer. How about a different wording then? Su Cheng looked at her warily. What wording? Gu Yao blinked and whispered, for these 3 days, if anyone asks, I'll say you're my boyfriend. Su Cheng. Gu Yao quickly added, fake. Just to ward off romantic interests and blind dates. I refuse. Don't be so quick to refuse. Gu Yao clasped her hands together. Just 3 days. After that it automatically dissolves. No strings attached. Su Cheng looked at her. She hadn't asked about Miss Su. She hadn't hounded him for answers. And when he clearly didn't want to talk, she had actively steered the conversation away. This stirred a subtle feeling in Su Cheng's heart. Gu Yao wasn't blind to secrets. She had seen them, yet she chose not to pry them open. What Su Cheng feared most about letting people get close was their relentless questioning. But Gu Yao, despite her obvious curiosity, knew how to stop at the boundary, a trait that ironically made it harder to push her away. He fell silent for a few seconds. Only 3 days. Gu Yao's eyes instantly lit up like a cat that had stolen a fish. Deal. She immediately extended her hand. Su Cheng looked at that soft, fair hand, hesitated for a moment, and then gave it a perfunctory touch. Gu Yao, however, beamed with joy, as if she had accomplished something monumental. It takes effect from now on. You're quite particular about rituals. Of course. Gu Yao hugged the flyers and muttered under her breath. It's not easy to trick. Ahem, to invite a boyfriend. Su Cheng, I heard that. Gu Yao immediately blinked innocently. You must have misheard. Wu Hao, utterly confused, asked, what 3 days? Gu Yao answered first, a limited-time boyfriend trial card. Wu Hao. Zhao Lei, you can do that. Zhou Kai Godfather's side hustles are getting more and more absurd. Su Cheng couldn't be bothered to explain. But Gu Yao secretly fished a fruit candy out of her bag and quickly slipped it into Su Cheng's hand. A signing gift. Su Cheng looked down at the strawberry candy in his palm. Kindergarten kid. It's a token of sincerity. Worth 50 cents. Worth a whole buck. Gu Yao declared it with absolute confidence. Su Cheng almost cracked a smile. He tucked the candy into his pocket and didn't give it back. Seeing this, Gu Yao's eyes curved even more brightly. The sunlight fell upon her as she stood there hugging the flyers, radiating an irrepressible joy. A sudden, uneasy premonition crept over Su Cheng. It was only fake. It was only for 3 days. So why did he feel like things were spiraling further and further out of his control? Su Cheng's ominous premonition came true 5 minutes later. Gu Yao had just tucked the note that read "Hot Pot" back into her bag when her phone buzzed. She glanced down, and the smile on her face slowly faded. Su Cheng was still agonizing over whether he should find a way to dispose of that strawberry candy, but when he saw her expression change, his heart skipped a beat. What's wrong? Gu Yao shook her phone. My mom texted telling me to come home early tonight. Su Cheng breathed a sigh of relief. I thought it was something serious. Gu Yao pouted. It's not serious to you, but it is to me. She looked down, replied to a couple of messages, then quickly put her phone away. Nearby, Wu Hao and the others were still debating what to eat for dinner, their voices growing louder. Hot pot. Barbecue. Buffet. A few of them argued fiercely. Gu Yao listened for a while, then suddenly turned to Su Cheng. Which one do you support? Su Cheng thought for a moment. Hot pot. Why? Simple. Gu Yao blinked. That's it. What else could it be? Su Cheng said with a deadpan expression. The best thing about hot pot is that you don't have to think. Gu Yao was taken aback for a second, then burst out laughing. Is your life aspiration a bit low? Use your brain as little as possible when you can. Makes sense. Gu Yao actually nodded seriously. As the two were talking, Wu Hao suddenly rushed over. Godfather. Su Cheng was startled. What? Vote. Wu Hao shoved his phone in front of him. Hot pot and barbecue are tied now. Your vote decides the fate. Su Cheng took a look and decisively chose hot pot. Wu Hao immediately cheered. Hot pot faction wins. Zhao Lei wailed nearby. Rigged. It's absolutely rigged. Gu Yao stood by with the flyer in her arms, watching the commotion. Loser accepts the outcome. Zhao Lei immediately shifted his target. Classmate Gu, which side are you on? Hot pot. Why? Gu Yao didn't even hesitate. Because someone already made the choice for me. The air suddenly went silent for a beat. Wu Hao's eyes instantly lit up. Zhao Lei also jerked his head up. A sense of dread immediately welled up in Su Cheng's heart. Sure enough, the next second, Wu Hao flashed a meaningful smile. Oh, Su Cheng's temple twitched. What are you oh-haying about? Nothing. Wu Hao was desperately stifling his laughter. I didn't say anything. Zhao Lei's shoulders were already shaking. Gu Yao, on the other hand, looked completely innocent. What? Su Cheng looked at these people and suddenly felt that any explanation would only sound like an excuse. So he simply kept his mouth shut. As a result, Wu Hao laughed even harder. Godfather, you're treading on dangerous ground. Where's the danger? You know it in your heart. Su Cheng was nearly amused into anger. Gu Yao stood beside him, her eyes curving into crescent moons. The trace of helplessness that had just surfaced was quickly dispelled by her smile. She fished a lemon candy out of her bag and handed it over. Here. Su Cheng was taken aback. What for? A reward for helping the hot pot faction win. There's a reward for this too. Of course. Gu Yao nodded matter-of-factly. Treatment for a meritorious figure. Su Cheng took the candy. So do I have to give an acceptance speech? You can. Gu Yao thought seriously for 2 seconds. Keep it under 3 minutes. Su Cheng. How is this girl getting quicker with her comebacks? The two of them rejoined the group. Wu Hao was still cheerfully planning the menu up ahead. Zhao Lei, meanwhile, was researching which restaurant had the best deals. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows. The campus was lively and carefree. Su Cheng suddenly realized that compared to all those messy troubles, something as simple as discussing what to eat for dinner with friends felt pretty good. And Gu Yao still walked beside him holding the flyer. She said nothing, just occasionally glanced at him from the corner of her eye, and then secretly smiled to herself. Su Cheng couldn't quite figure it out, but he had a feeling that this little fox seemed to enjoy watching him make a fool of himself more and more. As for the upcoming hot pot dinner, it probably wouldn't be a calm affair either. The hot pot restaurant was situated on the back street of the school. The establishment was modest in size, yet business was thriving, with several tables of students queuing outside. The aroma of the broth, a medley of chili beef tallow, minced garlic, and cilantro, wafted through the glass door, making Wu Hao's eyes glaze over with anticipation. Godfather, I hereby declare that classmate Gu is my new godfather. Su Cheng stared at him with a blank expression. You switch godfathers quite often. Wu Hao replied with utter seriousness. Where there's food, there's my godfather. Zhao Lei nodded in agreement. That might lack backbone, but it's painfully true. Zhou Kai had already pulled out his phone to browse the menu, muttering to himself, fatty beef, tripe shrimp paste, duck blood luncheon meat. I'm going to bankrupt classmate Gu tonight. Gu Yao walking nearby heard this and immediately laughed. You won't bankrupt me, don't worry. Su Cheng turned to look at her. Gu Yao's laughter today was too carefree, as if this hot pot meal wasn't a dinner, but the launch ceremony for her 3-day boyfriend experience card. Su Cheng, however, couldn't relax at all. Throughout the walk earlier, she had stayed by his side, close yet not too close. Occasionally someone would squeeze past from behind, and she would lean slightly toward him. Every time she drew near, Su Cheng instinctively tensed his shoulders. It wasn't shyness. It was fear. Fear that she might catch a scent, see something, or suddenly reach out and touch a place she shouldn't. Even more terrifying was the thought that his own mind might betray him, blurting out something like, is she deliberately leaning closer to me? No. Fake boyfriend. Fake. 3-day experience card. Whoever takes it seriously is a fool. Su Cheng repeated this mantra 3 times in his head before barely suppressing the warmth creeping up his ears. The hot pot restaurant owner, charmed by Gu Yao's beauty, treated them with extra warmth and quickly arranged a large table at the back for them. As soon as they sat down, Wu Hao spread the menu across the table. Classmate Gu, can we really order anything? Gu Yao replied generously, order anything. Su Cheng immediately pressed down on the menu. Don't order anything. Wu Hao was shocked. Godfather, are you really pinching pennies for your client at a time like this? Su Cheng replied coldly. I'm just afraid you'll eat yourself to death, and I'll have to write your eulogy. Gu Yao burst out laughing. She sat diagonally across from Su Cheng, her elbow resting on the table, as she propped her chin up to look at him. So what would you write? Without a second thought, Su Cheng said, Wu Hao, a lifelong lover of hot pot, died from gluttony. Wu Hao clutched his chest. That's way too half-hearted. Zhao Lei added, accurate to the facts. Zhou Kai raised his hand. I'll handle the illustrations. Chen Jiaming said flatly, I'll proofread for typos. Gu Yao laughed so hard her shoulders shook, her eyes curving like she was genuinely delighted by them. Su Cheng watched her laugh and felt a sudden daze. He had rarely shared a meal with a girl like her before, let alone under the guise of a fake boyfriend. Gu Yao wasn't teasing him today, nor did she ask about Miss Su. She just sat there occasionally glancing at him, smiling, and then quickly looking down at the menu. Yet that very behavior made Su Cheng even more uneasy. When she looked at him, it wasn't purely out of curiosity. Sometimes it seemed like intrigue. Sometimes it felt like observation. And other times it was as if she genuinely found him amusing. Su Cheng felt a chill under her gaze and glared back at her. What are you looking at? Gu Yao blinked. Watching you order food. The menu's in your hands. Oh. She glanced down at the menu, then back up at him. So do you eat spicy food? Su Cheng was about to say whatever when Wu Hao chimed in, Godfather can handle spice, but not too much. His ears turn red when he eats it. Su Cheng. Gu Yao's eyes lit up instantly. Really? Su Cheng shot a cold glare at Wu Hao, who immediately lowered his head to drink water, pretending he hadn't said anything. Gu Yao cheerfully ticked the box for a half-and-half pot. Half spicy, half tomato. Gotta take care of classmates whose ears sunburn easily. Su Cheng gritted his teeth. It's sunburn. Gu Yao nodded obediently. The lighting in this hot pot place is pretty scorching too. Zhao Lei lowered his head, stifling a laugh. Zhou Kai whispered, classmate Gu is picking up bad habits fast. Su Cheng felt like these 3 days weren't about being a fake boyfriend at all. It was a public execution in front of the whole dorm. When the broth arrived, the red oil bubbled, and the fragrance burst forth instantly. Wu Hao and the others immediately forgot the previous gossip and started tossing meat into the pot. Gu Yao placed a slice of fatty beef into the tomato broth and pushed the dipping sauce towards Su Cheng. Aren't you going to mix it? No rush. Do you not know how, eh? Su Cheng looked up. Do I look like someone who doesn't know how to eat hot pot? Gu Yao studied him seriously for 2 seconds. You look like someone who'd keep track of a 20 halfian water bill. Su Cheng. He lowered his head to mix the sauce, deciding not to talk to her. But Gu Yao refused to stay quiet. She handed him a small dish of sesame paste. This is good, it's not spicy. Su Cheng didn't take it. I've got my own. Oh. She withdrew the dish. Her movements were natural without any insistence. Su Cheng had braced himself for more teasing, but her sudden compliance made his chopsticks pause midair. Gu Yao noticed, and her eyes curved gently. What? Not used to me not teasing you. Su Cheng replied with a deadpan face. I'm savoring world peace. Gu Yao laughed out loud. Halfway through the hot pot, Wu Hao suddenly pulled out his phone. Come on, let's take a group photo to commemorate classmate Gu officially joining our hot pot organization. Su Cheng's hand froze. A group photo? He instinctively recoiled. Gu Yao noticed. Without a word, she quickly stood up and circled over to Wu Hao. Let me take it, I have long arms. Wu Hao handed her his phone. Gu Yao aimed the lens at the table and the pot. Just photograph the food, no need for people. The soul of the hot pot organization is the pot itself. Wu Hao was taken aback. Works for me. Su Cheng breathed a sigh of relief. He lowered his head to pick up food, pretending not to notice. But a strange feeling stirred in his heart. She had shielded him again. Without asking why. Without calling it out. Just smoothly turned the camera away. After taking the photo, Gu Yao returned the phone to Wu Hao and sat back down. As she settled, her gaze suddenly fell on Su Cheng's wrist. Today his sleeve was rolled up slightly, revealing a sliver of skin as he picked up food. It was excessively pale with delicate bones, completely different from the hands of guys like Wu Hao. Gu Yao stared for 2 seconds. Su Cheng caught her gaze and immediately pulled his sleeve down. What are you looking at? Gu Yao propped her chin up, smiling as if she hadn't noticed a thing. You hold chopsticks quite nicely. Su Cheng's heart skipped a beat. Is there a right or wrong way to hold chopsticks? Of course there is. Gu Yao picked up a slice of tripe, swished it in the pot a few times. Some people hold them like they're fighting, others like they're playing the piano. Wu Hao looked up. What about me? Gu Yao gave him a serious look. Like construction work. Zhao Lei burst out laughing on the spot. Wu Hao was wounded. Classmate Gu, why are you throwing shade at me too? Gu Yao blinked. Those who touch pitch shall be defiled. As she said this, she was looking at Su Cheng. Su Cheng felt his ears warm under her gaze, so he grabbed a piece of beef from the spicy pot and shoved it into his mouth. The next second he regretted it. It was spicy. Very spicy. Not just a little. It was the kind of spice that burned from the tip of the tongue to the corner of the eye. Su Cheng forced himself not to cough, but his hand instinctively clenched around his cup. Gu Yao noticed immediately. Got burned by the spice. No. Su Cheng's voice was even hoarser, his raspy tone almost giving way. Gu Yao didn't call him out, but quickly pushed her sour plum drink over. Drink this. No need. Drink. Her tone wasn't harsh this time, but it was firm. Su Cheng looked into her eyes, and for some inexplicable reason took the drink and had a sip. The icy sweetness and tartness subdued the heat, but the watery glint brought to his eyes by the spice didn't fade so quickly. Gu Yao looked at him and suddenly fell silent. Su Cheng felt a chill under her gaze. What now? Gu Yao blinked as if snapping back to reality. Your eyes are red from the spice. Su Cheng's heart tightened, and he immediately lowered his head to rub his glasses. It's the chili fumes. Gu Yao said softly, She didn't continue. But that fleeting look in her eyes made Su Cheng inexplicably uneasy. It wasn't the way she looked at a guy, nor was it how she looked at an ordinary classmate. It was as if she had suddenly glimpsed something beneath his exterior. Su Cheng's mind churned. Had she discovered something? Or did she actually feel something different about him? The moment this thought surfaced, Su Cheng's whole body began to heat up again. Impossible. No matter how strange Gu Yao's gaze was, she couldn't possibly like this messy-haired, raspy-voiced college guy. Unless her taste was truly flawed. But she kept looking at him. And she had shielded him from the camera. And given him candy. And pushed her drink over. And mentioned the 3-day boyfriend experience card. The more Su Cheng thought, the more tangled he became. Then he realized something even more absurd. Initially, he had only feared Gu Yao discovering he was a girl. Now he was starting to fear that Gu Yao might take the act seriously. Even more terrifying was that he himself didn't seem to be treating it entirely as an act. That was the real danger. Gu Yao sat across from him, head bowed, chewing on her straw, but her gaze kept drifting over. Their eyes met. She was startled for a moment, then her eyes curved, and she smiled at him. Su Cheng's heart leaped, and he immediately lowered his head to eat. Wu Hao clicked his tongue beside him. Godfather, you've been awfully quiet today. Su Cheng replied coldly. Afraid you'll starve, so I'm leaving you more air. What does that have to do with air? Less talking means more air. Gu Yao was amused again. As the hot pot session neared its end, Zhou Kai suddenly let out a surprised sound while looking at his phone. Someone's posted on the forum. Su Cheng instantly grew alert. What post? Zhou Kai read the title aloud, shocking. New transfer student Gu Yao's hot pot gathering suspected to be with raspy-voiced college guy at the same table. Relationship not ordinary. The air went still. Wu Hao slowly looked up. Zhao Lei slowly looked up. Gu Yao was taken aback for a second, then burst out laughing. Only Su Cheng's face darkened bit by bit. Zhou Kai handed over his phone. The photo wasn't very clear, likely taken by someone outside the hot pot restaurant. In the image, Gu Yao stood at the shop entrance, turning back with a smile, while Su Cheng stood beside her, head down, pushing up his glasses. The big black frames, messy hair, and raspy-voiced college guy. Though his face wasn't clear, anyone who knew him could recognize him instantly. The comments were already flooding in. Who's that next to Gu Yao? Isn't that the raspy voice from today's physical fitness test? How are they eating hot pot together? What does that guy have going for him? After reading it, Su Cheng saw stars. Perfect. He had wanted to keep a low profile as a fake boyfriend for 3 days. Now on day 1, the forum had already announced it for him. Gu Yao leaned in for a look and murmured, the shot's got some atmosphere. Su Cheng turned to her. Is that the point? Gu Yao blinked. Then what's the point? Su Cheng gritted his teeth. The point is I don't want to be famous. Gu Yao dropped her smile and looked at him. I know. She picked up her phone and quickly sent a message in the class group. Gu Yao, it's just a classmate hot pot gathering. Everyone don't jump to conclusions. After sending it, she looked back at Su Cheng. Is this okay, eh? Su Cheng was taken aback. He hadn't expected her to clarify so quickly. Gu Yao smiled. The 3-day experience card is the 3-day experience card. I can't let you get roasted on the forum for real. Su Cheng looked at her, and the irritation in his heart subsided somewhat. This little fox Gu Yao sure knew how to stir things up, but she also knew when to pull back. Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, Zhou Kai said quietly, not working. Su Cheng looked over. Zhou Kai scrolled down the comments. The latest one had been boosted to the top. Gu Yao herself came out to clarify. That means it's true. Su Cheng. Gu Yao. Wu Hao silently put down his chopsticks. Godfather, this batch of netizens is a tough crowd. Su Cheng stared at that comment, his temple twitching. Gu Yao said quietly, maybe I should clarify once more. Su Cheng closed his eyes. No need. Why, oi? The more you explain, the darker it gets. Gu Yao bit her lip, looking a bit guilty. I'm sorry. Su Cheng looked at her unusually subdued voice, and the frustration in his heart got stuck. In the end, he just handed the phone back to Zhou Kai. Let's finish up and head back. Gu Yao stole a glance at him. Are you mad? No. Really? Fake. Gu Yao was stunned for a moment, then laughed at his teasing. Su Cheng watched her laugh and sighed inwardly. Damn it. He couldn't even get properly angry anymore. That was the most dangerous part. As the hot pot gathering dispersed, Gu Yao walked beside him and said softly, I'll handle the forum thing. Su Cheng looked at her. How? Gu Yao thought for a moment. Let it die down first. If anyone asks again, I'll say you're my 3-day hot pot buddy. Su Cheng. That explanation wasn't much better. Gu Yao smiled, then suddenly pulled the slip of paper with hot pot written on it from her bag, waving it in front of him. At least the evidence is solid. Su Cheng looked at her, his mouth twitching. Gu Yao. Present. You'd better pray these 3 days fly by. Gu Yao tucked the paper away, her eyes curving. But I feel like 3 days is a bit short. Su Cheng's heart skipped a beat. She said it too lightly. Light as a joke. Yet not quite a joke. He lowered his head and pushed up his big black-framed glasses, suddenly afraid to look at her. The night breeze blew in from the back street, tousling the messy hair on his forehead. Gu Yao's gaze landed on the hint of his brow and eyes exposed by the wind, and her smile slowly paused. In that instant, she suddenly felt that Su Cheng wasn't just good-looking in the eyes. The outline the wind had revealed was strangely beautiful. Not like an ordinary guy. More like... Before Gu Yao could finish the thought, Su Cheng quickly messed up his hair again and pushed his glasses up. Let's go. Gu Yao watched his retreating figure, her fingertips gently pinching the hot pot slip. Her fox-like eyes for the first time didn't smile so brightly. She murmured softly, Su Cheng. Just how many secrets are you hiding? The next morning, Su Cheng was jolted awake by Wu Hao's shout. Godfather, wake up. You've become famous. With his eyes still closed, Su Cheng's hand instinctively reached for the large black-rimmed glasses by his pillow. The moment he heard the word famous, half of his drowsiness was instantly kicked away. Famous. That was the last thing he wanted to be. Especially after yesterday's hot pot gathering. Su Cheng sat up, put on his glasses, and his hoarse voice still carried the rasp of just waking up. Wu Hao, you'd better be talking about the game rankings, not the school forum. Wu Hao held up his phone with a mournful expression like he was attending a funeral. Godfather, unfortunately, it's the forum. Su Cheng's eyelid twitched. Zhao Lei sat on a chair scrolling through his phone while trying to hold back laughter. The title is pretty savage. Zhou Kai was already laughing, slumped over the desk. Not just savage, it's a precise strike. Su Cheng reached out and took Wu Hao's phone. On the forum's homepage, a thread was pinned high. What gives the hoarse-voiced college guy the right to eat hot pot with Gu Yao? Su Cheng fell silent. He stared at the title for a full 3 seconds with only one thought in his mind. What gives? His bad luck. Gu Yao's hot pot contract. His mouth moving faster than his brain yesterday, agreeing to a 3-day limited-time boyfriend experience card. The main post was a candid photo taken at the entrance of the hot pot restaurant. In the photo, Gu Yao turned back with a smile, her light-colored jacket illuminated by the lights, looking like the heroine of a campus drama. Su Cheng stood beside her, head down, adjusting his glasses with his disheveled hair, large black frames, and loose jacket. He looked like a random passerby who had wandered into the frame. The comment section was already bustling like a market. Gu Yao just transferred, and she's already taken. Who is this guy? Looks so ordinary. Ordinary. That hoarse-voice badass from yesterday's calculus class is him. He's pretty impressive in the physical fitness test too, right? The point is what gives him the right. His voice is an anti-counterfeit measure. Ha ha, the nickname Horse Voice College guy is so catchy. Su Cheng handed the phone back to Wu Hao, his expression cold, but his heart was about to explode. Great. He had worked hard to make himself an inconspicuous college guy with his disheveled hair, black frames, and hoarse voice, and now the forum had directly plastered him on the front page. The whole school might not remember his name, but they would definitely remember Horse Voice College Guy. Wu Hao looked at him cautiously. Godfather, are you okay? Su Cheng said coldly, what do you think? Wu Hao thought for a moment and said earnestly, I think you want to throw the thread starter into the hot pot for 3 seconds. Su Cheng, 3 seconds isn't enough to cook. Zhao Lei finally couldn't hold it in and burst out laughing. Godfather, if you still have the mood to make jokes, it means it's not a big problem. It's a huge problem. Su Cheng threw off the blanket, got out of bed, and put on his shoes. Anyone who dares to reply under that thread today, they'll write their name in my calculus error notebook. Zhou Kai, who had already secretly opened the comment box, immediately put down his phone upon hearing this. I didn't. Su Cheng looked at him. Zhou Kai quickly added, I just wanted to scold them for having no taste. If you reply, the buzz will only get bigger. Makes sense. Zhou Kai nodded seriously. Then he'll go undercover and observe. Chen Zhiming stood up with his backpack on, saying calmly, don't mind the thread. The more you explain, the more it looks real. Go to class first. Su Cheng's heart tightened again at the word real. Fake. It had to be fake. 3-day experience card fend off romantic interests, no crossing boundaries, break up when it's over. But yesterday Gu Yao's smile, when she handed him the candy, was too natural, and her blocking the camera for him at the hot pot was too natural. Now with the forum turmoil, Su Cheng was starting to wonder if this was still purely an act. He showed no reaction on the surface, only messing up his hair even more, and saying coldly, let's go. In the early morning class, Su Cheng experienced the pain of being stared at for the first time. As soon as he entered the door, several gazes swept over him. Some pretended to look down at their books, some pretended to drink water, and others immediately started typing upon seeing him, their fingers moving as fast as if they were live streaming. Su Cheng chose a seat in the last row against the wall. As soon as he sat down, he heard Wu Hao mutter quietly, Godfather, they're looking at you. Su Cheng placed his book on the desk and said calmly, they'll go blind if they look enough. Zhao Lei almost laughed. You're pretty grumpy today. Didn't get enough sleep. Not because of Gu Yao. Su Cheng looked up at him. You want to be written into the error notebook too. Zhao Lei immediately shut up. But the next second the classroom entrance suddenly fell silent for a moment. Gu Yao had arrived. She was wearing a light blue jacket today, her hair loosely tied, carrying 2 books. As soon as she appeared, the gazes in the classroom first fell on her, then uniformly shifted to Su Cheng. Su Cheng's heart tightened. Don't come over. Don't look at me. Don't smile. Gu Yao scanned the room from the doorway, and when her eyes landed on Su Cheng, they indeed curved slightly. Then she walked toward the back row. Su Cheng. Great, not a single wish came true. Gu Yao stopped by his desk, her voice not loud, but just enough for the nearby people to hear. Good morning, hot pot buddy. Su Cheng closed his eyes. Wu Hao's shoulders were already shaking. Zhao Lei bowed his head, trying to suppress laughter. Zhou Kai's eyes lit up as if he had just discovered a new juicy story. Su Cheng looked up, his hoarse voice cold. Gu Yao. Gu Yao immediately changed her tone, acting obedient. Good morning, classmate Su Cheng. Su Cheng looked at her. Do you think the forum buzz isn't enough? Gu Yao placed a mint candy on the corner of his desk and said softly, apology gift. I just saw the thread. The title was poorly chosen. Su Cheng looked down at the candy, then back at her. You think the problem is the title? Gu Yao nodded seriously. Of course. What gives is too rude. It should be changed to classmate Gu Yao and classmate Su Cheng engaged in normal hot pot socializing. Wu Hao finally couldn't help it and burst out with a snort. Su Cheng's face was expressionless. Your title sounds more like an official announcement. Gu Yao was amused by his words, and after laughing she lowered her voice. I've already asked a few girls in the class to help shift the topic. After class, don't go through the main entrance. There might be people trying to take photos of you. Su Cheng was stunned. He had been ready to keep teasing her, but this sentence left him speechless. Gu Yao, as if unaware of his hesitation, added softly, Don't worry, I won't let them photograph you. With that she hugged her books and sat down in a seat across the aisle. Su Cheng looked down at the candy on the corner of his desk, his heart a little unsettled. Last night, she had dragged him into the forum spotlight. Today she was shielding him from it. Was she causing trouble or cleaning up the mess? The more troublesome thing was that Su Cheng found himself unable to simply categorize her as trouble. The early morning class dragged on slowly. The teacher wrote formulas on the blackboard, but Su Cheng couldn't absorb a single word. On the surface he looked cold and took notes, but in reality his peripheral vision kept catching glimpses of Gu Yao. Gu Yao occasionally wrote in her notebook, occasionally looked up at the board. She didn't keep staring at him, nor did she deliberately tease him. But whenever she made the slightest movement, Su Cheng would notice it immediately. This was absurd. In the past, looking at a pretty girl was normal college guy behavior. A glance, a flutter in his heart, and then back to eating. Now it was different. When Gu Yao looked at him, he panicked. When she didn't look at him, he also panicked. When she handed him a candy, he panicked. When she was quiet, he panicked even more. Su Cheng's pen stopped on the paper, not writing a single word for a long time. Wu Hao leaned over and glanced, muttering softly, "Godfather, your equal sign looks like an electrocardiogram." Su Cheng looked down. The pen had indeed drawn the equal sign crookedly. He closed his notebook expressionlessly and thinking. Thinking about why classmate Gu gave you a candy. Thinking about how to make you quiet. Wu Hao immediately shrank back. Got it. As soon as the bell rang, Su Cheng immediately packed his books to leave. Gu Yao was faster than him. She walked over with her books, and before he could speak said in a low voice, "Don't go through the main entrance. Those two at the door are active on the forum. I just saw them holding their phones." Su Cheng frowned and glanced at the front door. Indeed, two students were lingering by the door, phones in hand, their eyes occasionally sweeping toward the back row. His heart sank. Gu Yao had already moved to the outer side of the aisle, seemingly chatting casually with a girl in the front row, perfectly blocking the two people's line of sight. She didn't urge him, nor did she look back, only gently tapped the edge of his desk with the corner of her book. Su Cheng understood her meaning, picked up his bag, and left through the back door. At the corner of the hallway, he stopped. A few seconds later, Gu Yao came out of the classroom, walked over to him with a smile, and said, "How was it? Not bad for a temporary escort, right?" Su Cheng looked at her, and the awkwardness in his heart surfaced again. He had wanted to say not bad, but when those words reached his lips, they felt too light. Gu Yao had genuinely helped him just now. He was silent for 2 seconds, then said quietly, "Thanks." Gu Yao's eyes instantly lit up. "Did you just say thank you to me?" Su Cheng immediately restored his cold face. "You misheard. I didn't mishear." Echo in the hallway. "The echo says thanks." Su Cheng. Gu Yao laughed happily, as if she had stumbled upon a great bargain. Su Cheng felt his ears burning under her gaze, so he could only turn and walk toward the stairs. "If you laugh again, it'll go out through the main entrance, and let them take photos." Gu Yao immediately followed. No, I won't laugh." "How can you threaten people with yourself?" They went downstairs together and walked along the small path behind the teaching building. Gu Yao didn't bring up the forum again, just walked side by side with him. The wind blew through the gaps between buildings, lifting a few stray strands of hair on Su Cheng's forehead. He instinctively raised his hand to press them down, then adjusted his glasses. Gu Yao noticed. She didn't ask immediately like before, but was quiet for a few seconds. Su Cheng's heart tightened. Damn. She saw it again. On the surface, he asked coldly, "What are you looking at?" Gu Yao blinked. "Looking at your hair. It works hard every day." Su Cheng, working hard at what? "Working hard to protect your face." Su Cheng almost stumbled in his steps. His heart was instantly in turmoil. What did she mean by that? How much had she seen? Had she discovered that his hair and glasses weren't just for looking ugly, but were actually hiding something? He maintained a calm exterior, saying coldly with his hoarse voice, "Your imagination is a bit active today." Gu Yao smiled and didn't press further. The less she asked, the more flustered Su Cheng became. Because Gu Yao hadn't missed it. She was just storing the question away. At lunchtime, Su Cheng deliberately chose a corner of the cafeteria, sitting 7 or 8 tables away from Gu Yao. He thought this would keep him safe. But as soon as he sat down, Wu Hao poked his arm. "Godfather, stop looking." Su Cheng's hand holding the chopsticks paused. "What am I looking at?" Zhao Lei looked up. "Gu Yao." Zhou Kai added 3 times. Chen Jiaming said calmly 4 times. That last one was a bit longer. Su Cheng. He looked down at his meal. The rice had already been poked into a pit by his chopsticks. Wu Hao said earnestly, "Godfather, even though classmate Gu is good-looking, you need to stay steady. You're the forum's hero now. Even a single glance can be easily interpreted." Su Cheng sneered. "You want to be interpreted too?" Wu Hao immediately buried his head in his meal. "No need him, just a supporting character." Su Cheng's words were cold, but his heart was even more troubled. Was he really looking at Gu Yao? It seemed so. But he didn't want to look at her, he just wanted to confirm if she was looking at him. That explanation sounded even worse. After finishing his meal, as soon as Su Cheng walked out of the cafeteria, his phone vibrated. "Gu Yao, are you going back to the dormitory this afternoon?" Su Cheng glanced at it and typed. "Su Cheng, yeah. Gu Yao, some people are taking photos on the main road, but safer to go around the lake." Su Cheng stared at the word lake, his fingers pausing. The lake path was indeed less crowded. But the lake had wind. When the wind blew, his hair would get messy. When his hair got messy, the things under his glasses would easily show. Su Cheng stood at the cafeteria entrance, appearing to look at his phone, but in his mind, he was already weighing the risks. Taking the main road might get photographed. Taking the lake path might have Gu Yao notice something. Neither was a good option. Gu Yao sent another message. "Gu Yao, I'm waiting for you at the small intersection. Escort service free of charge." Followed by a little fox raising its hand. Su Cheng looked at that message and closed his eyes. He really wanted to reply, "No need." But his mind flashed back to the scene at the back door of the classroom that morning. She stood on the outside, blocking the camera for him, asking nothing. In the end, Su Cheng replied with only 2 words. "Su Cheng, 10 minutes. Gu Yao replied instantly. "Gu Yao, deal." Su Cheng put his phone into his pocket, and that ominous feeling resurfaced. Every time Gu Yao said deal, trouble followed. At the small intersection by the lake, Gu Yao was indeed already waiting there. She held 2 bottles of water in her hands. When she saw him approaching, she shook one of them, temporary escort on duty. Su Cheng walked over, his face cold. Your job is pretty idle. Not bad. Gu Yao handed him the water. The main client is a bit hard to please. Su Cheng took the water without asking about the price. Gu Yao's eyes curved, not asking for the 5 cents this time. Put it on the tab. Then he'll note that you owe me a bottle of water. It was clearly a gift from you. Then he'll note that I owe you a favor. Su Cheng paused. You don't owe me enough already. Gu Yao thought for a moment and nodded very seriously, indeed quite a lot. That's why I'm working hard to perform today. She said this not teasingly, but as if she were making a genuine promise. Su Cheng's heart was in turmoil again. He looked away. Let's go. They walked side by side toward the lake. The wind blew from the water's surface. As soon as Su Cheng got close to the lake, he instinctively pressed his hair forward. Gu Yao saw it, but said nothing, only quietly moving to the side closer to the lake, blocking some of the wind for him, and also blocking the view of students walking from the opposite direction. Su Cheng caught her movement from the corner of his eye, and his fingers slowly tightened. Why did she keep doing this? Did she not realize that the more she did this, the easier it was for him to misunderstand? Gu Yao walked a few steps and suddenly asked, Are you really free this afternoon? Yes. What is it? Going back to the dorm to sleep. Gu Yao laughed. That counts as something. It's a big deal for me. Then he'll escort you to accomplish your big deal. Su Cheng couldn't help but glance at her. Gu Yao? Present. Do you have some obsession with the word escort? Gu Yao blinked. Do I? You're acting like a kindergarten escort service. Gu Yao looked at him seriously. Then do you want me to hang a little name tag on you? Su Cheng was almost amused by her, but his hoarse voice remained cold. You dare? Gu Yao smiled with her eyes curving. I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare. Classmate Su Cheng is so fierce, I'm scared. She said she was scared, but her expression was nothing like fear. Su Cheng thought to himself, if only she were really afraid. But if Gu Yao were truly afraid of him, she wouldn't have blocked the camera for him, wouldn't have given him candy, wouldn't have called him her boyfriend, while carefully maintaining boundaries. The lake breeze blew gently. Gu Yao suddenly stopped and pointed to the path ahead with fewer people. Go around from there, you can avoid the main road. If you're not at ease, I'll walk in front. Su Cheng looked at her. She stood in the wind, her low ponytail, swaying gently, her eyes bright, like a little fox that loved to play but would truly protect someone. Su Cheng's exterior was cold, but his heart was in a mess. He suddenly couldn't tell whether he was afraid of being seen through by her or afraid that she was genuinely good to him. Both were deadly. Su Cheng. Gu Yao, seeing him silent, tilted her head to look at him. You're spacing out again. Su Cheng snapped back to reality, his hoarse voice stiff. No. Then what were you thinking about? Su Cheng glanced at her and said coldly, I was thinking about why you still talk so much today. Gu Yao laughed out loud. So that means you're not angry. Who says, eh? If you were really angry, you would have ignored me long ago. Su Cheng was choked. This little fox was getting better and better at reading his reactions. Gu Yao walked ahead with her hands behind her back, her tone light. Let's go escortee. Any later, and your roommates will ask again where I've kidnapped you. Su Cheng followed her, saying coldly they wouldn't dare. Gu Yao turned back with a smile. They dare to ask in their hearts. Su Cheng was about to retort when his phone suddenly vibrated. It was Wu Hao. Wu Hao, Godfather, did classmate Gu pick you up again? Wu Hao, do we need to leave the door unlocked for you? Wu Hao, or should we just leave the household registration book for you? Su Cheng. Gu Yao leaned in. Who is it? Su Cheng flipped his phone over and covered it. Expressionless. Scam. Gu Yao looked at his reddening ears and laughed, her shoulders shaking slightly. The wind by the lake blew between them. Su Cheng pressed down his hair, feeling flustered, yet couldn't help thinking. How was it only the second day of these 3 days? He was already almost unable to handle it. When Su Cheng reached the small path leading to the lakeside, Gu Yao was already waiting there. She held 2 bottles of water, leaning against the ginkgo tree by the roadside, looking down at her phone. The afternoon sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, falling onto her light-colored hoodie. She looked completely clean and wholesome, a world apart from all the messy gossip on the forum. Su Cheng's footsteps faltered. His first instinct was to turn around. The lakeside was sparsely populated and the wind was strong. Fewer people meant no one to save him if things went wrong, and the strong wind meant his messy hair could rebel at any moment. More importantly, Gu Yao was here. These 3 things combined didn't feel like taking a detour, it felt like entering a dungeon. Gu Yao seemed to sense his urge to flee. She looked up and smiled at him. Su Cheng, I've already seen you. Su Cheng walked over with a blank expression, his raspy voice cold. You standing there makes you look like you're catching a fugitive. Gu Yao handed him one of the bottles. I'm not catching a fugitive, I'm escorting you. The forum buzz hasn't completely died down yet. If you take the main path from the dorm, you'll easily get photographed. Su Cheng looked down at the water, but didn't take it. Not charging this time either. Gu Yao winked. Free today. You said that last time. Last time was accident compensation. This time is an escort benefit. She finished speaking, and seeing that Su Cheng still wouldn't take it, she simply shoved the bottle into his hand. Don't worry, no hidden charges. Unless you request an upgrade in service. Su Cheng held the bottle, his face expressionless, but his heart was in chaos. When did she become so good at taking care of people? Before she only knew how to tease, set traps, and make his ears burn with anger. But now she had prepared water plan to detour, check the forum's heat, and even thought about him not getting photographed. This made Su Cheng feel unaccustomed. If she only knew how to make trouble, he could just coldly say, "You're annoying." But she made trouble, while also shielding him from it like a little fox that steals chickens, but then conveniently closes the door for you. Call her bad, yet she had a thoughtful side. Call her good, yet she never hesitated when setting a trap. Guyao watched him holding the water without speaking, and tilted her head. What's wrong? Don't like this brand. Su Cheng unscrewed the cap, and took a sip, his tone flat. I was wondering if you're planning to send me a bill at the end of the month. Guyao laughed. Then I'll write it clearly. Today's bill: 1 bottle of mineral water, gifted with friendship. 1 escort service, pending review. No friendship. Then write gifted with cooperation. No cooperation either. Then write bonus with a limited time boyfriend experience card. Su Cheng nearly choked on his water. He whipped his head around to stare at Guyao. Guyao immediately raised her hands, laughing innocently. Fake, I know. Don't look at me like that, like I'm about to make an announcement in the street. Su Cheng's face was cold, but his heart had already exploded. Every time she said the word boyfriend, it was like throwing a small pebble at his heart. It didn't hurt, but it caused chaos. He said in a low voice, Guyao, you'd better remember it's fake. I remember, Guyao said lightly as she walked beside him towards the lake. 3 days block romantic interest, don't cross the line, don't touch, don't ask too many questions. I know the contract terms by heart. Hearing her recite it so smoothly, Su Cheng's heart grew more flustered. The more fluently she recited it, the more he felt this wasn't a joke. Especially when she said, don't cross the line. She deliberately glanced at him. Su Cheng remained outwardly indifferent, just stuffing the bottle into his pocket. You'd better mean what you say. Guyao nodded. I'm very trustworthy. Su Cheng didn't reply. Yesterday, she said the same thing. Then in the next moment, she had stuffed the limited-time boyfriend experience card into his life. The wind from the lake blew across the water, carrying a hint of moisture. As soon as Su Cheng got close, he instinctively raised a hand to press down the hair on his forehead, while his other hand pushed up his large black-rimmed glasses. The movement was quick, too quick for an ordinary person to notice. But Guyao noticed. She didn't ask immediately, just slowed her pace by half a step to walk alongside him. After walking a short distance, she spoke, as if making casual conversation. Are you really afraid of the wind? Su Cheng's heart skipped a beat, but his face remained still. Normal people don't like messy hair. Guyao looked at his nest of hair, and was silent for 2 seconds. Su Cheng turned his head. What do you want to say? Guyao was trying hard to suppress a laugh. I was thinking it's already so messy, what more could the wind do? Su Cheng. This person really couldn't go a day without annoying him. He said coldly, it's a style. Oh, Guyao nodded. Then your style has a lot of vitality. Guyao. Present. She answered too quickly, and Su Cheng's next words got stuck. Seeing him choked up, Guyao laughed, her shoulders shaking gently. After laughing, she naturally moved half a step to the outside. Not far away, 2 girls holding phones approached from the opposite direction. They clearly recognized Guyao, and also glanced towards Su Cheng. Guyao raised the flyer in her hand to block their view, turning sideways to greet them. You guys are taking this path too? Distracted by her, the 2 girls' attention immediately shifted to her, asking with a smile if the forum rumors were true. Guyao replied with a grin, they're fake, we just had hot pot together. Su Cheng doesn't like trouble, don't take his picture, he'll get all bristly. One of the girls laughed out loud. He really gets bristly? Guyao thought for a moment, and said seriously, he does, but he doesn't bite. Su Cheng stood nearby, his face darkening a little. Outwardly cold, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She had blocked them again, and she did it with a joke. After the 2 girls walked away, Su Cheng looked at her. When did I get bristly? Guyao tilted her head. Just now. That was a normal reaction. A normal reaction is looking like you want to throw me in the lake. You deserve it. Guyao burst out laughing. So would you be willing to? Su Cheng's steps faltered. The question was too natural, like a casual tease, yet also like a deliberately set trap. His heart suddenly panicked. Willing? Why was he even thinking about this? Of course he would be willing. No, if he actually threw her in the lake, he'd have to fish her out. If she caught a cold from falling in, Guchun might drown him in the lake too. Even worse, why was he already planning the consequences of her falling in the lake? Outwardly, Su Cheng gave her a cold look, his raspy voice steady, as if nothing was wrong. You can try. Guyao watched his ears slowly turn red, her eyes crinkling with even more delight. Su Cheng, you're really easy to tease. I'm not a toy. I know. Guyao didn't continue the joke this time, her voice softening a little. That's why I don't let others tease you. Su Cheng was stunned. As if afraid he might misunderstand, Guyao added, those people on the forum don't count. They only care about the spectacle, they have no idea who you really are. Su Cheng's grip on the water bottle tightened. Did she know? Of course she didn't. She didn't know he had to bind his chest at night, that his raspy voice was fake, that behind the large black-rimmed glasses wasn't a clean-cut boy, but a face he himself dared not look at too closely. But she said that sentence too seriously. So seriously that for a moment Su Cheng almost wanted to ask her, "Then what kind of person do you think I am?" The words reached his lips, but he forcefully suppressed them. He couldn't ask. Asking would mean losing. He said coldly, "You've only known me for a few days." Gu Yao counted on her fingers. Advanced math class, the physical fitness test, the bathroom, entrance, the club recruitment fair, hot pot, the forum, the lakeside. By normal classmate progress, we've known each other for a long time. Su Cheng, did you learn this time calculation method from Wu Hao? He's not as smart as me. That's true. Gu Yao's eyes crinkled with laughter. See, you think him smart too. I just think Wu Hao isn't smart. Indirectly praising me. Forced interpretation. The two bickered, all the way the atmosphere much lighter than Su Cheng had imagined. There was a row of benches by the lake, and the spot they had sat on yesterday was empty. Gu Yao walked over and patted the seat beside her. Sit for 2 minutes. I just blocked a wave of photos for you, I need a break. Su Cheng stood still. Didn't you just say you were escorting me in? Even an escort gets a break. You have a lot of demands for an escort. And the customer is quite hard to please. Gu Yao looked up at him smiling. Sit down. I won't touch your glasses, I won't ask about Miss Su. Today is all about peace. Su Cheng stared at her for 2 seconds. She said it too smoothly, which made him even more uneasy. But he sat down anyway. The reason was simple. If he didn't sit, Gu Yao might keep talking. They sat with a little distance between them. As soon as he sat down, Su Cheng immediately pushed his hair forward and adjusted his glasses. As soon as he finished the action, he found Gu Yao watching him. Su Cheng's heart tightened, his face cold. What now? Gu Yao rested her chin on her hand. You push up your glasses whenever you're nervous. Su Cheng. How did she even notice that? Outwardly he remained as steady as ever. My glasses were slipping. Gu Yao smiled. They certainly pick their moments to slip. Su Cheng put the water bottle aside. Are you here to escort me today, or to study me? Incidentally. Gu Yao said, I have to find something to do during the escort. Su Cheng sneered. You're very dedicated. Gu Yao looked at him, and suddenly became a little serious. Actually, I'm not trying to study you. I just think sometimes you're clearly scared, but you pretend to be fierce. Su Cheng's heart was struck. Outwardly cold, his inner thoughts were in turmoil. She saw through him. How much did she see? Impossible. At most she saw he was afraid of being photographed, afraid of Gu Chen, afraid of the forum. She couldn't possibly know the core issue. Su Cheng shifted his gaze to the lake's surface, his voice stiff. Who's scared? Gu Yao said softly, You're being stubborn again. I'm always like this. Gu Yao smiled. That's why I find you so interesting. Su Cheng didn't speak. He was afraid that if he opened his mouth, his raspy voice would betray his unease. Gu Yao didn't press him. She just shook her water bottle and changed the subject. Are you going back to the dorm this afternoon? What else? The library? No. The cafeteria? Just ate. So you're just going to walk back to the dorm with that cold face and get interrogated by Wu Hao and the others? Su Cheng was silent for a moment. That was highly likely. Wu Hao had already started looking at him this morning with an expression that screamed, Godfather, what stage are you and Gu Yao at? When he got back to the dorm, and they saw him returning from the lakeside with Gu Yao, the guy's dorm might just hold a trial tonight. Seeing his silence, Gu Yao immediately understood. See, I told you you need an escort. Su Cheng glanced at her. Escort me to the guy's dorm building, and make me die even faster. Gu Yao thought seriously for a moment. Then he'll drop you off at the corner, and leave you with an innocent back view. Thanks for remembering the word innocent. I always do. Gu Yao paused, then smiled mischievously. But the forum doesn't. Su Cheng. She had won again. Just then Gu Yao's phone buzzed. She looked down at the message, her brows furrowing slightly. Su Cheng noticed the change in her expression and immediately asked who. Gu Yao tilted her phone slightly towards him. It was the senior from the basketball club. The message wasn't long. Gu Yao, are you free tonight? There were too many people yesterday, we didn't get to talk much. I'd like to invite you to dinner alone. Seeing the word alone, Su Cheng's brow furrowed instinctively. Gu Yao didn't reply immediately. She looked at Su Cheng first. What do you think I should say? Su Cheng's expression was indifferent. It's your own business. Gu Yao dragged out her words. But you're my 3-day limited time. Su Cheng turned to look at her. Gu Yao immediately corrected herself. Cooperation partner. Su Cheng averted his gaze. Say you're busy. Gu Yao lowered her head and typed busy. The other party replied quickly. How about tomorrow? Or I can wait for you at your teaching building. Su Cheng's expression turned a little colder. This guy was really annoying. Watching his expression, Gu Yao suddenly chuckled softly. Su Cheng, the face you're making right now really looks like a real boyfriend. Su Cheng's heart skipped a beat, but his face grew even colder. Gu Yao, if you keep talking nonsense, it'll end the cooperation right now. No. Gu Yao quickly raised her hands in surrender. I won't say it anymore. So how should I reply? Su Cheng reached out. Give me your phone. Gu Yao hesitated for a second, then handed him the phone. When Su Cheng took it, his fingers brushed against her fingertips. A very light touch. Gu Yao didn't move, but Su Cheng nearly dropped the phone. He steadied it with a blank expression, inwardly cursing himself. Why are you panicking? It was just a touch of the hand. You're more like a girl than she is. Why are you panicking? No, can't think like that. The more I think, the more confused I get. He lowered his head and typed quickly. Busy lately, and I don't want to eat alone. Please stop asking me out. After typing, he handed the phone back. Send it. Gu Yao looked at the line of text, her eyes slowly curving into crescents. So cold. As long as it works. Just like you. Su Cheng's ears started to heat up again. Are you sending it or not? Gu Yao smiled and pressed send. After the message was sent, there was no immediate reply from the other side. Gu Yao breathed a sigh of relief and put her phone away. Thanks. Su Cheng said coldly. It was nothing. Gu Yao looked at him and suddenly said, You're clearly good at helping people, so why do you always pretend you don't want to get involved? Su Cheng didn't look at her. Because it's troublesome. Then why did you help? Afraid you'd be even more troublesome. Gu Yao's eyes crinkled with laughter. I like that reason. Su Cheng thought she was too easily satisfied. Or perhaps she was just very good at interpreting every sentence in a flirtatious way. He stood up. Let's go. Gu Yao also stood up. So soon. If I sit any longer, Wu Hao will probably be sending out a missing person report. I can think of the title, Gu Yao said, walking beside him, her voice laced with laughter. Raspy-voiced male college student missing by the lake, suspected to have been lured away by a little fox. Su Cheng said coldly, delete the second half. Then change it to suspected voluntary. Gu Yao. Present. She answered too obediently, and Su Cheng was left speechless again. The two continued walking along the lake towards the men's dormitory. As they passed a patch of shade, a sudden gust of wind blew from the side. Gu Yao ducked her head, nearly dropping her water bottle. Su Cheng reached out, caught it, and handed it back. Hold it steady. Gu Yao took the bottle, looking at his hand, her gaze pausing for a moment. Su Cheng's hands were very nice. Long, slender fingers, clean skin, his knuckles lacking the roughness common in boys. When he had caught the bottle just now, his movement was fast yet gentle, as if afraid to touch her. The curiosity in Gu Yao's heart flared up a little more. She didn't call him out on it, just asked with a smile. Are you even afraid of being indebted when you catch something? Su Cheng immediately withdrew his hand, his tone cold. Afraid you'll drop it and make me pay for its emotional damages. A water bottle can't get emotional damages. You'd say it has psychological trauma. Gu Yao laughed out loud. You really understand me. Su Cheng felt another pang in his heart at her words. Understand her. Had only known her for a few days. But somehow the moment she opened her mouth, he could already guess what trap she was about to set next. This was very bad. As they neared the men's dormitory building, Gu Yao stopped. They'll drop you off here. Su Cheng glanced at the building, then back at her. Finally learn to keep your distance. Gu Yao nodded, leaving you with an innocent back view. Su Cheng was so annoyed, he almost laughed. He turned to leave, but Gu Yao suddenly called out to him. Su Cheng. What now? Gu Yao didn't immediately joke as she usually did. She stood under the tree holding her water bottle, her eyes a little quieter than before. If anyone ever takes pictures of you in the future, you can tell me directly. Su Cheng paused. Tell you for what? They'll block them for you. Gu Yao said it very naturally. The 3-day experience card isn't just for blocking romantic interests, it works for cameras too. Anyway, I have thick skin, am not afraid of being photographed. Su Cheng looked at her. The words were light and simple, yet they inexplicably softened something in his heart. Outwardly, he still wore that indifferent expression, only replying, You're quite proud of that. Gu Yao laughed. It's a strength. Su Cheng turned and walked towards the men's dormitory. After 2 steps, he paused. He didn't look back, just said in a low, raspy voice, Thanks. Then he immediately quickened his pace, as if afraid she might hear him clearly. Gu Yao stood there stunned for 2 seconds, then a smile slowly crept into the corners of her eyes. She had heard him. When Su Cheng went upstairs and entered the dorm room, he was immediately met by the 3 gossip-filled faces of Wu Hao and the others. Wu Hao spoke first. Godfather, you've returned with your innocence intact. Zhao Lei nodded in agreement. Your back view is innocent, but your ears aren't. Zhou Kai delivered the finishing blow. Did Gu Yao send you back again? Su Cheng tossed his backpack onto a chair, his face as cold as ice. She was just going the same way. Wu Hao looked at him. From the lake all the way to the men's dorm building. Zhao Lei, does classmate Gu live in the lake? Zhou Kai. Or is she a lakeside escort? Su Cheng. He really wanted to throw these 3 into the lake to cool off, right now. Chen Jiaming was sitting at his desk reading a book. He looked up at Su Cheng and suddenly said, Your hair is messy. Su Cheng's hand froze, and he immediately reached up to touch his hair. Wu Hao's eyes lit up. Godfather, why are you nervous? Su Cheng stopped his movement. Damn. Had fallen for it. Chen Jiaming closed his book, his tone calm. I was just saying it casually. Su Cheng. This dorm room was really beyond saving. Meanwhile, under the tree shadows downstairs, Gu Yao hadn't left yet. She looked down at the new message from the basketball club senior on her phone. Gu Yao, is there someone you like? Gu Yao looked at the sentence, her fingers pausing. She had initially planned to reply directly with no. But then the image of Su Cheng standing by the lake flashed through her mind. His cold face, his stubborn words pretending to be calm, even when he was clearly nervous. When the wind blew his messy hair away from his forehead, that glimpse of a beautiful contour under his glasses flashed by like a deeply hidden secret. Gu Yao bit her straw and suddenly smiled. She didn't answer directly. She only sent one sentence. You guess. After sending the message, she tucked her phone back into her pocket and looked up at the men's dormitory building. She didn't know which window was Su Cheng's, but she suddenly felt that these 3 days might really be more interesting than she had imagined. On the other, in the basketball club senior quickly replied, he'll come find you tomorrow. I want to get to know him too. Gu Yao's steps faltered. She looked down at the line of text and slowly blinked. Oh no. It seemed she had caused Su Cheng more trouble again. As Su Cheng set down his backpack, Wu Hao poked his head out from the bedside, his gaze scrutinizing like an interrogator. Godfather, come clean. Su Cheng paused mid-motion, his expression aloof. About what? Wu Hao said with feigned distress. You went out alone, and Gu Yao brought you back. After you returned, your ears were still red. And you claim it was just on the way. Do you think the 4 of us in this dorm look like fools? Zhao Lei looked up. Don't include me, I don't. Zhou Kai immediately chimed in. Neither do I just love gossip. Chun Jiaming sat at the desk turning a page of his book and casually added, but this gossip is indeed ripe. Su Cheng. He felt this dorm was no longer livable. Outwardly, he placed his water bottle on the table, his tone flat, as if nothing had happened. She was worried someone might still be taking sneak shots on the forum, so she walked me from the lake back to the building. It was completely normal, nothing like what you're imagining. Wu Hao looked incredulous. Completely normal. Then why were your ears red? Su Cheng pulled out a chair and sat down casually, picking up a calculus book. The wind did it. Zhao Lei glanced out the window. There's hardly any wind today. By the lake there is. Zhou Kai said faintly. The lake wind only blows on your ears, not your face. Su Cheng looked up at him. Zhou Kai immediately lowered his head. He'll shut up. Su Cheng kept his composure on the surface, but inside, he was anything but steady. Gu Yao's words, "I'll block for you," were still echoing in his mind. She said it so naturally, as if blocking the cameras, the forum, and others' gazes for him was just a casual favor. But the more she did that, the more flustered Su Cheng became. Was she acting, or was she serious? If it was an act, why was she so meticulous? And if she was serious, which Su Cheng was she serious about? This male college student with messy hair, thick black-rimmed glasses, and a raspy voice, or the other shadow she occasionally glimpsed in the wind? No, he couldn't think about it anymore. If he kept going, he would only confuse himself. Wu Hao suddenly leaned and, noticing his page hadn't turned for a while, and immediately clicked his tongue. Godfather, you're looking at calculus like it's a love letter. Su Cheng's eyelid twitched. Do you want me to write you into a practice problem? Wu Hao quickly shrank back. No need, I'm not worthy. Just as Su Cheng was about to pretend to study seriously, his phone vibrated. He looked down and saw a message from Gu Yao. Gu Yao, something's wrong. Su Cheng's heart skipped a beat, and the coldness on his face nearly cracked. He instinctively sat up straight. Wu Hao's eyes were sharp. Who is it? Su Cheng flipped his phone over. Scam. Zhao Lei sneered. Every time you say it's a scam, your ears turn red. Su Cheng ignored them, grabbed his phone, and went to the balcony. The wind outside was light, the sky had darkened a bit, and someone was cycling past the dorm building. Su Cheng closed the balcony door and opened the chat. Su Cheng, what's up? Gu Yao, that senior from the basketball club, said he wants to see you tomorrow. Su Cheng stared at the message, his brow furrowing slowly. Su Cheng, why does he want to see me? Gu Yao, he said he wants to get to know the person I like. Su Cheng. He nearly crushed his phone. The person I like. Those 4 words were even more terrifying than boyfriend. Su Cheng typed quickly. Su Cheng, what did you tell him? Gu Yao, I didn't say you were the person I like. Su Cheng had just breathed a sigh of relief when Gu Yao's next message popped up. Gu Yao, I just said you guess. Su Cheng. He paused for a few seconds and closed his eyes. This little fox, Gu Yao, really knew how to send someone to the gallows. Su Cheng, what's the difference between that and admitting it? Gu Yao, a huge difference. I didn't say it outright. Su Cheng, if he comes to find me tomorrow, you'll explain. Gu Yao, that's why I'm asking for backup in advance. Su Cheng denied. Gu Yao, the client doesn't accept the denial. Su Cheng, I'm resigning right now. Gu Yao, it hasn't been 3 days. Resignation is invalid. Su Cheng stared at the screen, so angry he wanted to laugh. Who had made this agreement anyway? Why was he always the one getting screwed with the right of interpretation still in Gu Yao's hands? Gu Yao sent another message. Gu Yao, don't be mad. I already told him you're busy. But he said that after club training tomorrow, he'll come by the teaching building, and if he runs into you, just say hi. Su Cheng rubbed his temples in frustration. Run into him. This school was only so big. If the other party really wanted to meet, they could meet anywhere. Gu Yao, how about we take the path by the lake tomorrow afternoon? There are fewer people there, he might not find us. Su Cheng's heart skipped a beat at the word lake. Safe by the lake. From the perspective of the forum and the senior, perhaps it was safe. From the perspective of his disguise, it was downright dangerous. But compared to being scrutinized face-to-face by the basketball club senior, as the person she likes, the lake suddenly didn't seem so dangerous. Su Cheng, 10 minutes. Gu Yao replied almost instantly. Gu Yao, deal. Su Cheng stared at that exclamation mark, and the ominous feeling in his heart grew heavier. Every time Gu Yao replied with deal, nothing good followed. The next afternoon, Su Cheng just wanted to go straight back to the dorm after class. But as soon as he walked out of the classroom, Gu Yao was already standing at the end of the hallway holding books. She was wearing a light blue coat today, her hair loosely tied up. When she saw him come out, her eyes immediately lit up. Su Cheng paused in his steps, and Wu Hao behind him bumped into his back. Godfather, why did you break so suddenly? Zhao Lei followed his gaze and showed a knowing expression. Well, the client is here. Zhou Kai lowered his voice. And she came to pick him up herself. Su Cheng didn't turn his head. You three shut up. Gu Yao walked over, glanced at the people behind Su Cheng, and smiled. Hello, everyone. Wu Hao immediately stood up straight. Hello, classmate Gu. Zhao Lei coughed. Are you here to see Su Cheng again? Gu Yao nodded naturally. Yeah, I need to borrow your godfather. Wu Hao's eyes lit up instantly. For how long? Su Cheng turned to look at him, his gaze dangerous. But Gu Yao thought seriously for a moment. 10 to 20 minutes, depending on whether we run into trouble on the way. Zhou Kai muttered under his breath. That sounds more like the duration of a date. Su Cheng, Zhou Kai. Zhou Kai immediately raised his hands. I didn't say anything. Chen Jiuming looked at Gu Yao, then at Su Cheng, and said calmly, be careful on the way. The words sounded ordinary, but Su Cheng felt that Mingzi had already seen through something. He kept his composure on the surface, but his heart began to flutter again. Gu Yao, however, smiled and nodded. Don't worry, you'll make sure he gets back safely. Wu Hao slapped his thigh. Why does that line sound like a daycare center? Zhao Lei added, classmate Su Cheng, after school you are to be picked up and dropped off by classmate Gu Yao. Unable to take it anymore, Su Cheng grabbed his bag and walked out. Let's go. Gu Yao followed him, laughing happily. Why are you walking so fast? Are you shy? Su Cheng said coldly. I'm afraid if I slow down any more, Wu Hao will send me to kindergarten. No, he wouldn't. Gu Yao thought for a moment. At most, he'd put a little name tag on you. Su Cheng. How were these two coordinating with each other from a distance? After walking out of the teaching building, Gu Yao noticeably slowed down and looked around. Su Cheng noticed her movement and asked, is he here? Not yet. Gu Yao hugged her books tighter and said softly, but he just messaged me asking where I am. Oh, I didn't reply. Su Cheng frowned. If you don't reply, won't he still look for you? He will. Gu Yao sighed. That's why I came to you. Su Cheng felt a bit annoyed, not at Gu Yao, but at that senior. Just block him. Gu Yao blinked. That decisivity? Or what, keep him around for the new year? Gu Yao laughed out loud. You really sound like... She stopped mid-sentence. Su Cheng looked at her. Like what? Gu Yao's eyes curved. Like my brother. Su Cheng nearly stumbled. No, I don't. Gu Yao was amused by his reaction. Why are you so nervous? My brother isn't here. Su Cheng sneered inwardly. Even if your brother isn't here, it's scary enough. Just hearing the name Gu Chun now made him instinctively want to run. Gu Yao, seeing his subtle expression, lowered her voice. Are you really that afraid of my brother? Su Cheng remained aloof on the surface. I'm afraid of trouble. But my brother isn't just someone who brings you trouble. Right, Su Cheng said. He also investigates people. Gu Yao was choked by his words, then laughed. I can't argue with that. When they reached the path by the lake, the wind blew off the water. This time Su Cheng was prepared in advance. He raised his hand to hold down his hair and pushed his glasses up. After finishing the action, he even felt a bit stiff. It was too obvious. Gu Yao saw it, but didn't laugh at him. She just shifted her books to the other side and walked to the outer position. It'll block the wind. Su Cheng glanced at her. Can you? Gu Yao stood a little straighter and said seriously, I can block a little bit. Su Cheng wanted to say she was too short to block much, but the words got stuck in his throat when he saw her standing earnestly in the wind's path. She wasn't actually short. It was just that when she stood beside him, she always liked to tilt her head up slightly to look at him, making her seem lively and soft. As soon as the word soft popped into Su Cheng's mind, he immediately scolded himself internally. What are you thinking? This is Gu Yao, the client, the source of trouble, the fake girlfriend who will automatically be dismissed in 3 days. Don't even think about it. Gu Yao had no idea about the turmoil in his mind, and continued. Actually, I thought about it yesterday. The people on the forum asking what makes you worthy, I think it's pretty boring. Su Cheng held down his hair and replied casually, they're just bored. They don't know you, Gu Yao said. You seem cold and have a sharp tongue, but you're not a bad person. At the hot pot gathering, even though you were afraid of being photographed, you didn't blame me. Yesterday, when that senior messaged, even though you found it troublesome, you still replied for me. Su Cheng showed no reaction on the surface, but her words stirred a turmoil inside him. She said he wasn't a bad person. It wasn't some earth-shattering compliment. But coming from Gu Yao's mouth, it inexplicably made his ears feel warm. He said coldly, "Don't give me a good guy card." Gu Yao was stunned for a moment, then laughed so hard her shoulders shook. "Sucheng, why are you so sensitive? I was just complimenting you. I don't need compliments." "Then what do you need?" "I need quiet." Gu Yao immediately fell silent, and even made a zipping motion across her lips with her hand. She walked quietly for about a dozen steps. Sucheng finally couldn't help but glance at her from the corner of his eye. Gu Yao was looking down, stepping on the shadows on the ground, as if she were really trying hard not to speak. Sucheng's heart grew even more unsettled. When she was quiet, she looked a little sweet. No, her quietness was also an act. Sure enough, the next second Gu Yao looked up and asked, "How was the quiet service?" "Sucheng." He knew it. "Bad review," Sucheng said. Gu Yao protested. "Why?" "Too short." "Then he'll do it again." "No need." Gu Yao laughed happily. As they approached the bench from yesterday, Gu Yao's phone suddenly vibrated. She looked down, and the smile on her face faded a little. Sucheng immediately asked, "Who is it?" Gu Yao showed him the screen. "Basketball club senior, I see you. By the lake, right? He'll come over to you." Sucheng's expression darkened. He looked into the distance and sure enough saw a tall, male student walking toward them from the other end of the path, holding a basketball club jacket. Gu Yao whispered, "I really didn't reply to him." Sucheng glanced at her. Her usual little fox smile was gone, replaced by a hint of annoyance and a touch of guilt, as if she was afraid Sucheng would think she had deliberately lured him there. Sucheng remained cold on the surface, but he didn't blame her inside. It was clearly the other party who was being too persistent. "Stand behind me," Sucheng said. Gu Yao was startled. "Huh?" Sucheng shoved his water bottle into her hands, his raspy voice flat. "Didn't you want me to block? Now stand still." Gu Yao looked at his profile, her eyes instantly sparkling, as if a string of little stars had popped out. "Classmate Sucheng, you looked so cool just now." Sucheng's heart pounded violently, but his face hardened even more. "Shut up, don't mess with my game." Gu Yao immediately obediently stood half a step behind him, nodding her little head. "Roger." The basketball club senior soon approached. He looked at Gu Yao first, then at Sucheng, and smiled with a hint of forced ease. "Gu Yao, so you're here. I thought you didn't see my message." Gu Yao smiled. "I just didn't have time to reply." The senior's gaze fell on Sucheng. "So this is Sucheng. I heard you guys had hot pot together yesterday. Oh, it's all over the forum." Sucheng looked at him, his raspy voice flat. "The forum also says I can fly. Do you believe that?" Gu Yao almost laughed out loud, and quickly took a sip of water to cover it. The senior's expression stiffened for a moment, then quickly recovered. "I was just joking. Don't take it personally." "I was just answering," Sucheng said. "Don't take it personally either." Gu Yao coughed softly behind him, as if suppressing a laugh. Seeing that Sucheng was hard to deal with, the senior turned directly to Gu Yao. "Gu Yao, I just wanted to talk to you. You don't have to keep hiding behind someone else, do you?" Before Gu Yao could speak, Sucheng cut in. "She said she's busy. Do you have to keep chasing after her?" The words weren't heavy, but they were direct. The senior's face finally showed a crack. "Classmate Sucheng, I'm talking to Gu Yao. It doesn't have much to do with you, does it?" Sucheng raised an eyebrow, his tone calm, but forceful. "Who says it doesn't have much to do with me?" The senior was taken aback. Sucheng took half a step forward, blocking Gu Yao more completely, without making a fuss. "Weren't you always wanting to meet the person she likes?" "Well, now you have." The senior frowned. "What do you mean?" Sucheng looked at him, his voice low, but crystal clear. "I'm her boyfriend." The air fell silent instantly. Gu Yao's eyes widened in shock. The senior was also stunned. Sucheng's expression was indifferent, but his boyfriend aura was overwhelmingly strong. "So she doesn't want to talk. You can leave now." Gu Yao stood behind him, hugging the water bottle, completely frozen for a second. The next moment her eyes practically sparkled with little stars. "Boyfriend?" Even though it was fake. But the way he said it was just too cool. The senior's face changed. "You too. Got a problem?" Sucheng countered. The senior was choked, speechless. Gu Yao finally snapped out of it, and immediately poked half her head out from behind, Sucheng nodding like a chick pecking at rice. "Yeah, so you don't need to get to know him." The senior. Now even the last shred of hope was gone. He glared at Gu Yao darkly. "Do you have to be so harsh?" Gu Yao blinked. "If I'm not harsh enough, you won't understand." Sucheng almost laughed out loud. That was so Gu Yao. The senior looked at the two of them, and finally let out a cold laugh. "Fine. I won't bother you." He turned and walked a few steps, then looked back at Sucheng, his tone laced with resentment. "But the forum wasn't wrong. I am curious. What makes you worthy?" Gu Yao frowned. But Sucheng smiled first. The raspy voice paired with that smile sounded incredibly provocative. "Because she wants me to." The air was silent for a moment. Gu Yao snapped her head up to look at him. Sucheng only realized how ambiguous his words were after he said them. He remained calm on the surface, as if nothing had happened, but inside, he was in complete chaos. "What did I just say? Because she wants me to. Isn't that a fake boyfriend line?" No, how did my mouth move faster than my brain? Gu Yao looked at him, her eyes shining brightly, the little stars inside barely contained. The senior's face grew even uglier, and in the end he said nothing and walked away. Only after he had disappeared did Gu Yao slowly lean in. Classmate Su Cheng. Su Cheng immediately stepped back half a pace. Don't ask. Gu Yao held the water bottle looking at him with adoring eyes. I wasn't going to ask. Then what do you want? I wanted to say. Gu Yao's eyes curved. You were really super cool just now. Su Cheng's ears burned fiercely, but his face remained icy cold. Su Cheng's ears burned fiercely, yet his face remained ice cold. It's just lines. Gu Yao stood before him holding a water bottle, her eyes gleaming with an unnatural brightness. Lines depend on who says them. The way you said him her boyfriend just now, it didn't sound fake at all. Su Cheng's heart gave a sudden lurch, nearly causing his expression to crack. Not fake. He knew it wasn't. In that instant his mind hadn't even processed the thought before his mouth had already blurted it out. The basketball club senior's expression shifted, and Gu Yao stood frozen. Only then did he realize what he had said. But now admit it. Impossible. Su Cheng pushed up his glasses, his raspy voice steady as ever. You're overthinking it. Temporary collaboration, on-the-spot performance. Gu Yao hugged the water bottle to her chest, her shoulders trembling with a soft laugh. You performed quite well, especially that last line, because she's willing. I almost thought you were genuinely jealous. Gu Yao. Su Cheng stared at her coldly. If you keep talking nonsense, they'll terminate the collaboration right now. No, no, no. Gu Yao immediately raised one hand, the other still clutching the water bottle. They'll shut up. See, in being good. Su Cheng didn't believe a word of her exaggeratedly obedient expression. Gu Yao's goodness usually lasted only until the moment before her next sentence. Sure enough, 3 seconds later she added in a low voice, but you were really handsome just now. Su Cheng was speechless. He desperately wanted to shut her up, not out of anger, but out of fear that if she kept talking his ears would turn red beyond explanation. As if sensing his embarrassment, Gu Yao didn't press further this time. Instead, she took a few steps ahead along the lakeside path, then turned back and shook the water bottle at him. Come on, Mr. Boyfriend. Oh, I mean temporary collaboration partner, classmate. Su Cheng took a deep breath and followed. Can't you keep that form of address normal? How about calling you Su Cheng classmate? That works. Su Cheng classmate. What? Gu Yao's eyes curved. You were really handsome just now. Su Cheng paused mid-step. Without changing his expression, he turned and walked away. Gu Yao laughed so hard behind him, she almost couldn't catch up. All right, I won't say it again, really. The wind by the lake grew stronger. Willow branches swayed wildly, and the water's surface rippled with fine shimmering light. Su Cheng didn't walk fast, but every few steps he would subtly press down his hair. Gu Yao noticed, but didn't tease him as usual. Instead, she quietly walked on the outside, occasionally shielding him from the gazes that came from the other side of the path. With his peripheral vision, Su Cheng caught her movements, and his heart grew unsettled. When the senior had cornered her earlier, she could have simply pushed him forward as a shield and hidden behind him. But in the end, she had stepped up and clarified the situation herself. She wasn't someone who would only let him take the hit. She was also learning to take the hits together. That was what made Su Cheng most unable to resist. Gu Yao suddenly spoke. Thank you for earlier. Su Cheng pretended not to hear. What? I said thank you. Gu Yao turned to look at him. Even though you're a fake boyfriend, when you stepped up just now, I really did feel relieved. Su Cheng's heart felt as if something had gently brushed against it. Yet his voice remained cold. Don't say fake boyfriend so smoothly. Gu Yao smiled. Then shall I say business partner? Barely acceptable. Then business partner, why did you help me? Su Cheng stared at the path ahead, his tone flat. He was annoying. Gu Yao pressed. Just because he was annoying. What else? Gu Yao didn't answer immediately. She studied him for a few seconds, then let out a soft laugh. I thought you might say because I'm your 3-day trial client. Even a client shouldn't be cornered by just anyone. So you still care about me? Su Cheng almost fell in her trap, but quickly regained his cool tone. I care about contract risk. Gu Yao nodded seriously. Got it. I'm an asset. At best, you're a liability. Su Cheng. Gu Yao puffed up her cheeks in mock anger. Su Cheng felt a strange sense of satisfaction seeing her finally stumped. But the next second he felt childish. He was actually starting to care whether Gu Yao was stumped by him. This was bad. This 3-day contract was seriously affecting his mental state. The two of them walked to the wooden boardwalk by the lake. This spot was closer to the water than the previous stretch, and the wind was more pronounced. Gu Yao was about to continue forward when she suddenly heard the laughter of a child behind her. A little boy came running out from a side path chasing a paper airplane, followed by a girl shouting, "Don't run so fast." The wind caught the paper airplane and sent it floating straight toward Gu Yao. She instinctively reached out to catch it, but the water bottle tucked in her arm nearly slipped. Her body tilted, her foot caught the edge of the wooden boardwalk, and she wobbled. Gu Yao. Su Cheng's reflexes were faster than his mind. He grabbed her wrist and pulled her back. She collided with him, stopping half a step in front of him. She steadied herself, but Su Cheng's movements were too hasty. His other hand instinctively rose to block the wind, and his sleeve brushed against the frame of his glasses. The large black-rimmed glasses were knocked askew. In that instant, Su Cheng's heart exploded with panic. He immediately released her and reached to adjust his glasses. But the wind hadn't died down yet. A willow branch swept past, lightly catching his disheveled hair. As he raised his hand, the branch pulled at his hair, and the glasses slid another half-inch down his nose. Gu Yao saw it too, and instinctively reached out. "Your glasses, don't touch." Su Cheng's voice burst out, but it was too late. Gu Yao's fingertips met the frame, and his hand touched hers as well. Their hands collided, and the glasses were gently nudged, slipping off the bridge of his nose. The world fell silent for a moment. The glasses landed in Gu Yao's hand. Su Cheng's hand hung in midair. The wind from the lake blew across, sweeping away the messy hair that had been pressing against his forehead. The deliberately tousled mop of hair was half blown aside, revealing his complete features. Without the large black frames, the contours of his face became instantly clear. Gu Yao froze. She had only meant to help him adjust his glasses. Really just that. But now the glasses were in her hand. Su Cheng stood before her, hair tousled by the wind, the corners of his eyes flushed with panic, his lashes trembling slightly. That face, always hidden behind the messy hair and oversized glasses, seemed to emerge from a dull disguise. Stunning. Not just a boy's ordinary handsomeness. Not the hidden charm people on the forum talked about. It was a striking beauty that made one's heart clench. The wind blew strands of his hair across his cheek, revealing soft contours and fair skin that could no longer be concealed. In that moment, what Gu Yao saw was not the raspy-voiced, shabby-jacketed, perpetually poor college boy. She saw a beautiful sister. Beautiful. So beautiful that she forgot to speak. Su Cheng also forgot to move. His usual cold facade completely crumbled, leaving only a frantic scream inside his mind. It's over. Over. The glasses were gone. The hair was undone. She saw. How much did she see? No, the question was pointless. She was standing right in front of him. She was holding his glasses. Su Cheng reached out to grab them, his voice cracking with panic, the raspy tones leaking out in a desperate soft sound. "Give them back." Gu Yao seemed to snap back to reality at that sound. Her lashes fluttered. She didn't dodge or deliberately tease him. Numbly, she handed the glasses back. Su Cheng snatched them, fumbled to put them back on, and pushed his hair forward again. He moved quickly, but the faster he went, the more flustered he became. A few strands of hair pressed against the frame, making him look even more disheveled. Gu Yao watched him, her lips parting. Su Cheng. Su Cheng immediately stepped back, his face cold as ice, but his heart was shattering in panic. Nothing happened just now. Gu Yao blinked. That line was so typical of Su Cheng. Even though the glasses had just been returned from her hand, even though she had seen everything clearly, he still dared to say nothing happened. Gu Yao was still in shock, but his words almost made her laugh. But she didn't laugh, because she saw his hands trembling. Slightly. If she hadn't been so close, she wouldn't have noticed. This person who was always sharp-tongued, cold-faced, and able to talk back to anyone was genuinely panicked now. Gu Yao stifled her smile. Looking at him, she spoke softly, "Don't be afraid." Su Cheng was taken aback. He had already prepared a list of excuses. Nearsightedness, the angle, the wind, an illusion. You saw wrong. But Gu Yao didn't ask, "Why do you look like this?" Or, "Are you a girl?" She didn't even exclaim loudly. She just said, "Don't be afraid." Su Cheng's heart grew even more chaotic. He would have preferred her to tease him as usual, grinning and asking if he had unlocked his seal. Then he could have coldly snapped back. But her soft words left him at a loss. The little boy ran over to pick up the paper airplane, completely unaware of the tension in the air. He looked up at Gu Yao and asked, "Sister, can I have the paper airplane?" Gu Yao looked down and saw the paper airplane had landed at her feet. She bent down to pick it up and handed it to him. "Here." The boy took it, then glanced at Su Cheng, blinking in confusion. "Is this sister going to play too?" The air froze. Su Cheng was speechless. Gu Yao was speechless. The girl behind the boy hurried over to apologize. I'm sorry, kids say the darndest things." Su Cheng had his large black frames back on and had messed up his hair again, but the glimpse from before hadn't fully faded. Being called out by the child, he stood frozen like a statue, his raspy voice almost forgotten. Gu Yao reacted quickly. She stepped forward, blocking Su Cheng, and smiled at the boy. "He's not playing. He's afraid of the wind." The boy murmured an "oh" and ran off with the paper airplane. The girl gave an apologetic smile and chased after him. Once they were gone, the lakeside fell silent again. Su Cheng's ears were burning red. He kept his face cold, his voice hard. "Kids talk nonsense." Gu Yao looked at him, her eyes still lingering on the scene from before. She nodded lightly. "Yeah, kids talk nonsense." Su Cheng breathed a sigh of relief. The next second, Gu Yao added in a low voice, but his eyes were pretty accurate. Su Cheng nearly choked. "Gu Yao." Gu Yao immediately raised her hands, but her gaze was softer than usual. "I won't say anything." And she truly didn't. That was scarier than her teasing. Su Cheng didn't know how to face her and turned to leave. But Gu Yao gently tugged at his sleeve. Not like before when she would deliberately pull on it to act cute. This time it was light, as if she feared he would really run away. Su Cheng. Su Cheng didn't turn around, his raspy voice taut. Let go. Gu Yao didn't let go, but her voice grew softer. I won't tell anyone. Su Cheng's fingers slowly clenched. The lake wind blew, and behind his glasses his eyes were still a little red. Gu Yao looked at his profile, and finally spoke the words she had been holding back. You weren't just like a girl just now. Su Cheng's heart sank. Gu Yao paused, her voice so low only the two of them could hear. You are a beautiful sister. Su Cheng stood frozen in place. The large black frames were back on his face, and his hair was messed up again, but the disguise felt as if Gu Yao had already lifted it once. Putting it back on didn't make it the same. On the surface, he still wanted to keep a cold face to say she saw wrong, that the kid was talking nonsense, that the wind was too strong. But when the words reached his lips, he couldn't utter a single syllable. Gu Yao didn't press further. She simply let go of his sleeve and stepped back half a pace, giving him some distance. I want to ask why. Su Cheng slowly turned to look at her. Gu Yao smiled at him. A different smile from her usual sly fox grin. Her eyes were still bright, but there was no mockery in them, only barely concealed surprise and a touch of carefulness. But Su Cheng don't always hide from the wind alone. Su Cheng's heart felt as if something had struck it. He opened his mouth, finally finding his raspy voice. You didn't see anything today? Gu Yao nodded obediently. Okay. Su Cheng stared at her. Gu Yao added, I saw nothing. She said it too obediently. So obediently that it made Su Cheng even more unsettled. Sure enough, the next second her eyes curved and her voice was light, as if hiding a secret in a candy wrapper. I only saw a beautiful sister. Su Cheng was speechless. He turned and walked away. His pace was at least twice as fast as usual. Gu Yao followed behind, not chasing too closely nor calling out to him again. She simply watched Su Cheng's stiff, panicked back and slowly pressed her hand to her chest. It was beating a little fast. The forum had asked, what does a raspy-voiced college guy deserve? Gu Yao now suddenly felt that if those people had seen what just happened, they would probably forget how to even type the word deserve. She looked down at her hand. Those large black-rimmed glasses had really rested in her hand moments ago. And behind those glasses lay not just an ordinary secret. It was a beautiful sister. Still Su Cheng. Gu Yao pressed her lips together and then suddenly smiled. So softly that only the wind could hear. It's over. These 3 days really aren't enough anymore. My name is Gu Yao. Before transferring to this class, I always thought I had a pretty good read on people. I could tell at a glance who was genuinely warm, who was just putting on a polite facade, who truly wanted to be friends, and who was after my brother Gu Chun or the Gu family. After all, ever since I was young, many people had surrounded me. Some drawn to me as a person, others to the surname I carried. So on that first day of transferring into the class, I never imagined I would be captivated by a boy who seemed utterly ordinary. And he was truly ordinary. Messy hair, thick black-rimmed glasses, and old jacket, sitting in the back row against the wall, as if he were trying to vanish into the crowd. When others saw a new classmate, they'd at least glance up. But he just kept his head down, reading his notes, as if the person at the podium wasn't a transfer student, but a calculus problem he didn't want to solve. At the time, I thought this guy seems a bit cold. Later I realized he wasn't cold. He was nervous. Just nervous in a remarkably composed way, his surface demeanor as if the whole world owed him a couple of bucks. Su Cheng. He lifted his head and responded in a voice like sandpaper scraping glass, present. The entire class jolted awake. I did too. That voice was unmistakable, as if dredged from an old radio, still carrying a grating static. Several rows ahead and behind turned their heads, some stifled laughs, others looked surprised. The teacher even asked if he had a cold. He replied without changing his expression, born with it. I almost laughed then, not at his voice, but at his reaction. The whole class was staring at him, yet he held steady as if utterly unbothered. But I sat not far away and saw his fingers pause on the edge of his notebook. He wasn't unflustered. He was just very good at pretending. Later, when the calculus teacher called on him, he stood up to explain his reasoning. His voice was grating, but his logic was crystal clear. In that moment, I found him contradictory. He dressed to be inconspicuous, as if wishing no one would look at him, yet the moment he spoke, he drew everyone's attention. More intriguing was his calculus textbook. I spotted a strip of white. When he noticed me looking, he didn't panic. He just naturally slid the book closer to himself and pressed his left hand over the back cover. The motion was too steady, as if rehearsed. But the steadier it was, the more suspicious I found it. After class, I went over and asked, "What's that white strip in your book?" He looked at me, his expression calm. "A bookmark." I pressed, "But it looks like bandage to me." He immediately stuffed the book into his bag and said flatly in his raspy voice, "A poor man's bookmark. Multipurpose. Can also be used to bind a leg if needed." I couldn't help but laugh. How could someone deliver such nonsense with such a straight face? At that moment, I felt Su Cheng was like a cat whose tail was sticking out while it pretended to be perfectly hidden. You can't just grab his tail. He'll bristle. You have to pretend not to see and slowly coax him. This feeling was even more pronounced during PE class. He wore a long-sleeved jacket in 30-degree weather, claiming he was afraid of the sun. During the standing long jump, he clearly held back. For the 1,000-meter run, he kept pace with Wu Hao, as if deliberately controlling his speed. At the final sprint, he still had energy left, but leaned on the railing immediately after crossing the finish line, feigning exhaustion. Others might not have noticed, but I did. His steps were light. Not the heavy thud of an ordinary boy running, but as if wind were lifting his soles. Yet he seemed afraid of being discovered, deliberately waiting his landings to seem clumsier. This was even stranger. Why would anyone try to appear ordinary? If it stemmed from insecurity, he wouldn't have been so steady answering calculus questions. If he wanted to avoid the spotlight, why did he always handle things so well at critical moments? Later he went to the restroom near the sports field. I was just passing by to buy water. While I can't entirely claim it was just passing by, I admit I was curious. When he came out, his face was pale, and the back of his jacket was slightly bunched up. I pointed it out, and he froze instantly, as if someone had stepped on his tail. At that moment, I was even more certain he was hiding a secret. But I didn't press further. Not because I wasn't curious. I was intensely curious. It was just that his expression, panicked yet stubbornly defiant, made it hard to push him too far. I offered to buy him water. He refused, saying he didn't want to owe anyone a favor. I told him to pay me, and he actually pulled out 3 yuan and seriously asked for 50 cents in change. I nearly dropped the bottle from laughing. Su Cheng was truly strange. Sometimes he seemed like someone who drew clear boundaries, retreating the moment anyone got close. Yet he wasn't cold. For instance, when that senior from the basketball club kept bothering me, I just tugged his sleeve and whispered, "Can I borrow you as my boyfriend for a moment?" He clearly wanted to refuse, but he still stepped in front of me. He never actually claimed to be my boyfriend. I could tell. He tried hard to avoid that term, grumbling about the trouble while still shielding me. He said, "Didn't you hear her say she's busy tonight?" His raspy voice sounded fierce. But at that moment, I suddenly felt he was quite reliable. Not the kind who says sweet words, but the kind who complains while his body moves to protect you first. Later he turned the tables on me, saying I had to go to the library with him to study calculus that evening. I almost couldn't find a retort. In that instant, I realized Su Cheng wasn't just someone to be teased. He could strike back, and quite accurately. I felt a bit happy then, because he wasn't completely led by me. He would bristle, talk back, counterattack, and even leave me speechless. That made it more fun. But what surprised me most was when he first called my name. Before, he always called me classmate Gu, as if deliberately keeping distance. But that day when I teased him too much, he suddenly shouted Gu Yao. I instinctively replied present. He was stunned, and so was I. Actually, I felt a little happy inside, because he finally remembered my name. Of course I knew he would claim it was because I was too annoying. But that's fine. Being remembered is better than being treated like an ordinary transfer student. Later the forum started buzzing about us. Why does that raspy-voiced guy deserve to eat hot pot with Gu Yao? When I saw that title, my first reaction was to laugh, but then I felt a bit uncomfortable. They asked what qualified him. But did Su Cheng need any qualification? He helped me out of trouble, stood up for me, and when someone tried to photograph me, his first instinct was to dodge, not wanting to drag me into it. Others saw a messy-haired guy in thick glasses with a grating voice. I saw someone who wanted to escape, but forced himself to hold on. I knew he was terrified of being photographed. Afraid of the forum, the camera, the wind, people getting too close. So after class that day, when I saw someone waiting at the classroom door to snap a picture of him, I went out first to block them. I'm not sure why I did it so naturally. By the time I realized, I was already standing on the outside, pretending to chat with a girl, blocking their lenses. As he slipped out through the back door, he glanced back at me. It was a fleeting look, but I saw it. I suddenly felt that this bristly cat wasn't so hard to soothe. Later that day by the lake, the wind was strong. I knew he feared the wind. Every time he approached the lake, he instinctively pressed down his hair and adjusted his glasses, as if afraid the wind would blow something open. I initially thought he just worried about his hairstyle, but later I learned it wasn't that. It was a secret. That day his glasses fell off. The wind blew his hair, scattering the messy nest for a moment, revealing the features hidden behind the large black frames for so long. Looking back now, that moment still feels like a slow-motion scene from a movie. He stood by the lake, his face pale, the corners of his eyes flushed red from the wind. Without the large black frames, that face was so beautiful I forgot to speak. It wasn't mere delicacy or the ambiguous handsomeness of a feminine male face. It was a clean, stunning beauty that made my heart skip a beat. A nearby child asked, "Is this big sister going to play too?" Su Cheng froze completely. I froze too. At that moment, I finally understood many things. Why he wore such large glasses. Why he always messed up his hair. Why he always wore loose clothes. Why he was so afraid of cameras. Why when others got close, he wasn't impatient, but genuinely afraid of being seen. It wasn't simply a desire to keep a low profile. He was hiding himself. I had so many questions. Who are you? Why do you pretend like this? Are you connected to that Miss Su at the wedding? Did something happen to you? But seeing him on the verge of shattering with panic, yet stubbornly refusing to retreat, I couldn't bring myself to ask a single question. He picked up his glasses, his fingers tightening. I knew that if I pressed him, then he would only panic more. He might make up more excuses, or simply turn and run, never letting me close again. I didn't want that. So I just looked at him, trying to keep my voice light. Cheng. He looked up, his whole body tense. I said I didn't see anything today. He said he didn't believe me. I could understand. If I were him, I wouldn't easily trust anyone either. So I said it again, really. All I saw was that the wind was a bit strong by the lake. He said, Guyao, you'd better really not have seen anything. I nodded. But deep down I knew. I did see. I saw a beautiful lady. And I saw a Cheng who desperately hid himself. I would keep both secrets. Because I suddenly felt that if a secret is taken away, it hurts. But if someone is willing to help you hide it, maybe it becomes less unbearable. So after that day, I made myself a little fox confidentiality agreement. Rule 1, don't ask Cheng about things he doesn't want to talk about. Rule 2, when the wind is strong, help block it for him. Rule 3, if someone tries to photograph him, block the lens first. Rule 4, when he talks tough, don't call him out immediately, go along with him first. Rule 5, the nickname beautiful lady stays in my head for now. Of course, Cheng must never see this. Otherwise he'll surely scold me in that raspy voice, Gu Yao, do you want to die? But that's fine. Even when he's fierce, he's not that scary. At least not to me. Because I know he's just hiding inside a very hard shell. And now I've already seen a glimmer of light shining through from beneath that shell. Cheng walked all the way from the lakeside back to the male dormitory, building his pace as swift as if a dog were nipping at his heels. No, even more terrifying than a dog. A dog he could outrun, but Gu Yao's words, I only saw a beautiful big sister, chased after him, leaving his legs weak. The evening breeze brushed through the tree-lined path, leaves rustling, casting his elongated shadow under the streetlights. Normally, he might have spared a glance at the scenery, but today his mind was utterly consumed replaying the events by the lake on an endless loop. Especially Gu Yao's expression at that moment. Shock, bewilderment, disbelief. Then came those words that made him want to leap into the lake on the spot. Beautiful big sister. At the thought, Cheng quickened his pace. Entering the dorm building, he pressed one hand against his large black-rimmed glasses, while the other clamped down on his disheveled bangs. Two guys carrying basketballs paused at the entrance, startled by his head-down rush. Cheng, why the rush? Without lifting his head, Cheng's gruff voice rasped like sandpaper, in a hurry to die. The guy was left speechless while his companion burst out laughing. Cheng paid them no mind. A single thought dominated his mind: return to the dorm, shut the door, calm down, wash his face, and delete everything that happened by the lake today from the world. If deletion was impossible, start with erasing it from Gu Yao's mind. But the problem was Gu Yao wasn't Wu Hao. Wu Hao could be bribed with a hot pot. Gu Yao could enjoy a hot pot while packing away his secrets. When Cheng pushed open the dorm door, Wu Hao was lying on his bed scrolling through the forum. Hearing the door, Wu Hao immediately popped half his body out from the bed, eyes gleaming like searchlights. Godfather, you're back. Where's classmate Gu? Cheng closed the door behind him, tossed his bag onto the chair, and replied coldly, what's she got to do with me? Wu Hao perked up at that. People who say that usually have a deep connection. Zhao Lei turned from his computer. And you always deny it whenever Gu Yao's mentioned. Zhou Kai rested his chin on his hand. The more you deny, the harder it is to shake off. Chen Jiaming, reading at the desk, looked up at Cheng without joining the teasing, only asking, why are you so pale? Cheng paused mid-motion. He quickly turned to grab his water cup, his tone flat. It's the wind. Wu Hao squinted. The wind by the lake's that fierce. Enough to turn your face pale, your ears red, and make you look like you've just been chased by a debt collector. Cheng took a sip of water and nearly choked. A debt collector? Gu Yao was far scarier than one now. A debt collector only wanted money. What Gu Yao held was his life. Cheng set down the cup and said icily, you're awfully talkative today. Wu Hao immediately shrank back. Okay, I'll shut up. 3 seconds later he whispered, but Godfather, you're really off. Cheng, unwilling to engage further, grabbed a towel and headed to the bathroom. Washing my face. Zhao Lei murmured from behind. Coming back from the lake just to wash your face. That plot's hard not to overthink. Cheng paused and turned to look at him. Zhao Lei immediately lowered his head. My bad. Cheng entered the bathroom and locked the door. The tap ran, cold water gushing down. He took off his glasses and stared at his reflection in the mirror. His messy hair, already tousled by the wind, had been further disheveled by his constant fussing. Yet even so, without the glasses to obscure it, the face in the mirror was undeniable. Clean features, a hint of redness at the corners of his eyes from nerves, and the wind skin, so pale it seemed out of place in a male dorm. Worse still, after all the teasing on the way back, the warmth at his ears hadn't faded at all. In the mirror, his fair earlobes were tinged with a thin layer of crimson spreading to his cheeks in a faint blush, as if brushed by the evening glow. Cheng stared at his reflection for 2 seconds, his expression souring. He quickly put his glasses back on. He couldn't look. The more he did, the less he recognized himself. No, this was who he was now. That realization was even more headache-inducing than Gu Yao's beautiful big sister. Su Cheng buried his face in the cold water, scrubbing hard twice, trying to wash away the image from his mind. His glasses falling into Gu Yao's hands. The wind blowing his hair back. Gu Yao standing before him frozen. And that passing child's question, is this big sister playing too? Su Cheng closed his eyes. Cold water dripped down his chin. His phone suddenly vibrated. Su Cheng's entire body stiffened. He knew who it was without looking. Drying his hands, he pulled out the phone. Gu Yao, did you make it to the dorm? Su Cheng stared at the screen, his fingers hesitating for a long moment. He finally replied with 2 words. Su Cheng, I'm here. Gu Yao responded almost instantly. Gu Yao, good. Su Cheng stared at those 3 words. Too calm. Not like her. Su Cheng, forget about today. Gu Yao, Su Cheng, what do you mean, Gu Yao, I've forgotten. Su Cheng stared at the line. Forgotten that quickly? Or hidden too fast? Su Cheng, you'd better have really forgotten. Gu Yao, really? Gu Yao, I saw nothing today. Su Cheng was about to put down the phone. Another message popped up. Gu Yao, just that the wind was a bit strong by the lake. Su Cheng, Gu Yao. Gu Yao, present. Su Cheng stared at that word. Gu Yao, I saw nothing today. Gu Yao, and you said nothing. Su Cheng, it better be. Gu Yao, then why are you nervous? Su Cheng's fingers stopped. A few seconds later. Su Cheng, who's nervous? Gu Yao, oh. Gu Yao, should I tell Gu Chen then? Su Cheng replied almost instantly. Su Cheng, don't you dare. The chat fell silent for a moment. Gu Yao, got it. Gu Yao, I saw nothing. Gu Yao, and Gu Chen will see nothing too. Su Cheng stared at the screen, not typing for a long time. He simply flipped the phone face down on the sink, messed up his hair again, and checked his glasses. Only after confirming he looked like the same sloppy, unremarkable guy did he push the door open. Wu Hao immediately sat up in bed. Godfather, you washed your face for 10 minutes. Su Cheng, you timed it. Caring about a roommate's health. You care about forum updates more. Wu Hao gave an awkward grin. And that? Zhou Kai raised his phone. The forums cooled down a bit, but someone said they saw you and Gu Yao coming back from the lake. Su Cheng's fingers tightened. Any photos? No photos, Zhou Kai quickly said. Just one line, no proof, no one believes it. Su Cheng relaxed slightly. The next second Zhou Kai added, but someone replied saying Gu Yao seemed to block the camera for you today. Wu Hao immediately leaned in. Really? Classmate Gus that protective of you. Zhao Lei clicked his tongue. Godfather, your hot pot debt's piling up. Su Cheng sat back in his chair, expression cool. She just didn't want trouble. Wu Hao squinted. What trouble, eh? Su Cheng picked up his calculus book and opened it. She's afraid the forum will keep spreading rumors. Then why only block for you? Because the rumors are about me. Wu Hao paused, thinking it over, and found it oddly reasonable. Zhao Lei wasn't buying it. Then why are you blushing? Su Cheng didn't even lift his eyes. It's hot. You just said it was the wind. Cold first, then hot. Problem. Zhao Lei. Chun Jiaming suddenly spoke. What does Gu Yao know? The dorm fell silent for a moment. Su Cheng's hand froze on the book. Wu Hao and Zhao Lei didn't catch it, but Zhou Kai looked up sharply. Su Cheng slowly raised his eyes to meet Chun Jiaming's. Chun Jiaming's expression was calm. You weren't panicked about the forum. The forum was up this morning. You only got like this when you came back. Su Cheng closed the book. She knows I don't like being photographed. Chun Jiaming looked at him. That's all. Su Cheng met his gaze. What else could there be? The air paused for 2 seconds. Chun Jiaming nodded. Then let her know as little as possible. Su Cheng didn't respond. Wu Hao, oblivious to the tension, resumed his antics. Godfather, why don't you ask classmate Gu to put out a statement? Say you're just ordinary friends. Zhao Lei sneered. If she does, it'll look even more real. Zhou Kai nodded. I've got the headline, Gu Yao personally shields him, allegedly confirmed. Wu Hao gasped. So don't release one. Zhao Lei, not releasing is as good as admitting. Wu Hao was silent for 2 seconds, then turned to Su Cheng. Godfather, you're doomed. Su Cheng said coldly. If you keep talking, you're doomed too. Wu Hao immediately pulled the covers over himself. I'm sleeping. The dorm finally quieted down a bit. Su Cheng picked up his pen, staring at the formulas in the book, but couldn't focus on a single word. His phone vibrated again. He looked down. Gu Yao, don't worry. Gu Yao, I won't tell anyone. Gu Yao, including my brother. Su Cheng's gaze darkened at the last 3 words. He replied instantly. Su Cheng, don't tell Gu Chen. Gu Yao, I know. Gu Yao, I'm not stupid. Su Cheng stared at that line. Another message came from Gu Yao. Gu Yao, but don't go to windy places alone anymore. Su Cheng, why? Gu Yao, the wind's too good at revealing secrets. Su Cheng, weren't you saying you saw nothing? Gu Yao, right. Gu Yao, I didn't see. Gu Yao, the wind did. Su Cheng stared at the screen. For a long time he didn't reply. Gu Yao didn't send anything else either. As if waiting. Or as if giving him an out. Su Cheng put the phone down. Wu Hao suddenly poked his head out from the covers. Godfather. Su Cheng, speak. Wu Hao said solemnly. Your phone screen lit up 5 times. You smiled twice. Su Cheng. Zhao Lei immediately looked up. I testify. The corners of your mouth moved. Zhou Kai. And your ears turned red. Chen Jiaming, not the wind this time. Su Cheng stood up expressionlessly. Wu Hao immediately shrank under the covers. Godfather, calm down. Su Cheng grabbed a pillow and hurled it at him. The dorm erupted in laughter. After the chaos, Su Cheng sat back, down, his fingers brushing against something in his pocket. It was the candy Gu Yao had shoved into his hand earlier. The wrapper was a bit crumpled from being handled. He stared at the candy for 2 seconds. In the end, he stuffed it into the deepest corner of his drawer, like hiding evidence. As lights out approached, Su Cheng thought the day could finally end. But his phone vibrated again. Gu Yao, good night, classmate Su Cheng. Su Cheng looked at the message. After a long pause, Su Cheng Gu Yao, your sounds cold. Su Cheng, then cover yourself with a blanket. Gu Yao was silent for a few seconds, then sent a sticker of a little fox laughing and rolling around. Gu Yao got it. Gu Yao, good night. Su Cheng flipped his phone over. The dorm had gone dark. Wu Hao turned over in bed mumbling something about hop hop buddy. Zhao Lei was gaming with headphones on. Zhou Kai secretly scrolling the forum, and Chen Jiaming's desk lamp was still on. Su Cheng lay in bed staring at the bunk above. Today should have been awful. The forum blew up, he was photographed teased exposed by the lake, and Gu Yao saw his secret. But as night fell he kept remembering another line. I won't tell anyone. Su Cheng turned over. A secret in someone else's hands was never a good thing. Yet somehow he believed those words. Why did he believe them? He couldn't quite explain it himself. Maybe because Gu Yao hadn't laughed at that moment. Maybe because she hadn't pressed for answers. Or perhaps knowing everything she had left the choice to him. Su Cheng pressed his arm against his forehead. Troublesome, he murmured in the darkness. He wasn't sure if he meant Gu Yao or himself. The next morning, as soon as Su Cheng got out of bed, his phone lit up again. Gu Yao, morning. Gu Yao, the wind's not strong today. Gu Yao, good for going out. Su Cheng stared at the screen, his face instantly darkening. Wu Hao groggily poked his head out. Godfather, who's that so early? Su Cheng flipped his phone over, his gruff voice cold. Weather forecast. Wu Hao, the forecast makes your ears red. Su Cheng grabbed the pillow. Wu Hao immediately lay flat, playing dead. His phone vibrated again. Gu Yao, don't worry, you'll pretend I saw nothing today too. Su Cheng looked at those words, his fingertips pausing. In the end, he didn't reply. When Su Cheng woke up the next morning, his first instinct wasn't to open his eyes. It was to reach for his glasses. His fingers brushed against the large black frames on the pillow, and only then did he slowly let out a breath of relief. They were still there. The incident by the lake yesterday had already left him with a psychological shadow. Now he felt that his glasses weren't just glasses, they were his life. Wu Hao poked his head out from the lower bunk, a half-eaten slice of bread hanging from his mouth, and asked mumblingly, Godfather, why are you groping for your glasses so early in the morning? Are they going to run away in the middle of the night? Su Cheng put on his glasses and shot him a cold glare. Afraid you'll steal them and sell them for scrap. Wu Hao nearly choked on his bread. Your glasses? Even the scrap dealer wouldn't take them, right? Zhao Lei, who was brushing his teeth nearby, poked half his face out of the bathroom and said, not necessarily. Gu Yao might take them. The dorm fell silent for a second. Su Cheng's hand paused on his backpack zipper. Wu Hao's eyes lit up instantly. Right? Classmate Gu would definitely take them. Godfather, why don't you give her your glasses? That'd get you at least a hot pot, right? Su Cheng slowly lifted his head. You two want to die early today? Wu Hao immediately stuffed the bread back into his mouth and raised both hands. I said nothing. Zhao Lei retreated into the bathroom. The wind said it. Su Cheng. So the wind was now the universal scapegoat, huh? The word wind made his mind involuntarily flash back to the scene by the lake yesterday. His glasses falling into Gu Yao's hands. The wind lifting her hair. That child looking up and calling out sister. And that soft voice of Gu Yao saying, you're just a pretty sister. Su Cheng closed his eyes and his inner alarm began to blare again. No, he absolutely could not be alone with Gu Yao today. No going near the lake. No wind. No letting her near his glasses. And definitely no letting her say those two words. Just as he was thinking this, his phone vibrated. The screen lit up. Gu Yao, good morning, classmate Su Cheng. Su Cheng stared at the message, frozen for a second. Wu Hao's eyes were as sharp as radar. Godfather, who's that? Why are your ears red again? Su Cheng flipped his phone over. Weather forecast. Zhao Lei came out with his toothbrush still in his mouth. The weather forecast seems to care about you quite a lot. Zhou Kai crawled out of bed still half asleep and added the finishing touch. Does it also remind you how windy it is today? Su Cheng. He suspected these guys had secretly gone through his phone last night. The next second his phone vibrated again. Gu Yao, not much wind today. Gu Yao, good for going out. Su Cheng stared at those two lines, his eyes twitching violently. Great. She really had become his weather forecast, specifically the kind that predicted his probability of being exposed. He lowered his head and typed. Su Cheng, not going out. Gu Yao replied instantly. Gu Yao running away is not a solution. Su Cheng blocking you is. Gu Yao, a confidentiality officer, can't be blocked. Su Cheng, who appointed you? Gu Yao, I did. Su Cheng. Right now he really wanted to reach through the internet and tear up Gu Yao's self-proclaimed Little Fox confidentiality officer certificate. Wu Hao craned his neck from the side. Godfather, you two are having a pretty heated conversation with the weather forecast. Su Cheng said coldly, do you want to be forecasted for your death date, too? Wu Hao immediately shrank back. No thanks, I still have enough life force left for today. But the 8 a.m. class was unavoidable. As Su Cheng walked toward the teaching building, his hand kept pressing down on his backpack strap, while his other hand occasionally pushed up his glasses. Every time the wind rustled through the treetops, he instinctively swept his messy bangs forward. After doing it, he himself felt it was too obvious. He was done for. Before yesterday, he was only afraid of being seen. From today onward, he was afraid that Gu Yao had already seen him. Once seen, it would be remembered. And Gu Yao was the kind of person who could remember something after a single glance for 3 days, and might even draw it in her little fox sticky note pad. When Su Cheng reached the classroom door, he saw Gu Yao sitting in the back row by the window. On her desk lay 2 bottles of warm water, a pack of throat lozenges, and a light yellow sticky note pad. On the cover of the pad was a sticker of a little fox squinting with a sly smile, looking just as mischievous as its owner. Su Cheng stopped in his tracks. Gu Yao looked up, saw him, and her eyes crinkled. Good morning. Su Cheng's face remained cold, but inside, he was already backing away 3 steps. Why was she here so early today? What was the meaning of those 2 bottles of water on her desk? And the throat lozenges? And that sticky note pad? That thing clearly didn't look like a legitimate study tool. Gu Yao patted the seat next to her. Sit here. Wu Hao, standing behind Su Cheng, inhaled sharply. Godfather, you've got a reserved seat. Zhao Lei whispered, and water. Zhou Kai and candy. Chen Jiaming calmly added the finishing touch, and a trap. Su Cheng. Mingzi, you know it, but why do you have to say it out loud? Gu Yao, who had overheard, smiled brightly at Chen Jiaming. Classmate Chen, this is a confidential service, not a trap. Su Cheng's heart skipped a beat. Confidential. She actually dared to say those 2 words in the classroom. Wu Hao's eyes lit up immediately. What confidentiality? Su Cheng almost instantly said, she's talking about the forum incident. Gu Yao glanced at him and obediently nodded. Yes, the forum incident. She cooperated too quickly. So quickly that it made Su Cheng even more flustered. Wu Hao looked at the 2 of them suspiciously. You 2 already have a forum incident that needs confidentiality. Zhao Lei sat down nearby. That sentence itself is already problematic. Zhou Kai pulled out his phone. I've got the headline ready. Su Cheng shot him a cold glare. If you post it, he'll throw your phone into the lake. Zhou Kai immediately put his phone away. I was just going to write a memo. Gu Yao sat in her seat, propping her chin on one hand, watching Su Cheng being ganged up on by his roommates, her eyes full of amusement. She didn't say anything. That made Su Cheng even more uneasy. When she was silent, it was more dangerous than when she spoke, because she looked like she was enjoying watching him panic. In the end, Su Cheng still sat down. Of course not next to her. There was an empty seat in between. Gu Yao looked at the empty chair and blinked. Classmate Su Cheng, who is this seat reserved for? Su Cheng put down his backpack and said calmly, for safety distance. Gu Yao nodded thoughtfully. Does safety distance need water? She pushed one of the bottles of warm water onto the desk of the empty chair. Su Cheng. Behind him, Wu Hao was shaking with suppressed laughter. Su Cheng refused to look at the water bottle, his voice cold. I'm not thirsty. It's not for you to drink, Gu Yao said with a sweet smile. It's for safety distance. Su Cheng. Gu Yao. Here. She answered too quickly, looking all obedient. Su Cheng felt a lump in his throat, unable to swallow or spit it out. How could this person always be like this? When you scolded her, she'd be good. When you didn't, she'd start digging traps. Seeing him choked, Gu Yao finally couldn't help but laugh out loud. After laughing, she pushed the water bottle a little closer to him and lowered her voice. It's really for you. The wind was strong yesterday, and your voice sounded hoarser than usual. Su Cheng's heart tightened. Here it came. He knew Gu Yao wouldn't let go of the voice issue. Yesterday by the lake, he had panicked so badly that his cracking voice had slipped for a moment. Only a little, but Gu Yao was too close. Keeping a cold expression, he reached out and flipped open his book. My voice has always been like this. Gu Yao looked at him. Always like this. Doesn't it bother you? Su Cheng's hand on the book paused for half a second. The question sounded like it was about his voice. But Gu Yao's eyes were too bright. So bright they seemed to bore right through the gaps in his glasses. Su Cheng suddenly had a strange feeling. She wasn't asking if his throat was uncomfortable. She was asking, being like this all the time, isn't it uncomfortable? His heart faltered for a moment, but his mouth remained hard. Not uncomfortable. Gu Yao nodded, didn't press further, and simply pushed the throat lozenges over. Then keep them anyway. I don't need them. Confidentiality, officer benefits. I didn't hire you. I volunteered. Su Cheng looked up at her. Are you that bored? Gu Yao thought for a moment seriously. For you, I can be a little bored. Behind him, Wu Hao choked on his water. Zhao Lei coughed and pretended to read his book. Zhou Kai's eyes were gleaming and his hand had already touched the edge of his phone. Chen Jiaming glanced at Zhou Kai. Don't court death. Zhou Kai silently pressed his phone back down. The tips of Su Cheng's ears began to burn. He knew this sentence from Gu Yao was probably just teasing him. But the problem was she said it so naturally that it felt real. Su Cheng forced a cold face and lowered his voice. Gu Yao don't say random things in the classroom. Seeing his ears turn red, Gu Yao's eyes curved even more, but she didn't keep teasing him. She gently placed the candy on the empty seat in the middle. Okay, I'll put it here. If you don't want to take it, just think of it as something I bought for safety distance. Su Cheng stared at the pack of candy. Taking it would be like admitting something. Not taking it would look like he was afraid. He was silent for 2 seconds, then finally reached out, grabbed it, and stuffed it into the side pocket of his backpack. Gu Yao's eyes lit up. You took it. Su Cheng's face remained expressionless. It was blocking the zipper. Gu Yao laughed. Your backpack zipper needs throat lozenges. Su Cheng, it's been talking too much lately. Behind him, Wu Hao muttered quietly, Godfather's mouth is getting more and more technically stubborn. Su Cheng turned his head. Wu Hao immediately lowered his head. I'm studying. After the teacher came in, the classroom finally quieted down. Su Cheng intended to listen to the lecture seriously, at least to pull his attention away from Gu Yao. But he couldn't take in a single word from that class. Gu Yao sat 1 seat away from him. The distance wasn't close, but it wasn't far either. She occasionally turned a page, occasionally wrote something down, occasionally pushed the bottle of warm water a little in his direction. The movements were small and didn't disturb him, but they made it impossible for Su Cheng to ignore them no matter how hard he tried. He gripped his pen, his mind restless. Why wasn't she asking? She had clearly seen it yesterday. If it had been anyone else, they would have been hounding him today. What's really going on with you? Are you a girl? Why are you pretending? But Gu Yao didn't. She had only brought water and candy and sat in the back, leaving him a spot where he wouldn't be caught on camera. That unsettled him more than any interrogation. The tip of Su Cheng's pen stopped on the paper. He hadn't written anything for a long time. Wu Hao secretly peeked over and whispered, Godfather, that formula you wrote looks like a suicide note. Su Cheng didn't look up. Want to be the recipient? Wu Hao shrank back. No. The bell rang for the end of class. As soon as the teacher left, Gu Yao pushed that little fox sticky notepad over. The moment Su Cheng saw the notebook, his guard shot up to maximum. What's this? Gu Yao pressed both hands on the notebook, her voice light and cheerful. A confidentiality agreement. The air went still for a second. Wu Hao's head snapped up. Zhao Lei stopped pretending. Zhou Kai. His eyes lit up instantly. Su Cheng nearly snapped his pen in half. He lowered his voice. Gu Yao. Gu Yao quickly added, the forum confidentiality agreement. Wu Hao looked somewhat disappointed. Oh, the forum. Su Cheng shot him a cold glare. What else did you think it was? Wu Hao replied honestly, I dare not say. Then keep it to yourself. Gu Yao flipped open the notebook and slid it in front of Su Cheng. The first page bore several lines of beautifully written text accompanied by a smug little fox sketch. 1. Gu Yao will not tell anyone about what happened by the lake. 2. Gu Yao will not tell Gu Chen. 3. Gu Yao will not tell the forum. 4. Gu Yao will not tell those gossipy guys from the male dorm. 5. Su Cheng cannot suddenly block Gu Yao. When Su Cheng read the first 4 clauses, the taut string in his heart loosened slightly. Upon seeing the 5th clause, his eyelid twitched. Delete the last one. Gu Yao immediately shook her head. No. Why, oi? Because I need a sense of security too. Su Cheng stared at her. What sense of security do you need? Gu Yao gently pressed her finger on the edge of the notebook, her smile fading slightly. You ran away too fast yesterday. The sarcastic retort Su Cheng had prepared suddenly got stuck in his throat. Gu Yao wasn't pretending to be wronged, nor was she smilingly setting a trap. She just looked at him, her voice soft. I know you panicked, and I know you didn't want me to ask. So I didn't chase you. But you ran so fast it made me feel like you might want to avoid me from now on. Su Cheng fell silent. He did want to avoid her. Anyone normal would want to run away from a situation like yesterday's. Yet when Gu Yao put it so bluntly, he felt as if he had done something wrong. He was the one whose secret had been seen. He was the one who should be panicking. But Gu Yao's words, you ran away too fast, stirred an inexplicable discomfort in his heart. Su Cheng averted his gaze, his husky voice low. Not avoid you, just wait for you to keep calling me big brother. Gu Yao's eyes sparkled, but she quickly suppressed her smile. Then I won't call you that randomly. You've promised many times. They'll write it down this time. She picked up her pen and earnestly added another clause beneath the sticky note. 6. Gu Yao will not randomly call him big brother in public. Seeing the word public, Su Cheng's temple twitched. Delete in public. Gu Yao blinked, not even in private. Su Cheng gave her a cold stare. Gu Yao immediately lowered her head to amend the words. 6. Gu Yao will not randomly call him big brother. After revising, she looked up again and whispered, but what if you allow it yourself? There will never be such a time. What if you have cramps? Gu Yao stopped mid-sentence abruptly. Su Cheng looked at her. What? Gu Yao blinked, her expression innocent. I meant what if you agree? Su Cheng stared at her. Gu Yao put down her pen and sat up straight obediently. I misspoke. Su Cheng felt something was off about the words she used, but couldn't quite catch it. His mind was momentarily flustered, but he didn't press further. He just took the pen and wrote below. 7. Gu Yao is not allowed to suddenly approach the glasses. Gu Yao's fingers paused slightly as she read this clause. The scene by the lake from yesterday evidently resurfaced in both their minds. The air grew still for a moment. Gu Yao didn't smile as she nodded seriously, okay. Su Cheng instead felt uncomfortable. She agreed to obediently. So obediently that his heart softened again. Just as he was about to put down the pen, Gu Yao suddenly pointed at the 5th clause. Then you have to follow it too. No suddenly blocking me. When did I say I was going to block you? You said it yesterday. That was a threat. A threat counts as intent. Su Cheng. How could her logic be so airtight on things like this? Gu Yao shoved the pen into his hand. Write it down. Write what? Su Cheng must not suddenly block Gu Yao. Su Cheng glanced at her. Aren't you pushing your luck a bit too far? Gu Yao rested her chin on her hands, beaming, just a little. Su Cheng didn't want to write it at first. But Gu Yao just looked at him like that. Not forcing him. Not threatening him with the secret either. Just looking at him with pleading eyes as if she was truly afraid he would suddenly disappear. Su Cheng clicked his tongue in annoyance. In the end, he wrote it down anyway. 8. Su Cheng must not suddenly block Gu Yao. Seeing this line, Gu Yao's eyes lit up. Sign it. Don't push it. An agreement needs a sense of ceremony. This agreement has no legal force. It has the force of the little fox. Su Cheng reached his limit. Gu Yao. Present. She answered quickly and obediently. Su Cheng, disarmed by her, finally scrawled a Su in the corner. Gu Yao looked at the character, treated it like some important document, closed the sticky notepad, and carefully placed it in her bag. Watching her, Su Cheng's mouth twitched. You really think it's a contract? Of course. Gu Yao patted her bag. A confidentiality contract. Wu Hao muttered from behind. Godfather, this forum confidentiality contract between you and classmate Gu doesn't sound like it's about the forum to me. Su Cheng turned his head. Your hearing is faulty. Zhao Lei added fuel to the fire. His hearing is fine. Oh, it's your conversation. That's the problem. Zhou Kai chimed in. Confidentiality agreement. No blocking, no calling big brother, no approaching the glasses. This forum is really complicated. Su Cheng. These roommates would be the death of him sooner or later. Gu Yao, however, was perfectly natural. She turned to them with a smile. Don't worry, I really am just protecting classmate Su Cheng. Wu Hao's gaze was deep. Classmate Gu, your words just make people think even more. Gu Yao blinked, then think a little less. Wu Hao was stunned. Zhao Lei laughed out loud. She's better at shutting you up than you are. Su Cheng kept a cold face on the surface, but silently admitted it in his heart. Indeed, one word from Gu Yao was more effective than 10 of his threats. After the morning classes ended, Su Cheng prepared to go back to the dormitory. Gu Yao followed with her bag on her back. Su Cheng stopped. What are you doing now? Gu Yao smiled. The confidentiality agreement just took effect. The confidentiality officer is reporting for duty. I didn't appoint you. You signed it. I only wrote a Su. That's enough. Su Cheng said coldly, this is an unfair contract. Gu Yao said seriously, it's the little fox clause. Su Cheng was so angry he wanted to laugh, but he forced it back down. I'm going back to the dorm. I know I'll walk you to the corner. I don't need that. You do. Gu Yao glanced ahead in the corridor. Someone's filming. Su Cheng's expression darkened. Following her gaze, he saw 2 students standing at the stairwell, their phones raised not too obviously, but the direction was consistently aimed at him. Su Cheng's heart tightened. Gu Yao had already stepped to the outside, subtly blocking half of his figure, her tone still light. Let's go, classmate Su Cheng. The wind isn't strong today, but there are quite a few lenses. Su Cheng looked at her profile, and his throat felt inexplicably choked. She was genuinely helping him. Not just paying lip service. Not just teasing him with the secret. She was shielding him just like she did by the lake yesterday, and in the classroom this morning. Su Cheng remained outwardly indifferent, muttering lowly meddlesome. Gu Yao turned back to him, smiling sweetly. I'm happy to. Su Cheng's heart felt as if it had been gently bumped. He said no more and followed her out through the back door. They walked to the small path behind the teaching building before Gu Yao slowed down. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, falling on her shoulders. She carried her bag, holding the sticky notepad, as if she truly took the role of confidentiality officer seriously. Su Cheng looked at her and suddenly asked, Gu Yao. Present. You really won't ask? Gu Yao stopped walking and turned to look at him. Her eyes were bright, but lacked the usual mischievous glint she had when teasing. Curious, she said. But I won't ask. Why, oi? Because you were really scared yesterday. Su Cheng's breath caught slightly. Gu Yao looked at him, her voice soft. You're usually so good at sparring with words, but yesterday you couldn't even speak. I figured you really didn't want to be asked. Su Cheng was silent. Gu Yao smiled, her tone turning light again. And I have a very tight lip, you know. Rest assured. Su Cheng looked at her, and after a long moment he said quietly, You'd better be. Gu Yao raised her hand and mimed zipping her lips. Guaranteed. Su Cheng turned and walked towards the male dormitory. Gu Yao didn't follow too closely, staying 2 steps behind. When they were near the corner of the male dorm building, she suddenly called out to him. Su Cheng. Su Cheng stopped, but didn't turn around. What now? Gu Yao stood in the shadow of a tree shaking the sticky notepad. I just added another clause. Su Cheng immediately became wary. What? Gu Yao looked down at the pad, her voice soft. 9. When Su Cheng doesn't want to talk, Gu Yao won't ask. Su Cheng was stunned. The wind blew through the treetops, not strong, but enough to gently stir the hair on his forehead. This time he didn't immediately reach up to smooth it down. Gu Yao saw this, and her eyes curved into crescents. She didn't say, "Don't be afraid." She didn't say, "I saw it." She just put the pad away and smiled at him. "I'm off now. Confidentiality officer is clocking out." Su Cheng watched her retreating figure, his fingers slowly tightening. This Gu Yao was really troublesome. She would tease him, scare him, set traps, use candy as a deposit, and earnestly write some little fox confidentiality agreement. But she also truly stopped at the boundary. She didn't pry. She didn't pressure him. She didn't turn the secret into a weapon. Su Cheng glanced down at the pack of throat lozenges in his backpack side pocket, then walked cold-faced into the dormitory building. The moment he entered, Wu Hao's head popped out from the bed. Godfather done signing the confidentiality agreement. Su Cheng. He closed the door behind him, his husky voice sounding sinister. Wu Hao. Wu Hao immediately dived back under the covers. I didn't hear anything. Zhao Lei added a jab. Hearing it is useless anyway. Gu Yao's lips are sealed. Zhou Kai chimed in gloomily, but ours aren't. Su Cheng tossed his bag onto the desk. Then he'll sew them shut for you. The dormitory instantly erupted into chaos. Meanwhile, on Su Cheng's phone, Gu Yao sent a photo. The photo was of the last page of the sticky notepad. Written on it was 9. When Su Cheng doesn't want to talk, Gu Yao won't ask. Below it was a little fox. The little fox raised its paw, and beside it were 4 words, my lips are sealed. Su Cheng stared at that picture for a very long time. Finally, he coldly replied. Su Cheng, ugly handwriting. Gu Yao replied instantly. Gu Yao, then why did you look at it for so long? Su Cheng. He expressionlessly flipped his phone face down, but his ears turned red again. As Su Cheng placed his phone face down on the table, Wu Hao peeked out from under the covers with one eye. His gaze was like a cat sensing movement in the dead of night. Alert and restless, yet unable to hide its eagerness for a show. Su Cheng's heart skipped a beat. Great. This guy had probably sniffed out something again. Sure enough, Wu Hao sat up, slowly clasped his hands, and looked at him with a grave expression. Godfather, confess, and leniency resist, and severity. The organization has gathered some evidence, so now's your chance to come clean voluntarily. Su Cheng hung his backpack on the chair back, too lazy to even lift his eyelids. What's wrong with you now? Wu Hao gestured toward his phone with a meaningful look. Classmate Gu just sent you a photo, didn't she? And you were staring at it so intently I wondered if it could win a photography award. Zhao Lei lounged in his chair gaming, without looking up, adding a casual jab. Not just that. Afterward he stared at the screen in a daze for ages. Zhou Kai immediately chimed in, and then he replied, his expression changing as he typed. Chen Jiaming turned a page, his tone still calm, but terrifyingly precise. And his ears turned red after replying. Su Cheng was speechless. He slowly turned to look at the 4 people in the dorm. How much free time do you people have? Wu Hao immediately raised his hand with an innocent look. Don't get me wrong. We're not interrogating you. We're just genuinely concerned about your love life. After all, in 4 years of college, a brother finding love is a big deal. We need some sense of involvement. Su Cheng sneered. You call this concern? Zhao Lei shot back quickly. You could also call it gathering evidence. Zhou Kai nodded solemnly. I think intelligence compilation sounds more professional. Gives it an academic vibe. Su Cheng picked up his calculus book and waved it. Want me to arrange a memorial service for you while I'm at it? Wu Hao immediately retreated under the covers, but his mouth kept running. But classmate Gu even signed a confidentiality agreement with you. That's clearly a different ballgame. Su Cheng's fingers paused. He knew it. Those few words in the classroom had been etched into these guys' memories. Forum confidentiality agreement, he emphasized. Zhao Lei nodded. Heard. Zhou Kai nodded too. But why does a forum confidentiality agreement include a clause like no suddenly blocking Gu Yao? Has the forum business expanded into personal relationship management? Wu Hao poked his head out from the covers again. And no calling her sister. Su Cheng was speechless. The air went silent for 2 seconds. Wu Hao's eyes suddenly widened. Wait. Zhao Lei sat up straight. Sister. Zhou Kai instinctively reached for his phone as if ready to record a major headline, but was suppressed by a single look from Chen Jiaming. Chen Jiaming closed his book and looked up at Su Cheng. Explain. Alarm bells rang loudly in Su Cheng's head. Gu Yao's agreement was a ticking time bomb. Yet thinking of how seriously Shed recited the terms back, then he couldn't muster anger. Annoying. Sure, it was annoying. But actually pushing her away, that seemed impossible. He kept his expression unchanged. She was joking. Wu Hao squinted. What kind of joke goes all the way to sister? Su Cheng countered. She usually calls you godfather. Do you actually think you're her godfather? Wu Hao was instantly stumped. Zhao Lei couldn't help laughing. That actually makes some sense. Zhou Kai rubbed his chin thoughtfully. But her calling you sister still feels different from godfather. Su Cheng said flatly. She also calls me campus navigator. Wu Hao immediately nodded. That's true, I can vouch for that. Su Cheng was speechless. These people had an uncanny knack for being in sync at the weirdest moments. Zhao Lei suddenly asked, so what's really going on between you two? Nothing. Then what about the confidentiality agreement? Forum. No blocking. She's annoying. No calling sister. Even more annoying. Wu Hao slowly gave a thumbs up, full of admiration. Godfather, that line of reasoning is perfectly consistent. A beautifully closed logical loop. Su Cheng was about to breathe a sigh of relief when Wu Hao added, so consistent it sounds like a pre-rehearsed standard answer. The next second a pillow flew across the room. Wu Hao curled up, rolling deeper into bed. Help. Murder to silence me. I hit the nail on the head. Zhao Lei laughed, so hard his controller nearly dropped. Zhou Kai chuckled while muttering. I've got the headline ready. Hoarse-voiced male college student brutally beats roommate late at night suspected of rage after confidentiality agreement exposure. Su Cheng shot him a look. Zhou Kai shut up instantly. I said nothing. I'm just a passing recorder. But Chen Jiaming hadn't laughed at all. He stared at Su Cheng, making him deeply uncomfortable. Wu Hao and the others he could banter back at. Zhou Kai's wild ideas he could suppress. But Chen Jiaming was different. This guy spoke little, but every time he opened his mouth he hit the mark. Sure enough. After a moment of silence, Chen Jiaming said, what you're panicking about today isn't the forum. Su Cheng looked down at his book. You're pretty free today too. Chen Jiaming didn't take the bait. And yesterday as well. Su Cheng's movement paused almost imperceptibly. What does Gu Yao know? The dorm fell silent. Wu Hao poked his head out from the covers. Zhao Lei stopped smiling. Zhou Kai didn't say a word. Su Cheng stared at the formulas in his book, but couldn't read a single one. What did Gu Yao know? She knew the face behind the glasses. She knew he wasn't what others thought. She knew the secret that absolutely couldn't be exposed. Could he say it? Of course not. If he did, the dorm would be throwing a party tonight. Su Cheng looked up, keeping his voice as steady as possible. She knows I don't like being photographed, and she knows the forum's been having issues lately, so she helped cover for me. That's all. Chen Jiaming stared at him. After a few seconds he said, doesn't seem like it. Su Cheng's heart tightened. Ming, sometimes people don't want to explain. It doesn't mean something big is going on. Some things just aren't worth talking about. Chen Jiaming was silent for a moment, then finally nodded. Fine. Wu Hao breathed a sigh of relief. You scared me. I thought the Godfather was hiding some earth-shattering secret ready to shock the whole school one day. Su Cheng said, you think too much. Wu Hao patted his chest. Good, otherwise keeping it from us loyal sons would break my heart. Zhao Lei said, first retract the loyal son thing. Zhou Kai added, I reject this generational hierarchy. Su Cheng said, I reject it too. The mood was derailed by Wu Hao again. Su Cheng showed no reaction on the surface, but inwardly breathed a quiet sigh of relief. This hurdle was cleared. But that look from Chen Jiaming still creeped him out. He didn't know now, but that didn't mean he wouldn't later. If he were honest, the most dangerous person in the dorm had never been Wu Hao and the others. It was the quietest one. At dinner time, Wu Hao clamored to go to the cafeteria. Godfather coming. The second cafeteria has chicken legs today. Limited edition, they say. If we're late, even the bones will be gone. Su Cheng didn't want to go. He just wanted to hole up in the dorm and see no one. Especially not Gu Yao. But Wu Hao's words hit home. You're not scared of running into classmate Gu, are you? Su Cheng looked up. Scared of her? Zhao Lei added a subtle jab. Of course you're not. You just unconsciously push up your glasses every time you see her. Zhou Kai immediately followed up. And your ears turn red. Chen Jiaming added. And you pinch your backpack strap. Su Cheng was speechless. He suspected these guys had secretly minored in psychology. To prove he wasn't chickening out, Su Cheng went anyway. As it turned out, many male college students were tricked by that one word. Not scared. No sooner had he sat down than he saw Gu Yao walking over with her tray. She didn't sit right next to him like before. Instead, she scanned the area first, making sure no one had their phones out or with sneaking glances before sitting at the next table. Neither too close nor too far. Just enough to avoid any weird angles for the forum. Su Cheng was stunned. He hadn't said a word yet she had thought of it ahead of time. That feeling of being looked after unsettled him, but it also brought an inexplicable lightness. After sitting down, Gu Yao even waved her phone at him. Gu Yao safe distance satisfied. Su Cheng looked down at the message, nearly letting a smile slip before forcing it back. Su Cheng, you're very free. Gu Yao, confidentiality agent on patrol. Su Cheng, patrolling the cafeteria. Gu Yao, key area, high risk level. Su Cheng, quite a wide scope of work. Gu Yao, after all, the client is prone to being secretly photographed. Su Cheng was speechless. Wu Hao watched from the side, his eyes nearly twitching. Godfather. Speak. She's sitting at the next table and you two are still texting. Su Cheng put his phone down. She's asking about the forum. Zhao Lei sneered. Again with the forum. Zhou Kai sighed. The forum sure is busy. It can take the blame for anything. Wu Hao suddenly picked up his tray ready to stand. Su Cheng's eyelid twitched. What are you doing? Wu Hao said with righteous indignation, helping you understand the forum situation, going deep into the masses gathering first-hand intel. Sit down. I'm very tight-lipped. Su Cheng sneered. A hot pot strainer is tighter than you. Zhao Lei burst out laughing. Wu Hao clutched his chest and sat back down. You've changed, Godfather. You weren't like this before. Su Cheng took a bite of his food. I've just finally seen through you. At the next table, Gu Yao heard and couldn't help but laugh. Su Cheng's ears began to heat up again. He lowered his head to eat, avoiding looking at her. But the more he tried not to look, the more his peripheral vision caught her. Her movements, her head tilting, her words, her shoulders trembling slightly as she laughed. Even a table apart, her presence was overwhelmingly strong. This meal felt more exhausting than a calculus exam. Just then a commotion broke out on the other side of the cafeteria. Holy crap. They caught the creep taking secret photos for the forum, someone shouted. Heads shot up all around. Zhou Kai instinctively reached for his phone. Wu Hao forgot about his chicken leg. Seriously? That fast? Su Cheng's heart sank. Following the voice, he saw a group of students gathered in a corner, with a male student being stopped by the student council, his face grim. That's him, right? I heard he was selling photos for money. The admins are here. The murmurs grew louder. Gu Yao stood up to look too. The next second her eyes met Su Cheng's. They were both thinking the same thing. If there were still photos on the phone. If one of them showed him without his glasses. Su Cheng nearly stood up instantly. But Gu Yao was already walking that way. Gu Yao. The word slipped out. Not loud, but it made all four at his table freeze. Because it was the first time they'd heard Su Cheng call her like that. Gu Yao turned back. Su Cheng frowned. Don't go over there. Even he didn't realize the unmistakable worry in his tone. Gu Yao blinked as if she understood something. Then she gave him a reassuring gesture and turned to keep walking. Su Cheng was speechless. He nearly snapped his chopsticks in half. The anger inside him had nowhere to go. Having someone help was a good thing, but every time Gu Yao stepped up it made him inexplicably irritable. Like he owed her something. Wu Hao looked at Gu Yao, then at Su Cheng. Godfather. Shut up. I haven't said anything yet. You were about to. Wu Hao was quiet for 3 seconds. On the fourth, that Gu Yao just now was exactly like the iconic scene in a drama where the male lead chases after the female lead calling her name. Su Cheng was speechless. Zhao Lei was already doubled over laughing. Zhou Kai was typing furiously. No need to guess, he was recording material. On the other side, Gu Yao had squeezed into the crowd. A few minutes later the photographer was led away and the crowd slowly dispersed. But Gu Yao didn't come back immediately. She exchanged a few low words with a girl wearing a staff badge. The girl handed her phone to her. Gu Yao's expression shifted slightly. Briefly. But Su Cheng saw it. His heart sank to the bottom. Something was wrong. Gu Yao quickly recovered and walked over. When she reached the table, she even managed to smile. It's fine. She spoke first. Su Cheng stared at her. You smile first when you lie. Gu Yao froze. Wu Hao and the others all looked up sharply. The air suddenly went still. After a few seconds, Gu Yao sighed helplessly. Fine, there's a small issue, but it's not too serious. Su Cheng's chest tightened. What is it? Gu Yao lowered her voice. That person's phone did have your photos. Wu Hao and the others sat up straight. Su Cheng's face darkened. But most of them have been deleted. Most. A few were sent out. The student council is tracking the sources and forwards. The sounds of the cafeteria seemed to fade away. Su Cheng fell silent. Gu Yao knew what he was worried about. His identity, losing control, all the effort to hide going to waste. So she suddenly placed a piece of fruit candy on the table by him. Just like the one that afternoon. Don't panic. Her voice was soft. I'm keeping an eye on it. They'll tell you as soon as I hear anything. Su Cheng looked at the candy and said nothing. The light fell on the wrapper, casting a faint shimmer. He suddenly realized that from the forum to the secret photos, Gu Yao had been looking out for him all along. It was his problem, yet she cared more than he did. The feeling was suffocating, yet also carried an indescribable tenderness. The oppressive weight in his chest gradually eased. Gu Yao smiled at him. The confidentiality agent hasn't clocked out yet, so don't scare yourself. With that she turned and left, this time for real. Su Cheng watched her back until she disappeared through the cafeteria doors, then slowly looked away. Wu Hao stared at the candy, then at Su Cheng, and finally clutched his chest. Godfather. Su Cheng said expressionlessly, get lost. Wu Hao's voice trembled. She really looked like the female lead coming to the rescue. The kind who gives candy to comfort the male lead. Zhao Lei nodded. And you look like the one being rescued. Zhou Kai piled on. Forum headline update. Su Cheng shot him a look. Zhou Kai immediately corrected himself. I said nothing at all. But Chen Jiming looked at the candy, lost in thought. She cares about you a lot. Su Cheng's fingers paused. After a long moment, he slipped the candy into his pocket as naturally as if nothing had happened. She's just worried about the forum. No one believed it. Not even he believed it himself. Back in the dorm that night, just as Su Cheng was about to wash up, Gu Yao messaged him again. Gu Yao confidentiality agreement, supplementary terms. Su Cheng's eyelid twitched. Su Cheng not reading. Gu Yao sent a photo directly, the same little fox notepad. 10 Su Cheng doesn't have to answer, but can't brood alone. 11 Gu Yao won't pry, but can hand him water. 12 Gu Yao won't call him sister, but Su Cheng can't pretend Gu Yao doesn't exist. 13 If danger arises again, the confidentiality agent has priority intervention rights. Below it was a drawing of a little fox holding a shield. Su Cheng stared at the last two clauses for a long time. How had this person figured it out? Today in the classroom cafeteria, and on the way had deliberately avoided her. Not because he disliked her, but because he was a little afraid. Afraid she'd see through his panic at a glance. Afraid that when she smiled, he wouldn't know how to respond. Afraid that when she got close, he'd instinctively want to pull away. And even more afraid that one day, if she really stopped coming close, he'd be the one who couldn't get used to it first. At noon the next day, Gu Yao cornered Su Cheng behind the school building's back door. It wasn't a coincidence. She stood under the shade of a tree, the little fox-shaped sticky note pad swaying in her hand. As she saw Su Cheng approaching, she even hopped forward a step and snapped the pad open with a crisp smack. Su Cheng, your boyfriend experience card expires today. Su Cheng halted mid-step. Wu Hao, who had been trailing behind, instantly perked up at the words. What card? Zhao Lei also looked up. An experience card. Zhou Kai's eyes sparkled with excitement. Godfather, do you have some side business we don't know about? Su Cheng turned back with a cold face. You guys go ahead first. Wu Hao wore a pained expression. Godfather, are we not even allowed to sit in on the renewal meeting now? Su Cheng said. Wu Hao, I'm leaving. Wu Hao quickly took the hint, pulling Zhao Lei and Zhou Kai away. Xuan Jiaming lagged behind, and as he passed Su Cheng he whispered, don't let her have you wrapped around her finger too tightly. Su Cheng thought too late. Ever since that breeze by the lake, he had been utterly disarmed by Gu Yao's antics. Once the others were gone, Gu Yao smiled and held up the sticky notepad. See, this is your expiration reminder. Su Cheng glanced at it. The pad read 3-day limited boyfriend experience card renewable upon expiration. Below there was even a drawing of a little fox holding a sign that read renew. Beside it a line of small text added renew today and get a complimentary little fox chat service. Su Cheng's face was expressionless, no renewal. Gu Yao remained completely unfazed, nodding solemnly. All right, then your confidentiality agent status will be revoked and the little fox after-sales service will be terminated. Su Cheng's eyelid twitched. Gu Yao, present. Are you threatening me? Gu Yao immediately hugged the pad to her chest, blinking innocently. How could I? I'm just giving you a friendly reminder. A reminder of what? That your package is about to expire. Su Cheng was almost amused despite himself. Whose package is this shady? Little fox's. Gu Yao burst into laughter at her own words, her eyes curving into crescent moons. Su Cheng watched her smug expression, feeling a mix of annoyance and inexplicable relief. At least she wasn't uncomfortable about yesterday. Gu Yao, having laughed enough, closed the pad and softened her voice. Don't worry, I won't go back on my promise. Even without renewal, it'll keep your secret. Su Cheng's prepared words suddenly got stuck in his throat. Gu Yao was always like this. One moment she was digging a trap, and the next she handed you the ladder. It made it impossible to stay angry. Su Cheng looked away. Then why did you corner me? Because that senior from the basketball club still hasn't given up. Gu Yao handed him her phone. Look. Su Cheng looked down. In the chat history, the other person was still insisting on inviting her to a social gathering and emphasized, bring your boyfriend along. Su Cheng's brow immediately furrowed at those words. Refuse him. I did. And then, oi. He said he doesn't believe me. Su Cheng was speechless. How annoying. Gu Yao took back her phone, sighed softly, and then looked at him with deliberate pitifulness. So I'm applying for a 2-day renewal. Reason? To ward off romantic interests. Ward them off yourself. I can't. Gu Yao said with righteous indignation. I'm just too popular. Su Cheng was silent. Seeing he wasn't responding, Gu Yao counted on her fingers. I promise no holding hands, no clinging, no calling you weird names, no touching your glasses, and no causing you trouble. Su Cheng said coldly, you promised the same thing last time. Gu Yao coughed guiltily. People grow, you know. I haven't seen it. That's because I've been growing pretty discreetly. Su Cheng looked at her. Gu Yao was surprisingly not causing a ruckus today. Even though her words were still flippant, the earnestness in her eyes was hard to miss. She was genuinely bothered by that senior. Su Cheng felt an inexplicable irritation. Not at Gu Yao. At that senior. When this thought surfaced, he was caught off guard himself. Irritated about what? What did it have to do with him if Gu Yao was being pursued? It did. At least for now. Because he was still her nominal boyfriend. Fake. Temporary. Something that could end any time. Su Cheng repeated this to himself several times before speaking coldly. 2 days. Gu Yao's eyes lit up instantly like a fox that had stolen a fish. You agreed? Only to fend off trouble. No saying random things. No adding unnecessary drama. Gu Yao's face immediately showed a conflicted expression. Su Cheng narrowed his eyes. Gu Yao. Fine, I won't. She agreed quickly. Whether she could keep it was another matter. Su Cheng could tell from her expression what she was thinking. His headache only worsened. Just as he was about to turn around, Gu Yao suddenly pulled a candy from her bag. A renewal gift. Su Cheng looked down. It was strawberry flavor again. He was silent for 2 seconds. Did you buy them in bulk? Gu Yao said seriously, this is a membership exclusive benefit. Who's the member? You. Su Cheng was at a loss for words. Seeing his expression shift, Gu Yao quickly changed the subject. An exclusive benefit for Su Cheng. Su Cheng took the candy with a cold face. Last time. Gu Yao smiled sweetly. You said the same thing last time. Su Cheng ignored her and turned to leave. Gu Yao followed behind with her hands clasped, her steps light as a little tail. Su Cheng. I don't want to hear it. You're actually pretty nice. You're overthinking it. Then why did you agree? To avoid trouble. To avoid me being trouble. To avoid you pestering me every day. Gu Yao burst out laughing. See, that means you already know me pretty well. Su Cheng didn't respond. Because he realized he was indeed getting to know her better. That wasn't a good sign. Just as they reached the cafeteria entrance, Gu Yao suddenly stopped. Su Cheng turned back. What now? Gu Yao nodded toward the front. The trouble himself is here. Su Cheng followed her gaze. That senior from the basketball club was standing by the roadside, clearly waiting for someone. His expression immediately turned cold. Gu Yao muttered under her breath. Why is he so persistent? The senior spotted them and immediately walked over. Gu Yao, what a coincidence. Gu Yao smiled politely. Not really a coincidence, senior. Weren't you just at the club building? The other's expression stiffened briefly before returning to normal. Just passing by. Then he looked at Su Cheng. Su Cheng, you're here too. Su Cheng said nothing, only took half a step forward. The movement was subtle, but it placed him protectively beside Gu Yao. The senior's smile faltered. The social gathering tomorrow, are you two coming? Everyone wants to get to know you. No. Su Cheng's reply was curt. The senior looked at Gu Yao again. Gu Yao, what about you? Gu Yao opened her mouth. But Su Cheng spoke first. Her too. The moment the words left his mouth, Su Cheng's heart skipped a beat. Damn. Head answered again. Gu Yao looked up at him, her eyes sparkling. Su Cheng's face remained expressionless, but inside, he was flustered. Was he getting too used to taking charge lately? The senior's expression clearly soured. You two are really close. Su Cheng said flatly, we just renewed. Gu Yao was speechless. The senior was confused. The air went still for a second. Su Cheng froze too. Damn. Head blurted out his thoughts. Gu Yao reacted quickly, jumping in. He means we're having lunch together again today. The senior eyed them suspiciously for a few moments, but eventually managed to smile. Alright, I won't bother you then. Once he was far away, Gu Yao couldn't hold it in anymore. She laughed so hard her shoulders shook. Just renewed. Su Cheng's ears burned, but his face remained taut. You misheard. I didn't. You misheard. Fine, I misheard. Gu Yao was laughing so hard tears almost came out. So Su Cheng, who just renewed, care to have lunch together. Su Cheng looked down at the strawberry candy in his hand. A sense of foreboding crept over him. It seemed he had been drawn into Gu Yao's web again. And this time he had signed the contract himself. At the end of the chapter, just as Su Cheng sat down in the cafeteria, his phone suddenly lit up. Chen Yu, I heard you, and Gu Yao renewed. Su Cheng stared at the screen. He nearly crushed the candy in his hand. Alarm bells rang in his head. It had only been 3 minutes. Who the hell had spread the news? Su Cheng stared at his phone screen, nearly crushing the strawberry candy in his hand. Chen Yu's message hung conspicuously in the chat box. Chen Yu, I heard you renewed your contract with Gu Yao. Su Cheng felt a chill crawl up his scalp. How long had it been since that happened? He and Gu Yao had been cornered by a senior from the basketball club at the cafeteria entrance. In a moment of carelessness, he blurted out, just renewed, and Gu Yao covered for him by saying, just continuing to have meals with me. Barely a few minutes had passed. How did Chen Yu already know? Did she have surveillance cameras installed at school? No. Worse than surveillance cameras. Su Cheng slowly raised his head to look at Gu Yao sitting across from him. Gu Yao had been poking ice cubes in her orange juice with a straw. When she noticed him staring, she blinked, her expression innocent. Why are you looking at me like that? Su Cheng turned his phone screen toward her, his raspy voice turning cold. Explain. Gu Yao leaned in for a glance. Seeing Chen Yu's name, she froze for a moment, then her gaze drifted away lightly. Su Cheng understood immediately from her reaction. You sent it. Gu Yao let out a soft cough and whispered, I just reported to Sister Lin Wan, not to Sister Chen Yu. Report. Su Cheng was almost amused with irritation. What did you report? Gu Yao set down her orange juice, placed her hands neatly on the table, and spoke earnestly with a hint of guilt. I just said you agreed to help me fend off trouble for 2 more days. Sister Lin Wan has always been concerned about you, so I thought telling her would put her mind at ease. Su Cheng closed his eyes. At ease? Lin Wan might be at ease. Chen Yu would only come charging with a knife. Beside him, Wu Hao straightened up instantly at the mention of Sister Lin Wan, even setting down his chopsticks. Wait, Guyao, you said Sister Lin Wan. The gentle and beautiful bride sister. Zhao Lei also looked up. And Sister Qinyu. Zhou Kai's eyes were already gleaming. Godfather, isn't your social circle a bit too extravagant? Guyao Lin Wan Qinyu. All sister-level connections. Su Cheng shot him a cold glare. Eat your meal. Wu Hao not only didn't eat, but lowered his voice, wearing an expression of someone who had uncovered a huge secret. Godfather, be honest. Are you secretly running some kind of sister harem behind our backs? Su Cheng set his chopsticks down on the table, his tone eerily calm. Wu Hao, do you want me to turn you into hot pot ingredients? Wu Hao immediately picked up his bowl, pretending to be busy. Zhao Lei added slowly, but Guyao reporting your renewal to Lin Wan. That logic doesn't really fit ordinary classmates. Zhou Kai muttered, not like ordinary classmates. More like syncing progress on a project. Guyao's ears turned slightly red from their teasing. She quickly waved her hands to explain, it's not what you think. Sister Lin Wan and Sister Qin, you know I know Su Cheng, so I just casually mentioned it. Su Cheng's heart tightened sharply. Those words were even more dangerous. His roommates didn't know the scope of knowing. But Guyao truly knew a bit of something she shouldn't. Sure enough, Chen Jiaming looked up calmly and asked, do they know you know Su Cheng, or do they know something else? The table in the cafeteria fell silent for a moment. Su Cheng's fingers tightened under the table. Mingzi was at it again. Whenever he didn't speak, he seemed like a normal roommate. The moment he opened his mouth, it was like he was examining the edges of Su Cheng's disguise with a magnifying glass. Su Cheng spoke before Guyao could, his raspy voice lazily suppressing the tension. They know about the forum incident. Guyao has a loose tongue and spills everything. Guyao immediately protested, looking at him defiantly. When did I spill everything? I'm very tight-lipped, you know. Su Cheng gave her a look. You just reported the renewal. Guyao was left speechless. Wu Hao covered his mouth with a laugh. Zhao Lei buried his head in his meal. Zhou Kai barely resisted pulling out his phone, and Chen Jiaming watched Su Cheng for a few seconds before dropping the subject. Su Cheng breathed a silent sigh of relief. His phone buzzed again. Qinyu, don't play dead. Does Guyao know something? Su Cheng stared at the message, the relief vanishing as quickly as it came. He lowered his head and typed rapidly. Su Cheng, she doesn't. Qinyu, keep lying. Su Cheng, she only knows about the forum and the fake boyfriend thing. Qinyu, you've already renewed the fake boyfriend contract, and you still say she doesn't know. Su Cheng. He couldn't even argue with that. Guyao noticed his worsening expression and leaned in slightly, whispering, did Sister Qinyu scold you? Su Cheng flipped his phone over, feigning indifference. No. Guyao tilted her head. Your face doesn't say no. It looks like Sister Qinyu has already sent a skirt to your dormitory. Su Cheng's heart skipped a beat. The word skirt scared him more than a final exam in advanced mathematics. He gave her a cold look. You know quite a lot. Guyao immediately sat up straight, holding her orange juice with both hands, looking obedient. I was just guessing. Su Cheng didn't believe her at all. The more innocent she acted, the more suspicious he found it. After the meal, Su Cheng stood up and left. Guyao followed faster than he could walk. Wu Hao called out from behind, dragging his voice. Godfather, leaving together right after the renewal. Su Cheng didn't look back, his raspy voice cold. Say that again, and it'll renew you into an advanced math tutoring class. Wu Hao immediately shut up. The wind outside the cafeteria was mild, and there weren't many people on the path. Su Cheng walked quickly with Guyao beside him, still holding her unfinished orange juice. She glanced at him several times before finally whispering, are you mad? Su Cheng didn't look at her. No. Every time you say no, it basically means yes. Guyao took a sip of her orange juice and quickly added, I didn't mean to let Sister Qinyu know. I thought Sister Lin Wan wouldn't forward it, but Sister Qinyu seems to have her own message interception system. Su Cheng sneered. She doesn't intercept, she's a radar. Guyao laughed at the description, but quickly stifled her smile, afraid he might be truly angry. I won't report randomly anymore. Su Cheng slowed his pace slightly. Guyao's apology came too quickly, so fast that his pent-up anger had nowhere to go. He paused for a moment, his voice stiff. No more chances. So I can't report even during the renewal period. Guyao looked at him cautiously, but her eyes were still bright. After all, I'm the client. I need some after-sales records. Su Cheng stopped walking. Guyao. Present. Mention the renewal one more time, and he'll terminate the contract right now. Guyao immediately mimed, zipping her lips, even raising her orange juice cup to her mouth, as if afraid another wrong word might slip out. Su Cheng looked at her, and inexplicably found it amusing. This person really knew how to play innocent. One moment, she sent him straight into Qin Yu's interrogation chamber, and the next she could blink with wide eyes, holding her juice, feigning harmlessness. As they walked along the small path behind the teaching building, Guyao suddenly slowed her pace, her voice softening. I wasn't trying to scare you on purpose earlier. I just think Sister Lin Wan and Sister Qinyu seem to care about you a lot. If I'm going to cooperate with you, they should know, otherwise they'd worry. Su Cheng was taken aback. He hadn't expected Guyao to say that. Guyao didn't look at him, She lowered her head and gently kicked a fallen leaf with the tip of her shoe, her tone unusually subdued. After yesterday by the lake I realized. It's not just that you're afraid of me knowing. You're also afraid of them knowing that I know. It seems like there's a lot you're hiding from me, but I'm not insisting on finding out right now. Su Cheng's heart tightened bit by bit. She had seen through it, more than he had imagined. Yet she still didn't ask. That made it even harder for Su Cheng to know how to respond. He remained silent for a long time before whispering in his raspy voice, knowing too much doesn't do any good. Gu Yao looked up at him, her eyes curving into a smile. Then he'll just know a little bit. Su Cheng, not even a little bit. But I already know. She said it lightly without showing off or pressuring him. Su Cheng's secrets don't just disappear because you say they don't exist. Su Cheng looked at her. Gu Yao looked back at him. The wind passed between them, stirring the loose strands of hair on her forehead. She suddenly stepped half a step closer, her voice dropping very low. So sister, you dropped your water bottle. Su Cheng froze completely. That sister was very soft. Soft enough that only the two of them could hear it. But it still hit him like an electric shock, his heartbeat suddenly spiraling out of control. The raspy voice in his throat almost failed him, instinctively wanting to respond with another tone. He forced the voice back down, his gaze turning cold. Gu Yao, what did you just call me? Gu Yao, who had been wearing a sly smile like a little fox testing her luck, immediately stepped back upon seeing his genuine tension, her tone turning serious. I spoke very softly. No one's around. I just wanted to confirm something. Su Cheng's fingers tightened on his backpack strap. Confirm what? Gu Yao looked at his throat, then into his eyes. You almost switched your voice just now. Su Cheng's heart sank. She had heard it. Or rather, she had been waiting for that very moment. But Su Cheng remained cold on the surface. You misheard. My voice is like this. It cracks sometimes. Gu Yao didn't immediately refute him. She stared at him for a while, her expression no longer purely teasing, but carrying a hint of concern and confusion. Then doesn't it tire you out talking like this all the time? Su Cheng dreaded this kind of question the most. Harder to handle than being pressed for the truth. Because there was no malice in those words. Only concern. Su Cheng looked away, his voice stiff. No, I'm used to it. Gu Yao's expression faltered slightly at the words used to it. She probably wanted to ask more, but remembering her promise not to push him, she simply switched her orange juice to the other hand, fished a candy out of her pocket, and handed it to him. Here. It's not an interrogation. It's supplies from your secret keeper. Su Cheng looked down at the candy, but didn't take it. Gu Yao didn't urge him either. She simply placed the candy in the side pocket of his backpack and patted it gently. You don't have to eat it. Just don't press your voice so tight all the time. That moment, just now, even I felt it hurt to hear. Su Cheng felt something gently touch his heart. He wanted to say mind your own business, but the words got stuck in his throat and wouldn't come out. Finally, he only said coldly, don't call me that again. Gu Yao nodded, looking obedient. Not in public. Su Cheng stared at her. Gu Yao immediately corrected herself. They'll try not to call you that anywhere. Try. Gu Yao blinked. People do get loose-lipped sometimes. Su Cheng's head throbbed with irritation at her antics. Just as he was about to speak, his phone buzzed again. This time it was Lin Wan. He instinctively expected another gentle, caring message, but when he looked down, Lin Wan Xiaoxi Yao Yao said you renewed the contract with her again. Lin Wan, don't push yourself too hard. Don't keep pressing your voice either. Rest if it's uncomfortable. Xiaoxi. Voice. The two most dangerous words appeared together. Su Cheng's fingers stiffened. And Gu Yao was standing right next to him. She wasn't trying to peek, but those two words were too obvious. They seemed to leap straight into her eyes. The smile on Gu Yao's face slowly faded. She looked at the screen, then raised her head to Su Cheng. This time there was no playfulness, no immediate interrogation. Only a very soft voice. Su Cheng, who is Xiaoxi? Su Cheng felt that this second was even more dangerous than that sister from before. He opened his mouth, his raspy voice nearly choking. A typo. Gu Yao didn't call him out on it. She just blinked lightly. Then why did she also say don't keep pressing your voice? Su Cheng. This time he really couldn't talk his way out of it. Su Cheng felt that in moments of extreme panic the mind became remarkably clear. Clear enough to hear the wind rustling through the leaves, to see Gu Yao's eyelashes flutter slightly, and even to feel his own fingers pressing against the edge of his phone, the knuckles turning white from the strain. Yet he couldn't conjure up a single decent excuse. Lin Wan's two messages had arrived too precisely. Xiaoxi. Don't keep pressing your voice. Each term alone could make his heart skip a beat. Together they felt like a verdict handed over by Qin Yu herself. Gu Yao didn't urge him. She just stood before him watching quietly. If she had teased him with her usual smile, Su Cheng could have coldly retorted. But she wasn't smiling now. Her eyes were filled with confusion and a trace of gentle concern. That was the most troublesome part. Su Cheng's Adam's apple moved as he forced his raspy voice steady. I told you it was a typo. Gu Yao blinked softly. Was Xiaoxi a typo too? And don't keep pressing your voice. Su Cheng's face was expressionless. Her keyboard has issues. Oh, Gu Yao nodded, her tone obedient. Then Sister Lin Wan's keyboard sure knows how to pick keywords. Su Cheng had no comeback. Gu Yao held her orange juice cup to her chest, neither leaning in nor stepping back. She seemed to be carefully controlling her distance, but her eyes couldn't help falling on his face as she asked softly, "Su Cheng, you said your voice has always been like this, but why did Sister Lin once say not to keep pressing it?" Su Cheng's heart sank. There was no escape. If he kept insisting on the typo excuse, Gu Yao might not call him out on the spot, but she would definitely jot it down in her little fox notebook. Once Xiao Shi voice and Pretty Sister were linked, he might as well start planning a move to Mars. Su Cheng was silent for a few seconds, then suddenly put his phone back in his pocket, his voice dropping slightly. "A high fever when I was a child." Gu Yao was taken aback. "What?" Su Cheng looked at the tree shadows by the roadside, not at her. "I was sick when I was young. The fever came down late and damaged my voice. It's been like this ever since. Talking for too long tires me out, so they always tell me to speak less." As he said this, his face was cold and unreadable, but inside, he was already mentally kneeling and burning paper money for himself. It was over. He had actually fabricated that. And so smoothly. If Qin Yu found out he had used a fever damaged his voice to fool Gu Yao, she would probably laugh and hang her skirt by his bed for 3 days. But Gu Yao didn't laugh. The doubt on her face faded, replaced by obvious concern. Really? The 3 words were so soft that Su Cheng's guilt nearly made him unable to meet her eyes. He could only keep his face cold, his raspy voice stiff. "Would I get paid for lying?" Gu Yao didn't respond with her usual, "Then he'll give you 250. She looked down at the candy in her hand, then at Su Cheng's throat, her voice growing even softer. "Was it hard for you back then? Having your voice damaged by a fever as a child, and then being laughed at for it? That must have been tough, right?" Su Cheng felt something strike his chest. This wasn't the reaction he wanted. He had expected Gu Yao to be skeptical, to continue her little fox probing, to ask why his voice had sounded different for a moment yesterday. But she didn't. She believed it at least a little. And she was starting to feel sorry for him. Su Cheng suddenly regretted it. The worst thing about lies isn't that no one believes them, it's that someone does believe them and genuinely feels sad for you. He averted his gaze, his tone harsher than before. "I'm used to it." Gu Yao looked at him. His answer was cold, as if he didn't want to continue. But somehow she felt those 2 words hit a lot. She wanted to ask, but remembered she had just promised not to push him. So she gently pressed the candy into his hand, her movement light, as if afraid of hurting something. "Then take this. If it hurts to talk, don't force it. Say as little as you can. And I won't keep asking about things you don't want to explain." Su Cheng looked down at the candy in his palm. Strawberry flavor. He should have immediately handed it back with a cold, "I don't need it." But Gu Yao had already withdrawn her hand. She stood in the shadow of the tree, her eyes bright, her expression quieter than usual. Su Cheng suddenly felt the candy in his hand was a little hot. "Gu Yao," he said, his raspy voice low and hoarse, "don't look at me like that." Gu Yao was startled. "Like what?" "Like I'm a patient." A smile flickered across her face at his words, but then she turned serious again. "You deserve a little care. Stop acting like nothing's wrong." Su Cheng's heart leaped, but his face remained cold. "I'm not acting. You are right now." Gu Yao finally showed a hint of her familiar little fox smile, but this time it wasn't too much. She switched her orange juice cup to her other hand and walked beside him towards the male dormitory. "Don't worry, I won't mention your voice outside, and I won't tell anyone. Consider it a new clause in our confidentiality agreement." Su Cheng frowned. "Another new clause?" Gu Yao nodded with mock seriousness. Article 13. Su Cheng has a bad throat, and Gu Yao is responsible for supervising him to talk less. Su Cheng sneered. "You call that talking less?" Of course. Gu Yao looked at him. "If you talk less, I wouldn't have to supervise." Su Cheng had no retort. She had circled back again. But this time he didn't feel like snapping back. Because after she spoke, she casually put his unfinished water bottle back into his backpack side pocket and even tightened the cap. Her movements were incredibly light. Not like a joke. Like she was genuinely afraid he would forget to drink water. Su Cheng's guilt grew heavier. This lie couldn't spread. But if he didn't tell it now, he couldn't cover it up. He could only mentally blame the pill. Who asked that damn pill to be so unreasonable? Who asked him to have to fake his voice now? When they reached the corner of the male dormitory, Gu Yao stopped. "They'll see you off here." She glanced at the students coming and going nearby, her smile returning somewhat. "Any further, and your roommates will say I'm escorting a kindergartner again." Su Cheng's mind was in turmoil, but her remark broke the tension, and his face turned cold again. "You know that." "Of course I do," Gu Yao said, proudly shaking her phone. Wu Hao's expression was too obvious. He practically had "I want the gossip" written on his face. Su Cheng's face was expressionless. His head is only full of hot pot and gossip. "What about you?" The question came too suddenly. Su Cheng paused. "What?" Gu Yao held her orange juice cup, tilting her head to look at him. "What's in your head?" Su Cheng looked at her. That expression of wanting to tease him, but afraid of digging too deep, and felt a strange flutter in his heart. What was in his head? Glasses, bandages, a raspy voice, pills, Gu Chun, Su Shi, and the moment by the lake yesterday, when the wind blew open. Now there was also Gu Yao, a little fox who was very good at causing trouble, and also very good at protecting people. Su Cheng lowered his eyes, his raspy voice cold. Calculus. Gu Yao was clearly stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. You have calculus in your head. No wonder you look so pained. Su Cheng turned and walked away. Gu Yao called out to him from behind, laughing. Su Cheng, remember to drink water, and don't keep pressing your voice. Her voice wasn't loud, but it still made two passing boys turn their heads. Su Cheng's steps faltered, and he turned back to glare at her. Gu Yao immediately covered her mouth, her eyes curving into crescents, her voice lowered. My bad, the secret keeper will be quieter next time. Su Cheng took a deep breath and decided not to argue with her. If he did, she would eventually drive his raspy voice to an early grave. When he returned to the dormitory and pushed the door open, Wu Hao pounced on him. Godfather, did Miss Gu walk you back? And she told you to drink water. Has your relationship already evolved to the nurturing phase? Su Cheng put down his backpack, his expression indifferent. She's just afraid it'll die on the way and affect the contract renewal. Zhao Lei, sitting at his computer, chimed in slowly. Do you even believe that excuse yourself? Zhou Kai held up his phone. Someone on the forum already caught a picture of Gu Yao talking to you at the dormitory corner, but it's too far away to see clearly. Su Cheng paused. Did you delete it? Seeing his expression, Zhou Kai immediately nodded. I just contacted someone to suppress it. It hasn't spread. Su Cheng had just relaxed when Chun Jiaming suddenly looked at him. What's wrong with your voice? The room fell silent for a moment. Su Cheng looked up. What do you mean? Chun Jiaming said your voice is hoarser than usual today. Wu Hao also caught on. Yeah, Godfather, are you catching a cold? Zhao Lei frowned. Or did you argue with Gu Yao until your voice went hoarse? Alarms blared in Su Cheng's mind again. He had just smoothed things over with Gu Yao, and now his roommates were on his case. He lowered his head and pulled out a chair, his raspy voice steady. Old problem. Wu Hao was taken aback. You have an old problem. Su Cheng paused for half a second, then coldly repeated the lie. A high fever when I was a child. Damaged my voice. The room was silent for 2 seconds. Wu Hao, who had been about to joke, restrained his expression a little. Seriously. Su Cheng looked up. Would I lie about that? Zhao Lei stopped smiling too. No wonder your voice has always been like this. Zhou Kai muttered, and those people on the forum are always joking about your voice. Wu Hao slammed the table. Damn, then they're the ones with the problem. Su Cheng hadn't expected this reaction, and it only made him feel guiltier. He had just wanted to cover things up with Gu Yao. Now even his roommates were starting to believe it. Chun Jiaming didn't speak immediately. He looked at Su Cheng as if judging something. After a moment, he said flatly, this excuse will only work once. Su Cheng's heart tightened. Chun Jiaming's words weren't loud, but they pierced Su Cheng's heart like a needle. He looked over. Chun Jiaming had already lowered his head to flip through a book as if he had just made a casual remark. Wu Hao hadn't caught the deeper meaning and leaned in. Godfather, then don't yell at us anymore. If you want to curse at me, just send a message. Save your voice. Su Cheng looked at his sincere face and was silent for 2 seconds. You acting less foolish would save my voice more than anything. Zhao Lei couldn't help but laugh, and the dormitory atmosphere finally relaxed again. After Su Cheng sat down, his phone vibrated. Gu Yao, did you get to the dorm? Su Cheng, yeah. Gu Yao, is your throat still bothering you? Su Cheng stared at the message, his heart a mess. Su Cheng, no. Gu Yao, liar. Su Cheng, do you have nothing better to do? Gu Yao, I'm not free. I'm updating the confidentiality agreement. Su Cheng, stop writing. Gu Yao, already written. A photo came through a second later. On the little fox notebook, a new line was added, Article 14. When Su Cheng says I'm fine, he's probably lying. Su Cheng typed coldly, delete it. Gu Yao, no. Su Cheng, Gu Yao. Gu Yao, present. Gu Yao, talk less, save your voice. Su Cheng put his phone down. He felt this lie might be more troublesome than the truth. But what was even more troublesome was that Gu Yao seemed to have truly started to care for him. When Su Cheng entered the classroom the next morning, Gu Yao did not tease him as she usually did. This was highly unusual. She sat by the window, her textbook and water bottle on the desk. Seeing him come in, she merely raised her hand and gave a gentle wave. No classmates, Su Cheng, no confidentiality service client, and no pulling out the little fox sticky note to scare him. This made Su Cheng even more unsettled. Gu Yao's silence was far more ominous than her usual antics. Wu Hao, trailing behind Su Cheng, lowered his voice and said, Godfather, something's off with Miss Gu today. She didn't tease you. Did you two have a fight yesterday? Su Cheng replied coldly, are you hoping we did? Wu Hao thought seriously for a moment. Not really. I just think it feels weird when you two aren't bickering. Zhao Lei walked by and added a jab, it's like the calm before a storm. Zhou Kai glanced at the water bottle on Gu Yao's desk and squinted sharply. I don't think it's a storm. I think Miss Gu is switching to a gentler approach. Su Cheng's heart skipped a beat. A gentler approach. That was even more terrifying. He would rather have Gu Yao smilingly set traps for him as usual than have her pity him over a childhood high fever that ruined his voice. Because it was all a lie. The more she pitied him, the guiltier he felt. After Su Cheng sat down, Gu Yao slid her water bottle toward him. It was a thermos with a little fox sticker on it. It's still warm, she blinked and whispered. You just got up, so no cold water. Su Cheng looked down at the cup, then back at her. Gu Yao, did you take the wrong medicine today? Gu Yao was trying hard to keep a serious face, but his words almost made her crack. She puffed out her cheeks, pushed the cup a little closer, and mumbled, "I didn't take the wrong medicine." Then she looked up at him again, her voice soft. "I just think, what you said yesterday, it's a little heartbreaking." Su Cheng's fingers froze. Here it was. This was what he feared. He replied in his raspy voice coldly, "I'm used to it." "Being used to it doesn't mean it doesn't hurt," Gu Yao said, leaning on the desk to look at him, for once not joking. "A childhood high fever ruined your voice, and people have been making fun of it ever since. You say it's fine, but no one is really completely unbothered." Su Cheng stared at the blackboard, his expression icy, but inside her words left him a mess. She actually believed part of it, and she genuinely felt sorry for him. This was more troublesome than being exposed. If she saw through him, he could just deny it coldly. But being pitted made even his tough talk seem heartless. After a 2-second silence, he finally said, "You're overthinking it. It's just a bad voice. It's not like I can't live with it." Gu Yao immediately wrinkled her nose like an unhappy little fox. "It's not even that bad." Su Cheng finally turned to look at her. "Are you serious?" Caught off guard by his stare, her ears flushed slightly, but she nodded earnestly. "Serious." After a pause, she added, "Even if it was a little startling the first time I heard it." "Su Cheng." Gu Yao quickly waved her hands. "Just a little." Her eyes curved as she whispered, "After getting used to it, it's actually fine. And it's really distinctive. When you argue, you have so much presence. No one can out-talk you." "Su Cheng, was that a compliment?" Wu Hao, overhearing from behind, immediately leaned in. "Miss Gu, I agree. Godfather's raspy voice is lethal, especially when he's scolding me. The pressure is real." Su Cheng turned back to him. "Want to experience it again?" Wu Hao instantly sat up straight. "No thanks. I've already felt the fatherly love." Gu Yao couldn't help it and laughed behind her hand. When she laughed, her eyes curved like a squirrel that had stolen a pine cone. The earlier seriousness and pity finally faded a little. Su Cheng breathed a quiet sigh of relief. That was more like it. This was how Gu Yao should be. If she kept looking at him with that soft gaze, he wouldn't know how to handle it. After the bell rang, the teacher began calling the roll. When it was Su Cheng's turn, he answered with his usual raspy present. A few people still turned to look, but there was less laughter than before. Su Cheng didn't care, but soon he heard 2 girls in the front row whisper his throat was hurt before. "Don't laugh." "Su Cheng." He slowly turned to look at Gu Yao. She was writing, but feeling his gaze, she immediately lifted her head, her eyes as innocent as a caught little fox. Su Cheng lowered his voice. "Did you tell them?" Gu Yao shook her head quickly, her ponytail swaying. "I didn't go around telling everyone." She shrank her neck and explained softly, "I just explained to one girl yesterday that your throat wasn't great before, so they wouldn't make too harsh jokes on the forum." Su Cheng's vision went dark. "Gu Yao." "Present." Gu Yao reflexively answered. Realizing her mistake, she immediately sat up straight and softened her voice. "I know. I shouldn't have said anything." She bit her lip and added quietly, "But I really didn't mean to hurt you. I just thought it wasn't right for them to laugh at you like that." Su Cheng stared at her. She genuinely meant it. It wasn't to set a trap or to tease him. She just heard others laughing at his voice and couldn't help but try to shield him. But the problem was, the more earnestly she shielded him, the more the lie spread like truth. Su Cheng rubbed his temples and said quietly, "Don't explain for me anymore." Gu Yao pressed her lips together. "But they laugh at you." "Let them laugh. You don't care?" "No." Gu Yao looked at him for a few seconds before whispering, "You're being stubborn again." Su Cheng was speechless. He was indeed being stubborn. But this time his stubbornness was complicated. He didn't actually care that much about people laughing at his raspy voice, because he had faked it. What really made him uneasy was that Gu Yao had taken this fake reason as his wound, and was earnestly trying to take the blow for him. He couldn't stand it. After class, Gu Yao didn't bring up the voice issue again. Instead, she pushed a neatly folded note onto Su Cheng's desk. Su Cheng looked at her warily. Another agreement. Not an agreement. Gu Yao rested her chin on her hand, smiling sweetly. Special precautions. Su Cheng opened the note. It read, "Drink less cold water. Talk less loudly. Don't argue too long with Wu Hao. If the forum makes you upset, you can tell me. You don't have to say anything if you don't want to." At the end, she had drawn a little fox holding a small megaphone. Su Cheng's heart grew even more chaotic after reading it. Wu Hao leaned in to see, but Su Cheng pressed his face back with one hand. "Godfather, let me see." Wu Hao persisted. "Did Miss Gu write you a love letter?" Su Cheng replied coldly, "Health tips." Wu Hao was stunned. Has love letters evolved this far? Zhao Lei, enjoying the drama, added, "It suits you too. Others give flowers in a relationship, you give throat care tips." Gu Yao's face instantly turned red. She waved her hands frantically. No, it's not a relationship. His throat is bad." Zhou Kai immediately seized on the key phrase. "So Miss Gu has officially certified that his throat is bad." Su Cheng stuffed the note into his backpack, his voice icy. "Zhou Kai, say one more word, and I'll make your throat bad too." Zhou Kai immediately shut up. Seeing that Su Cheng was a bit annoyed, Gu Yao changed the subject. "Are you going back to the dorm this afternoon?" "I just checked the forum. No new photos. The main road should be safe." Su Cheng was startled. She was still monitoring the forum. But he said, how are you more like a forum admin than Zhou Kai? Zhou Kai protested, Godfather, I'm a professional intelligence officer. Gu Yao immediately raised her hand and smiled. Then, I'm the temporary risk controller. Su Cheng looked at her, and the awkward feeling surfaced again. Risk controller. Confidentiality officer. Escort. She always gave herself all kinds of strange titles. But every title ended up being another excuse for her to get closer to him. On the way back to the dorm that afternoon, Gu Yao indeed didn't follow too closely. She only walked him to the corner of the teaching building and stopped after confirming no one was taking photos. After a few steps, Su Cheng heard her call from behind Su Cheng. Her voice dragged out a little long. He turned around, his raspy voice indifferent. What now? Gu Yao stood in the shade of a tree, still holding the pack of throat lozenges she hadn't given him, her eyes curved. If your throat ever feels uncomfortable, you can just tell me directly. She shook the lozenges in her hand and said earnestly, don't always brush it off with I'm used to it. Su Cheng looked at her. For a moment, he almost told the truth. It wasn't his throat that was uncomfortable. It was him. The Su Cheng who had to rely on Glass's messy hair and a raspy voice to get through. But the words died in his throat. He only replied coldly, you're meddling too much. Gu Yao wasn't bothered at all. Instead, she smiled even brighter. I renewed my contract. Su Cheng. He turned and walked away. When he reached the boys' dormitory building, his phone buzzed. Gu Yao sent a picture. On the little fox sticky note, a new line had been added. Article 15. When Su Cheng says I'm used to it, it doesn't always mean he's really fine. Beside it was a drawing of a little fox holding a hot water cup. Su Cheng stared at the line for a long time. Finally, he replied. Su Cheng, your handwriting is getting uglier. Gu Yao replied instantly, then why did you look at it for so long? It was followed by a smug little fox wagging its tail emoji. Su Cheng put down his phone, his ears burning. He suddenly felt that this high fever lie had really gotten him into trouble. Because Gu Yao didn't just believe it casually. She genuinely felt sorry for him. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Su Cheng sat on the balcony of his dormitory, his hand gripping his phone like a bomb about to explode. Qin Yu's video call had popped up 3 times. He didn't answer the first time, pretended not to see the second, and was about to decline the third when Qin Yu sent a message directly. Qin Yu, if you don't answer now, I'll come to your dormitory and shout your name. Su Cheng stared at the message, silent for 2 seconds, then pressed accept. The screen lit up and Qin Yu's beautiful murderous face appeared in the frame. She wore a casual shirt, her hair loosely tied up, and even at home, she exuded an aura that could fire someone in the next second. Finally willing to answer. Qin Yu leaned back on the sofa, her tone chilly. Su Cheng, you're very busy now. Busy renewing contracts, busy deceiving young girls, busy packaging that hoarse voice of yours as childhood trauma. Su Cheng's face remained expressionless, his hoarse voice steady. You have quite the imagination. Imagination. Qin Yu let out a cold laugh, turned her phone to the side, and Lin Wan also appeared in the frame. She sat on the other end of the sofa, holding a glass of warm water, her gaze gentle, but clearly worried. Lin Wan said softly, Xiaoxi, Qin Yu isn't scolding you, she's just worried that forcing your voice down will make you uncomfortable. Su Cheng's eyelid twitched, and he immediately glanced at the balcony door. Luckily Wu Hao and the others were playing games inside the dormitory, and hadn't heard the name Xiaoxi. He lowered his voice, don't call me that. Qin Yu raised an eyebrow, what, afraid your roommate will hear? You weren't afraid when you lied to Gu Yao. Su Cheng was silent. This question couldn't be answered. One answer, and it would be all pitfalls. Qin Yu didn't expect him to answer honestly, and cut straight to the point. You told Gu Yao that you had a high fever as a child, and ruined your voice. Su Cheng's gaze flickered, a temporary explanation. You chose this for a temporary explanation. Qin Yu laughed in anger. Why didn't you say a duck bit your throat? Lin Wan coughed softly as if wanting to laugh, but finding it inappropriate. Qin Yu waved her hand. Did I say anything wrong? That hoarse voice of yours is fake, and you're getting more skilled at it every day. Lying to others is one thing, but Gu Yao honestly bought you throat lozenges, and you had the nerve to accept them. Su Cheng. He was ashamed. But he took them. More than once. Lin Wan looked at Su Cheng on the screen, her voice softening. Xiaoxi, does Yao Yao already know something about you now? Su Cheng didn't answer immediately. He looked down at the edge of the balcony railing, his fingers lightly pressing against his phone case. The evening breeze blew in from outside, and his first instinct was still to raise his hand and smooth down his hair. Qin Yu saw the movement. She saw you without your glasses? Su Cheng's hand froze. Qin Yu narrowed her eyes. I guessed right. Su Cheng's face turned cold. It was the wind. Qin Yu, I asked about your glasses, and you talk about the wind. Su Cheng, you're even cutting corners when lying now. Lin Wan didn't press him like Qin Yu, but asked softly, Yao Yao scared you then? Su Cheng was silent for a moment, his hoarse voice dropping a little. It wasn't her scaring me, my glasses fell off. Qin Yu sneered. Is there a big difference? Su Cheng didn't speak. Of course there was a difference. If Gu Yao had deliberately taken his glasses, he could still be angry. But she didn't do it on purpose. She saw, didn't scream, didn't press, and even said she would keep it a secret. He couldn't even find a reason to blame her. Seeing him like this, Chen Yu's tone finally softened. She didn't tell anyone. No, Su Cheng answered quickly this time. She said she wouldn't tell Gu Chun. Chen Yu and Lin Wan exchanged a glance. Lin Wan breathed a sigh of relief. Yao Yao has a good heart, he shall protect you. But Chen Yu said coldly, her good heart is one thing, but her quick tongue is another. She reported your contract renewal to Lin Wan today. Do you know what that means? Su Cheng looked at her. Chen Yu enunciated each word. It means she considers you one of her own. The tips of Su Cheng's ears inexplicably grew hot. He immediately said in a cold voice, she's just bored. Chen Yu watched his reaction, her smile becoming more obvious. Su Cheng, do you know what you look like now? Su Cheng was wary. What? Like a little fox has dragged you back to its den, and you're still stubbornly saying you were just passing by. Lin Wan couldn't help but let out a soft laugh. Su Cheng. He wanted to hang up? Really? Seeing his face darken, Chen Yu finally steered the conversation back. I was going to invite Gu Yao into the video tonight to see how much she knows. Where is she? Su Cheng's heart tightened. You actually called her. Chen Yu raised an eyebrow. What scared? Before Su Cheng could answer, a message from Gu Yao popped up at the top of his phone. Gu Yao, I'm here. Gu Yao, sister Chen Yu asked me to wait for you to pull me into the video. Gu Yao, am I too early? Su Cheng's vision went black. Before he could stop it, Chen Yu had already initiated a group call. A few seconds later, Gu Yao's face appeared on the screen. She was probably in her dormitory or her own small room with a clean background. She held a water cup, her hair loosely tied up. When she saw Su Cheng, her eyes lit up first, then, as if remembering something, she sat up properly. Good evening, Sister Chen Yu, Sister Lin Wan, she said, then sneaked a glance at Su Cheng. Good evening, classmate, Su Cheng. Su Cheng's expression remained cold, but inside alarm bells were ringing wildly. Gu Yao, you'd better not say anything wrong. Gu Yao seemed to read his look and immediately nodded obediently, while holding her water cup, showing a I have a tight mouth expression. Chen Yu watched their little exchanges, a half smile playing on her lips. Yao Yao, I heard you've been taking good care of Su Cheng recently. Gu Yao hugged her cup tighter, blinking. Not really taking good care, just handing him water, giving him candy, checking the forum, and helping him block the camera. Chen Yu, that's quite a lot of just. Gu Yao's ears tinged with red, and she explained softly, because he doesn't like being filmed and his voice isn't good. Su Cheng's heart skipped a beat when he heard, voice isn't good. Chen Yu slowly turned to him. Hear that? You're quite successful at lying. Gu Yao was startled. Lying? Su Cheng's heartbeat missed a beat instantly. Lin Wan quickly interjected gently. Chen Yu means he always lies to others, saying he's fine. Yao Yao, don't spoil him too much. The more you spoil him, the more stubborn he gets. Gu Yao breathed a sigh of relief and nodded seriously. I know he's really stubborn. Today I told him to drink warm water, and he said he wasn't thirsty, but in the end he drank it anyway. Chen Yu's gaze at Su Cheng became even more amused. Su Cheng kept his face expressionless, but internally he was already dying of embarrassment and wanted to exit the video call. Gu Yao hadn't noticed yet, and continued softly, but I won't force him. I wrote a confidentiality agreement. When he doesn't want to talk, I won't ask. Chen Yu's eyes paused slightly, and Lin Wan also looked at Gu Yao. Gu Yao felt a little embarrassed under their gaze, hugged her cup, and added softly, I just think. He was really scared yesterday. I don't want to make him more scared. The wind on the balcony blew gently. Su Cheng suddenly didn't say a word. Chen Yu was also silent for a moment, which was rare. Lin Wan's eyes softened. Yao Yao, thank you. Gu Yao quickly shook her head. No need to thank me, I'm the secret keeper. Then, as if afraid the atmosphere was too serious, she sneaked another look at Su Cheng, her eyes curving a little. And classmate Su Cheng, though he's stubborn, he's easy to coax. Just give him candy, and he'll take it. Gu Yao. Gu Yao immediately sat up straight, present. Chen Yu finally laughed out loud. All right, I see, she said, leaning back on the sofa, her tone returning to its sharpness. Yao Yao, keep an eye on him. Make sure he drinks water, talks less, doesn't run around, stays away from windy places, and especially, don't let him act tough. Su Cheng frowned. Chen Yu, shut up and protect that voice of yours ruined by the high fever. Gu Yao didn't catch the irony, but nodded seriously. They'll keep an eye on him. Su Cheng. It's over. Chen Yu had officially added Gu Yao to the care list. After the video call ended, Su Cheng hadn't recovered yet when a message from Gu Yao arrived. Gu Yao, sister Chen Yu said I should keep an eye on you. Gu Yao, does that mean I have official authorization now? Su Cheng stared at the screen and replied expressionlessly. Su Cheng, no. Gu Yao, but sister Chen Yu said it herself. Su Cheng, she's a fraud. Gu Yao, your family has a lot of frauds. Su Cheng. He was about to reply, who's your family, when Gu Yao sent another sticky note with a little fox. Article 16. Gu Yao receives temporary official authorization to supervise Su Cheng's water intake, reduce talking, and avoid windy places. Beside it, a little fox held a small flag with the words caretaker on duty. Su Cheng stared at the image, his fingers pausing for a long time. Finally, he coldly replied with 4 words. Su Cheng, your handwriting is uglier. Gu Yao replied instantly, then why did you save it? Su Cheng looked down. His fingers had unknowingly pressed the save image button. He was silent for 2 seconds, then raised his hand to cover his eyes. Let the world end. This little fox was really getting harder and harder to guard against. The next morning, Su Cheng felt utterly ruined by the words, official authorization. Gu Yao had always been fond of watching him, but now she did so with even greater justification. Right after the 8 a.m. class ended, she carried her water bottle and moved from the adjacent seat over to his desk. First, she cautiously glanced around to ensure no one was secretly filming, then placed a throat lozenge on the corner of his desk. Her movements were delicate, as if she were depositing a confidential document. After placing it, she shielded it with her textbook, her eyes crinkling as she lowered her voice. Caretaker on patrol. No refusal allowed. Su Cheng looked down at the lozenge's raspy voice cold. Gu Yao, do you think you're something special now? Gu Yao blinked, feeling a bit guilty under his words. She gently pinched the edge of her water bottle and murmured, I'm not that special, really. It's just that Sister Cheng, you told me to keep an eye on you. I can't slack off on my first day, can I? You can quit. No way. Gu Yao shook her head, immediately her ponytail swaying. I just started and Sister Lin Wan also said I should take extra care of you. Su Cheng's fingers paused. Now, whenever he heard the words Sister Lin Wan, his heart instinctively raced with unease. Sure enough, his phone vibrated the next second. Lin Wan, Xiao Xiao Yao said you barely ate anything this morning. Lin Wan, don't push yourself just because you're young. Take care of your throat and eat properly. Sister isn't at school, so I have to trouble Yao Yao to look after you. Su Cheng stared at the screen, his emotions as tangled as someone slipping a love letter into a calculus exam. Xiao Shi, sister, Yao Yao watching over you. Every sentence was tender, and every sentence was dangerous. He immediately flipped his phone face down on the desk. Gu Yao had already noticed his reaction. She didn't lean in to peek, just tilted her head, while holding her water bottle like a little fox that was curious but trying hard to hold back. Did Sister Lin Wan message you again? Su Cheng's face was expressionless. Scam. Gu Yao thought seriously for a moment, then nodded. Then you sure have a lot of scams around you. Sister Cheng Yu is a scam, Sister Lin Wan is a scam. Am I a scam too? Su Cheng glanced at her. You're a prime suspect. Gu Yao was amused, then a little proud. Then the suspect now requests to supervise your breakfast. Did you only eat 2 bites of bread this morning? Su Cheng looked up, his raspy voice steady. Did you install a surveillance camera? No, I didn't. Gu Yao held her water bottle and whispered, Classmate Wu Hao just said in the group chat that you were staring at your bread this morning, only took 2 bites, and gave the rest to him. Su Cheng slowly turned his head toward Wu Hao, who was sitting in the back row. Wu Hao was pretending to read his book, but sensing the murderous intent, he immediately looked up with an innocent expression. Godfather, I'm just concerned about your health. Classmate Gu is the official caretaker now. I'm just assisting. Zhao Lei leaned back in his chair, shoulders shaking with laughter. Lao Wu, you've become quite the traitor. Zhou Kai added seriously. I suggest we establish a Su Cheng health observation group, with Gu Yao as team leader and Wu Hao as intelligence officer. Su Cheng clicked his pen cap, shut, his voice chillingly cold. Zhou Kai, say one more word, and it'll make you the host of a funeral. Zhou Kai immediately shut up. Gu Yao couldn't help but laugh, then quickly coughed to compose herself. Don't argue. Protect your throat. Su Cheng. What he most wanted to protect now wasn't his throat. It was his dignity. But Gu Yao clearly wasn't letting him off. At noon, as soon as class ended, she followed him with her books, her voice soft. Classmate Su Cheng, are you going to the cafeteria today? I promise I won't say anything weird, won't get too close, and won't let anyone film you. Su Cheng walked ahead without turning back. No. Gu Yao took a few quick steps to catch up, her voice carrying a clumsy earnestness. Then what do you want to eat? I can bring it for you. Porridge, noodles, steamed egg, or maybe wonton soup. Hot and not spicy. Su Cheng stopped in his tracks and turned to look at her. Gu Yao immediately stood up straight like a student called on by the teacher, clutching her little fox sticker notebook in her hands. She was supposed to be the one watching him, yet she looked a bit guilty under his gaze, blinking as she added softly, I'm not forcing you to eat. I just think you didn't eat much this morning. If you skip lunch, you'll have no energy this afternoon. Those words were too sincere. So sincere that the sarcastic retort Su Cheng had prepared got stuck in his throat. He felt a bit annoyed. Not at Gu Yao, but at himself for being unable to refuse her earnestness again. Whatever, he finally forced out 2 words stiffly. Gu Yao's eyes lit up. Does whatever mean you'll eat? Whatever means stop bothering me. Then it means you'll eat. Gu Yao interpreted it to her own satisfaction and nodded happily. I got it. You sit in the corner, you'll go buy the food. Don't worry, I won't get the steamed egg. You ate it yesterday like you were at a funeral. Su Cheng. She was even doing self-reflection now. The cafeteria was quite crowded. Gu Yao didn't sit too close like before. First, she had Su Cheng sit in the corner against the wall, then placed her backpack on the other side to block any potential camera angles from outside. After doing that, she carried her tray and queued at the window. Wu Hao watched her retreating figure and clicked his tongue in admiration. Godfather, let me be fair. Classmate Gu is really doing a great job as a caretaker. Blocking cameras, buying meals, handing out water, managing the forum. Her service is more comprehensive than the school's logistics. Su Cheng looked down at his phone, his tone indifferent, jealous. Wu Hao nodded immediately, of course. Who wouldn't want to be taken care of by a pretty girl like that? Su Cheng finally looked up. Want me to burn your throat too? Wu Hao paused for a second, then picked up his water cup. I'll drink my own water. It's fine. Zhao Lei couldn't stop laughing, but Chen Jiaming glanced at Su Cheng and said calmly, she's not just taking care of your throat. Su Cheng's fingers froze. Chen Jiaming didn't elaborate, just lowered his head to check his meal card bill, as if he had only spoken casually. But Su Cheng understood. Gu Yao wasn't just caring for his throat. She was caring for the Su Cheng who had almost fled in panic yesterday after she discovered his secret by the lake. Soon Gu Yao returned with her tray. She had bought a bowl of hot noodle soup, a plate of greens, and a small bowl of egg custard. When she saw Su Cheng's gaze fall on the egg custard, she immediately explained nervously, this isn't like yesterday's steamed egg. It's just a side dish. You don't have to eat it if you don't want to. Su Cheng looked at her expression, which clearly said, I'm not forcing you, and found it a little amusing. He picked up his chopsticks and took a mouthful of noodles. Gu Yao's eyes sparkled. How is it? Edible. Edible means it's pretty good. Gu Yao translated softly to herself as if afraid to show her delight too plainly, then quickly looked down to sip her soup. Wu Hao covered his mouth and whispered to Zhao Lei, see, she's entertaining herself. Zhao Lei also lowered his voice, kind of cute. Su Cheng heard them. He didn't argue, because Gu Yao had indeed been a bit cute just now. No, he couldn't think that way. Su Cheng lowered his head to eat his noodles, his raspy voice silent, but inwardly, he was scolding himself. Halfway through the meal, Gu Yao's phone buzzed. She glanced at the message, a hint of surprise flashing across her face, then secretly looked at Su Cheng. Su Cheng grew alert. Who? Gu Yao held her phone and whispered, Sister Lin Wan. Su Cheng's heart tightened. What did she say, eh? Gu Yao turned her phone toward him, like presenting a treasure, a hint of pride in her eyes. Lin Wan, Yao, thank you for taking care of him. He's stubborn, doesn't like to say when he's hurting, and hates bothering others. You don't have to push him, but make sure he eats. Gu Yao murmured softly, Sister Lin Wan is so gentle. Su Cheng looked at the message, his heart a mix of indescribable feelings. Lin Wan was indeed gentle. So gentle that every time he saw the words Shaoxi his heart raced, yet he couldn't blame her. Gu Yao put her phone away and glanced at him again. She really cares about you. Su Cheng said quietly, she's like that with everyone. No, she's not. Gu Yao shook her head seriously, her voice soft. She's different with you. And Sister Chen Yu. She may be harsh on the outside, but she's also worried about you. Su Cheng remained silent. Gu Yao thought for a moment, then showed a hint of innocent confusion. But I'm curious. Why do you always hate to trouble others? Sister Lin Wan and Sister Chen, you are both clearly willing to take care of you. Su Cheng's chopsticks paused midair. The question was too light, yet it cut deep. He didn't want to trouble others, not because he didn't need it, but because every need he had now had a secret he couldn't reveal. If he said he was tired, people would ask why. If he said he was in pain, people would ask where. If he said his throat was uncomfortable, they would realize it wasn't his throat that was damaged, but that he was deliberately suppressing his voice. So he could only pretend. Pretend until he almost forgot what was real. Su Cheng looked up, his tone still cold. Troubling others means I have to repay. Gu Yao blinked as if truly considering it. Then you can repay slowly. How? Gu Yao rested her chin on her hand, her eyes curving. Like next time I'm in trouble, you can help me out. Or when I'm feeling down, you can listen to me. Or even just buy me a bottle of water. Nothing fancy, just a regular one. Su Cheng looked at her. She said it so simply. Simply like a child exchanging candy. Yet that simplicity softened his heart. Su Cheng averted his gaze and said coldly, dream on. Gu Yao wasn't disappointed at all. Instead, she chuckled softly. Then he'll put it on the tab. Su Cheng, another tab. She nodded, pulled out her little fox sticker notebook, and wrote a line very seriously. Su Cheng owes Gu Yao a bottle of water, no deadline. Su Cheng watched her draw a crooked little heart after the word water. His eyebrow twitched. Gu Yao, what does that heart mean? Gu Yao froze, looked down, and her ears instantly turned red. It's not a heart. It's a water droplet. Wu Hao happened to see it, and laughed so hard his chopsticks shook. Zhao Lei couldn't help it either. Water droplets look like that. Gu Yao's face grew even redder. She quickly scribbled over the little heart with her pen. Now it's a dark cloud. Su Cheng. The turmoil Lin Wan's message had stirred in his heart was inexplicably dispersed by her clumsy antics. This was Gu Yao. She would tease him, care for him, and blush as she tried to cover up her mistake of drawing a heart instead of a water droplet. After the meal, Gu Yao didn't walk him all the way to the male dormitory. She just stood at the cafeteria entrance and handed him a pack of throat lozenges. This isn't a mandatory task. She looked up at him, her tone earnest yet cautious. Eat them if you want to, leave them if you don't. But don't keep pushing yourself, okay? Su Cheng looked at her. After a long moment, he took the lozenges. Annoying. But Gu Yao smiled, her eyes bright as if she had won a prize. You took them. Su Cheng turned and walked toward the dormitory, his back cold and aloof. But after a few steps, he heard Gu Yao muttering softly behind him. See, he does take them. Su Cheng's ears grew warm again. He shoved the lozenges into his pocket and kept walking. Just then his phone vibrated. Lin Wan had sent another message. Lin Wan, Xiaoxi, are you free this afternoon? Sister wants to see you. Lin Wan, don't be afraid. I won't wear a skirt. I just want to see if you've been eating properly. Su Cheng stood frozen at the roadside. Don't be afraid. Won't wear a skirt. Just want to see if you've been eating properly. Those 3 sentences together were more terrifying than Qin Yu's threats. Because Lin Wan never scared him. She only gently cornered him until he couldn't refuse. Worse still, Gu Yao had only taken a few steps before turning back, and she saw him stop. She hugged her books and blinked in confusion. What's wrong? Su Cheng flipped his phone over and said in a steady, raspy voice, scam. Gu Yao nodded innocently. Oh. Then she tilted her head. Does this scam look like Sister Lin Wan? Su Cheng. He suddenly felt that he might not escape a second round of sisterly concern today. Su Cheng felt that Gu Yao had recently learned to be mischievous. Before she would only smile slyly while setting traps. Now she could also feign innocence. Especially when she hugged her books, tilted her head, and asked, does this fraud look like Sister Lin Wan? Her eyes were clear and bright, her tone soft, as if she were genuinely curious. But Su Cheng knew she was definitely doing it on purpose. He stuffed his phone into his pocket, his raspy voice cold, as he replied, no. Gu Yao blinked. Then is it Sister Qin Yu? Su Cheng was speechless. She wasn't just mischievous anymore, she had also learned the process of elimination. Seeing his expression grow colder, Gu Yao quickly hugged her book closer and whispered to make amends, I won't ask anymore. Don't look at me like that. I just thought your expression was too obvious earlier, like you'd been tricked out of your meal ticket by a gentle swindler. Su Cheng paused mid-step. A gentle swindler. Gu Yao nodded seriously. Sister Lin Wan seems like that type. She's not fierce or pushy, but when she speaks it's like you can't refuse. Su Cheng fell silent. He had to admit the little fox was quite perceptive. Qin Yu would put a knife to his throat to make him agree, while Lin Wan would stand at the door with warm water and softly ask, is this okay? One made him afraid, the other made him feel guilty, but the result was the same. He always ended up obeying. Su Cheng glanced down at his phone. A new message from Lin Wan had arrived. Lin Wan, no need to rush. I'm waiting for you at the dessert shop outside the school's east gate. Just have something to eat. If Yao Yao is free, she can come too. Su Cheng saw the words, Yao Yao can come too, and felt even more uneasy. Lin Wan wasn't just concerned about him eating. This was a gentle check-in. And of course Gu Yao was peeking beside him, claiming she wouldn't look, yet her eyes were wide open, her expression screaming. I really want to know, but I'm trying so hard to hold back. Su Cheng shoved his phone deeper into his pocket. Let's go. Gu Yao was startled for a moment, then quickly followed. Where? East Gate. To see Sister Lin Wan. Su Cheng didn't answer. But Gu Yao cheered up on her own, clutching her book as she trotted to his side, her eyes sparkling. So I can go too? Really? Won't I be a bother? Su Cheng shot her a glance. You already saw the message, didn't you? Gu Yao's ears turned red, and she immediately mumbled a weak excuse. I didn't mean to peek. The screen just lit up right into my eyes. Su Cheng sneered. Your eyes sure know how to cause trouble. Gu Yao was choked by his words, puffed out her cheeks, but quickly broke into a smile again. Then I promise it'll be good. I won't ask random questions, won't blabber, and won't call her sister out of turn. She lowered her voice on the last few words and darted a sly glance at him. Su Cheng felt a twitch at his temple. Gu Yao. Present. She immediately stood straight. You're already being very random right now. Gu Yao covered her mouth and nodded obediently. On the way to the east gate, she was unusually quiet for a while. She walked half a step beside Su Cheng, hugging her book, occasionally looking up at him, as if she wanted to say something, but was afraid of annoying him, so she swallowed her words. She lasted less than 3 minutes before she couldn't hold it in anymore. Su Cheng, does Sister Lin Wan always care this much about whether you eat? Su Cheng didn't slow his pace. She cares about everyone. But she asked you to meet her, Gu Yao whispered. And she specifically said I could come too. She's just being polite. Gu Yao thought for a moment, then shook her head seriously. It doesn't feel like politeness. The way she looks at you is different from how she looks at others. Su Cheng's heart tightened, but he kept a cold face. You think you know everything? Gu Yao was stumped. She hugged her book and thought for a long time before muttering. I don't really know much. I just feel that when she looks at you it's very gentle, like she's afraid you'll lose yourself if she doesn't keep an eye on you. Su Cheng said nothing. The words hit too close to home. Lin Wan did always look at him that way. Gentle, pained, helpless, with a hint of sisterly indulgence. Every time she looked at him like that, Su Cheng felt as if all his disguises had been seen through. He didn't like being seen through, but he couldn't bring himself to hate Lin Wan's concern. The dessert shop outside the east gate was small, with wind chimes hanging on the glass door. As soon as Su Cheng pushed the door open, he saw Lin Wan sitting by the window. She was wearing a cream-colored knitted cardigan today, her long hair loosely draped over her shoulder with 2 hot drinks and a small cake in front of her. When she saw Su Cheng enter, her gaze softened immediately. She stood up gracefully. Little. Lin Wan started, then noticed Gu Yao beside him, and smoothly corrected herself. Su Cheng, you're here. Su Cheng's back stiffened at the almost spoken name, Little She. Gu Yao had heard it too. She blinked, but didn't ask, simply sitting down obediently and flashing Lin Wan a sweet smile. Hello, Sister Lin Wan. Lin Wan smiled and nodded. Yao Yao's here too. Have a seat. I got you a hot drink too. I didn't know what you liked, so I ordered honey citron tea. Gu Yao's eyes lit up. I love this. Thank you, Sister Lin Wan. She picked up the cup and took a small sip, immediately shrinking her neck from the heat and smiling sheepishly. It's hot. Lin Wan chuckled at her reaction and handed her a napkin. Take it slow. Su Cheng sat nearby watching Gu Yao squint from the heat while trying to act mature and found it oddly amusing. Gu Yao was indeed a little fox, but sometimes she seemed more like a child. Lin Wan pushed a glass of warm water towards Su Cheng. This is for you. No ice. Yao Yao said you had noodles for lunch, but didn't eat much. Su Cheng looked at Gu Yao. Gu Yao immediately hid behind her cup, leaving only her eyes visible, and explained softly, I wasn't tattling. I was just reporting my duties as a caretaker. Su Cheng was speechless. Lin Wan let out a soft laugh, her voice gentle. Don't blame Yao Yao. I asked her. You've had a lot on your plate these days, and your voice has been strained. I was worried you'd push yourself too hard. When Gu Yao heard the words, your voice has been strained, her fingers paused slightly. Su Cheng immediately noticed her reaction and spoke first. I'm fine. Lin Wan looked at him, her gaze tender. You always say you're fine. But I didn't come here to hear you say that. I came to see if you're really doing a bit better. Su Cheng felt a lump in his throat. Gu Yao lowered her head to drink her tea, but her eyes kept sneaking glances at him. She seemed to finally understand why Su Cheng couldn't be stubborn with Lin Wan. Because Lin Wan didn't force him. She just placed her care right in front of him, making it impossible for him to pretend he hadn't seen it. Su Cheng eventually picked up the cup and took a sip of warm water. Only then did Lin Wan seem a little relieved. She pushed the small cake closer to him. Have a couple of bites. It's not too sweet. Su Cheng frowned. I don't like sweets. Gu Yao immediately looked up, her eyes sparkling as she whispered, Then I can help you eat half. Su Cheng looked at her. Gu Yao realized she had been too eager, blushed, and hugged her cup, while mumbling a save. I just didn't want it to go to waste. Lin Wan watched the two of them, her smile deepening. Then share it. Su Cheng can have a couple of bites, and the rest is for Yao Yao. Gu Yao was instantly delighted, like a little fox who had stolen a treat. Su Cheng looked at her barely concealed joy, and found his refusal stuck in his throat. In the end, he picked up the fork and took 2 bites. Gu Yao waited patiently beside him. When he put the fork down, she asked softly, Are you really not having any more? Su Cheng pushed the plate toward her. Take it. Gu Yao immediately took it, her eyes curving into crescents. Thanks. Lin Wan watched Gu Yao eat the cake in small bites, then looked at Su Cheng, her voice lowering. Yao Yao, thank you for taking care of him these past few days. Gu Yao quickly shook her head, her mouth still full, her cheeks puffed out slightly, making her speech a bit muffled. It's no trouble. Su Cheng is actually quite easy to take care of. Su Cheng shot her a cold look. Who's easy to take care of? Gu Yao swallowed quickly and blinked guiltily. I mean, you're very cooperative. I'm cooperative. At least you accept the candy. Gu Yao's voice grew smaller. And you drink water, and you even had 2 bites of cake. Su Cheng felt his temple twitch at her words. But Lin Wan laughed out loud. Her laughter lightened the atmosphere at the table considerably. Outside the dessert shop, students came and went, and the evening light reflected off the glass window. Lin Wan didn't ask what Gu Yao had seen, nor did she mention sushi. She just acted like an ordinary older sister, reminding him to eat on time, not stay up too late, and talk less if his throat felt uncomfortable. But the gentler she was, the more Su Cheng felt trapped by her warmth. As they left the dessert shop, Lin Wan handed a bag of small pastries to Gu Yao. Take these back with you. Yao Yao, you can eat them, or if Su Cheng doesn't want sweets, you can help him finish them. Gu Yao hugged the bag, her eyes bright. Thank you, Sister Lin Wan. Su Cheng frowned. You don't have to give her that. Gu Yao immediately shielded the bag, stepping back half a step, and whispered, Sister Lin Wan gave it to me. Lin Wan smiled and backed her up. That's right, it's for Yao Yao. Su Cheng was speechless. How long had those two known each other, and they were already ganging up on him? On the way back to school, Gu Yao held the bag of pastries, her steps noticeably lighter than before. She looked down at the cookies inside, afraid of crushing them, and carefully switched the bag to her other hand. Su Cheng glanced at her. That happy? Gu Yao nodded, a little embarrassed. Sister Lin Wan is so gentle. And she gave me pastries. You've been bought off by a bag of cookies. Gu Yao thought seriously. It's not just the cookies. She also said not to tire myself out too much. Su Cheng was startled. Gu Yao looked up, her eyes curving, her voice soft. When she cares about you, she cared about me too a little bit. That makes me happy. Su Cheng suddenly had nothing to say. Gu Yao's happiness was always so simple. A cup of honey citron tea, a small piece of cake, a simple, don't tire yourself out. And her eyes would curve into a smile. Su Cheng suddenly felt that Gu Yao wasn't as calculating as he had thought. She just gave her heart easily. And she was easily made happy by a little kindness. When they neared the boys' dormitory, Gu Yao stopped and handed him the bag of pastries. Take these back. You can eat them if you get hungry tonight. Su Cheng didn't take it. Weren't they for you? Gu Yao blinked and whispered, but Sister Lin Wan really wanted you to have some. I was just protecting the pastries. Su Cheng looked at her earnest, slightly clumsy expression and finally took the bag. So now you're a pastry bodyguard? Gu Yao grinned proudly. I have a wide range of services. Su Cheng turned and headed upstairs carrying the bag. After just 2 steps, he felt a faint sharp tug in his lower abdomen. Very light, like a thin thread pulling inside him, then disappearing quickly. Su Cheng paused mid-step. Gu Yao noticed him stop and immediately asked, what's wrong? Su Cheng quickly composed his expression, his raspy voice flat. Nothing. Gu Yao stared at him for 2 seconds as if recalling something from her notepad, and said softly, when you say nothing, it doesn't always mean nothing. Su Cheng's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately put on a cold face. You're overthinking it. Gu Yao didn't press further. Instead, she handed him another throat lozenge. Here, take it. Even if it's really nothing, you can still accept the candy. Su Cheng looked at the lozenge in his palm, was silent for a moment, then put it in his pocket. He thought the slight discomfort was just from eating too little dinner or being too stressed lately. But as he climbed the stairs, there was another faint dragging sensation in his lower abdomen. This time it was more noticeable than before. Su Cheng didn't stop or change his expression, but a very bad premonition rose in his heart. It seemed this current body of his was about to cause him new trouble. Upon returning to the dormitory, Su Cheng's first act was to tuck the bag of pastries Lin Wan had given him into a drawer. It wasn't that he didn't want to eat. It was that he had no appetite now. A faint nagging ache in his lower abdomen tugged at him like a taut thread. The pain wasn't severe, but it was peculiar. Unlike an upset stomach or ordinary gastric discomfort. It felt more like something deep within his body was slowly reminding him, don't play dead. This body of yours still has new functions to unlock. Su Cheng stood by the desk, his expression cold and unchanging, but inwardly alarm bells were ringing. Something was wrong. Very wrong. He had never felt anything like this before. Just how many surprises did that wretched pill hold? Wu Hao was lying on his bed scrolling through his phone. Seeing him return, he immediately poked his head up. Godfather, what did Sister Lin Wan bring you? I smelled something sweet. Was it pastries? Su Cheng pushed the drawer shut, his hoarse voice flat. Poison. Wu Hao froze for a moment, then grew even more excited. Then I can test it for you. If you want to test something, I can give you a bottle of pesticide directly. Su Cheng sat down and opened his textbook, his movements seemingly steady. But the moment he sat, the ache in his lower abdomen tugged again. His back stiffened slightly, his fingers pressing against the edge of the page as he forced his expression to remain unchanged. Zhao Lei glanced at him from the side. Why is your face so pale again? Didn't Sister Lin Wan treat you to something? Why do you look like you've been interrogated after eating? Zhou Kai also joined in. Could it be that Sister Lin Wan and Gu Yao have officially handed over guardianship? Godfather is now under the joint supervision of the Sister Squad and the Little Fox. Su Cheng looked up, his voice icy. Haven't you used up your quota of asking for trouble today? Wu Hao immediately sat up in bed, raising his hands. No, we're just concerned about you. You've been acting strange lately. One moment being fed by Gu Yao, the next being checked on by Sister Lin Wan, then getting video court sessions with Sister Qinyu. Your college life is more exciting than the dramas I watch. Su Cheng ignored him, lowering his head to stare at the textbook. He couldn't take in a single word. That dragging pain hadn't disappeared. Instead, it seemed to have been stirred by his sitting down, slowly growing more pronounced. It wasn't a sharp pain, but a wave of dull oppressive ache that spread from his lower abdomen to his lower back. He instinctively pressed a hand to his stomach. The movement was very light, but Chen Jiaming still noticed. Stomach ache. Chen Jiaming put down his pen, his tone calm, but precise. The dormitory fell quiet for a moment. Su Cheng's hand froze, his surface demeanor cold. No. Wu Hao immediately frowned. Godfather, don't tough it out. Your throat's been bad lately, and you've been eating so little. Is your stomach upset? I've got some stomach medicine here. Su Cheng's heart raced even more. Stomach medicine. This probably wasn't a stomach issue. He withdrew his hand, his tone as hard as if nothing was wrong. No need. I've just been sitting too long. Zhao Lei stared at him. You've been sitting too long, and you're clutching your stomach. Su Cheng looked up. Do you clutch your head after gaming too long? Zhao Lei was left speechless and silently turned back to his computer. Fine, you win. Wu Hao, however, was still uneasy. He got off the bed, rummaged through his drawer, and actually pulled out a strip of pills. Godfather, if you really feel bad, just say so. Don't act like a drama lead who coughs up blood and still claims he's fine. If you collapse in the dorm, it'll be a real hassle for us to carry you downstairs. The corner of Su Cheng's mouth twitched. Thank you for being so considerate. It's mainly because you're too skinny. You'd be bony to carry. Wu Hao was silenced by a single glare from Su Cheng and quickly put the medicine back. My bad, my way of showing concern is a bit rough. Su Cheng said nothing more. Right now, he only wanted to go to the restroom to confirm something. The moment this thought surfaced, he himself froze. Confirm what? He already had a vague suspicion. But suspecting and admitting were two different things. He stood up from his chair, his movements slightly slower than usual. The dragging sensation in his lower abdomen intensified as he rose, and Su Cheng pressed his fingers against the edge of the desk for half a second before casually picking up his water cup. Wu Hao looked up. Godfather, where are you going? To get some water. You still have half a cup left. To wash the cup. Su Cheng didn't look back, his voice steady, as if nothing was happening. Wu Hao squinted. Why bring your phone to wash a cup? Su Cheng's steps faltered. He looked down at the phone in his hand. Damn it. When had he picked it up? Without changing his expression, Su Cheng slid the phone into his pocket. Just habit. Zhou Kai muttered softly behind him. That habit sounds like it has a story. Su Cheng glanced back at him, and Zhou Kai immediately pretended to read a book. The moment the bathroom door closed, the cold facade on Su Cheng's face finally cracked. He leaned against the door, bent over, and pressed his hand to his lower abdomen, barely suppressing his hoarse voice. It hurt. It was really starting to hurt. A wave of pain, not sharp, but grinding. Like someone was wringing a wet towel inside his body. Not hard, but relentless. Su Cheng turned on the faucet, letting the sound of the water cover any noise. Then he slowly checked himself. The next second, he was frozen solid. Blood. Not much, but unmistakably blood. Su Cheng's mind went blank for a few seconds. It was over. It had really come. This body hadn't just changed on the outside. Even the most troublesome part had followed along. No matter how much he had known, his body had become female. No matter how much Gu Yao called him pretty sister, no matter how much Lin Wan and Qin Yu took care of him, as Xiao Shi, there had always been a part of him playing ostrich. As long as he could still go to class, return to the dorm, and yell at Wu Hao with his hoarse voice, he could still be Su Cheng. But now this truth had slammed into him in the most direct way possible. He had really become a girl. Su Cheng stood in the bathroom, the faucet running loudly, the face in the mirror pale beyond words. The large black-rimmed glasses obscured most of his face, but the panic in his eyes couldn't be hidden. His first instinct was to find Qin Yu. No, Qin Yu would definitely come charging over immediately and pack him bandages and all to her apartment for interrogation. What about Lin Wan? No, that wouldn't work either. Lin Wan would be gently sympathetic, making it even harder to refuse. What about Gu Yao? Su Cheng's finger paused over his phone. Gu Yao was the last person he should call. Yet she was also the first person who came to mind. Because she was on campus. Because she knew a little of his secret. Because she had just said he could tell her if he was feeling unwell. Su Cheng stared at the chat window, his finger hovering for a long time. Finally, he gritted his teeth and typed a few words. Su Cheng, are you there? As soon as he sent it, he immediately regretted it. What kind of nonsense was that? It sounded too much like a cry for help. He was about to retract it when Gu Yao replied instantly. Gu Yao, I'm here. Gu Yao, what's wrong? Gu Yao, is your throat bothering you? Su Cheng stared at the screen, suddenly finding it even harder to speak. What could he say? Hey Gu Yao, I think I got my period. Hey Gu Yao, I don't know how to handle this, can you help me? If he said that, would he have any dignity left? Su Cheng clenched his teeth, typing and deleting and typing. In the end, he left just one sentence. Su Cheng, a bit of trouble. Gu Yao was silent for 2 seconds. Then she called him directly. Su Cheng nearly threw his phone into the sink. He stared at the incoming call screen, hesitated for a long time, and finally answered. As soon as he picked up, Gu Yao's soft voice came through the receiver, thick with obvious worry. Su Cheng, what's wrong? Don't scare me. You said it's a bit of trouble. Are you feeling unwell? Su Cheng closed his eyes, trying to keep his voice low and steady. Keep your voice down. Gu Yao immediately lowered her voice too obediently. Okay, I'll be quiet. Where are you? In the dorm. The bathroom. Gu Yao paused noticeably on the other end, her voice growing more tense. Does your stomach hurt? Or is it your stomach? You didn't eat much at lunch. Is it low blood sugar? Don't stand, find a place to sit. Wait, you can't sit in the bathroom. She was getting flustered, as if genuinely panicked. Listening to her clumsy, anxious concern, the feeling of utter social death in Su Cheng's heart was somewhat diluted. He interrupted her quietly. Gu Yao. Here, she responded instinctively, then added softly, I'm listening. Su Cheng remained silent for a long time. So long that Gu Yao didn't dare to urge him. Finally, he forced the words out through gritted teeth. Do you have that kind of thing? Gu Yao was silent for 2 seconds. What kind, oi? Su Cheng's temple throbbed. Was she really not getting it, or was she pretending? No, her voice was soft with tension, as she probably genuinely didn't understand. His ears burning, Su Cheng lowered his hoarse voice even further. Things girls use. This time Gu Yao understood completely. The line went suddenly quiet. The next second her voice came through cautiously. Su Cheng, did you get your period? Su Cheng closed his eyes. Let the world end. He didn't answer. But the silence was answer enough. Gu Yao took a breath on the other end, as if she herself was startled by the revelation. But she quickly recovered, her voice softer and more earnest than before. Don't panic. I have some. They'll come get you right away. Cheng was taken aback. Come get me. Gu Yao's tone was rapid. You can't stay in the dorm like this. I have an apartment outside the school. No one will bother us there. They'll go buy what you need first, then pick you up at your dorm building. Cheng instinctively wanted to refuse. But Gu Yao continued, can you come out now? Take your time if you're uncomfortable. I won't let anyone know, and I won't let Wu Hao or the others find out. No. Cheng almost immediately blurted out, his hoarse voice nearly cracking into a softer tone from the urgency. Gu Yao heard it, and her voice became even softer. Okay, don't rush. Hey Race, do come down first, and he'll take you to the apartment. He'll buy everything on the way. There's hot water and heat packs at the apartment, so don't worry. Cheng gritted his teeth. Don't make a big deal out of it. Gu Yao promised in a low voice, I know. He'll be discreet. Are you in a lot of pain? Do you need painkillers? They'll have some ready, but don't take anything without me. She spoke in a rapid stream, her tone both urgent and earnest, like a new parent who just got a call that their kindergartner was sick. Cheng's ears burned, but strangely he felt a bit more at ease. Gu Yao, he said quietly, don't tell anyone. I won't, she answered quickly, her voice soft but firm. I won't tell a soul. Not Gu Chen, not Sister Lin Wan, and not Sister Qin Yu for now. Cheng's heart paused. She had even excluded Qin Yu. Gu Yao added softly, don't be scared. They'll be there soon. After the call ended, Cheng leaned against the sink, not moving for a long time. Those words were too simple, yet incredibly he believed her. Suddenly Wu Hao knocked on the door from outside. Godfather, are you washing your cup or reincarnating? Did you fall into the toilet? Cheng's face instantly turned cold. He opened the door a crack, his hoarse voice hard, shut up. Wu Hao was startled by his pale face. Why are you so pale? Are you really feeling bad? Cheng blocked the door, not letting him look inside. Stomach ache. An old problem. Wu Hao immediately grew anxious. Stomach pain. Let me get you some medicine. Cheng forced his expression to stay neutral. No need. I'm going out to buy something. Zhao Lei leaned over from behind now. Chun Jiaming also looked over, his gaze darkening. Cheng's heart tightened, but his face remained cold. The convenience store. Wu Hao immediately said, I'll go with you. No need. Can you manage on your own? Cheng looked at him, enunciating each word. Wu Hao, if you follow me, I'll throw you into the cross-dressing club. Wu Hao instinctively stepped back. You're still threatening people, even when you're in pain. You must be fine. Cheng ignored him and went back to his desk to grab his jacket. As he moved, another wave of dragging pain hit his lower abdomen. His fingers tightened almost imperceptibly, but he forced himself not to bend over. Chun Jiaming suddenly spoke. Make sure you have your phone. Cheng paused, looking at him. Chun Jiaming didn't call him out, only said calmly, call if anything happens. Cheng was silent for half a second, then nodded. As he went downstairs, Cheng took each step steadily. At least he looked steady, but inside his mind was a mess. Embarrassment, panic, shame, and an unspeakable helplessness all crowded into his chest. The streetlight at the bottom of the building was on. Gu Yao had already arrived. She was standing in the shadow of a tree outside the dorm building. When she saw Cheng come out, she immediately hurried over. Cheng. Her voice was very low, as if afraid of alerting the whole world. Can you walk? Cheng's face was cold, about to say he was fine. But his lower abdomen ached again. His temple tightened slightly. Gu Yao saw it. She didn't laugh or tease him. She just gently tugged at his sleeve. Let's go first. I called a car. Cheng was silent for 2 seconds, then followed her out of the school gate. Throughout the walk, Gu Yao was very quiet. She just kept stealing glances at him, as if afraid he might collapse from the pain at any moment. When they reached the apartment outside the school, Gu Yao opened the door first. The room was neat and tidy. When the warm yellow light came on, Cheng felt the tension that had been coiled along his nerves inexplicably ease a little. Gu Yao placed the bag in her hand on the coffee table and carefully pushed it toward him. Inside there are pads, heat packs, wet wipes, and brown sugar water. I didn't know which kind you use, so I bought a bit of everything. Cheng looked down at the bag. It was heavy. He suddenly didn't know what to say. Gu Yao stood before him, her eyes full of worry mixed with the fluster of someone handling this situation for the first time. She wasn't completely composed. She was nervous too, but she had still come to get him. Cheng gripped the bag tightly and said in a low voice, thank you. Gu Yao froze, as if she hadn't expected such a sincere thank you. The next second, the tips of her ears turned red. She quickly waved her hands and said softly, you don't have to thank me. The bathroom is over there. Go ahead and take care of things. I've already boiled hot water, and if you don't know how to use it, you can ask me. Cheng froze completely. Gu Yao also realized how strange that sounded. Her face flushed, and she clutched her cup, hastily explaining, I didn't mean it like that. I meant I can send you text instructions, not. I'm just afraid you won't know how. Cheng initially felt like he wanted to crawl into a hole from the sheer embarrassment. But seeing her ears turn red from panic, he inexplicably felt like laughing. He suppressed the urge, his hoarse voice still cold. Gu Yao. Here. Shut up. Gu Yao obediently closed her mouth, but her eyes were still full of worry. Su Cheng picked up the bag and headed toward the bathroom. Behind him, Gu Yao had already started studying whether the brown sugar water needed to be heated a bit more. Her earnest, nervous demeanor somehow made the panic in his heart feel less heavy. But as he closed the bathroom door and looked at the things in the bag, a new problem arose. He seemed to not really know how to use them. Su Cheng stood in the bathroom staring at the items in the bag, silent for a full 10 seconds. Sanitary pads, wet wipes, warm packs, brown sugar ginger tea, and a pair of black sweatpants that Gu Yao had procured from somewhere. The supplies were thorough, so thorough that Su Cheng wished he could vanish on the spot. He had never imagined he would one day stand in a female dormitory bathroom studying how to use these things. Even less had he imagined that Gu Yao would be outside the door, carefully lowering her voice to ask, "Su Cheng, are you okay? If you don't know how to do it, I can send you a text version." Really, just text. Su Cheng closed his eyes, his raspy voice ringing out firmly through the door. No need. Gu Yao was silent for 2 seconds outside the door, then whispered, "But you've been quiet for so long." "Su Cheng, I'm thinking about how to use it." Gu Yao. Here. Shut up. Silence immediately fell outside. But a few seconds later his phone vibrated. Su Cheng looked down and saw a long message from Gu Yao formatted with surprising care. "Gu Yao, I want talk. You'll type. Don't panic first. Tear open the package, there's adhesive on the back, stick it to your underwear. For the wings, fold them over to the sides and press down. I bought you loose pants, they should fit. Put the dirty stuff in the bag first, don't throw it directly on the ground. The wet wipes are in the bag too. Also don't stand too long, it'll hurt more." Attached was a little fox holding up a sign emoji. "Don't be shy, I know nothing." Su Cheng stared at that last line, "I know nothing," and almost laughed in exasperation. She had practically written an instruction manual, and she still claimed to know nothing. But he had to admit that message was a lifesaver. Su Cheng's face burned fiercely as he gritted his teeth and followed the steps. The process was more awkward than he had imagined, and more fumbling. When he finally managed it and changed into the sweatpants Gu Yao had bought, the dull ache in his lower abdomen intensified. He steadied himself against the sink for a moment. The person in the mirror was frighteningly pale, half their face hidden by large black-framed glasses, their messy hair flattened from the ordeal, a few strands plastered to their forehead. They looked nothing like the male college student who could intimidate Wu Hao with a cold face. More like someone barely holding themselves together on the verge of breaking. Su Cheng stared at the mirror for a few seconds, then suddenly raised a hand and took off the heavy, large black-framed glasses. The features in the mirror instantly became much clearer. He paused, then reached up and smoothed back the disheveled hair on his forehead, pressing it down. The contours that had been hidden gradually emerged, defined brow bones, a straight nose bridge. The pallor of his skin only accentuated the delicate refinement of his features. Without the glasses and messy hair to obscure them, that face was almost too beautiful. Even Su Cheng himself was stunned for a moment. The next second he frowned. Too conspicuous. But before he could mess up his hair again, Gu Yao's gentle voice came from outside the door. "Su Cheng, I'm really not rushing you. Take your time. I brewed the brown sugar water. It's a bit hot. I've put it on the table. I also opened a warm pack, but I don't know if you can use it now, so I left it outside for you to see yourself." Her words were stumbling, but each one was careful. Su Cheng initially wanted to reply, "You're so noisy," but the words got stuck in his throat. He only replied in a low voice, "Got it." His raspy voice was lower than usual, carrying a hint of hoarseness he couldn't suppress. There was a pause outside the door. Gu Yao seemed to sense it. Her voice became softer. "Does it hurt a lot?" Su Cheng immediately said, "It doesn't hurt." He said it too quickly. So fast it sounded like a conditioned reflex. Gu Yao outside didn't call him out on it, just softly hummed an "oh." After a while she muttered quietly, "When you say it doesn't hurt, it sounds nothing like it doesn't hurt." Su Cheng. This little fox was getting harder and harder to fool. When he opened the door, Gu Yao was standing in the living room, holding a cup of brown sugar water. Seeing him come out, she instinctively looked up. Then she froze entirely. Su Cheng wasn't wearing his signature large black-framed glasses, and his hair was smoothed down, revealing his complete features. His pale complexion made him look somewhat fragile, but it couldn't diminish the striking beauty of his face. Gu Yao's eyes instantly lit up like a suddenly ignited little bulb. She stared blankly for 2 seconds, then blurted out, "Sister, you're so pretty." The air instantly froze. "Gu Yao." "Su Cheng." Gu Yao's small face flushed crimson, and she nearly threw the cup in her hand. "No," she stammered incoherently. "I mean, you look good. Really good. That. Calling you sister isn't an insult either." I just blurted it out. The more she explained, the more flustered she became, until she finally covered her face and squatted down. Su Cheng's temple twitched. On a normal day, he would have already choked her off with a cold face. But seeing Gu Yao as red as a tomato, he found himself at a loss for words. Finally, he just took the brown sugar water expressionlessly stand up. Gu Yao peeked at him through her fingers and asked softly, "Are you angry?" "No. Really. Gu Yao. Here. Try calling me that again." Gu Yao immediately clamped her mouth shut tightly. But her eyes were still sparkling, as if she had discovered some treasure. Su Cheng also didn't refute that earlier sister. Gu Yao secretly observed him for a few seconds. Seeing that he truly wasn't angry, she grew a little bolder. Hugging the cup, she tested the waters in a tiny voice then. "Sister." Su Cheng looked up at her. Gu Yao immediately shrank her neck, but couldn't help blinking. "I am just confirming." The air was silent for 2 seconds. Su Cheng didn't respond, nor did he correct her. He just lowered his head and took a sip of the brown sugar water. Gu Yao was stunned for a moment, then her eyes gradually lit up. Implicit acceptance. Sister had truly tacitly agreed. She struggled to suppress the smile curling at the corners of her mouth, but couldn't hide the joy. Seeing her almost wagging an imaginary tail, Su Cheng's temple twitched again, but in the end he said nothing. Su Cheng took the cup, the warmth stinging his fingers. That bit of heat spread from his palm as if it had softened the taut nerves he had been holding onto all along. He sat down on the sofa, his back still instinctively straight, his expression cold. Gu Yao crouched by the coffee table, rummaging through the bag. She found the warm pack, tore open the packaging, then suddenly stopped and looked up at him. "Do you want me to help you with this?" No, I want help." "They'll hand it to you, you stick it on yourself." After saying this, she blushed herself, shoved the warm pack into his hand, and quickly turned towards the kitchen. "I'll go check the kettle." Su Cheng looked down at the warm pack, the corner of his mouth twitching almost imperceptibly. When she panicked, she was even more flustered than he was. But oddly enough, her fluster made him feel less terrible inside. He stuck the warm pack over his clothes on his lower abdomen. The warmth seeped through slowly. The pain didn't disappear immediately, but the cold, heavy sensation eased a little. Gu Yao returned with another cup of warm water. Seeing his face still pale, worry was plain in her eyes. "Do you want to take some painkillers?" "I bought some, but I don't dare give them to you without knowing." "Should I look it up? Or ask the pharmacy?" "No, if I ask the pharmacy, will I expose you? They'll just say I'm the one in pain." Su Cheng watched her getting more serious with each word and couldn't help interrupting Gu Yao. Gu Yao immediately looked up. "Sit down first." "Oh." She obediently sat on the other side of the sofa, her hands neatly placed on her knees like a primary school student called out by the teacher. After sitting down, she still felt a bit uneasy and quietly added, "I'm sitting here, not too close. If you feel uncomfortable, just say so. I won't laugh at you, and I won't tell anyone." Su Cheng held the cup, lowered his head, and took a sip of the brown sugar water. It was excessively sweet. He didn't like sweets. But this time he didn't say it was bad. Gu Yao observed his expression and asked cautiously, "Is it too sweet?" "This is my first time brewing this. Yeah, I didn't know how much to put. I saw online that you can drink brown sugar water, but I was afraid it would be useless if too weak, so I added just a little bit more." Su Cheng glanced at her. "You call this a little bit?" Gu Yao's ears turned red and she hugged a cushion to defend herself in a small voice. "Then I'll put less next time." Su Cheng's fingers paused at the word next time. A next time. This realization made his scalp tingle, yet inexplicably grounded him. Gu Yao quickly realized her slip and waved her hands frantically. No, I don't hope you'll be in pain next time. I mean, if it's needed in the future, I'll brew it better." Su Cheng leaned back on the sofa, his raspy voice low. "Gu Yao, the more you explain, the messier it gets." Gu Yao covered her face and said muffledly, "I know. I'm just a bit nervous, okay?" Su Cheng looked at the tips of her red ears peeking through her fingers, and the awkwardness in his heart faded a little. He had thought this situation would completely break him. But Gu Yao, with her messy worry, clumsily handing him water, buying things, brewing sickeningly sweet brown sugar water, had instead dispersed the heavy weight of reality. He was still mortified, but not as scared anymore. His phone suddenly vibrated. Su Cheng looked down and saw it was Wu Hao. "Wu Hao, godfather, why aren't you back yet? Did you go shopping in the next city? Zhao, did Gu Yao kidnap you? Zhou Kai, no new pics on the forum, but my gut says there's big drama." Chen Jiming reply if something's up. Su Cheng looked at the dorm group chat. Just as he was about to type, another wave of pain hit his lower abdomen. His fingers paused over the screen, his brow furrowing slightly. Gu Yao immediately leaned closer, then stopped herself, hurting. Su Cheng wanted to say no, but Gu Yao was already looking at him, her eyes soft, as if waiting for him to stop being stubborn. He was silent for a few seconds, then said in a low voice, "A little." Gu Yao's eyes widened slightly, as if she had heard something rare. Su Cheng had actually admitted it hurt. She immediately sat up straight, her voice softening. "Then don't go back to the dorm now. If you go back now, Wu Hao and the others will definitely crowd around and ask questions. Why don't you rest here for a while? I won't disturb you. I can go to my room and do homework. You can sleep on the sofa, or you can sleep in the room. I'll sit in the living room." "No need." Su Cheng refused without thinking, but the pain made him pause at the end of his sentence. Gu Yao didn't argue with him. She gently took his phone a little closer, then replied to them, "First say you're out buying medicine, and we'll be back later. Don't let them worry." Su Cheng looked at her. Gu Yao blinked and added seriously, I want peek at your phone. You send it yourself? I'm just reminding you. Su Cheng looked down and replied. Su Cheng's stomachache, buying meds back later. Wu Hao replied, instantly want me to come get you. Su Cheng, no need. Wu Hao, your no need is very suspicious. Su Cheng, if you come I'll die on you. Zhao Lei, yep, it's him alright. Zhou Kai, threat level normal, probably nothing serious. Chen Jiaming, don't push yourself. Su Cheng stared at Chen Jiaming's 3 words, his heart skipping a beat. Then he put his phone face down. Gu Yao didn't ask, just gently pushed a blanket towards him. Cover yourself. You still look pale. Su Cheng wanted to say he wasn't cold, but Gu Yao looked at him with eager eyes, hugging a cushion like a little fox waiting for him to accept her offering. In the end, he pulled the blanket over himself. Gu Yao's eyes immediately lit up, the corners of her mouth curling up uncontrollably. Su Cheng looked at her. What are you smiling at? Gu Yao quickly pressed down her smile, pretending to be serious. Nothing. I just think you're more obedient than usual today. Su Cheng. He put down the cup expressionlessly. You want to die? Gu Yao immediately shrank back to the other side of the sofa and whispered, no, I still have to be your caretaker. The living room fell quiet. Warm yellow light fell on the coffee table. The brown sugar water steamed. Outside, night pressed against the window, but inside it was warm. Su Cheng leaned on the sofa. The pain came in waves, but with the hot water and warm pack holding it at bay, it wasn't as panicking as before. Gu Yao sat nearby, truly not disturbing him, only occasionally stealing glances. When she saw him frown, she immediately tensed. When she saw no reaction, she quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Su Cheng closed his eyes and suddenly said in a low voice, Gu Yao. Gu Yao immediately put down the cushion. I'm here. Those 2 words were too fast, too soft. Su Cheng opened his eyes and looked at her. Gu Yao seemed to realize she had answered too eagerly. Her face flushed slightly, but she didn't look away. Su Cheng was silent for a long time before saying, don't tell Qin you about today. Gu Yao nodded obediently. I want. Don't tell Lin Wan either. Okay. And definitely don't tell Gu Chun. Gu Yao was amused by the last sentence and let out a small laugh, then quickly stifled it. I'm not stupid, of course I won't tell. They'll keep it secret. I won't even write it in my little fox sticky note book. Su Cheng glanced at her. You'd better. Gu Yao raised her hand, looking adorably serious. I swear. Su Cheng initially wanted to keep a cold face, but seeing her like this, some of the tension in his heart eased again. After a while, the pain in his lower abdomen returned more pronounced than before. He instinctively hunched over a little, pressing his hand against the warm pack. Strands of hair fell over his forehead, hiding most of his eyes. Gu Yao panicked and immediately leaned closer. Does it hurt more? Should we go to the hospital? Or should I call Sister Lin Wan? Or Sister Qin? US Sister Lin Wan is gentler. Don't call anyone. Su Cheng gritted his teeth, his voice low, his raspy voice barely holding steady. Don't call. Gu Yao stopped immediately. She looked at Su Cheng's pale face, her eyes reddening with sympathy, but she still nodded. Okay, I won't call. Then lie down for a bit, okay? The sofa is too small. Go lie on the bed. Don't worry, I won't come in. They'll stay in the living room. Su Cheng was in too much pain to move. Gu Yao sensed it and negotiated softly. Let me help you. Just your arm, nothing else. Su Cheng wanted to refuse on the surface, but his body was more honest than his mouth. When he stood up, he swayed. Gu Yao quickly reached out and steadied him by his sleeve, her movements incredibly light, but she held him firmly. She looked up at him, her voice very small. Su Cheng, don't be afraid. Su Cheng looked down at her. In that instant, his raspy voice got stuck in his throat, and he couldn't utter a single word. He just let her support him as he slowly walked towards the bedroom. The bed was very clean, with a faint scent of laundry detergent. Gu Yao fluffed the pillow, placed the water and warm pack by the bedside for him, and pulled the blanket over. When Su Cheng lay down, his whole body felt stiff. This place was too much like Gu Yao. Clean, warm, with a hint of sweetness. It made him uncomfortable, and also inexplicably at ease. Gu Yao stood by the bed and whispered, "They'll be right at the door. If you call me, I'll come in. If you don't, I won't disturb you." Su Cheng closed his eyes. After a few seconds, he gave a low hum of acknowledgement. Gu Yao turned to leave. But just as she reached the door, Su Cheng's voice, low and suppressed, came from behind her. "Gu Yao." She immediately turned back. Su Cheng didn't open his eyes, his fingers gripping the blanket, his voice hoarse, not as hard as usual. "Don't go far." Gu Yao was stunned. The next second, her eyes slowly lit up, then she quickly suppressed it, afraid to show it too clearly. "Okay." Her voice was gentle. "I won't go far." Su Cheng kept his eyes closed, the tips of his ears red. He thought he must be delirious from the pain today. Otherwise, how could he have said something like that? But Gu Yao truly didn't leave. She sat on the small stool by the bedroom door, holding a water cup, quietly watching over him. Like a clumsy but earnest little fox. For the first time, she had brought him into her own den to protect him. Gu Yao truly remained seated by the door, refusing to leave. She had fetched a small stool, cradling her water cup as she sat beside the bedroom door, her posture as obedient as a schoolchild being punished. The living room light was still on, casting a warm yellow glow through the crack in the door, illuminating the tips of her cascading hair. Cheng lay on the bed, eyes closed initially, intending to feign sleep. Yet a dull, dragging pain in his lower abdomen refused to let him rest. It wasn't like a wound or a stomachache. It was a heavy, sinking sensation pulling from deep within, wave after wave, as if someone were twisting an invisible thread. Though a blanket covered him and a heat pack was pressed against him, the pain slowly radiated to his lower back. A thin sheen of sweat broke out on his forehead. He couldn't let his gruff voice falter. He mustn't make a sound. He couldn't let Gu Yao hear his vulnerable tone. Cheng silently commanded himself. Yet when the next wave of pain surged, he still couldn't hold back. His fingertips tightened on the blanket's corner, and a faint, sharp intake of air escaped his throat. The small stool by the door scraped against the floor. Gu Yao peeked in, her voice soft and gentle. Cheng, are you hurting again? Tu wasn't eavesdropping, it's just that you seemed to move just now. Cheng opened his eyes, his face pale as a ghost, yet he still insisted stubbornly, you have super hearing. Gu Yao wasn't deterred by his retort. Instead, she hugged her water cup, stood up, and cautiously walked to a spot half a meter from the bed. She didn't get too close, as if afraid of making him uncomfortable. She simply placed the cup on the bedside table and whispered, would you like some hot water? The brown sugar water was too sweet, so I poured you some warm water instead. It's okay if you don't want any, you'll leave it here. Cheng looked at her. Gu Yao was truly being very obedient today. So obedient that he didn't know how to lose his temper. Her eyes were red with worry, yet she still remembered not to get too close, not to ask too many questions, not to tell anyone. The little fox who used to laugh at a joke and set traps with every word now seemed to have tucked away her tail, only vigilantly staying by his side. An inexplicable pang of emotion stirred in Cheng's heart. He turned his face away and said in a low voice, you don't have to stay. Gu Yao stood by the bed, fingers twisting the cuff of her pajama sleeve. After a moment of serious thought, she said, but if I don't stay, you'll just bear the pain alone again if it gets worse. You were in that much pain just now, and you said you weren't. Cheng retorted stubbornly, I just didn't feel like talking about it. You're always like this, Gu Yao said, her voice even softer, laced with a clumsy hint of grievance. You say you're fine when you're uncomfortable, fine when you're in pain, fine even when someone takes a picture of you. You're so hard to take care of. Cheng was rendered speechless by her words. He initially wanted to retort, who asked you to take care of me? But the words caught in his throat, blocked by the next surge of pain. He instinctively curled up, his hand pressing against his lower abdomen, his shoulders tensing. Before he could steady his gruff voice, a very low, very soft sound escaped his throat. It wasn't like his usual hoarse tone. It was softer, clearer. Gu Yao froze completely. Cheng froze too. The air grew silent. Neither of them spoke. Gu Yao looked at him, her eyes widening slightly, as if she had discovered something, yet she was afraid of startling him, so she forcibly suppressed her surprise. She didn't ask what happened to your voice just now. Nor did she reveal an expression of having uncovered a secret. Instead, she hurriedly took half a step forward, then stopped. I want to ask, she said very softly. Don't be scared, I want to ask about this. Cheng's fingers tightened on the blanket, his face even paler than before. Not from the pain, but from the sheer mortification. And also because of Gu Yao's I want to ask. He closed his eyes, forcing his gruff voice back into place, his tone even hoarser than usual. Gu Yao, you heard nothing today. Gu Yao immediately nodded, nodding with particular earnestness. I didn't hear anything. It was the heat pack that hurt it. Cheng was rendered speechless. He almost laughed despite the pain. Even at a time like this little fox could still spout nonsense. Seeing that his expression had relaxed slightly, Gu Yao finally let herself unwind a little. She fetched a chair, sat down not far from the bed, and placed her hands obediently on her knees. Can I just sit here? I won't touch you, and I won't bother you. If it hurts, just tell me. If you don't want to talk, just grab the blanket, and you'll see it too. Cheng glanced at her. You think you're on night duty? Gu Yao's eyes curved slightly. Little fox, night shift. After saying this, afraid he might find her annoying, she quickly added, free of charge. Doesn't count as a contract renewal service either. Cheng was silent for a few seconds. Suit yourself. Gu Yao's eyes instantly lit up. She struggled to contain her joy and sat down obediently. The bedroom fell quiet, leaving only the soft hiss of steam from the hot water cup. Cheng closed his eyes. The pain was still there, but with Gu Yao sitting beside him, the hollow, panicked feeling in his heart had lessened. He didn't like to admit it, but having someone nearby was indeed better than toughing it out alone. Gu Yao wasn't idle either. Afraid that staring at Cheng for too long would make him uncomfortable, she looked down and opened her phone, starting to search for what to do for first-time menstrual cramps. She read with intense focus, her brow furrowing and relaxing alternately, as if she were tackling a serious academic problem. Cheng opened one eye to look at her. What are you looking at? Gu Yao was startled, quickly pressing the phone to her chest, her ears turning red. Nothing, just some ordinary information. Cheng sneered. Ordinary information makes you blush. Gu Yao mumbled softly, it's for you, isn't it? Feeling that was too direct, she immediately pushed the water cup towards him and pretended to be serious. The internet says you can apply a warm compress, drink hot water, and rest. No cold food, no random medication. If it gets really bad, you need to see a doctor. If you can't stand it now, you have to tell me. Cheng said in a low voice. It's not that bad. Yao looked at him as if trying to judge if this was just stubbornness. Cheng was exasperated by her gaze. Really? Yao finally nodded, her voice soft. Then try to sleep for a while. I'm not leaving. We'll just sit here. If you wake up, it'll still be here. Those words stirred something gently in Cheng's heart. If you wake up, it'll still be here. So simple, yet so steady. He didn't answer, only pulled the blanket up a little higher and closed his eyes. Perhaps he was truly exhausted from the pain. Or maybe the room was too warm and Yao's presence beside him was too quiet. Cheng thought he wouldn't be able to sleep, but his consciousness slowly sank. Between waking and dreaming, he heard Yao get up very quietly. She seemed to take the water cup to refill it with hot water, then came back and gently tucked the corner of his blanket in. Her movements were incredibly light as if she were afraid of breaking something. Cheng didn't open his eyes. He only spoke in a low murmur. Yao. Yao immediately stopped, her voice also softened. I'm here. Cheng was groggy, the pain thinning his defenses. He didn't quite manage to keep his gruff voice steady, and a hint of softness seeped through his low hoarse tone. Don't go. Yao stood by the bed completely stunned. She looked down at Cheng. His eyes were closed, his face still pale, his brow slightly furrowed. The pain had worn away most of his usual cold, hard exterior. Without the thick black-rimmed glasses, without the messy bird's nest hair, there was only a face so beautiful it made one's heart ache. Yao's heart skipped a beat. Sister, you're so cute. She almost blurted it out, but she remembered Cheng would get annoyed. So she forcibly held back, only whispering, okay, I won't go. He'll stay right here. Cheng seemed to have heard her, and his grip on the blanket slowly loosened. Yao's heart melted at the sight. She slowly sat back in her chair, lowering her voice even further. Sleep, Cheng. I'm watching over you. That night, Yao barely slept. She kept checking the water temperature, checking if the heat pack had cooled down, and worrying that Cheng might wake up in pain. Even though she was so sleepy, she was yawning. She still sat there holding her water cup with earnest attention. In the dead of night, Cheng woke up once. The pain had lessened, but his body still felt heavy. He opened his eyes and saw Yao slumped in the chair, her head nodding drowsily, still clutching the empty water cup. He was startled. Yao. Yao immediately jolted awake, nearly dropping the water cup. I'm here. Cheng looked at her, trying so hard to stay awake despite being half asleep, and that familiar awkward feeling welled up inside him. If you're tired, go to sleep. Yao rubbed her eyes and whispered, I'm not tired. She then let out a yawn. Cheng was speechless. Yao felt a bit embarrassed herself, clutching the water cup and making a weak excuse, maybe a little tired. Cheng looked at her, was silent for a few seconds, then shifted slightly towards the edge of the bed. Yao didn't understand, blinking. What's wrong? Cheng turned his face away, his gruff voice low and husky. The bed is big. Yao was stunned. Then her face slowly turned red. Are you asking me to sleep on the bed? Cheng's ears were also burning, but his face remained cold. You can sit on the chair until dawn if you want. Yao hugged her water cup, completely flustered. No, wouldn't that make you uncomfortable? He'll just sleep on the sofa. You're not feeling well, how could I crowd your bed? Cheng closed his eyes, his tone hard. Then go to the sofa. Yao was about to nod, but then she stopped. She looked at Cheng's pale face, then at the bed, which clearly had plenty of empty space. She hesitated for a long moment. Then the little fox gathered her courage and spoke softly, Sister Cheng. Cheng was confused. Yao's ears were burning red. She stood there hugging her water cup, her voice as soft as cotton. Too, actually kinda want to sleep with you. Cheng thought he had misheard. Yao's voice grew even softer. You just said the bed was big. She stole a glance at Cheng, then quickly looked down again. Sister Cheng, I want to cuddle. The air was silent for 2 seconds. Cheng's ears instantly flushed crimson. Yao. Here. Shut up. Yao immediately covered her mouth, leaving only her sparkling eyes visible. But those eyes were filled with anticipation. Cheng was silent for a long while, but in the end, he didn't kick her out. He buried his face in the pillow, his voice muffled. If you're going to sleep, then sleep. Yao's eyes instantly lit up. Really? Cheng didn't answer, but he didn't refuse either. Yao was overjoyed. She grabbed her own small blanket and quickly slipped into the bedroom. She moved quietly and gently, careful not to touch Cheng's sore spots, only occupying a very small space at the edge of the bed. A little distance remained between them. Yao lay down obediently. A few seconds passed. She stealthily moved a centimeter closer to Cheng. No reaction. A few more seconds passed. She moved another centimeter. Still no reaction. Yao grew bolder. Finally, she cautiously reached out her hand and gently touched the back of Cheng's hand. Cheng opened his eyes. Yao froze instantly. Tu was just checking if you still hurt. Cheng looked at her, guilty expression silent for 2 seconds. Then he didn't pull his hand away. Gu Yao blinked. The next second, a secret smile curled at the corner of her mouth. She didn't move anymore, just gently pressed against the back of his hand, and whispered, "Then I'm really going to sleep now." Su Cheng let out a low mm. His voice was still hoarse, but it wasn't as cold as usual. Gu Yao had dimmed the living room light, leaving only a small nightlight on. The room was very quiet, filled only with the soft sounds of their breathing. The night was still uncomfortable. But Su Cheng no longer felt the panicked urge to flee. Because someone was by his side. Because Gu Yao had said she was there. As dawn approached, Su Cheng finally fell into a deeper sleep. Gu Yao, however, was woken by her phone vibrating. Still groggy, she fumbled for her phone and opened it to see a message from Wu Hao in the class group chat. "Wu Hao brothers, Su Cheng didn't come back to the dorm all night. Wu Hao, does anyone know where my sworn brother went? Zhao Lei, didn't you say he went to buy medicine last night? Zhou Kai buying medicine all night. That's a spicy rumor. Wu Hao classmate Gu, do you know?" Gu Yao was instantly wide awake. She glanced at Su Cheng still sleeping beside her, then looked down at the group chat messages. The little fox's brain began to race. Must not expose him. Can't let the boys' dorm know. Can't let Qinyu know. Can't let Gu Chen know. Finally, she carefully typed out a line. "Gu Yao, he wasn't feeling well last night, and I happened to run into him, so I let him rest here for a bit." After the message was sent, the group was silent for 3 seconds. Then, Wu Hao, Zhao Lei at your place. Zhou Kai rested for a bit. Chen Jiaming, Gu Yao, explain yourself clearly. Gu Yao stared at the screen, completely frozen. Oh no, she had only made the explanation worse. Gu Yao stared at the class group chat, frozen by the edge of the bed. When she had sent that message, her mind was racing with explanations. But after it was sent, she realized the words didn't sound like an explanation at all. They sounded like a confession. Especially Wu Hao's string of question marks. Long as a row of bugle calls, and through the screen, she could almost hear his howl. "Wu Hao, Gu Yao, what do you mean by rested a bit at your place? Zhao Lei, I think we need to focus on explaining your place and rested. Zhou Kai, I want to state first that I'm not jumping to conclusions, but the words themselves paint a vivid picture. Chen Jiaming, Gu Yao, don't panic. Is Su Cheng awake yet?" Gu Yao hugged her phone, her face slowly turning red. She stole a glance at Su Cheng lying beside her. He was still asleep, his complexion a bit better than last night, but his brow still slightly furrowed. She didn't dare move, afraid to wake him, so she held the phone to her chest and carefully typed. "Gu Yao, it's not what you think. He wasn't feeling well, and my place happens to be close to school, so I let him rest here. Wu Hao, if he wasn't feeling well, why did he go to your place?" Zhao Lei, the excuse "it's close to school" sounds reasonable, but that makes it even more suspicious. Zhou Kai, I've already deleted the words "the hoarse-voiced guy spent the night at Gu Yao's" from my mind, but they keep growing back on their own. Gu Yao felt her vision go dark. She used to think Wu Hao and the others were just teasing, but now she realized their imagination was worse than a forum. She bit her lip, struggling to figure out how to respond, when suddenly a hoarse voice came from beside her. "What are you doing?" Gu Yao's hand jerked, and the phone nearly hit her face. She quickly grabbed it and turned to Su Cheng. "You're awake. Did I wake you?" "I didn't mean to. It's just that Wu Hao and the others were asking in the group where you went last night, and I wanted to help explain, but it seems like I explained a bit." Her voice trailed off, and she finally handed the phone screen to him, like a student turning in homework. Su Cheng finished reading the group messages and fell silent. Gu Yao clutched the small blanket, looking at him with wide eyes. "Did I say something wrong?" Su Cheng's hoarse voice was low, his face expressionless. "You didn't say the wrong thing." Gu Yao breathed a sigh of relief. Su Cheng finished the second half. "You directly threw me into the fire." Gu Yao's face crumpled, both aggrieved and guilty, as she pulled the blanket higher. "I really just wanted to cover for you. I was afraid they'd worry about you, and afraid they'd come looking for you, and even more afraid they'd think the worst if they knew you were here. But it seems the more I explained, the messier it got." Su Cheng watched her bury herself in the blanket, and the words he wanted to scold stuck in his throat. She was indeed clumsy, but she was also helping him. Su Cheng rubbed his temples, reached for the phone. "Let me handle it." Gu Yao immediately leaned and then stopped halfway, afraid of crowding him. She whispered, "Don't talk too much, your throat will hurt." Su Cheng's fingers paused, but he didn't look at her, only typed in the group. "Su Cheng's stomachache last night. Gu Yao happened to be nearby, so I rested at her place for a bit. Don't overthink it." The group fell silent for 2 seconds after the message. "Wu Hao, godfather. You finally showed up. Zhao Lei's stomachache that led you to Gu Yao's place." Zhou Kai, am not overthinking, but the amount of information is already running laps in my head. Su Cheng kept typing with a cold face. Su Cheng asked again, "And he'll treat you to calculus practice papers when we get back." Wu Hao, roger that, no more questions. Zhao Lei, how are you feeling now? Chen Jiaming, can you come back? Don't push yourself if you're not well. Su Cheng paused at Chen Jiaming's words, a slight stir in his heart. Gu Yao saw it too, and whispered, "Chen Jiaming really cares about you. He's afraid he'll die outside and ruin the dorm's evaluation." Su Cheng said coldly, but his typing wasn't harsh. "Su Cheng, I'm fine. He'll be back later." Gu Yao watched him put down the phone and asked cautiously, Are you really going back? Your face still looks pale. Why not lie down a bit more? Since you've already explained it doesn't matter if you're late. Su Cheng sat up. The dull ache in his lower abdomen was still there, but better than last night. He reached for his thick-rimmed glasses, but his hand grasped empty air. Gu Yao immediately handed him the glasses from the nightstand, her movements obedient here. I was afraid you'd break them last night, so I put them aside. And your hair? She trailed off, her gaze involuntarily falling on his loose hair and face, without glasses her eyes beginning to sparkle. Su Cheng took the glasses and saw her expression. Internal alarms instantly blared. Gu Yao. Gu Yao immediately lowered her head, her voice soft. I wasn't looking. Su Cheng scoffed. Your eyes were practically glued to my face. Gu Yao's ears turned red and she hugged the blanket, defending herself softly. But you really do look good when you just wake up. I mean, not that. You look much better than last night. Su Cheng put on his glasses and ruffled his hair back into a mess. The strikingly beautiful outline was sealed again by the messy hair and thick frames, turning him back into the cold, ordinary, unapproachable college student. Gu Yao watched him and couldn't help letting out a soft sigh. Su Cheng glanced at her. What are you sighing about? Gu Yao blinked innocently. I just think your hairstyle is really trying. Su Cheng. It sounded like a compliment, but also like an insult. He got up to wash up. Gu Yao wanted to follow, but stopped, only saying softly at the door, I put everything in the small basket on the right side of the bathroom. If you need more, there's extra in the drawer. Are the pants comfortable? If not, I'll buy a bigger size next time. No, I don't mean next time, I mean as a backup. Su Cheng stood at the bathroom door, turning to look at her. Gu Yao immediately covered her mouth. He'll shut up. Su Cheng watched her stand obediently outside, and somehow the embarrassment and irritation in his heart faded a little. Before entering the bathroom, he muttered quietly, they fit. Gu Yao was stunned for a moment. Then her eyes curved, and she whispered to herself, good. When Su Cheng came out after freshening up, Gu Yao had already set breakfast on the table. Congee boiled eggs, warm water, and a small plate of greens. She pushed the spoon toward him, her tone a bit hesitant. I can't cook much, so this is takeout. Eat a little, it'll be worse if your stomach stays empty. Su Cheng sat down, looked at the bowl of congee, and thought about saying he wasn't hungry. But Gu Yao had already spoken first. You can eat a little, but you can't skip it. Sister Lin once said you always say you're fine, but then you make things worse for yourself. Su Cheng paused. Did you talk to Lin Wan again? Gu Yao immediately shook her head, her ponytail bouncing. No. She said that before. I promised you yesterday. I won't tell anyone about last night. Su Cheng looked at her. Gu Yao looked back seriously, her eyes clear as if she wasn't lying. He finally lowered his head to drink the congee. You'd better not have. Gu Yao sighed in relief, sat across from him, holding her own water cup, as if she had just completed a major task. After a moment, she couldn't help asking quietly, Su Cheng, are you really going back to school today? Do you want to rest another day? No, Su Cheng replied calmly. Gu Yao was stunned. I'm not going back to the dorm today, Su Cheng said, still a bit hoarse while drinking the congee. You'll see how I feel in the afternoon. Gu Yao blinked, then her eyes lit up, but she struggled to suppress her joy. Then you can rest here. I won't disturb you. Su Cheng looked up. Wipe that smile off your face first. Gu Yao immediately lowered her head to drink water. But the corners of her mouth still couldn't be suppressed. Su Cheng's head ached, but he couldn't be bothered to say anything more. After breakfast, Gu Yao proactively cleared the dishes and pulled the living room curtain open a little to let in the sunlight without it being harsh. Go lie down on the bed, she said, holding a cushion, arranging things softly. I have no classes today, so I can read in the living room. Call me if you feel uncomfortable anywhere. Su Cheng was about to say no need, but the dull ache in his stomach reminded him that stubbornness was pointless. He finally went back to the room. Gu Yao refilled his water glass, placed a warm pack on the nightstand, checked that the air conditioner was set right, and then quietly left. The door closed softly. The whole place fell silent. Su Cheng leaned against the headboard, initially thinking he wouldn't fall asleep, but the medicine and exhaustion washed over him, and before long, he closed his eyes again. When he woke up again, it was noon. A soft rustling of pages came from outside the room. Su Cheng sat up, pushed open the door. Gu Yao was sitting cross-legged on the sofa reading, with a laptop and notebook beside her. She looked up immediately upon hearing him. You're awake. She put down the book, trotted over, and stopped a step away. Does it still hurt? Su Cheng paused to assess. Much better. Gu Yao visibly relaxed. Good. She paused, then added, Wu Hao just messaged me asking if you'd gone missing. Su Cheng. Not surprising at all. Gu Yao handed him the phone. The chat box was filled with Wu Hao's messages. Wu Hao, Gu Yao, has the Godfather returned yet? Wu Hao, he didn't pass out in some corner from pain, did he? Wu Hao, if you see him, tell him the boys' dorm misses him. Wu Hao, especially me. Su Cheng handed the phone back expressionlessly. Block him. Gu Yao couldn't help laughing. Lunch was still light. After eating, Su Cheng rested on the sofa, while Gu Yao sat on the other side doing homework. Neither spoke much, but the atmosphere was surprisingly comfortable. In the afternoon, Wu Hao even called via video. Gu Yao fumbled to reject it. A second later he called again. Rejected again. Called again. Gu Yao hugged the phone looking troubled. He's so persistent. Su Cheng took the phone and answered directly. The moment the screen lit up, Wu Hao's face filled the entire frame. Godfather, you're alive. Zhao Lei and Zhou Kai crowded behind him. His complexion looks better than this morning. The background's wrong. This isn't the boys' dorm. Wu Hao immediately became alert. Godfather, where are you? Su Cheng paused for 2 seconds. Then he replied calmly, resting at Gu Yao's place. The video went silent. 3 seconds later, Wu Hao let out an earth-shattering howl. Holy shit. The video was ruthlessly hung up by Su Cheng. Gu Yao hugged a cushion, practically shrinking into the sofa. Are they misunderstanding even more now? Su Cheng put down the phone. Explaining wouldn't help anyway. Gu Yao thought about it. That seemed to be true. By evening, sunset streamed through the window into the living room. Su Cheng had recovered most of his strength. Gu Yao expected him to go back to the dorm, but he only glanced at the time and sat back down on the sofa. You're not going back? She asked softly. He'll go tomorrow, he said. Gu Yao was stunned for a moment. Then she softly said, oh. She lowered her head to continue reading, but the tips of her ears slowly turned red. Su Cheng noticed. But for once he didn't call her out. The sky outside gradually darkened. Warm yellow light filled the room. Gu Yao sat beside him with her book, occasionally stealing a glance. Su Cheng leaned back on the sofa, eyes closed in rest. The pain in his stomach had mostly faded. But for some reason, at that moment he suddenly felt that not going back to the dorm wasn't so bad. The dusk light dimmed gradually. Gu Yao's small apartment was quiet, with only the occasional soft hum from the kettle in the kitchen. Su Cheng leaned on the sofa, a thin blanket draped over him, a glass of warm water, and a heat pack by his side. He looked a bit more spirited than he had in the morning. Yet he remained silent. Gu Yao sat on the other side holding a book but not turning a page for ages. She alternated between reading, stealing glances at Su Cheng, and checking her phone like a little fox wanting to approach but afraid of being shooed away. Su Cheng could feel her gaze even with his eyes closed. After enduring it for a few minutes, he finally opened his eyes, his husky voice low. Gu Yao keeps staring, and will answers grow on my face? Caught off guard, Gu Yao straightened up immediately, nearly holding the book upside down. Her ears turned red as she explained softly. I wasn't looking at your face, I was checking your complexion. You look a bit better than at noon, but your lips are still pale. I was afraid you were pushing yourself again. Su Cheng glanced at her. She really was checking his complexion, and his face on the side. He couldn't be bothered to call her out, just pulled the blanket down a bit. I'm fine, stop staring. Keep it up, and he'll think I'm on my last legs. Gu Yao blinked and immediately retorted earnestly, don't say that. You're just in pain, not dying. Online it says the first time might be tough, but rest helps. Su Cheng's temple twitched. You looked it up again. Gu Yao hugged the book, guiltily hiding her phone behind her back. Just a little. Since you won't let me tell Sister Lin Wan and Sister Qin Yue, I had to learn on my own. After speaking as if afraid he'd be angry, she quickly added, but I didn't believe just anything. I read several opinions and ignored the exaggerated ones. I didn't let you take random meds either. Warm water, heat packs, rest. That can't be wrong, right? Su Cheng initially wanted to snap back, but seeing her serious explanation, the words got stuck. He realized Gu Yao was particularly clumsy at times like this. Clumsy with sincerity. Pretending to be reliable while panicking herself or preparing everything she could think of despite having no experience, wanting to ask so many questions but swallowing them back each time. This kind of clumsiness was harder to refuse than cleverness. Su Cheng looked away, his voice low. Get some rest yourself. You didn't sleep much last night. Gu Yao was taken aback. That sentence was too unlike Su Cheng to say voluntarily. Hugging the book, she looked at him cautiously. Are you worried about me? Su Cheng immediately put on a cold face. I'm afraid you'll drop dead in front of me and ruin the feng shui. Gu Yao froze, then burst into laughter, her eyes crinkling. She closed the book and gently placed it on the coffee table. Then he'll rest. But you have to eat some dinner. I ordered congee greens and eggs. You can't eat just anything now. I was afraid hot pot would make you feel worse. At the mention of hot pot, Su Cheng's temples throbbed. Do I look like I can eat hot pot right now? Gu Yao thought for a moment and shook her head very seriously. No. Right now you look like a pretty sister who can only drink congee. The words slipped out and she froze. The living room fell silent for 2 seconds. Gu Yao hugged a cushion, cautiously looking up. Did I say that out loud? Su Cheng stared at her silent. Gu Yao's ears grew redder, but she mustered her courage and called out softly, sister. Su Cheng's brows twitched. Seeing he wasn't angry, she grew bolder, not even in private. Su Cheng was silent for a moment, then looked away, his voice low. In private, do as you please. Gu Yao's eyes lit up. Really? Don't push it. But she was already overjoyed, moving closer with her cushioned sister. Su Cheng. Sister. Gu Yao. Here, sister. Su Cheng's ears burned, but he kept a cold face and didn't correct her. Gu Yao held back, but finally couldn't resist, asking softly, then, can I have a cuddle? Su Cheng's temple twitched. What goes through your mind all day? Gu Yao immediately shrank back, thinking about taking care of sister. Su Cheng. That sounded even stranger. Seeing he hadn't chased her away, she tentatively scooted closer her shoulder, lightly brushing the edge of his blanket. Su Cheng glanced at her. He didn't move away. Gu Yao's eyes curved like a fox that had stolen candy. When dinner arrived, she ran to the door to pick up the takeout. She specifically didn't let the delivery person come upstairs, went down herself, and checked the bag twice to ensure no strange smells before bringing it back. Su Cheng watched her bustling around and couldn't help saying, "You don't have to be so nervous." Gu Yao placed the kanji on the coffee table gently. "I'm not nervous." As she said it, the takeout spoon fell to the floor. They both looked down at it. Gu Yao. Su Cheng. Su Cheng said expressionlessly, "You're very calm." Gu Yao's face reddened to her earlobes as she quickly picked up the spoon and went to the kitchen for a clean one. That spoon was nervous on its own. Su Cheng nearly laughed despite himself. The kanji was just the right temperature. Gu Yao pushed a small bowl toward him and placed hot water nearby. She didn't stare as before, just sat opposite and pretended to look at her phone. But if Su Cheng was a bit slow with the spoon, her eyes would sneak a glance. When he took a bite, her eyes lit up again. Su Cheng finally couldn't take it. "Gu Yao, why don't you just give me a score?" She immediately put down her phone and said seriously, "Then I'll give you 9 points. Su Cheng paused. "Why deduct 1? "Because you look like you're forced to be here when you eat." Gu Yao pushed the greens toward him, "But the fact that you're eating is already impressive." Watching her earnest praise, a subtle embarrassment arose in Su Cheng's heart. He had only eaten a few spoonfuls of kanji. How did it seem like a monumental achievement in Gu Yao's eyes? He took another bite and said coldly, "Don't treat me like a child." Gu Yao propped her chin on her hand and murmured, "But you do need a bit of coaxing today." Su Cheng's spoon paused. Gu Yao realized how direct that sounded, quickly drank some water, and pretended she hadn't said it. The atmosphere suddenly quieted. After half a bowl of kanji, Su Cheng's stomach felt warm, and the cramping in his lower abdomen had eased. He leaned back on the sofa, relaxing a bit. Gu Yao cleaned up, then sat at the other end of the sofa with a blanket, asking softly, "Are you really staying here tonight? I can sleep in the living room, and you take the bedroom. I promise I won't barge in." Su Cheng shot her a glance. "You already barged in last night." Gu Yao blushed instantly. "That was because you told me not to go far." "Su Cheng, I was delirious from pain. But you did call me." She hugged the blanket, her voice light with a hint of undisguised joy in her tone. "And you even let me sleep on the bed." Su Cheng's ears grew hot, and he said coldly, "You don't have to have such a good memory." Gu Yao quickly shut up, but the corners of her mouth still curled up. Su Cheng ignored her and picked up his phone. The dorm group chat had already exploded. Wu Hao had sent over a dozen messages ranging from "Godfather, are you okay?" to "Is Gus Sofa soft?" interspersed with digs from Zhao Lei and Zhou Kai. Chun Jiaming didn't ask much, just sent one line, "Don't let her tire herself out." Su Cheng's brows furrowed at the message. Gu Yao leaned in slightly, not looking at the screen, just asking, "Are Wu Hao and the others urging you to come back?" Su Cheng put the phone face down. "No. You're lying." Gu Yao hugged the blanket and said softly, "That expression just now was the one you make when Wu Hao annoys you." "You've categorized my expressions now." Gu Yao blinked and nodded seriously a little. "When Wu Hao annoys you, it's a cold face that wants to punch someone. Oh, when Sister Qin Yu catches you, it's a guilty cold face. When Sister Lin Wan shows concern, it's a cold face that can't refuse. When I catch you being stubborn." She stopped there. Su Cheng looked at her. "What is it?" Gu Yao whispered, "It's a cold face with red ears." Su Cheng. Gu Yao immediately shrank back, burying herself in the blanket. "I was just rambling." Su Cheng sneered, "You're getting bolder by the day." Gu Yao peeked out from the blanket with soft eyes and said gently, "Because you never really scold me." That left Su Cheng speechless. He wanted to argue, but on reflection it seemed true. At least since yesterday his tolerance for Gu Yao had reached a level he dared not examine too closely. She called him sister, and he wasn't truly angry. She stayed by his bedside, and he didn't send her away. She asked if it hurt, and he even answered a bit. And now he was sitting on her sofa eating kanji. If someone had told him this half a month ago, Su Cheng himself wouldn't have believed it. Gu Yao secretly observed his expression, then suddenly mustered her courage and spoke softly, "Sister." Su Cheng looked up. Her face flushed deeply, but she didn't look away. "Can I make one more request?" "Speak." "A hug." Su Cheng. Gu Yao's voice grew quieter. "Just one." "Gu Yao, I know you're uncomfortable," she quickly explained. "I'm not messing with you. I just think you've had a tough day." Su Cheng looked at her. She looked back. After a few seconds, Su Cheng closed his eyes as if too tired to argue. "Don't lean on me." Gu Yao froze. Then her eyes lit up instantly. "Really?" Su Cheng didn't answer. Gu Yao had already moved over with her blanket, cautiously approaching her movements as light, as if afraid to break something. In the end, she just gave him a gentle hug. Through the thin blanket. Through a trace of warmth. Su Cheng's body stiffened slightly, but he didn't push her away. Gu Yao buried her chin in the edge of the blanket, her voice impossibly soft. "Sister, you've worked hard." Su Cheng's ears turned completely red. Shut up. Okay. But the corners of her mouth still secretly lifted. His phone buzzed again. This time it wasn't the dorm group. It was Chenyu. Chenyu, you didn't come back to the dorm last night. Seeing the message, Su Cheng's fingers froze. Gu Yao, sensing his change in expression, immediately sat up. What's wrong? Su Cheng put the phone aside. Scam. Gu Yao blinked, her expression slowly tensing. Is this scammer named Chen? Su Cheng. How is she getting so good at guessing? Her face panicked and half the blanket slipped off. Sister Chenyu knows. How did she find out? Did Wu Hao tell her? Did someone screenshot the chat? What do we do? Didn't you say not to tell her first? I really didn't say anything last night. Seeing her flustered and rambling, Su Cheng actually calmed down a bit. Sit up straight. Gu Yao immediately sat properly. Su Cheng replied to the message. Su Cheng's stomach hurts resting outside. Chenyu, we're outside. Su Cheng near the school. Chenyu at Gu Yao's place. Su Cheng. How did this woman guess? Chenyu quickly sent another message. Chenyu, don't play dead. If it were just a stomachache, Wu Hao wouldn't be howling like that in the group. Also, Gu Yao sent Lin Wan a screenshot of a search for should I drink brown sugar water for first-time period cramps. She thought she unsent it quickly, but did Lin Wan not see it? Su Cheng froze entirely. He slowly raised his head to look at Gu Yao. She was still hugging the blanket, and when she met his gaze, her eyes shifted guiltily. Tu was too nervous last night. I meant to send it to my alt account. Su Cheng closed his eyes. Gu Yao added softly, but I sent it to Sister Lin Wan by mistake. I unsent it right away though. Su Cheng's voice was hoarse. Gu Yao. Present. Do you know that unsending doesn't erase memory? Gu Yao buried her face in the blanket. I know now. The phone buzzed again. Chenyu, you wait. Chenyu, I'm not coming over, but this isn't over. Chenyu put Gu Yao on the phone. Before Su Cheng could refuse, Chenyu's video call was already coming through. The living room fell silent. Gu Yao hugged the blanket, her eyes wide. Is she going to interrogate me? Su Cheng looked at the screen, his voice low. What do you think? Gu Yao swallowed and whispered, is it too late to pretend to be asleep? Su Cheng said expressionlessly, you just said you were getting bolder. Gu Yao was on the verge of tears. That was with you, not with Sister Chenyu. The video ringtone kept playing. Su Cheng pressed answer. Chenyu's face appeared on the screen. She stared at Su Cheng for 2 seconds, then looked at Gu Yao curled up beside him. Her tone was cool. Yao Yao, care to explain? Gu Yao sat up straight, hugging the blanket, her face flushed, her voice as soft as a mosquito. Sister Chen, Yue, can I first apply for immunity from scolding? Chenyu, no. Gu Yao, oh. Su Cheng. He suddenly felt that being interrogated himself was less terrifying than watching Gu Yao get interrogated by Chenyu. Chenyu looked at the two of them, one pale-faced and stubborn, the other hugging a blanket guiltily, and sneered, well done, Su Cheng. Now you're not only tricking the little fox, but also getting her to help you hide things from the sister group. Su Cheng was about to speak, but Gu Yao looked up first, her voice soft but earnest. Sister Chenyu, he didn't ask me to hide it. I wanted to keep it secret for him first. Su Cheng was startled. Gu Yao clutched the blanket, nervous but continuing. He was really in pain yesterday and was afraid of others knowing. I know you all care about him, but he didn't want to talk about it then, so I just wanted to be with him for a while. When he wasn't so scared anymore, let him decide whether to tell you. The other end of the video was silent for a few seconds. The coldness on Chenyu's face softened slightly, but her words were still sharp. You're quick to defend him. Gu Yao's face reddened more, but she didn't argue, because he was really in pain last night. Su Cheng's fingers tightened slightly. Gu Yao's words were too direct. So direct that they gently touched a place in his heart he wanted to hide. Chenyu glanced at Su Cheng, her tone less sharp than before, still in pain. Su Cheng said quietly, much better. Chenyu frowned. Your voice is this hoarse, and you say much better. Gu Yao quickly added. He drank water, ate kanji, and changed his heat pack. Chenyu looked at Gu Yao. You bought them? Gu Yao nodded, a bit embarrassed. I didn't know which kind to buy, so I got a bit of everything. Chenyu was silent for 2 seconds, then suddenly laughed. You're reliable, I'll give you that. Gu Yao's eyes lit up, like a child praised by a teacher. Really? Chenyu raised an eyebrow. Don't get too happy. I'm not done with you about that screenshot you sent by mistake. Gu Yao immediately wilted again. Oh. Lin Wan's voice suddenly came from off-screen. Yao Yao has done well enough. Don't scare her. The camera shifted slightly, and Lin Wan also appeared in the frame. Seeing Su Cheng, her eyes softened immediately. Shao Shi still feeling unwell. When Gu Yao heard Shao Shi, her eyes blinked lightly. Su Cheng's scalp tingled. Lin Wan seemed to realize Gu Yao was there too, and paused slightly. Chenyu pinched her brow. Great. Gu Yao hugged the blanket, and looked cautiously at Su Cheng. She didn't ask, but her eyes clearly said, I heard that, but I can pretend I didn't. Su Cheng. He suddenly felt that today the most dangerous thing might not be Aunt Flo. It was the name Shao Shi, which was about to be impossible to hide. The moment the name Shao Shi escaped her lips, the air in the living room seemed to freeze, as if someone had pressed pause. Su Cheng sat on the sofa, phone still in hand, his complexion already pale, now looking as though a bucket of ice water had been dumped over him from head to toe. Gu Yao sat beside him wrapped in a blanket, her eyes wide and round. She had heard it. Qin Yu knew she had heard it. Lin Wan came to an abrupt halt, the gentle expression in the camera lens tinged with a hint of chagrin, as if she had accidentally touched upon Su Cheng's most sensitive nerve. It was Gu Yao who spoke first, surprisingly. Hugging the blanket tighter, she blinked obediently, and said in a small voice, "I can pretend I didn't hear that." Su Cheng, Qin Yue, Lin Wan. The words sounded like a remedy, but they also blatantly confirmed that she had indeed heard. Realizing her own blunder, Gu Yao's face flushed crimson. She quickly pulled the blanket higher, wishing she could bury herself in it. "No, I mean, I really won't ask anything. You guys go on, just pretend my ears took a short break just now." Su Cheng's temple twitched. Ears taking a short break. Only she could come up with that. Qin Yu leaned back on the other end of the screen, staring at Gu Yao for a couple of seconds before letting out a sudden laugh. "Yao Yao, you're even better at playing dumb than Su Cheng now." Gu Yao immediately sat up straight, shaking her head earnestly. No, I'm not playing dumb. Not asking doesn't mean you're not curious, Qin Yu said, her tone cool, but her gaze less intimidating than before. "You've practically written, 'Who is Xiao Shi?' all over your face." Gu Yao instinctively covered her face with her hands. Covering up only made it more conspicuous. She awkwardly lowered her hands and muttered under her breath, "Then I'll just turn my face away." Su Cheng finally couldn't hold back, his voice hoarser than usual. "Gu Yao, shut up." Gu Yao nodded immediately. Okay. She really did shut up. She was so serious about it that she even seemed to soften her breathing. Yet sitting right beside him, her presence was still overwhelmingly strong. Watching the pair, one stubborn with words, the other feigning obedience while clutching a blanket, the judgmental look returned to Qin Yu's eyes. "Su Cheng, I'm asking you, how much does she know now?" Su Cheng was silent for 2 seconds. "Not much." Qin Yu raised an eyebrow. "How much is not much? Does she know you're not an ordinary guy? Does she know the face behind those glasses? Does she know why you're here? Or does she know you can't even hide the pain in that hoarse voice?" Gu Yao, who had been obediently quiet, couldn't help but sneak a glance at Su Cheng upon hearing the last question. Su Cheng's fingers tightened. Every word Qin Yu said hit the mark. And unfortunately, it was all true. His face remained cold, but inside, he was already frantically regretting ever answering this video call. Qin Yu, Lin Wan interjected softly, her voice gentle, yet carrying a hint of restraint. "Don't question him like that. He's not feeling well right now." Qin Yu glanced at Lin Wan, her temper slightly subdued, but her face remained cold. "It's precisely because he's not feeling well that I have to ask. Su Cheng, if you don't want Yao Yao to get involved, then don't let her have your back time and again when you're at your most vulnerable." Su Cheng said nothing. He couldn't refute that. Gu Yao, hugging the blanket, finally couldn't help but whisper, "Qin Yu, Jia, it wasn't him who asked me to cover for him. I chose to help him myself." Qin Yu turned to her. "Do you have any idea how troublesome this is?" Gu Yao shrank back at the question, but still nodded. "I know a little bit." "And knowing just a little bit, you dared to bring him into your own apartment." A bit guilty, Gu Yao's voice softened. He was in a lot of pain then, and it wasn't convenient for him to stay in the male dorm. "I couldn't think of a better way." Qin Yu didn't speak immediately. Gu Yao's voice grew quieter, but her gaze was serious, and he was really afraid of others finding out. "I didn't want him to have to tough it out alone at a time like that." Su Cheng looked down at the water glass on the coffee table, feeling a slight lump in his throat. Gu Yao was truly strange. On normal days, she could infuriate him to the point of wanting to block her, yet in critical moments, she always said things that made it impossible for him to stay cold. Lin Wan let out a soft sigh from the screen. "Yao Yao, thank you for taking care of him." Hearing Lin Wan's thanks, Gu Yao's face flushed instantly. She quickly waved her hands. "No need to thank me. I didn't do much, just bought some things, made some tea, and kept an eye on him." Qin Yu added coolly, "And sent the wrong person a screenshot of your search." Gu Yao. She buried her face in the blanket again. "I really didn't mean to." Watching her look like she was about to evaporate on the spot, Su Cheng inexplicably felt a flicker of amusement. But he couldn't laugh, because the name Xiao Shi that Lin Wan had let slip still hung in the living room like an unexploded bomb. Gu Yao not asking didn't mean the bomb wasn't there. Lin Wan realized this too. She looked at Gu Yao, her voice even softer. "Yao Yao, about that name just now, let's just pretend I misspoke, okay?" Gu Yao slowly lifted her face from the blanket, nodding obediently. "Okay." She agreed too quickly, as if afraid Su Cheng wouldn't be reassured. "I won't ask, and I won't overthink it." After saying that she felt the "won't overthink it" part was too fake, and with a reddening of her ears, she quietly corrected herself, "I'll try not to overthink it." Su Cheng, quite honest at least. Qin Yu couldn't help but snort a laugh. Does she look like someone who isn't overthinking? Gu Yao felt even more guilty. But Lin Wan gently came to her rescue. "Yao Yao has done very well. She hasn't pressed for answers, nor has she told anyone else. Shall she? Having someone by Su Cheng's side now who is willing to keep a secret for him isn't a bad thing." Su Cheng's heart skipped a beat when he heard Lin Wan almost slip again. But Gu Yao just lowered her head and looked at the blanket, pretending she hadn't heard a thing. She was trying very hard to pretend. So hard it was almost endearing. Seeing this, Qin Yu finally stopped her interrogation. She said coldly, Yao Yao, since you know a little now, I want beat around the bush. Su Cheng's situation is much more troublesome than you think. You can help him, but you can't do it blindly. Above all, don't let Gu Chen find out, understand? Gu Yao nodded immediately, her expression turning serious. I understand. I want to tell my brother. And don't call him that at school. Gu Yao's face reddened, and she defended herself in a small voice. I only called him that very quietly in private. Qin Yu squinted. Gu Yao quickly changed her tune. I'll be careful from now on. Su Chen closed his eyes beside them. Great. Now even Qin Yu knew Gu Yao had called him that. The scope of social death was steadily expanding. Qin Yu continued, don't take him to crowded places, don't let him take off his glasses, don't make decisions for him. You can ask him if he's willing, but don't speak for him. Gu Yao listened with utmost seriousness, even pulling out her phone to take notes. Seeing this, Su Cheng's temple jumped. Gu Yao, are you actually taking notes? Gu Yao clutched her phone and blinked. What Qin Yu Jie said is really important. Qin Yu was amused by her earnestness. You're quite obedient. Gu Yao whispered, I'm afraid I won't take good care of him. The moment she said this, the sarcastic remark Su Cheng had prepared got stuck in his throat. Lin Wan's gaze softened even more. Qin Yu was silent for a second, then her tone lost some of its chill. You don't have to be so tense. He's a handful, but he's not fragile. Gu Yao looked at Su Cheng and nodded seriously. I know. He's very tough when he's being stubborn. Su Cheng, Qin Yu. Lin Wan couldn't help but laugh. The atmosphere in the living room finally eased a bit. Su Cheng leaned back on the sofa, still covered with a blanket. There was still a faint dull ache in his lower abdomen, but it was much better than the night before. However, being grilled by Qin Yu had left him even more exhausted. Lin Wan could tell he wasn't in good shape, and said gently, all right, let's stop the questions for today. Su Chen, get a good rest tonight. Yao Yao, please make sure he eats something, and don't let him have anything cold. Gu Yao nodded immediately. I will. Qin Yu added, and you should sleep too. Don't stay up all night again. In the end, Su Chen won't collapse, but you will. Embarrassed, Gu Yao hugged the blanket and murmured, got it. Finally, Qin Yu looked at Su Cheng. As for you, I'll settle the score when you're better. Su Cheng's voice was hoarse and low. Can't we skip it? Qin Yu smiled. What do you think? Su Cheng. After the video call ended, the living room fell silent. Gu Yao sat on the other end of the sofa, hugging the blanket and staring at her toes, looking like a child who had just been scolded and hadn't quite recovered. Su Cheng looked at her scared. Gu Yao looked up, thought about it seriously, and said a little. Qin Yu Jie is really fierce. Su Cheng said flatly, she hasn't even started being fierce yet. Gu Yao's eyes widened. That wasn't the start. Looking at her stunned expression, Su Cheng felt inexplicably better afraid. Gu Yao hugged the blanket tighter, her voice soft, but she shook her head. Being afraid of Qin Yu Jie is one thing, wanting to help you is another. Su Cheng was silent. Gu Yao added quietly, and Lin Wan Jie is really gentle too. When she almost said that name just now, she looked so worried about you. Su Cheng's fingers stilled. She had mentioned it after all, but she had done so lightly, without pressing for answers or digging deeper. She had just said that name. Su Cheng stared at the cup on the coffee table for a long moment before saying, don't ask. Gu Yao nodded. I want to ask. She answered quickly, but unlike before, she didn't immediately change the subject. Instead, she hugged the blanket, slowly scooted a little closer, and then stopped at a safe distance. Can I say one thing though? Su Cheng looked up. Gu Yao met his gaze, her voice very soft. No matter who that name belongs to, and no matter if you ever want to tell me in the future, they'll keep your secret first. She paused and added earnestly, not because Qin Yu Jie told me to, and not because Lin Wan Jie thanked me, but because you trusted me so much yesterday. Su Cheng felt a soft knock against his heart. Last night he had indeed trusted her. He had entrusted her with his most vulnerable, most embarrassing, most secretive self. He had thought he had no other choice. But thinking back now, if it hadn't been Gu Yao, he would rather have endured the pain alone until dawn. Su Cheng looked away, his voice hoarse. You're overthinking it. Gu Yao wasn't angry at all. Instead, she smiled. There you go, being stubborn again. Gu Yao. Present. Don't copy Qin Yu. Gu Yao immediately made a zipping motion across her lips, but her eyes were crinkling with a smile. Watching her, Su Cheng suddenly felt that everything had happened too fast these past few days. From the forum, the fake boyfriend, to being exposed at the lake, to last night when she brought him to her apartment. Gu Yao was like a little fox who didn't know her own strength, bumping into him here and there, forcing open many doors he had wanted to keep closed. But the most infuriating part was that every time she barged in, she would then stand cautiously at the door and ask him, can I come in? That was the real killer. Around 9 in the evening, Su Cheng had been planning to sleep on the living room sofa. But Gu Yao had already tidied up the bedroom and was now sitting by the door with her blanket, looking like a well-behaved child waiting for instructions. Su Cheng looked at her. What are you doing? Gu Yao looked up at him and said softly, Qin Yu Jie said, I can't stay up all night again, so I thought I'd ask first. You take the bed, I'll take the sofa. If you're in pain during the night, just call me. Su Cheng was silent for 2 seconds. Didn't you want to cuddle last night? Gu Yao's face turned beet red instantly. That hat was last night. She hugged the blanket tightly, her eyes darting around. You were in so much pain last night, I wanted to stay with you. You're much better today, I can't get too greedy. Cheng looked at her, clearly wanting to, but trying so hard to act good, and found it a little funny. He walked into the bedroom, his voice drifting out casually. Suit yourself. Gu Yao was stunned. Suit yourself? That was a pretty broad term. Hugging her blanket, she stood at the door, agonizing for a long time before finally poking her head in cautiously. Can I sleep on the little rug by the door then? Cheng. He leaned against the headboard and looked at her. Gu Yao, are you a dog? Gu Yao's face grew even redder. I'm just afraid that if you call me at night, I won't hear you. Cheng closed his eyes, too tired to argue with her anymore. The sofa. Leave the door open. Gu Yao's eyes lit up. Okay. She immediately ran off to the living room with her blanket, but quickly poked her head back in. Do you want some water? No. Need to change the heat pack? No. Then do you want a Gu Yao? Present. Go to sleep. Gu Yao nodded obediently. Good night, Cheng. She paused for a moment, then added even more softly. Good night, Jia Jia. Cheng's ears instantly grew hot. He looked up, but Gu Yao had already scurried back to the living room, leaving only the tips of her red ears visible. Cheng leaned against the headboard, unmoving for a long time. That form of address was clearly dangerous as hell. But for some reason, when she said it so softly, it wasn't as jarring as he had imagined. It was even a little. Never mind. He couldn't think about it. Cheng pulled the covers up and closed his eyes. From the living room came the soft sound of Gu Yao shifting on the sofa. She probably wasn't asleep yet. After a while, his phone vibrated once. Gu Yao, I'm in the living room. The door is open. If you call me, I'll hear you. Cheng stared at the message for a long time before replying with a single word. Cheng, mm. Gu Yao replied instantly that sounds gentler than before. Cheng. He put his phone down expressionlessly. A few seconds later, he picked it up again and added another message. Cheng, go to sleep. Gu Yao, roger that. Followed by a sticker of a little fox obediently tucking itself in. Cheng looked at the sticker, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Very slightly. He didn't even notice it himself. That night the pain was still there. The secret was still there. But there was someone outside the door and someone on the other end of the phone. And somehow it didn't feel quite so hard to bear anymore. The moment the name Xiao slipped out, the air in the living room froze for 3 full seconds. Cheng nearly dropped the cup in his hand. He remained seated upright, his face a mask of forced composure, as if to say, I am calm, do not panic, but inside his mind had already erupted into a fireworks display of chaos. It was over. Utterly and completely over. Linwan, gentle as you are, how could you tread so precisely upon a minefield? Gu Yao was right there. Her ears were not mere ornaments. Cheng could already envision the next moment, Gu Yao blinking and asking who is Xiao Shi, and then the world would explode on the spot. Qin Yu's cold sneer, Lin Wan's heartache, Gu Yao's grievance, and he himself would shatter into pieces. The more he thought about it, the more his scalp crawled with dread. Even the dull ache in his lower abdomen seemed to retreat half a step in fright. Gu Yao sat beside him, clutching a blanket, her eyes wide and round. Of course she had heard. Not only had she heard, but she had heard every word.